Help each person to know that they can agree to disagree in the spirit of meekness and love. I ask, Lord, even right now, that you would touch any of the council members who may not be feeling well, or they're having some issues in their own family that are needing your touch. We ask that you touch bodies and families tonight in the name of Jesus. And Lord, we ask that you give these folks wisdom and guidance long after they leave this place tonight. We thank you that if we ask, your word tells us that you will give us wisdom. Lord, we ask that tonight in this room you would draw us nearer to one another, but most of all, nearer to you. And we ask you, Lord, to protect each of these leaders during these tumultuous times. Bring them safety home tonight and in the days ahead. In Jesus' name, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One announcement for me, Mr. President, just a reminder, next week is fifth week, so there will be no standing committee meetings. Committee meetings will resume the week of October 6th. We'll have neighborhoods in the morning, rules in the afternoon, before beating the Chiefs in the evening.
All right. I don't think anyone heard you. We're going to beat the Chiefs on Monday night. Is
that's
that
what
right,
I said.
Mr.
I thought there was going to be a bigger response to that.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
that's
you.
our next
Thank you.
committee day.
Sorry. All right, a couple quick announcements. One, so we started early, so we're going to try to get through as much of the agenda as we can, get into public comment, and let all the folks that came down to the public comment section get that on the record. And then we'll probably break sometime around 5 o'clock, just in anticipation of being here for a long night. So that'll be a 30-minute break, and after that, we'll get down to business. So just a note to everyone that really asking just for civility and professionalism tonight. It's been a very stressful budget season. It's been well documented, kind of the disagreements, and we welcome all disagreements. We just ask that everyone have a positive discord and say what you need to say, but let's not make it personal. And that goes for the audience as well. So we'll have plenty of time to hear from all of our constituents and folks out there, and we just ask that everyone just have a certain level of decorum and respect. So looking forward to a great meeting. So with that said, we'll do roll call.
(19) present.
All right. Mr. Floor Leader, I think we're going to move the minutes of the regular meeting. Is that right?
That's right. Next up is approval of the minutes from the regular council meeting of September 9th, 2025. I move the approval.
Got a motion and a second on the approval of the minutes. All in favor of the minutes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The minutes are approved.
Mr. President, we have 8 communications from the mayor's office and others. Would you like them read or filed with legislative services?
No time today. We're going to get those filed.
All right. We're now going to move on to quasi-judicial actions, which is on page 4. As a reminder, please declare any ex parte communications. These items we are now taking up do not include public hearings, as they were thoroughly reviewed at the committee level where public hearings were part of the decision-making process. Item number 1, 2025-0498, I move the amendment.
Got a motion and a second on the amendment. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
Got a motion and a second on the bill as amended. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
(19) yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0498.
Item 2, 2025-0499. Council President, I'd like to declare ex parte before I move the amendment. I have 9 emails, all against, and this has been filed with legislative services.
All right, Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, have received a couple of emails from Stephanie Gordon and Contel James in opposition of this bill, rezoning, and I filed it with legislative services.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Clark Murray.
Thank you, President Carrico. I just have a question in regards to the amendment. So through the President to Mr. Reingold, if you would just
Ms. Clark Murray.
Yes.
We have a number of people still in the queue for
ex parte.
Can I circle back? You'll be the first in the queue.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to declare ex parte communications. I received 3 emails in opposition, and I filed this with legislative services. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Howland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to declare ex parte communications. I have received 4 emails in opposition to 2025-0499, and these will be filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Salem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received 3 emails since 9/12, all in opposition, and they will be filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salem. Council President, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise to declare ex partes. I also received some emails in opposition, and I had a phone call with the applicant, Mr. Josh Cockrell, 2 weeks ago, in which he explained what he was doing with the application, and we'll get that documented and filed with Legislative Services. All right, Councilmember Clark Murray, you're recognized.
Thank you again. Through the President to Mr. Rangel.
Through the Council President to Councilmember Clark Murray, I believe she had asked previously about the amendment. Simply, the amendment is to adopt one condition to the PUD. It is that a minimum 8-foot tall, 95% opaque fence shall be provided and maintained along the southern, eastern, and western property boundaries, screening the storage area for trucks and trailers. And with that, I turn it back over to the presiding officer.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Through the President to Mr. Gaffney, Councilmember Gaffney, I know that this is your particular district. Do you have any comments or anything in regards to, I have lots of friends and family who live in this area, so I am concerned.
This on amendment or the bill through the chair?
It's
on the amendment.
The amendment.
So you want to move the amendment first?
I move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Go ahead and answer the question, Mr. Gaffney.
Well, through the chair to Councilwoman Clark Murray. So, of course, we had a community meeting, and we had anywhere from like 30 to 40 individuals show up. All the community members was opposed to this legislation for various reasons. The pretty much concern is that this is a residential neighborhood, and we got commercial trucks coming into the community. So the compromise was I asked for a 10-foot fence, and we end up, LUZ members end up, agreeing to an 8-foot fence. But my community is opposed to this for various reasons. I'll be voting no tonight as well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Amaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were moving so swiftly. I just wanted to declare ex parte and that information has been filed with Legislative Services.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you allow me to sit down again this evening.
You can have the pleasure of the wheelie.
I would like to declare ex parte. I received 2 emails against, and this will be given to Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rangel, if you don't mind explaining to us, do we currently have an 8-foot fence as it is with the amendment, or is that a new amendment that she's proposing right now? Because I thought at LUZ we talked about an 8-foot fence already as it is.
Through the chair to Councilmember Arias, yeah, the amendment would incorporate the condition of the 8-foot tall fence.
I get that, but did we not already incorporate that in the LUZ amendment last week? Did we not already? So,
yes.
Right. Okay. So we're moving that amendment, Ms. Clark Murray. Did you want to add something else to that amendment? Because we already have that on the queue.
Go ahead.
Through the President to Mr. Arias, I'm not proposing anything. I wanted clarification on what exactly the amendment was.
Okay.
And then I wanted to know from the council representative what his thoughts and feelings were regarding this particular bill.
And just for the audience here, just to be clear on this, this business has been in business for over 2 years now, operating in that same neighborhood. I know many members of the LUZ are here right now tonight, and we've heard it. So we understand that obviously semi-trucks are coming in the neighborhood, but the purpose of this legislation is essentially to make sure that they have overnight parking to limit the amount of semi-trucks going in and out every single day. So there is overnight parking. They'll be able to leave their cars there overnight, their trucks overnight, and they'll just be able to drive over and just conduct their training. So this business model, like I said, it's been working here for about 2 years now, and if anything, this legislation actually makes perfect sense. So the amendment was to include an 8-foot fence to prevent the neighbors from seeing over the fence. That's what it is, and we'll definitely support that. Thank you.
All right, no one else in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries. 1 nay.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote. Clarify, there were 2 noes.
Twelve yeas, 7 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0499.
Item 3, 2025-0589. I move the amendment.
I have a motion and second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0589.
Item 4, 2025-0591. I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0591.
Item 5, 2025-0595. I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0595.
Item 6, 2025-0596. I move the bill.
I've got a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0596.
Item 7, 2025-0632. I move the amendment.
Motion and second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
Got a motion and second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0632.
Item 8, 2025-0633. Move the amendment.
I've got a motion second on the amendment. I have no one in the queue. Actually, they're lining up. I'm getting too fast. Mr. Vice President, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I rise to declare ex parte communications. I received 2 emails in opposition to 2025-0633. They will be filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I received 1 email. I'm ex parte declaring against. 1 email. I will file it with Legislative Services.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to declare ex parte communications. I received 1 email in opposition, and this has been filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And just to recall, I think the bill was moved and seconded. There's no one else in the queue. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
Got a motion second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0633.
Item 9, 2025-0634. Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0634.
Item 10, 2025-0635. Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0635.
Item 11, 2025-0636. Move the bill.
Got a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote. You are now. Councilmember Clark Murray, you're recognized. I move fast up here.
Yeah, I see. So, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to declare ex parte. I spoke with Mr. Acree, or Dr. Acree, several times in regards to this sign waiver, so I will file the appropriate paperwork with Legislative Services, just like I said, numerous times, and I do mean numerous. And thank you for what you all did on LUZ in regards to this. He's really needed this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have no one else in the queue, so bill's been moved and seconded. Let's open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0636.
Item 12, 2025-0637. Move the bill.
Got a motion and a second on the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0637. If we could do every section like that,
Mr. President,
we'll be out of here by 6.
It is time to take up the consent agenda. Colleagues, if you want to be asked as a co-sponsor in any item, please reach out to Legislative Services, as council rules prohibit items from being pulled for this reason. Mr. Teal, would you please read the bills?
2025-508, 640, 641, 642, 643, 644, 646, 649, 650, 653, 654, 655, 660, 661, 662, 663, 669, 697, 698, 700, 701, 702, 703, 704, 705, and 719.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, I've got a motion and a second on approval of the consent agenda. There was no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved the consent agenda.
Colleagues, we're now going to go to page 43 and take up items number 93 and 94 on third reading resolutions. On page 43, 93, item 93, 2025-0670, I move the amendment.
I've got a motion and second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Councilman Diamond, you're recognized. All right. The amendment is approved.
Move the bill as amended.
Got a motion and second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record your vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0670.
Item 94, 2025-0671, move the amendment.
Got a motion and second on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries. Councilman
bill
Diamond,
as
you're
amended.
recognized. And we did get a motion and second on the bill. All right. We would like to have Councilman Diamond, Councilman Arias, and Council Vice President Howland added as co-sponsors.
Council President, me as well.
And Councilman Lanin and Councilman Carlucci. That would be Joseph. Got all that? All right. And did we vote?
Did not.
Open the ballot, record your vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0671. Keep up the good work.
Council President, now would be a great time to recognize our Rules Chair.
Mr. Miller, the Colonel, Rules Chair. What you got for us?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to run down through those who have stepped forward and answered the call to serve our city in various capacities, and we just approved. So I'd like to ask Ms. Rochelle Gross, if she's here, if you would stand up, please. She's been appointed to the Council on Elder Affairs. It's actually a reappointment. And then the Public Nuisance Abatement Board, Alex Moy and Josh Cockrell are being reappointed. If either one of those two gentlemen are here, please stand up. And then we have a second reading appointing Jack's Housing Authority, Daniel Blanchard. So would you all join me in thanking them for their service? Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President, with that, we're going to go back to page 18, and it's time for public comments. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak, you should fill out a green public comment card. Council rules call for an allotment of 90 minutes, and given the amount of cards we've received so far, each speaker will be given 2 minutes and 15 seconds. But again, since people are still filling out cards, that time may have to be reduced. I'll announce 5 speakers at a time. When I do, please come down to the reserve section down here in the front. Your time will not start until you arrive at the podium. And remember to state your name and address before beginning, or you may simply say, "My address is on file." A speaker may be invited to the green room for further discussion at a council member's discretion. I'm going to read the first 5 names now so that you can begin to make your way down, and then I'll have Mr. Teal read Council Rule 4.505 regarding disruption of meetings. My first 5 speakers are Mr. Tony Langles, Ms. Kathleen Pereira, I believe this is Deborah Jones, Ms. Katie Hathaway, and Ms. Lydia Bell. So please come on down. And Mr. Teal, may you please read Council Rule 4.505.
Council Rule 4.505, disruption of meeting. Any person who disrupts a regular meeting of the City Council, standing committees, special or select committees, subcommittees, or any other public meeting presided over by a City Council member may be forthwith barred, removed, or otherwise ejected in the discretion of the presiding officer from further attendance at that meeting. If necessary, due to the nature of the disruption, the audience may be cleared from the City Council chambers or meeting location in the discretion of the presiding officer. Any person who refuses to leave the City Council chamber may be subject to arrest.
Thank you, Mr. Teal. Legislative Services, please note the start time as 3:25, and Mr. Langles, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thanks. My name is Tony Langles. Address is on file. I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to speak at this forum this afternoon. I want to keep this short and brief, but usually I run out of time when I'm speaking. I strongly and emphatically do not want any of my tax-paying money to be spent on any city DEI programs, undocumented immigrant programs, and abortion programs sponsored by the city. Likewise, any council members deciding to walk out on these city council meetings events in protest should be put in handcuffs on the spot. There should have been a contingency plan in place to deal with this abhorrent behavior by some of these council members exhibited in the last meeting. We are not here to witness a clown show by these people. You know, if I want to see a clown show, I'll just go to the circus and see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kathleen Prairie, you're up.
My name is Kathleen Prairie. My information is on file. Anyone has a right to voice their opinion, no matter if I agree with them or not. However, anyone who supports violence against any individual because of that disagreement has no place in the public square. Remove Leo Frick Thomas Jr. from his appointment to the Jacksonville Public Education Fund for his recent shameful, reprehensible statements about someone's violent death. Addressing the matter internally as purported by the Jacksonville Public Education Fund does not assure the public that these inhumane comments will yield any consequential results. And just like the morgue, my neighborhood is also being affected by something that we have not been properly educated on. We do not want a slaughterhouse near Beach and Cortez. That is called spot zoning, which is against the law. And then finally, be open to codifying the neighborhood bill of rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Deborah Jones. Deborah Jones, are you here? Okay, Ms. Katie Hathaway.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Hathaway. My address is on file. I'm here again to speak out against the proposed millage reduction, specifically as a public school parent, and urge you to pass a people-first budget that keeps Jacksonville moving forward. For most families, this cut looks like a couple dollars a month, but the trade-off is millions, to the tune of $76 million over the next 5 years, will be taken from programs that touch kids' lives. Our children are worth more than pocket change. This millage reduction would chip away at the city supports our kids rely on: after-school programs, safe routes to school, libraries, parks, and the public safety infrastructure that makes learning possible. When families lose access to housing programs or health initiatives, kids walk into school carrying that stress. Teachers see it. Classmates feel it, and learning suffers. A small tax cut today means more stress on kids tomorrow. And once services are cut, they're hard to rebuild, leaving families and schools to pick up the slack. Our children shouldn't have to pay the price for short-sighted politics. Strong schools need strong communities. Public safety is education policy. When children feel unsafe walking to school, hearing sirens at night, or worrying about neighborhood violence, their brains are in survival mode, not learning mode. Cutting the millage is not efficiency. It's divesting from our kids. Please put them before politics. Let's keep our city moving forward. And lastly, to my councilmen at the beaches in District 13, please try serving your constituents instead of attacking them. We are fed up with the petty political theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please keep the applause down. Thank you.
All right, we're going to pause right there because that's an opportunity to give the first warning to the crowd. You know, we try to come here and not show any signs of support or against anything by clapping or cheering. We just need to keep the chambers quiet and let everyone speak without having to be interrupted by applause. So that is the first warning. Thank you.
Did you call Lydia
Lydia Bell.
Miss Lydia Bell, you're next, and let me read the next 5 names. So after Miss Bell, it's going to be James Edward, Jerry Woodham, Carmen Martinez, Lee Harris, and Andrew Smothen, I believe that is. So if I call those 5 names, please come down to the front, and Miss Lydia Bell, the floor is yours. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Let's see, we got 2:14. Okay, 2:15. I'm a little heated. I'm a little hot because I'm very upset that a group of pastors will come down here and speak about praying for a budget, but we have not. We've been fighting since going on 3 years now against a $62.8 million morgue and forensic lab that's going to kill us, poison us, kill our community, and no one has said a prayer for the black children and the black community. Not one. We have a city council person that represents us that has fought against us, lied on us, fought for a 300-body morgue in our neighborhood that's going to kill our children. We were out there. We had a press conference yesterday, and it was a good press conference. Wasn't many, but it was a good one because we were able to say the truth about the wrong of Jacksonville to put a morgue 32 feet away from the public, from a school, and 3 feet from our home. Hopefully in this budget, y'all will have another $60 million to place that morgue where it should be, in a light or heavy industrial area. We want a Brentwood Skill Center. We are taxpayers. We have been paying money towards that. So we want a Brentwood Skill Center where you could put a urgent care, assistant living, tutoring, anything that would bring life to our community. We are not vampires. I understand you got a plumbing problem out there connected to our homes. All those chemicals, all that blood. And everybody, 20 people could have made the right decision. 4 did vote against the appeal, but 10 people could have stopped that to do what's right. Jacksonville brag on being the largest city in the world. And the only place you could find and put a morgue is in front of a black children's school and black people home. Jacksonville should be ashamed. And them preachers that came out here and prayed for a budget, but won't pray for black children and black people. We want to live. We are not vampires.
Ms. Bell, could I have your name and address, please?
Lydia Bell. My address is on file.
Thank you, ma'am. James Edwards.
All right, before that, we had outbursts of clapping again. So I am empowering the Sergeant of Arms to remove people for clapping and cheering for the next go-round. Please keep your applause down and keep your cheers quiet. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Edwards, and my address is on file. I'd like to go back and review some comments by Councilman Rory Diamond on 9/9/25 at this city council meeting. He stated that all 3 of his budget amendment proposals are not racist. He made a point that one race should not be favored above another in city spendings. He also made the statement that whether one is pro-life or pro-choice, a huge majority of taxpayers do not want their taxes going to support abortions. Also, the term illegal immigrants means they have transgressed the law, illegally entering the country. They had not been vetted, therefore not deemed to be approved to enter, presenting a safety risk to our countrymen. As you're aware, some councilmen don't think a city budget is the place to include these issues. Well, I'm talking about DEI, abortions, and immigration. However, past hidden funds have gone unallocated to unallocated needs not directed by laws. It is a safeguard to include them in the budget for legal actions that may be necessary to prosecute and recover misspent monies. Therefore, I ask that you include no funds that would go to DEI, abortion, or illegal immigrants. Also, I'd just like to say things that are heartfelt you want to give to. Taxpayers don't want to give to things that are not. You have the right to give to the Red Cross. You have the right to give to Meals on Wheels. You have the right to give to any of these organizations that need funds. And I said pray about it and see what we all have in common. Mayor Deacon, you as a group, myself, we have choices to make. And we can make heartfelt choices and make a difference. And I just ask you to consider that in your legislation.
Thank you. Next up, Jerry Woodham.
Good evening, Jerry Woodham. Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm a mother, grandmother, business owner living here in Duval County for over 45 years. I'm very disappointed in the behavior of some of our council members who name-called and screamed at each other, even some of them walking out on their job. Charlie Kirk dealt with college students who had debated him calmly while they ranted and raved. There is nothing wrong with a difference of opinion and weighing pros and cons, but what happened last time for everyone to see was a disgrace to our hardworking citizens. I stand here tonight to tell you our city government has grown from $250 million in 2023 to $2 billion this year. Ronald Reagan said to fear the words, "I am from the government and I am here to help." Mayor Deegan has hired 646 new employees, and the city employees have gotten a 23.5% raise. I'm tired of being taxed with money going for things that are not my values. As a Christian chaplain, I don't support paying for these things, so I do support the amendment not to pay for abortion, DEI, which divides people into categories based solely on their race and gender, and that is true racism. No one should be given status over another because of their race or gender. God's way is that we're all equal at the foot of the cross. There is no racism in God's kingdom. Only the evil one decides to turn us against one another. For too long, the Duval taxpayer has been an open piggy bank for politicians to use their agenda and not the taxpayer. This body has saddled us with a 30-year debt to pay for a futuristic stadium for a team owner who is worth billions. We just recently got saddled with paying for our own garbage, and they won't even replace our broken trash cans. This is out of control spending and must stop. I also stand that we need to stand for people like the ones in the Metro Gardens, which I have heard over and over, have pleaded for no liquor store. The liquor store went up. Pleaded no morgue. The morgue went up. When are you going to listen? And now they want to do a slaughterhouse.
Thank you. Our next up is Carmen Martinez, and we have had a lot of additional cards, so going forward, it's going to be a minute and a half for every speaker. Carmen Martinez.
Hello, my name is Carmen Martinez, and I'll be very short. I have recently been to a press conference with CFO Blaise Ngolia, who pointed out that the budget is completely out of hand and gave us numbers on it. I'm sure you're aware of them all. And I'm here to complain about property taxes in the millage. When I bought my house in 2013, the taxes were approximately $4,000. Now they're $10,000. And there's money going from the city that is not just for protection, keeping the citizens safe, and our well-being, like keeping us safe on the roads because they're dangerous, many things like that that are basic services of the city. Basic, no fluff. And this is what I wanted to address, the over budget. But the property taxes are particularly bad because this country from the beginning was about property and capital. And that's why people came here from England, from all over the world. There was land to be had, to be owned. Now you can never own your property, whether you have a mortgage or you don't have a mortgage, whether you're old or not.
Thank you.
You can't own your property, and that is my main complaint.
Thank you. Next up, Lee Harris. Do we have a Lee Harris here? What about Andrew? I believe it's Smothers. You're next, sir. And then after Andrew, it'll be Jacqueline Curry, Vanessa Collins-Hopkins. I believe this is Delise Sanchez, Latrice Harris, and Pam Wilson. So, Andrew, floor is yours.
I'm Andrew Smothers. My address is on file. I just came here to talk about 13 days ago, Charlie Kirk was assassinated in Utah. Okay, ever since then, the political climate has shifted immensely. And at that point, we have seen Democrats from top to bottom with horrible rhetoric celebrating this. We have seen awful rhetoric celebrating people getting fired. We have a city employee that has been under scrutiny lately. We have a mayor who has not even commented on it. This is unacceptable for the city of Jacksonville. We need to be able to disagree peacefully. So I am asking for the city council to actually acknowledge Charlie Kirk, build a statue for the UNF campus, rename a street, honor Charlie Kirk, so that we can honor what he was meant to do. Disagree peacefully, and we can have civil debates with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jacqueline Curry, and then Vanessa Colon Hopkins after Jacqueline. Is there Jacqueline Curry here? Okay. Ms. Curry, the floor is yours, and then Vanessa Colon Hopkins.
Mr. President and other council members in your respective places, my name is Jacqueline Curry, and my address is on the record. We are here to discuss and vote on some important issues, and it definitely impacts my area. Mr. President, I don't live in your zip code. I live in Mr. Gaffney's zip code. And for the last 17 years, the area, we have been asking for a simple traffic light or some type of safety measures to prevent destruction on the Dunn Avenue street from end to end. This is now the fourth time a car has come across Braddock Road and Dunn Avenue and hit my house. This is the fourth time. You have money here, council members, to do all kind of things. We can, you want me to buy tickets to go celebrate the Jaguars and do all of these things. But I think that this council should work as a whole that helps all of its citizens, not just the ones in specific zip codes. And it's not DEI just because I live on the north side and not the south. I am asking for you as a council to do what's right on behalf of all of your citizens, not just the ones that are in the preferred zip codes or the ones that.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Reggie Gaffney Jr. would like to talk to you in the green room off to the side here. Vanessa Colon Hopkins, you're next. Okay. And I apologize. I think this is Delise Sanchez. Dennis Sanchez, maybe. Dennis Sanchez. You're next, and then it'll be Latrice Harris, and then Pam Wilson.
Hello, my name is Dennis Sanchez, and my address is on file. And I wanted to discuss the 1/8 mill tax that's going to be, cost tax Jacksonville $13 million per year. The average household homeowner is saving $19 a year. That's about $1.50 a month. But the developers are actually going to be benefiting a lot more. Now, their portfolio, let's say they average around $10 million, they're going to save about $1,250 a year. Some of them have $100 million portfolios, and they're going to be saving about $12,500 a year. Now, the developers, their projects, some of the things that most people don't even realize is the fact that most of their investments are leveraged, right? So they're about 70% of whatever they're purchasing is going to be on a loan. So you're talking about a multiplier effect in addition to what they're already saving. So they don't get affected by the homestead. In addition to that, you have the multiplier effect of the 30% that they're really having in equity. So you're talking about over 3 times the savings that they're going to be getting compared to the average person who's going to be affected by homestead. So are you guys really working for the people, or are you working for the developers? Thank you.
Next up, Latrice Harris. And then it'll be Pam Wilson after Ms. Harris.
Hello, how are you? My name is Latavia Harris. My address is on file. I woke up this morning a Democrat, but I probably have never been so mad with Democrat representation. You guys have came into our neighborhood, disrespected the elders, renaming a park. Now we have the CBA funding, and you're making decisions based on the backs of the people that have worked. And this is not ready to be placed out, but because everyone gets to line their pockets and say, we're listening to the community, we're not. I have been raised a Democrat. This is the first time in my life I have reconsidered the party that I represent because I have received the most disrespect from the Democratic Party, especially with my elders in our neighborhood and the disposition that you guys have took to rename our park, which has been there forever, but because of the CBA and it's going to leverage dollars, now it's going to be historically for someone who, with all due respect, has been deceased since 74. We have a community. We have Judge Henry Lee Adams, Bullet Bob Hayes. We have the Singletons, the McIntosh. We have a lot of people if that was the intent to do. And we're not going to leverage CBA dollars for this. So, yes, I'm rethinking the party that I'm in because y'all are highly disrespectful.
Thank you. Next up, I'm going to call Miss Vanessa Collins-Hopkins because I believe I see her down there in front.
My name is Vanessa Collins-Hopkins, address on file. I'm speaking during public comment to ask all 19 of you all to work to benefit the city of Jacksonville, all of Jacksonville, those that are marginalized and those that are very wealthy. Now, when I went to the Mayor's Town meeting in Mandarin, everybody that was there seemed very much in favor of government being able to do things that individuals cannot do alone. That's the collective. Now, let's look at this millage rate cut. It should not be cut. It's minimal. It's a political gimmick or ploy. We know what you're trying to do is to be able to say in future elections, I cut the property taxes, with people not really remembering that you cut it to the point where the average person is getting $1.50 or so each month, less than $50 a year. I don't want it. I want it to go into the pot for my neighbors who need services. I truly believe that God is love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Pam Wilson, and the five after that, please come on down. Dutchie Stevens, Blake Harper, Susan Kahn, Tammy Sweat, and G. Brooke Bebenu. Miss Pam Wilson, are you here? And again, when I call your names, please come on down, sit in the front so you can get to the podium faster and everyone can get an opportunity to speak within the 90 minutes we allot.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Pam Wilson. My address is on file. And I'm here representing Florida Rising. I'm here to speak on affordable housing and homelessness. The affordable housing and homelessness crisis didn't happen overnight. For decades, policymakers have allowed corporations and wealthy investors to profit while working families bear the brunt of rising housing costs, medical bills, and credit card debt, both of which dictates higher costs for homes and apartment living. Homelessness keeps poorer in line. Instead of building a fair economy in which all people can drive, the system has left millions to make very hard decisions about living arrangements and where their monies must go. Economic security is more than just dollars and cents. It's about dignity, stability, and the ability to care for our friends, neighbors, and loved ones. I can't think of anything more vile, small, and pathetic than terrorizing the smallest.
Miss Dutchie Stevens. Is Miss Dutchie Stevens here? Okay, Mr. Blake Harper, you're up.
Blake Harper, information on file. A few short days before Charlie Kirk was martyred, he told us to speak the name of Irina Zartuks. I can't even pronounce the name. The sweet young girl who was killed on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. Say her name. Irina Zartutska. Say her name. What I'm passing around to you is titled The Bible on the Matter of Correction. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I am going to read the epilogue at the right. It says, "Blessed are those who wash their robes, that they have the right to the tree of life and may go through the gates into the city. Outside are the dogs who practice magic arts, the sexually immoral, the murderers, the idolaters, and everyone who loves and practices falsehood." Paul, in his second letter to the Corinthians, thanked the Corinthians for taking his correction, which caused them hurt their hearts. We're going to read that. "Even if I caused you sorrow by my letter, I do not regret it." That's why we speak up. Though I did regret it, I see that my letter hurt you, but only for a little while. Now I am happy, not because you were sorry, but because your sorrow led to repentance. For you became sorrowful as God intended, and so were not harmed in any way. Godly sorrow brings repentance that leads to salvation and leaves no regret, but worldly sorrow brings
death. Thank you, Mr. Harper. Susan Kahn. Susan Kahn? Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Kahn, and my address is on file. I am a new resident in Jacksonville's District 7 and a public health professional. I am here today because I have studied healthcare systems and also telehealth for decades, and the proposed cuts in health and human services in this budget are inconsistent with sound governance and are also inefficient. Telehealth not only improves access to care, but it saves taxpayers money. It makes no sense to force uninsured residents who know they are sick but do not have a life-threatening injury or condition to use the emergency room. Those of us with insurance, a regular primary care doctor, or access to urgent care and the ability to pay would never use the emergency room. Telehealth can provide urgent care and connect patients to primary care for non-urgent needs too. This is simply common sense. It is why over 22,000 Jacksonville residents who used Jax Care Connect in fiscal year 24 did not return to the ED, but received ongoing primary care. Maintaining the full proposed budgets for telehealth and the related human services, such as homelessness prevention, is a smart solution for the city, a good use of our tax dollars, and invests in the people so they can work and contribute. We all know that health is wealth. You should restore these funds and approve the mayor's budget.
Thank you. Tammy Sweat.
Hi, my name is Tammy Sweat, and my address is on file. Okay.
Please restart her clock when she gets back. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I don't know who my city council person is in my area. Never met them. Never heard anything from them. 2, I oppose the millage rate. I've lived in Duval County for over 33 years, and I believe that our money should go to good things for everyone. I don't need to save $1 for someone else to not be able to have something. I believe that my dollar will go much further for hundreds of thousands of people. That's what I believe in. And I hope that you encourage and believe the same things. 2, there was a comment made by a city councilman from this meeting that said, this is what the people want. It angered me inside to hear that because there's been no vote on this. You've not been around to any of the neighborhoods to find out. So please, don't make those comments because they're untrue. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is G. Brooke Bebenu. And then the 5 after that, please come on down. Anissa Pearson, Tom McGuire, Norman Brewer, Tyler McDonald, and Beth, I'm going to mispronounce this, Beth Z, I'm going to say. So G. Brooke Bebenu.
Yeah. G. Brooke Babineau, my address is on file, on record.
And I come to talking about the millage rate proposal. A number of the council has formerly been in the Clara White mission, which basic premise was to support homelessness. And that mission generated a lot of revenue for you guys. So to use a millage rate to cut away for funding to support the homeless, which was your main focus, it seems insane. I'm a taxpayer, a homeowner, and I like paying my taxes to help people. Helping people is the core humanity value. Do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anissa Pearson. And then Tom McGuire, you're after Ms. Pearson.
Hello, my name is Anissa Pearson, and my address is on file. To be frank, we're all here. Most of us are here because a solid half of this council has dedicated itself to stupidity and games instead of doing their jobs. You're cutting funding for the things that matter, the things that help the people of Jacksonville, while you scrabble over who gets free tickets to Jaguars games. Ignoring the eviction crisis we're experiencing and the homelessness you see around you to pander to real estate developers who do nothing for us. I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. Some of you can't even bear to service your constituents with a library within your districts, but you want to give JSO all the money on the planet to beat us and kill us and cover up their crimes and then use our tax dollars to fight their own cases in court. You keep giving us crumbs and expecting us to be grateful while you turn around and fund the tools of our oppression. You're on city council to serve the city's people. We are the bold new city of Jacksonville, so I boldly demand you get your heads on straight and remember who you really work for. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Next up, Tom McGuire.
Good evening. I am Tom McGuire, 4711 Herder Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32211. And I just wanted to go back in time here briefly. When September 11th happened, I worked for the Florida-Georgia Blood Alliance. And on that day, in the hopes that there might be survivors that needed help from the collapse of the towers, people in Jacksonville stood in line for hours without complaint and without any disagreement whatsoever. They patiently waited to try and help their community. And on that day, I truly felt proud to be part of this city. Now, we need to refine that here in Jacksonville. We need to refine that particularly in this building. We need unity within this chamber. The divisive tactics of language need to go away. We do not need that here. We need to move the city forward. And we trust you as council members to work together to do that. I want to ask each and every one of you to respect each other and to respect the people you serve here. Reposting negative comments about citizens is not ever going to be productive. And as for what goes on here, I have this copy of the
Thank you, Mr. McGuire.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you. Next up, Norman Brewer.
Good evening, Norman Brewer, address on file. I did try to listen and do a little homework. I heard one councilman summarize the budget, saying that when it comes to first responders and their concerns, that while he's on watch, that he will never not support them. And I will say to that councilman and this board, I truly believe your words. I believe that'll happen. Here's the problem. You're not always going to be on the watch. That watch changes. So I stand here in opposition of 501 with my law enforcement people who, we've seen this movie. We've been here before. We only have to do trend extrapolation, go through rollbacks, go through set-asides, go through 10 years of no raises. No, I do not personally believe $13 million is going to adversely impact our first responders, but it is cracking that window. We don't need to do that. So I stand in opposition. With regards to 504, that's a bold move, and I applaud that. The bottom line is, take the politics out. You got a smartphone, Google it. DEI initiatives are a colossal failure. Before the public hearing, ask your phone one question. who has benefited most from DEI initiatives and who has benefited the least? And I think that'll answer your questions. Thank you.
Sir, Councilmember Arias would like to talk to you in the green room. Mr. Brewer, Councilmember Arias would like to talk to you in the green room. Tyler McDonald, you're up.
Hi there, my name's Tyler McDonald. My address is on file. Today, Jacksonville lies on a precipice, at risk of falling into a pit of greed and dysfunction as it threatens to just do this all in the name of a frankly pitiful tax cut and for a cheap political win. And I am here not for myself, but because I find it concerning that the city of Jacksonville would do this to itself, to its seniors, to its policemen, to its firefighters, all in the name of some cheap political win. And I think you will find that the average voter will not find themselves remembering the $2 remittance that you send them. They'll find themselves remembering that the services that are going to be cut because of what you did, they're going to find themselves in need and in want of things that they've come to depend on. And I do not think that's emblematic of the bold new city of the South. I find it, frankly, cowardly. And if I may implore you to take a page of a book that finds people and encourages them about love and charity. In all things, I've shown you that by working hard in this way, we must help the weak and remember the words of the Lord Jesus, how he himself said, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Beth Z. And then after that, please come on down. It's going to be Sally Barnes, Lisa Dernberger, Hazel Gillis, Leslie Jean Bart, and Wells Todd. So Beth Z., you have the floor.
Yes, Beth Sahar Yudakis. Every letter in it, you got it. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. I strongly, strongly oppose the decrease in the millage rate, simply because in my 56 years of working and earning a wage, I'm recently retired, I never once went in and said, please, I don't want more money. We are a growing city. I've lived here for 25 years. We're a growing city. We have things fall apart after a while. You need to repair things. The children need things in this town. We need to do things that cost a little bit of money. The amount of the millage rate that you want to decrease will give me and every other homeowner in this area about $2 to $3 a month. That's nothing. That's not even a cup of coffee. And for $2 to $3 a month, if you collect that from all of us, you've got a tremendous amount of money that you can do the things that we need to do as a community.
Thank you,
as
ma'am.
a city.
Thank you. Could you say your address just so it's on the record?
I'm sorry?
Could you say your address, please, for us so it's on the record?
Oh, yes, I thought it was there. 1147 Homard Boulevard East.
Thank you, ma'am. Sally Barnes, you're up next.
All right.
My name is Sally Barnes. My address is on file. My take with this is, with the millage rate, that all areas of Jacksonville are not treated equally. Some of the areas get more money than others. I asked a question at the town hall meeting, who decides who get what funding and when and why? I've been in Robinson's Addition for 46 years. It's been neglected 46 years. That's my concern with this. I don't have a problem with things being done right, but when you do it right, do it for everybody, not just one neighborhood or one area of town. The people with the most money are well taken care of. The ones that they think have less money are neglected. I've been told that we were referred as a Blythe neighborhood, low income, Blythe neighborhood. I'm neither low income and I don't live in Blythe. That's why I check my neighborhood and I call Blythe Control and make sure it's cleaned up, and I'm still working on it. My concern is you all are up here making decisions. Make sure everybody get a piece of the pie, no matter who gets what. Make sure every area is treated the same, not just the one with the big $1 million houses, but the one with the $300,000 and under. Thank you.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, 4 o'clock was the cutoff time for a public comment card, and due to another batch of increases, we're going to be at 1 minute 15 for the remainder of public comment. Lisa Dernberger, you're next up.
Hello, my name is Lisa Ellen Dernberger, and my address is on file. In response to City Council 2 weeks ago, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which excludes people like me, I am appalled at what I heard from Councilman Pittman. You know, racism can have different shades, and Dr. Martin Luther King fought for equality, not equity, equality. He didn't fight for superiority, and he knew God. What do you think he would say about an organization that is tax-funded, that cuts off body parts of children and then pumps them with hormones they are not naturally born with? That is what transgender is, Mr. Rockman. You should know that. So I stand in opposition of tax dollars going to support DEI. And illegal immigration, the key word is illegal. When you overlook that law, all chaos can ensue.
Thank you. Next up, Hazel Gillis, and then Leslie Jean Bart after Miss Hazel.
Good evening, council members. I am Hazel Gillis. My address is on file. I'm here as a homeowner in District 8, a property owner in District 7, 10, and 14, speaking in opposition of the millage rate. With the millage rate cut, while it may give us $20, $30, $40, $100, it is insignificant. It does not justify cutting the services to your constituents. We do not want these insignificant amounts or any amount that takes away the services for people who need them. We may not miss a meal, but many will. It is inhumane to take the service away from them. We do not need you to cut services for those who may need Meals on Wheels, housing, better roads, health service, or some other service. It does not matter whether you are a Democrat, Republican, no party affiliation, whether you are gay, straight, whether you believe in God or not. You should have love and compassion for others. You need to fund services now and not come back later and ask for more property taxes. If you decide to cut the millage rate, I hope that the constituents of your districts, if you're eligible to be...
Thank you, Ms. Leslie Jean Bart.
Good afternoon, Leslie Jean Bart, address on file. I want to speak to you about the drive that is behind this budget debate. It's a drive to try to define who we are as a city, and you are hearing from the people who we actually are, who we want to be as a city. We don't want to be a city that takes. We want to be a city that gives. Elected officials should be the very best of us. And those of you up there are representing just core take, as somebody said. Where's your compassion? Where is your honesty? Where is your love for your fellow people? We didn't elect you to make us look bad. We elected you so that you would speak for us. And so one thing I want to just point out for everybody that's here, you can't find money for anything, but you can when you want to. And that's why there's $12 million in this budget that y'all have put together for your council president's organization, Boys and Girls Club. Tell me how you can do that and still cut the budget for everybody else.
Thank you. Next up, Todd. Wells Todd.
All right. Sergeant at Arms, round them up.
And after Wells Todd, the next five, please come on down. Kirsten Gilmore.
My name is Wells Todd, and would take them down,
Todd,
Jack.
Mr. Todd, let me call the next five first, and then I'll give you the time.
Yeah, okay.
Kirsten Gilmore, Arena Sharif, Zeta Roberts, Denise Scott, and Eunice Barnum. Please come down. Mr. Todd, the floor is yours.
My name is Wells Todd. My address is on file, and I'm going to take them down, Jacks. Since I'm going to speak again this evening, I want to take a moment to tell you that a movement is building in this town. And it's building because the people in this city understand that you're not working for them. When I say I'm going to speak again, I want to speak on Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a believer in the false ideology of white supremacy. Honoring Charlie Kirk is spitting on the grave of Dr. King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and everybody who fought against racism in this country. If you honor Charlie Kirk, you will be joining that group of people who believe in the false ideology of white supremacy.
Next up, Kirsten Gilmore. Kirsten Gilmore, are you down there?
Good afternoon. My name is Kirsten Gilmore. My address is on file. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and say some things about some children that I've been speaking to over the past couple of months. Over the past couple of months, the Jacksonville Community Action Committee has been holding a popular education in the park, and during those meetings and during those times, I have asked the children of our city what they would do if they were able to make any types of decisions to continue to uphold our city's values and keep themselves and their friends safe. Some things that they mentioned were water fountains, being able to play at their park safely where their mommies and daddies can see them, bathrooms access to especially on the parks on the north side of Jacksonville. They've asked for splash pads. They would love to have smoothies, free smoothies every day. The kids of Jacksonville have said that they would like to be able to ride their bikes safely inside of the park. The children of Jacksonville have stated that they would love to be able to play with their friends at the playground at their school that they used to go to. I just would like to say that the children of Jacksonville have a lot to share, and they share a lot of the sentiments and feelings of their grown-ups. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amina Sharif.
Good evening. Amina Sharif. Address on file. Drop the charges for Connor, Leanne, and Dragon. The 3 people that were arrested for speaking out or whatever charges were brought against them. So please drop the charges for Connor, Leanne, and Dragon. Now, for the love of animals, the alligator Alcatraz, because of the love of animals, the environmental harm that they say is going to come to the animals around that location, they're asking the facility to be closed. We're in Brentwood, where there's a forensic lab and a morgue. Environmental harm is going to come to us in that area. The same consideration for animals should be given for us who live in Brentwood.
Thank you. Next up, Zeta Roberts.
I'm Zeta Roberts. My address is on file. I represent Florida Rising. And my reason for being here today is when I found out the millage rate was going to be as low as it was, and that I was going to only get a break of $2 or $3 a month. I was very much opposed to that, because when I first heard it, I thought, oh, this is going to be great, but this is not helping anybody but those who have a lot of property, and their property is worth a whole lot more than mine. So the little bit that I'm going to save, I want you to give it back to the people, because we need to have people over profits and not profits over people. Keep the budget as it is, because with the eviction diversion, we need that for the people. Keep them in their homes. And we also need emergency rental assistance for those people who are needing help with their rent, because we have too much homelessness in Jacksonville. I moved here 3 years ago, and I saw so much homelessness, it made me so sad to see what was out here. So we got to start looking at our hearts and helping those people who need the help, and not looking at our pocketbooks and for those who want to make money.
Thank you.
Receive profit.
Denise Scott.
Good evening. My name is Denise Scott, and my address is on file. Let's be clear. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to die as he did. No one does. But how does this nation, this city, honor someone that was an unapologetic racist? Y'all have flags flown at half-mast and having candlelit services. You know what? But I have the answer to my own question. It's because most of you feel the same way that he did. This council has the same thoughts that he did. You definitely have selective outrage. I'm still waiting on someone of leadership of this city to have outrage for that gentleman, Mr. Charles, that was murdered by JSO in their custody. D.L. Hughley said it's pretty simple. If you say you listen to Charlie Clerk, any of his podcasts, and you never heard him say a racist thing, either you're a liar or a racist. The pastor of Alfred Street Baptist Church said, you don't become a hero in death when you are a weapon of the enemy during life. A racist doesn't deserve this recognition. The caucasity is having the First Amendment right to calling my president, Mr. Barack Obama, ugly names, but then you fire somebody for saying what Charlie Clerk said.
Thank you. Next up will be Eunice Barnum, and then the five after that. Please start heading down. Mike Ludwig. I believe this is Kaya Curry, Maria Garcia, James Matchett, and Tyra Smood. So, Mr. Barnum. I'm sorry, Eunice Barnum.
Good evening, Eunice Barnum, and my address is on file. And I'll make this quick. Do you know who you work for? Do you know who pay your salaries? Do you know? I sit here and I look at the people out here. Where are the millionaires? Where are the billionaires? Where are all the people with all the money? Because everybody I see look like me, sound like me. But where is everybody else? What do we need you for? I'm asking, what do we need you for?
Mike Ludwig, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Mike Ludwig, member of the Northside Coalition of Jacksonville, and my address is on file. Get up here. I understand many of you are trying to justify the reductions to the mayor's budget by saying you're increasing programs from last year. The thing is that our community needs way more investment. The mayor could have made an even bigger budget request and probably should have, but she offered one at the same millage rate. She actually gave you all a break this time. The fact that the millage rate cut that many of you are advocating for is so small is a testament to the fact that her budget is eminently reasonable and could have been higher, given our needs. Moreover, the anti-DEI, anti-immigrant, and anti-abortion amendments are divisive and unnecessary. DEI is not about putting other people over other people. It's about making sure everyone is included. That's about inclusion. Everybody is included. So please reject these anti-DEI amendments, anti-abortion amendment, anti-immigration amendments, and fully fund the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaya Curry.
Hi, Kaya CUNY, address on record. Wow, look how many of you guys showed up this time. It's really great. I'd just like to say how embarrassing it is that you guys banned clapping. I mean, it's just such a basic, base level human response to something. It really just embarrasses you. It makes you look like cowards. I'm not even trying to call you that. It just makes you look like it. I mean, are you guys into humiliation or something? I mean, what are you afraid of, man? Hearing how unpopular you are? Does it hurt your ears? I mean, I have bad news for you. You didn't end our applause, you simply changed the meaning of our silence. Because remember, there's a lot more of us back there than there are of you up there. So I'm genuinely confused why you would ban the silence. So please, invite me to the green room or something. I genuinely want to hear it, or give an interview, something, anything, a tweet. Please, genuinely. I want to know, because it doesn't make any sense to me, and it just makes you guys look authoritarian.
Next up, Maria Garcia.
My name is Maria Garcia. My address is on file. I'm a homeowner in Brentwood. I come representing the Jacksonville Immigrant Rights Alliance. Good afternoon. I stand against the big BS bill amendments, which are a transparent attempt to legislate through the budget what couldn't pass on its own merits. It's the behavior of a sore loser. When you lose a fair vote, you don't get to reintroduce the same ideas by hiding them in the budget. And you certainly don't get to threaten to go crying to Daddy DeSantis to override the decisions of this council. That is not strength. It's an admission that your ideas, diva, can't stand up to scrutiny here in Jacksonville. This body already rejected these policies. I urge you all to hold the line and vote no. And to one council member in particular who should know better than to support policies that harm his own community since it's Latin Heritage Month, I have this to say in a language you can understand. No seas tan lambong y arrodillao. Have some dignity. Don't be such a sellout.
Next up, James Matchett. Please keep the applause down. James Matchett.
All right, so I have respectfully asked several times that the Sergeant at Arms monitor these outbursts, and they continue. So if you guys could move maybe to the center and help us out here, because we're trying to keep decorum and we're losing it. So can you please assist?
Mr. Matchett, you have the floor.
James Matchett, address on file. The emperor is naked. The emperor is naked. Who has the courage to tell him he's not wearing a fine suit? It is sad to see national policy trickle down into our community and grind the work to a halt. We have a lot of work to do in this city, and no one can do it alone. We have to do it together. We have to find a way to reach across the R's, the D's, the I's, the aisles, the streets, the city, and the country. These arguments about DEI, when there's no argument about legacy or nepotism, is hypocritical. But we don't need to re-argue that. We need to work on the issues that move this city forward. And if we do that, we are too busy to get into these little trivial arguments. It's not courage, it's cowardly. This tax is symbolic. It's not substance. Let's roll up our sleeves and do the real work.
Thank you. Next up will be Tyra Smoot, and then the five after that, please come on down, are Juanita Powell-Williams, Jamie Travis Leonard, Alice Nelson, Nancy Murray Settle, and Z. Davis. I cannot read the first name. Tyra Smoot.
Hi, my name is Tyra Smoody. My address is on file. I'm a homeowner in District 7. I'm here to, one, let you know that I'm against the millage reduction. I see it as a gimmick, and I think those amendments are also gimmicks. And I'm not going to moralize with you. I'm not going to tell you what's a good return on investment. I'm not going to tell you what's right, what's wrong. I'm going to talk to you about the elephant in the room. What's good for your career? Because I think that's what you're all thinking about. And as I see it, there are two masters here. There are the voters, and then there are the political operatives, the DeSantises of the world, the donors of the world, the corporate interests, the developers. And you've heard what the people are saying. It's clear that the millage is a gimmick. We all know it. And we're going to remember it too, because you know what? It is going to come on waves. You're not the only ones that are playing political gimmicks. And when the health care and everything else starts coming down and it gets worse, we are going to remember that you didn't stand with us, not one iota. And there's a lot of at-large members here.
Thank you. Colleagues, before we go on to our next speaker, I'd like to take this time to recognize our pages for tonight. We have Sarah Ackle, who attends the River City Science Academy, Jordan Wilson, who attends the Academy in Excellence, and Claire Estes, who attends the Bowles School. Thank you for serving with us tonight. Our next speaker will be Juanita Powell-Williams. Juanita Powell-Williams, are you here? Jamie Travis Leonard, you're next.
Good day, City Council members. My name is Jamie Travis Leonard. My address is on file. I'm concerned about the elected council members who continue to push for moral governance language in our city's budget. The budget is a financial plan. I'm sure most of you are college educated. You should know that. It should be focused on delivering essential services like public safety, infrastructure, sanitation, water, and transit. You've seen our roads. These services affect every resident regardless of background or belief. When this council inserts ideological language in our city budgets, you distract from its purpose, fixing our roads. I want to know my tax dollars are going towards fixing roads. I've said it 3 times. Please do it. Keeping streets safe and maintaining basic public services, not funding symbolic gestures or taking sides on a contentious social issue. Leave the virtue signaling on Twitter. And when you are representing our city, stick to real governance. Thank you.
Next up, Alice Nelson. Alice Nelson? Oh, there you are.
Hi, it's actually Amanda Nelson. My address is 1714 Forest Lake Circle West, Apartment 3, Jacksonville, Florida 32225, and I'm in City Council District 2. I'm here as the children's minister for Riverside Church at Park and King. I am frankly terrified of the world that some of our city council members are trying to create for them. I'm scared for them living in this world that where important services and programs are cut. What this council decides today will affect them more than it does you or I. And so I ask you to consider their future. And I want the children and youth in this city to know that they have a future in this city. And I am against the potential cuts to our budget, cuts to the millage rate, and cuts and amendments to the budget that are proposed.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Murray Settle.
Nancy Murray Settle, address is on file. Pass the mayor's budget with the current proposed millage rate. Stop it with the hate, with the division that you're bringing to the city. Stop it with your partisan politics and obstructionist agenda. Operate from love and do what you were voted to do, which is govern. It's simple. Do not block services or deny access to medical care or slash the city's revenue. It's simple. Listen to the people calling on you to keep the proposed millage rate, pass the proposed budget, remove Diamond's hateful and divisive language. Listen to the police, the firefighters, and the Jacksonville Civic Council. We see your allegiance to state Republicans, your allegiance to a cruel authoritarian regime. You will be called to account for your betrayal of this city, your betrayal and your suffering you inflict on the city's most vulnerable. I'm going to leave you with a quote because we always hear Christian talk. So how about this? Let no one seek his own good, but that of his neighbor. Lead with love. It is simple.
Next up, Zuri Davis, and the 5 after that, please come on down. I believe this is Nene Stools, Amy Flynn, Helene Stewart, Mark Stewart, and Echo Nova. Mr. Davis.
Zuri Davis, address on file. Jacksonville is a failed city because it's being held hostage by a mass psychosis that continues to dig its claws into the brains of the people who opened up public comment. We used to have a film industry, multiple ferries, an expansive streetcar network, a landing. This proposed budget is yet another example of key infrastructure and culture being sacrificed because y'all are panicking at the thought of Black people having an inkling of self-determination. Anyway, I'm almost done. It's funny to hear all the people crying about DEI, sexual immortality, or sexual immorality and LGBTQ plus people. The Jacksonville gay community is very small, actually, and it has a lot to say about that white South African y'all love so much. If you're so worried about where your tax dollars are going, why don't you request an audit to see how many city funds are being used to fund Uber rides for his late-night grinder hookups?
Next up, Nene Stools. I believe it's Nene Stools, MD, is on the card. So Miss Stools. Okay, Amy Flynn.
I didn't recognize.
That could be a Nancy Stotts, I believe.
Yes,
so
that could be. Okay, sorry, I have physician handwriting. I live at the beaches, and I'm here to ask that Mayor Deegan's budget be passed. It has been endorsed by the JSO and the JFRD, those of you who are back in the blue. Regrettably, my own city council member has introduced a terrible, cruel
redundant, and performative bill. The introduction of this bill is merely to distract us from the real crime happening, and that is taking our hard-earned tax dollars, defunding programs, and putting it in the money of wealthy people, developers who are doing just fine, by the way, so please don't worry about them, and mega developers, okay? So we need to, oh, and by the way, in addition to that, the pet charities that each of you have that somehow get funded, that's also very concerning. So don't take his bait. Do your job. You have very few actual responsibilities as city council members. One of them is to pass the budget. So pass the budget. Don't give this to our governor. Thank you.
Next up, Amy Flynn.
Hi, my name is Amy Flynn. My address is on file. First, I'd like to thank the city council members who walked out of the last meeting when the 3 DeSantis amendments were debated. These amendments have no place in our city council members' duties. We want our city one that we can all love and thrive in. The property tax needs to stay where it is. The property cut will only benefit the millionaires and real estate investors. If this passes, we as a community will lose $13 million in revenue that would have gone to public safety, better access to health care, homelessness, infrastructure. Many members of the Finance Committee have publicly said that the private sector should be responsible for social services. So I ask these members, if the residents of the beaches and the real estate...
Thank you. Next up, Helene Stewart and Mark Stewart will be following Helene.
Hello, Helene Camp Stewart. My address is on file. Diamond's amendments won't save money in the long run. They'll just cost Jacksonville its compassion, its credibility, and its focus on real needs. They're essentially budget gimmicks. They single out immigrants and communities that rely on programs promoting fairness and, equity. These are not abstract policies. They are real people's lives. Families are already struggling, and they will feel these consequences. And let's talk about the timing. Dropping these amendments at the 11th hour after weeks of hearings is not transparency. It's political theater, and Jacksonville deserves better. We need fair, thoughtful, and focused results, not one used for scoring points on a culture war. Meanwhile, our city faces real challenges, so please stop stealing our time and our tax dollars with divisive politics. Start working on solutions that actually help our community. I urge you to reject these amendments. Let's pass a budget that reflects our values.
Mark Stewart.
Hello, my name is Mark Stewart, zip code 32205, address on file. I'm in opposition to what some are calling the big, beautiful amendments. The name is neither clever nor accurate. They are crass and unnecessary distractions that do nothing to strengthen the budget or this city. First, undocumented immigrants do not receive tax funding. That's federal law, and it's been so for decades. Pretending otherwise is not fiscal responsibility, but fear-mongering. Next, city funding does not go to abortions. The claim is pure political theater designed to inflame, not inform. And going to DEIA, I don't even know where to start. I've heard so much mischaracterizations and ignorance and downright lies. It is not valuing one race, class above another. It's valuing what everyone brings to the table, making sure their voices are heard. What is the right sometimes cynically calls diversity hiring simply doesn't exist. It's illegal to hire someone based purely on race. DEIA really means removing barriers that prevent qualified people from being considered, ensuring hiring practices are fair. Every major corporation, university, and government agency uses DI principles, although they can't say the word anymore.
Thank you. Next up will be Echo Nova, and then the 5 after that. Please come on down. Reverend Adam Gray, Charlotta Sowell, Kelly Frazier, Dragon Beloit, and Madison Hill.
Echo Nova, address on file. Chancellor Bismarck, the monarchist and imperialist he ever was, managed to stave off serious revolution in Prussian Germany by allowing liberal reforms that benefited the people. Because while he wanted to maintain power to his select few people, he at least understood that a functional community works to protect and serve all of his people. In the century and a half since then, we as humanity has worked hard to expand those covered under a functional community: women, Black, Asian, Hispanic, gay and lesbian, disabled, trans, and immigrants. A functional community serves everyone. Bodily autonomy is a basic human right. Housing is a basic human right. Food and infrastructure is a necessity for things to work. And diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, what is there to be so afraid of, except for the idea that equality and equity feels like oppression to the privileged? I am a result of this diversity and accessibility. Without this, I would not be able to be here as a deaf person talking English to you all.
Thank you. Next up, Adam Gray.
Good afternoon. I'm the Reverend Adam Marvel Gray. My address is on file, and I'm the lead pastor at Riverside Church at Park and King. I lead a church that was founded in 1908, and we have grown, we have thrived, we have struggled, and we have found new ways forward together with our beloved city. We believe in a better Jacksonville, a Jacksonville where everyone is welcome and all means all. We believe that there are enough resources in Jacksonville for everyone to thrive, for everyone to be housed, for everyone to be fed, and for everyone to be cared for with the dignity which God requires. This budget, as proposed, is an abdication of the City Council's responsibility to imagine and implement the investment our city desperately needs, to build the community that we want to live in for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. We will continue to work for a better world, and I will ever hope that you will find the courage to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotta Sowell. And you'll be followed by Kelly Frazier.
Hello, my name is Charlotta Sowell. My address is on file. I'd like to believe that each and every one of you at some point wanted to be a part of this council to help all people and to help this city be the great, bold city of the South. Perhaps that's what was the case, some of you, before you started to smell the greed of politics. I'm certain that not too long from now, we will see those that are in it for their own personal gain, taking pictures or photo ops with the governor, as he says, well done for imposing a meager $14 a year millage rate reduction on those people in Duval to align with MAGA's Doge policies. How dare she care about Meals on Wheels programs and a down payment assistance program in healthcare when we have a bigger agenda of taking from the poor and giving to the rich? It's the new way. The poor shall take care of their own. Is this your heart, in your heart of hearts, truly what you want your legacy to be on this council? Or do you want to say that you did all you could for those that needed it for the good of our city? You have a choice to do right now. So do the right thing and pass the mayor's budget as proposed. And I have one other thing to say. For those of you so concerned about DEI, affirmative action studies, histories of affirmative action shows that white women benefit more from DEI than we do.
Thank you. Kelly Frazier, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Frazier, president of the Northside Coalition of Jacksonville, address on file. Mayor Deegan's budget invests in neighborhoods, in services, and in people. It's a budget that moves our city forward with the exception of the $100 million increase for JSO. I urge you to pass this budget tonight without delay. With the $100 million increase for JSO, that money could be used instead for more affordable housing, access to health care, access to food, positive programs for our children to be engaged in, and better infrastructure as a whole for our city. These things benefit us all, and when I say all, I mean all races, all political affiliations, all social classes. An ounce of prevention is a pound of cure. These things are not only morally beneficial, but financially responsible and make us a city better socially responsible, but attractive as well. Also, the amendments have already been voted down. They're divisive, and one is not even a city or a budget issue. They are distractions, and Jacksonville deserves progress, not politics. We, the residents, are watching. We elected you to lead and act in the interest of Jacksonville. The millage rate cut benefits to no one. They benefit no one, but hurts the city as a whole.
Thank you.
Keep my dollar, I want real change.
Thank you. Next up, Dragon Beloit, and you'll be followed by Reverend Madison Hilt.
Hi, everybody. Dragon Beloit, address on file. I'm back once again. Good evening to the esteemed council writing, secretarial, pages, and clerk staff. Council members, I respect the people doing their jobs around you more than I respect you because they are completing their work. Every single person here is someone who doesn't think you're doing your job right. Not only that, you moved this up intentionally to start at 3 p.m. so that when everybody got off at 5, like I was supposed to, I'm lucky my boss likes me, nobody could talk. If you want to do something in the dark, then maybe it's something you shouldn't be doing. Speaking of darkness, a lot of people here are wearing black today. That is a symbolic gesture. We are in mourning for what Jacksonville could be, and you are choosing not to make it so. That's your business. You got elected, right? Well, if every single person here, even the people who work a 9 to 5 like me, even the people who rely on work to live, unlike you, are able to come here 2 hours out of their day, maybe 5, depending on how this goes, how hard do you think it's going to be for them to check a box with someone else's name on it in 2027? Thank you very much, everyone, especially the pages. Great job, guys.
Next up will be Madison Hill, and then the next 5 after that, please come on down. Terry Bork, Joseph George, Monique Sampson, Jay Gonzalo Clinic, and Katia Jensen, I believe. Reverend Madison Hilt.
Reverend Madison Hilt, my address is on file. I'll start it again with the same thing that I said last time that the immigration issue was on the table. These ideas may be bold, but they sure as heck ain't new. This is something the city has been doing since it broke promises during consolidation in the 60s. It dangles a carrot in front of marginalized people, and then the second folks start getting a leg up, it snatches it back away. I hear the Bible used to justify so much of this city's actions in recent years, where everything you're doing is anything but biblical. You're removing DEI protections from the most marginalized people and claiming that it makes it equal. No, it doesn't make it equal. It gives people with privilege a leg up. This city can afford to remove the benches for the homeless folks sleeping on them from in front of our church, but you can't afford to fix the roads in the north side. Within 2 days of the business across the street calling on us, the benches were gone, and I still can't get an answer on when they're going to come back. So y'all can afford to do that. Y'all can't afford to help people. What's up?
Next up, Terry Bork. Do I have a Terry Bork? Joseph George. Terry Bork or Joseph George? What about Monique Sampson? Oh, sir.
All right, good evening. I'm Joseph Maceo George, president of the North Florida Central Labor Council. My address is on file. The North Florida Central Labor Council represents 5 counties of working families and 32,000 dedicated union members. Strongly call upon the City Council to reject the proposed drastic cuts to property taxes. While these cuts may be framed as relief for property owners, they pose a serious threat to the vital services and dedicated workers that Jacksonville residents depend on every single day. The action pushed by the City Council Finance Committee jeopardized the very foundation of our community well-being and safety. We stand against any budget amendment that seeks to undermine our community members and weaken our collective strength. Organized labor strongly suggest that you support the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Next up, Monique Sampson.
Hi, Monique Sampson, address is on file. Good evening. I am a union worker. I am a homeowner, a taxpayer in the city, a mother of a Duval County public schooler. What a nightmare budget season. I mean, I'm happy that y'all are living up to the reputation of one of the most unpopular councils in history. And I speak firmly in opposition of the millage rate that would cut essential services in our city for our people. If we really cared about saving money, maybe we can consider other bloated budgets that we just never talk about during council season, or maybe we could consider or reconsider the $1 billion jail as well. That is such a priority. This complete and total disregard of our communities and displacement of our priorities is absolutely embarrassing. But make no mistake, when our time comes, we will make no excuses for doing what needs to be done to fix the things that y'all have spent years breaking. We need a people's budget, a budget that does not take away relief from working families, a budget that does not prioritize a $1 billion jail, but instead we get a budget and budget amendments that focus on scoring political points, using terms like the big, beautiful amendments to describe something big, ugly, and bad for Jacksonville residents. Policies that lost when taken up for a vote. And all for what? A tweet, a pet, a good boy from your handlers? Is appeasing your ego worth screwing the rest of us over? Pass the people's budget now.
Next up, Jay Gonzalo Clinic. Okay. Katia Jensen.
Hello, my name is Kalea Jensen. My address is on file, and I work in the worship arts at Riverside Church at Park and King. I invite you to imagine a better Jacksonville, a Jacksonville where everyone is welcome to contribute to the thriving of our city. When I entered this chamber, I saw the gilded "In God We Trust." I trust that God wants something better for us than division, hypocrisy, and cynicism. As someone whose family includes several cultures, I have seen the strength that comes from diversity. As someone who grew up in a family that has struggled with money, I have seen the hope that comes from programs that promote equity. As someone who grew up feeling like an outsider in many spaces, I've seen the growth that has come from finding a community where I experience true inclusion. Work to build a better Jacksonville and leave cynical stunts behind.
Thank you. Next five are going to be Nicholas Petros, Simone Lang, Jarrett Kelly, Caroline Schultz, and Jacqueline Harris. So please come down if I called your name. And Nicholas Petros, if you're here, you are up next. Again, it'll be Nicholas Petros, Simone Lang, Jarrett Kelly, Caroline Schultz, and Jacqueline Harris.
Nicholas Petros, address on file. Wanted to say, first of all, that it's shameful that this council hasn't moved to comment or to condemn or to move forward on the issue of the genocide in Palestine. I also want to say on the millage cut, everything's already been said, really, but it's really upsetting to me that the majority of the city renters are being totally disregarded in this debate, and our interests are being put, as they always are, unfortunately, on the back burner. On the issue of the budget amendments, this is a real just clown show going on. I don't want to be mean to y'all, but it's true. And I think we need to focus on passing a budget that makes sense for developing the city, making smart investments, and not cutting where we're really trying to grow. I also think that trying to pass a bunch of amendments that really were defeated already in a law that you all know very well about at the last minute and trying to force it through, it's a dirty tactic. And that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Simone Lang.
Hi, my name is Simone and my address is on file. I'm asking you to fully fund the mayor's budget proposals for affordable housing and healthcare. Stop trying to prop up a sham millage cut just so you can run on tax relief in 2027. If you really believe in your millage cut, then you should have no problem going to hungry seniors and saying, I think you should be hungry because I think we should save property owners $1.50 a month. If you really believe in your millage cut, then go to the people who are struggling to put a roof over their head and say, I don't care if you're about to be homeless because I, as a multimillionaire, since over half of you are multimillionaires, yeah, we saw that report, care more about protecting my donors and my wealthy friends. And you should be ashamed of the way you dehumanize the people in this room. You cut money for healthcare programs with a smile on your face, and you call the cops to drag out people who clap because one of their neighbors actually recognizes their humanity, something that you guys never do. It's shameful and it's spineless. Thank you.
Next up, Jarrett Kelly, and that'll be Caroline Schultz.
DEI. It's a little odd how you all stand up here and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag at the beginning of the meeting, but then quickly abandon the pillars of our country: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity, our motto, e pluribus unum, means out of many, one. That's diversity. That's what this country is. The 14th Amendment says equal protection under the law. That's equity, embedded in our Constitution. And the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all, that's diversity. Those are the core foundations of our country. And to see this body and this great land abandon that is one of the most disgusting things I've seen in my time in the city. Now, on healthcare assistance. According to the State of Jax report, the life expectancy here is nearly 3 years less than the state average. The investments in telehealth ensure that every child and person in our city can access the one thing that is required for life at the foundation. So why rip away healthcare from all of us here just to throw us some cheeseburgers and milkshakes in return?
Thank you. Next up, Caroline Schultz. And after that, Jacqueline Harris.
All right, is this working? Can you guys see me up here? Okay, good, because we can see you, and we are disappointed. We are disappointed.
Give your name and address, please, ma'am.
My name is Caroline Schultz. My address is on file. We are disappointed in all of your actions. We're watching you. The people are paying attention, and the people are making decisions. Today is day 717 of the ongoing genocide in Gaza. You have a ceasefire resolution that has been sent to you. You guys can sign that and pass that now. We need you to drop the charges on Leah, Connor, and Dragon. Speaking out is not a crime. That is political repression. People's budget now, community control of the police, pass the mayor's budget as is, no millage changes. The circus that is going on with a ringleader in particular, with the diamonds in his hat, styling himself after his favorite white supremacist TV reality show host. You might think that's okay on the national stage, but this is Jacksonville. We have real priorities that need taken care of here. We need to take care of our community and stop with this smoke and mirrors, racist.
Thank you. Next
stuff.
up, Jacqueline Harris. And then the final three cards I have are Andrew Shervell, John Turner, and Amanda Nelson. And then those that were not here, I read them the first time. I will read them again at the end. So Jacqueline Harris, you're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Harris. My address is on file. I represent Florida Rising and Harriet Tubman Freedom Fighters. I'm here today to say yes to Donna Deegan's budget, but most of all, many of y'all are millionaires, so many of y'all in gated community. Well, this is a outlook of my community. I've had to call the police over 100 times. I've called DART. I am on the city's planning committee, and there's 5 drug houses in less than 5,000 feet of a block. Not a Springfield block, but a regular city block. 5 drug houses, traffic, trash, shootings. Do you know, and a lot of times I get up and I ride around and I see police officers that y'all want to give so much of our money to. And believe it or not, it is my money. I pay taxes. I'm retired and I went back to work because insurance was so high. But not that y'all care. But I'm just going to leave you with this. One of Dr. Martin Luther King's last speech to his congregation was drum major.
Thank you.
Think about what people are going to say about you when you're gone.
Thank you. Andrew Shervell, then John Turner, and Amanda Nelson. Andrew Shervell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. My name is Andrew Shervell. My address is on file. I'm the founder and executive director of Florida Voice for the Unborn. We're a statewide pro-life populist group with a heavy presence here in Jacksonville. I'm here today because I want to provide some information about the proposed amendment that purports to stop taxpayer funding for abortion. I've asked the sponsor for clarification, but to date I've heard nothing back. As I understand it, this proposed amendment is merely symbolic. Florida state law already prohibits taxpayer money from funding abortions, and our new heartbeat law prohibits local governments from funding employee travel for out-of-state employee travel for abortions. So to all the pro-life council members here, I urge you today to vote your conscience, but know that this amendment, this symbolic amendment, will not actually end up doing a thing to protect Jacksonville's unborn children or Jacksonville's taxpayers. And that's a real shame. And the fact that the sponsor left when I was speaking is a real shame. We actually went to college together. He wasn't pro-life then. He isn't pro-life now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, John Turner.
My name is Pastor John Turner. My address is on file. You've already heard from two pastors from Riverside Church, a person that is on staff, and I'm the third pastor to speak from Riverside Church. We have a responsibility to take care of those that are in need, not to neglect them, not to ignore them, not to hear them. They're real people that need help. All you have to do is go out on the streets and see people standing in front of my church where the benches have been removed, so people can't sit in the shade, so people can't sleep. So I'm asking the City Council to support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amanda Nelson. Is there an Amanda Nelson?
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Nelson, and my address is on file. Placing a morgue in a community can create several cons, including a decline in nearby property values, psychological distress for residents, social stigma, and potential public health concerns. The potential negative impact can depend heavily on the facility's specific location, its proximity to residential areas or schools, and the community's cultural norms. I would ask that you guys please reevaluate this. As I understand, it was originally to be moved to the east side area. And I'm trying to understand why this morgue has never been slated for anywhere across the river. So as it relates to my community, I would ask that you guys consider moving this morgue to the south side, somewhere near your home.
Thank you. I have a number of cards here. I'm going to read that people were not here the first time. If you're here, come on down. Deborah Jones, J. Gonzalo Clinic, I believe, Terry Bork, Juanita Powell-Williams, Dutchie Stevens, and Lee Harris. Again, if I called your name, that'll be the third time I've called your name. Please come up to the podium if you wish to speak. I see Miss Stevens. Come on down, Miss Stevens.
Hello, City Council. Dutchie Stevens, address is on file. We just want to let y'all know we getting sick and tired of this illegal fraud by Darrell Joseph not maintaining these city parks. We don't want that Singleton Park around in our community anymore. We'd rather have a police subdivision station built from ground up, Zone 6. That's more important than having contaminated, stank city parks in the community. The police officers are more important than the parks because they haven't been maintained. That dumpster at Singleton Park ain't been dumped in 6 weeks by GFL because it's too many people that don't live in the community. Washington Heights East States, they're coming out there doing all that illegal dumping, throwing all that stink trash bags all in it. Illegal dumping is illegal. So I don't blame GFL. And we don't have space and room to put the empty boxes in there. So we got to get something done, but we ready to shut down Singleton Park. Because enough is enough. They have too many illegal football games. They're killing the people pets when they're parking on the sidewalks. They done ran over 2 homeowners' cats. It's stinking up the neighborhoods. I had to call the Animal Care and Protected Executive Director. So we ready for that park to be shut down.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Sir, coming up, just start off with your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Gonzalo Kleinick with the Jacksonville Immigrant Rights Alliance, zip code 32205. The rest of my address is on file. I'm here to say no to the proposed budget amendments, thus dubbed the Big Beautiful Amendments, which seek to revive an already failed ordinance that was called flawed from its inception. And in the new, amendments, it was said that you cannot legislate through the budget. The name alone, or the nickname, shows the true colors of this, which is pure political peacocking, which seeks to attack many of our marginalized communities, including by attacking DEI, which also includes support and equity and career road paths for those with disability, which includes our elderly and our veterans, all while also attacking the immigrant community and trying to scapegoat them further by claiming they do not pay taxes. They've been proven to by the IRS, by ICE themselves, through shopping taxes, all while many members of City Council themselves are millionaires who are so disconnected that they continue to attack the most marginalized. So all I say is please listen to the many voices who have spoken against this. Jacksonville is watching. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council President, I did not see anyone else of the names I called at least 3 times. I did get a number of do not wish to speak, and I'm going to read them for the record. Janarian Hubbard, do not include the amendments in the budget. Ted Carter did not write anything down. Daisy Hicks, remove the amendments from the budget and keep the millage flat. Yvonne Day, approve the budget, reject the amendments, keep millage flat. Illegible name, supports the mayor's budget. R.C. Jones Jr., agreement with the mayor's budget. Anita Jones, yes, agree with the mayor's budget. Isla Ray Merton, I support the mayor's budget and oppose a millage cut. Gloria Duvall, I support the mayor. Denise Mahoney, I support the mayor. Jennifer Jones, during public hearings, please stay in the room. Chetney Ellerton, Deegan's budget should be reinstated. Michael Sampson, oppose millage cut, oppose amendments, pass a people's budget. And Lynn Hubbard, budget must be fair and equitable. That concludes public comment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. I want to thank everyone for coming out and participating. We have plenty more opportunities with the budget bills that all have public hearings. That'll be coming up. But right now, we're going to take a 30-minute recess. It's 5:01. We'll be back at 5:31. We're adjourned. All right, we're going to give a 2-minute heads up, 2-minute. Council members in the green room, if you can make your way back to the dais, and all those in the audience, if you could start to find your seat. We are going to start in 2 minutes.
Good evening. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes, so if you're out in the audience, please find your seat. Thank you. Do you want to adopt them? Can they live at your house? She's talking about my mother and father-in-law. Oh, my brother-in-law. Oh, no, I like him. Yeah, Kate's my sister. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, they're great. I thought you meant, so me and Will have the same in-laws. Okay. Yeah, I thought you meant them. And those are the ones I was asking if you would like to keep. No, I have my own that I'm trying to give away. Okay. Great. I mean, since she makes really good rock chicken, it's like, I thought you were about to say money. She makes really good money. Okay. Council President, I will be opening.
Can you turn my volume up? Test. All right, we need everyone in their seats. As soon as we get a quorum, we will start. It is 5:32. It is ready for the meeting to be reconvened. Council members from the green room, please come back and find your seats. Audience members, please find your seats. I know, the mic's... Could somebody adjust my mic level? Council members, please return to your seats. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. OGC, I count 14. May we proceed?
Audience members, again, please take your seat.
All right, we have a quorum. We are back. We are on page 19, item 39. Audience members, please find your way to your seats. Mr. Floor Leader, go ahead and start the meeting. We'll work around it.
All right. Again, to our audience, we are getting started, so we would ask that you take your seats and be quiet so we can get on with our meeting. So, colleagues and presidents, it's now time for public hearings. Beginning on page 19, council members should declare any ex parte. Anyone wishing to speak on the following bills should have completed a blue speaker card. You will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. You may state your address is on record, but you're encouraged to be specific with your location, as that may impact the weight given to your comments. Like public comment, a speaker may be invited to the green room for further discussion at a council member's discretion. Mr. Teal, please read the bills. Sorry for the rush there, Mr. Teal.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. 2025, 629, 630, 631, 676, 677, 678, 679, 680, 681, 682, 683, 685, 686, 687, 688, 689, 690, 691, 692, 711, 713, 714, 715, 716, 717, 718, 720, 2025, 242, 243, 493, 494, 495, 496, 578, 579, 580, 581, 582, 583, 584, 585, 586, 587, 588, 623, 624, 625, 626, 627, and 628.
These public hearings are now open.
Item 39, 2025-0629. I have one speaker card, Mr. Hajrudin Mezek, and he does not wish to speak.
Public hearings closed.
Item 40, 2025-0630. I have one speaker card, Miss Sally Barnes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sally Barnes. My address is on file. I'm here in opposition to that because there's not a space there. I'm also on the Loves Committee, and they recommended to deny this also. This is a small space. If they put these things up here, it's going to be right in somebody's backyard. There's no space for parking. There's no space even behind there for any room for anything. You're just going to put it in somebody's backyard. We've talked about them. Those trees that are there, I've already talked to the city of Jacksonville, and those trees cannot be cut down because they're huge, majestic oak trees. I did that the last time somebody was trying to put something in there. I talked to the city. They stopped them from cutting down. They were cutting trees without a permit. And this tree ordinance that they have, they say you have to replace a tree if you cut one down. Where are you going to put it if they got big high-rise apartments and everything else there? You're complaining about global warming, all this stuff. You're cutting down all the trees. What do you think is going to happen? They're cutting all the trees. Now they're permitting them to kill the bears. Where are they going to live? Where are the animals going to live? If you keep allowing people to kill all the trees and tear everything up, you're guilty. You're making these decisions for the developers. You're not thinking of us as residents. We live here. We want our trees. We want our 300-year oak trees to continue to live and provide shade and protect our area from noise. They're a barrier for noise also. Why are you all doing this? I don't get this. They've tried to put a junkyard there twice. That was shut down. Even the people came to the Loves Committee in the CPAC meeting. They said they don't agree with it because of the same reasons that we don't. So I'm asking you all not to pass this one because it's just not right. There's no room. If you look at it yourself, you'll see there's no room for this there. It's just not right for us or our neighborhood.
I have no more speaker cards.
Public hearings closed.
Item 41, 2025-0631. I have two speaker cards, Carla Battery and Grover Cheshire. Carla Battery or Grover Cheshire, are you here? Please come on down.
Good evening. My name is Carla Bari, and I'm here for 0 Woodley Road. I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Cheshire. He bought this 1.5-acre zoned industrial business park. He's here to change the zoning to light industrial. He is a grading, clearing company that stabilizes a lot of properties in Jacksonville. He's much needed, and this is his first property that he will use to hold his equipment, and he's much needed. This is off of New Kings Road and Woodley Road. It's very much a light industrial area, and we met with Councilman Gaffney at the very beginning on every project. So we kind of told him in advance. So we're very much in supportive of this. The community is, and I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Cheshire.
Mr. Cheshire, you're recognized with 3 minutes.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Grover Cheshire. I'm the owner.
Have your address for the record, sir?
4157 Charles Green Road, Hilliard, Florida. We just want to put stockpile landscape materials there and our little equipment, and we do grading of land and bush hogging, clearing, that kind of stuff. And we're in Hilliard, so we'd like to move to Jacksonville.
Thank you, sir. I believe Reggie Gaffney, Jr., Councilmember Gaffney would like to speak with you in the green room. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no more speaker cards.
All right, this public hearing is closed.
Item 42, 2025-0676, no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
Item 43 and 44, 2025-0677, 0678, I have no speaker cards.
These public hearings are closed.
Item 45, 2025-0679, I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the amendment.
A motion and a second on the amendment. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
I move to re-refer as amended.
Got a motion and a second to re-refer as amended. That's going to be a ballot vote. Please open up the ballot and record your vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0679.
On to page 21, item 46, 2025-0680, I have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
Have a motion and a second on the emergency. We're going to take the emergency by voice. Let's see how that goes. All in favor of the emergency, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
Have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have Councilmember Miller in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor, please. Thank you.
All right, sir. Noted. All right, there's no one else in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0680 as an emergency.
Item 47, 2025-0681, I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
Item 48, 2025-0682, I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
Have a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
Have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. Councilmember Salem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted against this one and several other $10,000 appropriations. I just can't vote for these. All the work that goes into these things, from the auditors to the Office of General Counsel, and then the monitoring of these by KHA or the Grants Committee, I urged the bill sponsor to move these dollars into the new year where they could be accumulated and have one or two appropriations. So I'm going to say this once. I'm voting against this one, and the other, I think there's 3 or 4 other $10,000 ones, and I think there's one $5,000 one I'll be voting against as well. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And while I do respect my colleague, we can't change the rules in the middle of the game. This is important because these dollars are earmarked for community organizations. That's why I put them in, and we can't go against trying to help the community. If there was some rule in place that said there could only be limited amounts, then I could understand that. But I did the due diligence, brought every piece of information back. I went to the organizations. I did most of the groundwork personally in my office. So I want to say that it is important that the community sees that they are seen, and that's why these dollars are there. And $10,000 is a game-changing amount for some local, small organizations. That's why I did this, and I want our colleagues to understand it's important that we learn to see all of the community, not just certain parts of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no one else in the queue. Please open the ballot, record your vote.
Fifteen yeas, 3 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0682. Moving on to item 49. I'm sorry, that's your job.
That is my job. Thank you, Mr. President. 2025-0683, I have no speaker cards.
All right, public hearing is closed.
I will note this has been discharged by your direction from Neighborhoods Committee, and I move the emergency.
On a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency passes.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Fifteen yeas, 3 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0683.
On to page 23, item 50, 2025-0685, I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
Item 51, 2025-0686. I have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed, and I'd like to recognize Council President Carrico.
Thank you, Vice President Howland. I rise to abstain from this as my organization, the Boys and Girls Club that I'm employed by, has received grant funding in the past for opioid prevention so we can help kids stay off of drugs. And so I will not vote. I'll abstain or participate in the conversation.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Pittman.
To the chair, I also like to abstain because I'm the CEO and president of the Claire White Mission, and these potential dollars would be targeted for the homeless and homeless veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. That concludes the abstentions.
We already moved the emergency, I believe.
Not
I
yet.
moved the emergency. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the emergency. We'll take this vote verbally. All those in favor of the emergency indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against say no. The emergency passes.
I move the emergency. I move the bill as an emergency.
We have a motion and a second on the emergency. On the bill as an emergency. We have no speakers on the queue. Let's open the ballot and record your vote.
Sixteen yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0686.
On to page 24, item 52, 2025-0687. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
I've got a motion and a second on the emergency. Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Ms. Clark-Murray or Mary, this organization has to do with children, I'm assuming, Ms. Clark-Murray, is that accurate?
Through the president to Councilmember Arias, exactly, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just curious, why, unlike the other ones, is it not going through KHA?
It is not going through the president to Councilmember Arias. It's not going through KHA because this particular organization, this is a step-by-step is an organization that's going to provide a programming for youth within an existing program, which is the Newtown Success Zone, which is in my district. So that's why they didn't need to go through KHA. And also, this is a part of my strategic dollars.
Okay, I have no issues with who you're funding. I was just curious about the process as to why it doesn't go through KHA if it has to do with children's services in general. But
well, through the president to Councilmember Arias, it's not in general. It's specifically for an after-school program for a specific set of time.
okay, Ms. Stefopoulos, can you please?
Thank you. Through the president to Councilmember Arias. So while there has been an expression by a number of council members that children's services would all be housed through Kids Hope Alliance, there's nothing that would preclude a council member who prefers their initiative or desires an initiative to be administered through the Grants and Contract Compliance Division to do so, even if it's for youth services. And they have administered those types of programs in the past, so it's not as common, but it is something that does occur, that Grants and Contract Compliance has administered programs that still target youth.
Okay, and Ms. Clark-Murray, I have no issue with this at all. I just urge all my colleagues that if you ever fund children's services, they go through the appropriate channels of KHA. That's why they're here for, to support you. But like I said, I have no issues with this at all. All right,
Thank you. Through the president to Councilmember Arias, I appreciate that completely. Just bear in mind that with KHA, they have a pot of dollars, and I don't think our strategic initiative dollars go to KHA. They're typically our dollars within the special contingency, and for that reason, we can basically, in a sense, allocate them the way that we choose.
Through the president, if you would like me to respond to Councilmember Clark-Murray. So with respect to the allocation of the dollars go to the entity. With respect to who can administer those contracts or programs, Kids Hope Alliance can administer, even if it's strategic initiative dollars or Grants and Contract Compliance, or there may be an initiative that's better administered through a different department or division. So there's nothing wrong with the avenue you've taken, and KHA would have been another alternative. But again, there have been other strategic initiatives or programs involving youth that have been administered through Grants and Contract Compliance.
Thank you so much. Through the president to Ms. Stefopoulos, thank you so much for that. But I also see that as another layer that will basically push the time back for this particular program. and through the council member to council member, through the president to council member Arias and Ms. Stefopoulos, my community, specifically this community, Robinson's Addition, there's an urgency there. Time is of the essence, and let me tell you why. I have a kid who I know who he is, but I just don't have the proof exactly who is burning down things. I have kids who get off the bus and they don't have anything to do. And I don't blame the parents because they are actually still working, so they're what we call latchkey kids. So this programming will give them what they need to stop them from damaging the community.
All right, that is the time from Councilman Arias. So have we voted on the emergency?
We have not. We're ready to vote on. It's been moved and seconded.
All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency passes.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion second on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
I move the bill as an emergency as amended.
We have a motion and second on the bill as emergency as amended. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$18 yeas, 1 nay.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0687 as amended as an emergency.
Item 53, 2025-0688. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
On page 25, item 54, 2025-0689. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
Motion second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Emergency passes.
I move the bill as an emergency.
We have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0689 as an emergency.
Item 55, 2025-0690. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
I've got a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0690.
On page 26, item 56, 2025-0691. I have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed.
I'll note that this also got discharged from neighborhoods by your direction, Council President, and I move the emergency.
You're welcome, Jimmy. All in favor, sorry, we have a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$16 yeas, 3 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0691.
Item 57 and 58, 2025-0692 and 0711. I have no speaker cards.
These public hearings are closed.
Item 59, 2025-0713. I have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed.
I'll note this one also got discharged from neighborhoods at your direction, and I move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency carries.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. Councilman Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to briefly speak to the comments they made at the Neighborhoods Committee meeting about a couple of things. You've heard it mentioned tonight. We see it referenced in the agenda as a council contingency. And in fact, it's supposed to be strategic planning initiatives. I want to encourage my colleagues, while we're going to take in abeyance this the coming year from that process because of the CBA funding, I want to encourage my colleagues as we come back to this in 2 years, that we look at this as a means of strategically moving our communities forward collectively and not necessarily focusing on 1 or 2 organizations and benefiting their operations as a result. Number 2, I want to make certain we understand public purpose is critical in the context of this kind of use of these dollars. And frankly, in the definition of this one, or at least the description of how these funds were going to be used, I didn't see the public purpose fully adopted. So I didn't support it in the neighborhoods, and I won't be supporting it today. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. There are no other speakers. We have properly moved the emergency and moved the bill as an emergency, so open the ballot and record your vote.
$15 yeas, 4 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0713 as an emergency.
Item 60, 2025-0714. I have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
Have a motion and second on the emergency. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0714.
Item 61, 2025-0715. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
I have a motion second on the emergency. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
Got a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. No one's in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0713.
On item, I think I got lost in my notes. We're on 61. I'm sorry, 62, correct. Item 62, 2025-0716. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I'd like to note this is also discharged by your direction from neighborhoods, and I move the emergency.
I've got a motion and second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Thirteen yeas, 6 nays.
Legislative Services, can you verify that the 2/3 vote requirement was met on that? 13 is appropriate, so by your action, you've approved 2025-0716.
Item 63, 2025-0717. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
I have a motion second on the emergency. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion second on the bill as an emergency. Councilmember Diamond, you're... All right. There's no one else in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Fifteen yeas, 4 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0717.
Item 64, 2025-0718. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I move the bill as an emergency.
Got a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. There's no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Nineteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0718.
On the next page, page 29, I'm 65, 2025-0720. I have no speaker cards.
All right, the public hearing is closed.
This item was also discharged from neighborhoods at your direction, and I move the emergency.
I've got a motion and a second on the emergency. If no one in the queue, all in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
Move the bill as an emergency.
Got a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. If no one in the queue, please open the ballot and record your vote.
Okay.
15 yeas, 4 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0720, and I have Councilmember Miller in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hate to do this, but I pushed the wrong button on item number 62, and I request reconsider on item 62.
Second.
All right. I need to clarify that the person who I'm going to call on to make the motion was on the prevailing side. So who would like to make the motion to reconsider that was on the prevailing side? All right. I have a motion from Councilmember Gaffney Jr. to reconsider item number 62. And I have a second from Councilmember Arias. So all in favor of the reconsider. Let's do this around the horn. So starting with Councilmember Diamond, yea or nay? Yay.
Yay.
Councilman Carlucci. Legislative Services.
Mr. President, the motion passes.
All right, the bill is on the floor for being reconsidered. So let's get it.
Council President, I move, do we need, to Ms. Stefopoulos, do we need to reopen the public hearing on this? For 2025-0716, I move the emergency.
Got a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
Move the bill as an emergency.
All right, motion second on the bill as an emergency. We'll go to the queue. First in is past President White. You're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And through the president, you know, I thought we had this thing through, and then there was a change. I would just like to urge my colleagues to think about it. This is a big deal for my district, Town of Baldwin, and JFRD. The whole membership is $390, and it saves, I know, Town of Baldwin $200,000, and they spend over $200,000 or $300,000 on JFRD, so it covers the dues. But I just urge one of y'all to try to pass this again. This is means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to JFRD out there. If you want them to stand, it's about half the audience. But thank you for your consideration.
All right, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I'd also like to thank my colleague, former Council President White, for supporting me on this legislation. I worked really hard with the auditors and the Office of General Counsel to find the funds because the Regional Council does such an amazing job in helping us do our job. I know they worked with me in several initiatives, but one that stands out is on the jail committee, which former Council President Salem appointed me to work as a chair of one of the subcommittees. And the rich data that we were able to get from them allowed us to understand the things that we need for this city. I think this is not a great deal to keep us moving in the right direction. Although Baldwin is not in my district and it is in the former council president's district, it is a part of our community and they utilize this service regularly. I'm so thankful to the first responders, specifically JFRD, who are in the audience with us tonight. They rely on these services. Colleagues, I ask you and urge you, we need to push this forward so we don't attach this to our budget. It is important that we keep our membership in the Regional Council, and that way we keep our community moving forward. Please join me on voting yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Matt Carlucci.
Point of information, Mr. President.
Point of order?
Point of order, Mr. President. My apologies. Can we do an actual ballot vote on that? I don't understand why we just did.
His point of order is, can we do a ballot vote? The answer is yes, we can, but I chose to do it that way.
Understood.
All right, so Councilman Matt Carlucci, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask for a ballot vote, and if we have two other members of the council to do that, I think then we should have a ballot vote.
Just to clarify, your request is for the reconsideration to be on the ballot?
Yes, I would. I'd like to have it on the ballot. Second, through Council President, this is a statutory requirement. I'd like to have with your permission, General Counsel to come and speak to.
You're recognized as the speaker, so your clock's ticking. You have the floor.
I'd like to have our General Counsel speak to our requirement to be a member of the Northeast Regional Council. So I'd like to have him speak, and if there's any time left over, then I'd like to speak.
Through the chair to Councilman Carlucci and the rest of the council, we received correspondence from the council's attorney regarding our obligation to provide those funds under state statute. There is an AGO's opinion, so that's the Attorney General's opinion from 2017, which suggests, although not binding, which suggests that we are obligated under state statute to fund the Northeast Florida Regional Council. If the council elects not to do it, we will, of course, defend any suit that we get or defend any action, but there is persuasive authority that suggests we have an obligation under state statute to fund the Northeast Florida Regional Council. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
What happens if we don't, through the chair, Mr. Fackler?
Through the chair to Councilman Carlucci, that depends on the council. They would have the obligation to either consult with us, try to mediate, try to negotiate a proper amount, or they could potentially sue us for those damages, asserting that the state statute obligates us to fund the amount that they've dictated in their passing of the per capita rate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I spoke to the JSO, I've spoken to the firefighters. They are provided such a service. It was like way over my head what I could understand the amount of services that the regional council does for them. It is unbelievable what they do, not to mention what they do for the town of Baldwin and what they do every other year or more for the city of Jacksonville. We are the flagship city of Northeast Florida. We are statutorily required to be a member of this council, and to not do that speaks, I think, terribly of the leadership of Jacksonville, Florida. This is very important to Councilmember White in his district and to public safety. If we don't pass this, or we don't pass the amendment later on, then I'm going to tell you, public safety is not going to be happy. And if you hadn't picked up the phone and called public safety to see just exactly how they rely and how they lean on the regional council, you should.
All right, thank you. Councilman Arias recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Fackler, if you don't mind coming up here again, too. I have a question regarding to that question that Mr. Mike Carlucci had. Are we obligated? The answer is yes. I asked a question during Finance Committee meeting. How much are we obligated? They didn't give me an answer. They said, we'll come back to you. They still haven't came back to me. I asked them, how much are we supposed to pay them? Are other regional councils across the state of Florida paying the same amount? And they said, well, we decide how much we get to charge. South Florida's regional council charges based off of per capita or per whatever the case is. Right now, we have a bill of $400,000, nearly $400,000. Are we supposed to pay that or not? What is our minimum requirement? The answer is nobody knows. Until somebody knows and gives me an answer, I don't want to vote on this. I've been a big proponent on not supporting this because I don't have the answers yet for this. Here's the thing. I will support it if and only they give me the answers I need. JSO and JFRD, the training that we speak about, how much is going towards JSO and JFRD on this portion of $390,000? Can somebody answer that? A lot is not an answer. How much is it?
To Councilman Arias, I don't know. I asked their attorney the same question, is what is the ask? And I, too, did not get an answer, an exact number. I was sent a meeting minutes which suggested that it's a $0.41 or 41 cents per capita, which roughly, you do the math, it's $410,000 with a population of 1 million. But like you, I did not get a specific number.
Thank you, sir. And then this is why I have hesitation on supporting this. I want to support this. I just don't have the facts in front of me. Now, I see the regional council behind you, so you have a seat. Ma'am, if you don't mind coming up here. Quick numbers, I just need to know. Nassau County, how much are they paying?
They pay 41 cents per capita.
How much are they paying?
It is across the board.
How much
about $90,000.
How much is St. John's County paying?
I'm guessing on these. I don't have the exact numbers. 120.
Clay County?
Similar to Nassau.
Baker?
So 12.
12,000.
Correct. Per capita. Would be in the middle of that, so 50.
50,000. Yeah, we are Jacksonville paying $400,000.
Per capita is the standard.
How much is Miami paying? How much is Orlando paying?
1.5 million to 2 million, I think, is what Miami pays.
Miami-Dade County or
Correct.
Miami, the city of Miami?
Miami-Dade County.
I'm asking for the city of Miami.
I have no idea. Every regional council establishes their own
I asked all
rate.
these questions because we don't know the answers yet. You're giving me numbers that, honestly, those numbers don't bode well with me. Right now, here's the thing. I want to support this. If we come back after the fiscal year with the actual numbers of how much is going towards JFRD and JSO, I'll support it. Heck, what I will do is I'll do a floor amendment tonight to give JSO and JFRD those dollars so they could pay you guys. But I don't want to support $400,000 going towards a regional council that I haven't used in 2 years. I'd rather do a pay-by-play. If we use you guys, we'll pay you guys. Simple as that. Thank you.
All right, next we have Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for me, the reason I switched my vote from Finance Committee,
I did get additional information. I called, our JFRD folks and spoke with JSO, and spoke with Mayor out at Baldwin, Mr. Lynch, and as I gained more information, I just felt more comfortable supporting it. So for me, as I saw the floor amendments that came out with the Northeast Florida Regional Council also requesting to be taken out of the budget stabilization contingency, I decided, first and foremost, I'd rather it come out of this bucket right here instead of the budget stabilization. So for me, that's why I'm supporting it. And last comment I'll just make what the queue's lit up through the chair to Mr. Miller. You were a nay vote and you wanted to switch to a yay vote? Through the president to Mr. Miller. You were a nay and you want to switch to a yay? Is that understanding right?
Through the president to Councilman Carlucci. Yes, I apologize for all of this because.
So can we? Thank you. That's all.
My fat finger hit one answer, and I wanted it to hit the other one, and it didn't. So I just wanted to revisit it. That's
all right. So everybody can get out of the queue and take the temperature down. It's going to pass. And thank you for the additional clarification, Councilmember Miller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carlucci. One person got off. Everyone else is still in. Councilmember Peluso, you're recognized.
Just take the win.
Councilmember Freeman, would you like to speak? Yes, you're recognized then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I want to commend you on the work that you're doing tonight. I mean, it's definitely a tough night, and having sat in that seat, I truly appreciate your leadership and how you're trying to guide us through. And to my colleagues here, this is not a conversation that just started. My first 7 years ago, there was a previous council member that actually sat in that seat that started this discussion. So this is not a new conversation for the city of Jacksonville 1. But what is new, and it's the first time that it's been introduced, is our Office of General Counsel has come to us now and given us some type of statutory obligation. Now, the one thing that I will say is, and I commend our OGC, Mary, they do an amazing job of communicating with our council and keeping us abreast of things like this. That's new information being brought to us on a night. I simply was going to say the same thing that Councilmember Carlucci said. My colleague made a mistake. Never before in this council have I seen a reconsideration that turns out to be debated again. So that is fine. I appreciate everyone's stance on it. He made a mistake. I understand that. We're all capable of making mistakes, and I'm ready to take a vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Amaro. The question's been called. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Keep it high. All right, so the question's been called non-debatable. Open the ballot and record your vote. Thank you, Mr. Chaplain.
$13 yeas, 6 nays.
By your action, you've approved. Where are we back at? Item 62, 2025-0716 with the 2/3 requirement.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Floor Leader.
All right,
Take
with
us back
that,
to where we left off.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, we are on to page 30, which is public hearings on land use amendments and certain companion rezonings. Items 66, 67, 2025-0242 and 0243. I have no speaker cards.
These public hearings will be continued until 10/14/25.
Going on to page 31, item 68, 2025-0493. I have a number of speaker cards. Folks in the audience, if you wish to speak on 0493 or 0494, please come down to the front. I'm going to start reading off the names. Margaret Drost, James Drost, Ruth Nelson Peoples, and Joanne D'Angelo are the 4 speakers, and then I'll read a number of cards of who do not wish to speak on this. So Margaret Drost, James Drost, Ruth Nelson Peoples, and Joanne D'Angelo. Come on down, and whoever's ready to go first, come to the podium.
I know this isn't in order of how you said it, but I'm Joanne D'Angelo. I live at 1565 Jake Road, and we're in opposition of the development that's going to be going in out there. The first part already got pushed through because we didn't know what they were doing. We were told cattle, we were told green belting, we were told any number of things that they were going to be doing. So we didn't find out about what was really going on until we saw the drawing of the subdivision on Facebook. So now there's a second drawing, and they're trying to half more lots in half. And that is on my road, which is Jake Road. The other parts that have passed already are on Ed Johnson Road. It's going to be, I believe they said, over 200 homes on 45 acres. So right now we're opposed to it. We're opposed to many of the things going on out there right now. But I live on Jake Road, and I'm opposed to all of the others as well as Jake Road. And I beg you to please look at the 2045 comprehensive plan, and you'll see that a lot of what's going on with the Jake Road and the Ed Johnson Road things, which is Avalon Landing, you'll see that a lot of it does not go with the comprehensive plan that's already been laid out by y'all. And I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are Margaret Drost, James Drost, or Ruth Nelson Peoples in the audience? Okay, there are also a few cards that did not wish to speak on this. Linda Mack opposes. Nicole Repovich opposes. And James Pippin opposes. And I have no more speaker cards on 2025-0493.
Public hearing will be continued to 10/14/25.
Item 69, 2025-0494. I have a number of speaker cards, and it looks like it's identical to the previous one. Margaret Drost, James Drost, Ruth Nelson Peoples, and Joanne D'Angelo. Do any of those folks wish to speak if they're in attendance? Okay. And they all noted that they oppose this. Also had some do not wish to speak. Nicole Repovich opposes, James Rippon opposes, and Linda Mack opposes.
All right. Thank you, sir. This public hearing will be continued till 10/14/25. I'm sorry, on this one? All right, Councilmember Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to declare some ex parte, 2 items from Alan Denise Orcio and Jason Reif, emails from both parties, one on the 2nd of September and one on the 13th of September, both in opposition of this rezoning.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, we're on page 32, item 70, 2025-0495 and 0496. I have no speaker cards.
These public hearings will be continued to 10/14/25.
Next page, page 72, 2025-0578. I have 1 speaker card, Folks Huxford, questions only.
This public hearing is closed.
I move the bill.
A motion and a second on the bill. If no one in the queue, please open the ballot and record your vote.
Okay.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0578.
Item 74, 2025-0580. I have 1 speaker card, questions only, Folks Huxford.
All right, was that 7-9 or 8-0?
I apologize. It's 7-9. 7-9, I have only 1 speaker
All right,
card.
public hearing is closed.
I move the amendment.
I have a motion second on the amendment. If no one in the queue, all in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion second on the bill as amended. If no one in the queue, please open the ballot and record your vote.
$18 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0579.
Item 74, 2025-0580. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing will be continued until 10/14/25.
On the top of page 34, item 75, 2025-0581. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing will be continued to 10/14/25.
Item 76, 2025-0582. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you approve 2025-0582.
On to page 35, 2025-0583, that is item 77. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the amendment.
Have a motion and second on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
Have a motion and second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Seventeen yeas, 1 nay.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0583.
Item 78, 2025-0584. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
Move the bill.
Have a motion and second on the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0584.
Item 79, 2025-0585. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is closed.
Move the amendment.
Have a motion and a second. Actually, we have the amendment, but before that, we have ex parte. So let's just get that out of the way. Councilmember Boylan, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of ex parte items on this particular one with Ms. Cindy Trimmer, with whom I met with back on September the 8th. And also I heard from a couple of other constituents just asking questions and getting some clarifications on what the rezoning was happening at this location, particularly focusing on the amendment which called for a traffic study, which they appreciated. Thank you. And this has been filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Howland.
Mr. President, thank you. I also rise to declare ex parte communications. I spoke with Ms. Cindy Trimmer, actually met with her by Zoom on the 22nd, that's yesterday at 11 a.m., and we spoke about the condominium property and the plans for 2025-0585. They will be filed. Thank you.
All right. Just to clarify, do we have a motion on that amendment in a second?
We had a motion. I believe we had a second as well.
All right. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The amendment carries.
With the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0586.
I believe that's 85.
0585 has been approved.
All right. Item 80, 2025-0586. I have one speaker card. Questions only, John Wallace.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Sixteen yeas, 2 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0586.
Item 81, 2025-0587. One speaker card. Questions only, John Wallace.
This public hearing is closed.
I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Seventeen yeas, 2 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0587, but I think 88 came up on the screen, so we might need to fix that. Legislative Services, just give me a thumbs up if you got it under control, and we're just waiting for you to fix it. No thumbs up. Okay, here we go.
Seventeen yeas, 2 yeas.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0587.
Now we're on to 2025-0588, item 82 on the top of page 37. I have one speaker card. Questions only, John Wallace.
Public hearing is closed.
I move the bill.
I have a motion second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Seventeen yeas, 2 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0588.
Item 83 and 84, 2025-0623, 0624. I have no speaker cards.
Both these public hearings are closed. There'll be an additional public hearing on both of them on 10/14/25.
On to page 38, items 85, 86, and 87, 2025-0625, 0626, 0627. I have no speaker cards.
All these public hearings are closed. They all have additional public hearings on 10/14/25.
On to page 39, item 88, 2025-0628. I have no speaker cards.
Public hearings closed. There'll be an additional public hearing on 10/14/25.
We're now on to page 40, item 89, 2025-0501, and we're going to begin with our council director reading a statement.
Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, the council secretary will read the following statement immediately prior to the public hearing on September 23, 2025, concerning the adoption of the first 2025-2026 millage levy. Ordinance 2025-501. The Consolidated City of Jacksonville proposes to levy the following millage rate within the General Fund, General Services District, excepting urban Services Districts 2 through 5, a total millage of 11.3169 mils for operations. This reflects a 4.19% increase in the operating millage rate from the rolled back rate of 10.8614 mils. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let's open the public hearing. Councilman Arias?
I will move my amendment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor amendment.
I move the amendment, sir.
We have a motion and a second on the floor amendment. Now that that's been properly moved in second, we'll go to the speaker cards, and then we'll open up for a conversation.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Freeman,
President.
procedural conversation. We're going to go to the cards. No. I think everyone got a copy, but yes, if anyone would like an explanation, go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias is offering a floor amendment to Bill 2025-501, which would reduce the millage rate from 11.3169 mils, or $11.3169, to 11.1919 mils, or $11.1919. And it would change the percentage over the rollback rate to 3.04%.
All right, thank you for that explanation. The bill's been moved and seconded, but procedurally we are supposed to go to the cards before we have any conversation or debate on that.
That is correct, Mr. President. We have 53 speaker cards that do wish to speak, as well as a substantial number that do not wish to speak. I will read at the end. Folks in the audience that want to speak on Bill 501, it's going to be just like public comment. I'm going to call 5 down at a time. Unlike public comment, everyone will have up to 3 minutes. And so the first 5 are Ms. Jerry Woodham, LaShonda Holloway, I believe this is Lee Haynes, Daryl Edwards II, and Jacqueline Curry. So if I called any of those 5 names, Ms. Jerry, I see you can go ahead up to the podium whenever you're ready.
All right. While Ms. Jerry's coming up, just a reminder to all those who filled out speaker cards that you must speak directly to the nature of the bill. So this is 2025-501, which is the millage rate. And there's an amendment on the floor to reduce the millage rate by 1/8. So any comments made should be directly tied to this bill or the amendment. Thank you.
Tonight, I support this bill. The naysayers will say it's not
Ma'am,
that...
can you say your name and address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jerry Woodham. Thank you. Tonight, I support this bill. The naysayers will say it's not much, maybe $20 to each resident. Do you all understand that you are to represent the taxpayers? I agree with some that we need to roll back much more. You have to ask the question, if it's such a small amount, why are so many people upset? Do you have a checkbook? Do you spend money you don't have? Well, our mayor is giving money to all these people who have their hands out. It's your money, and it won't stop till you have the courage to pass the bill and say we need some relief. We have been taxed and taxed. We are now paying for our garbage as an extra expense, which should have been covered by our taxes as a service. We pay extra for our schools. When does it stop? We will be paying for a stadium some of us will never use. Stewardship in the Oxford Dictionary, the job of taking care of something or an organization or a property. It is our money. Our mayor is spending money and putting the taxpayer last. She is not being a good steward. It is not her money. It is not the city council's. It's ours. And I say, like many other taxpayers, give us some relief and pass this amendment or increase it to make a real difference. I just want to ask you to really think about this. You have to make a statement. You have to give us relief. As an owner of a business and a taxpayer, and we own our own home, between the insurances and everything else going up, every bit we can save is a difference.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you say your address or just say it's on file? You said your name, but not your address.
On file.
Thank you. Ms. LaShonda Holloway. Ms. LaShonda Holloway here. Lee Haynes. Do I have a Lee Haynes or a Darrell Edwards II? Okay. Jacqueline Curry. Vanessa Collins-Hopkins. Okay. And then after Ms. Collins-Hopkins, there'll be Jeffrey Rumlin. So Jeffrey Rumlin and Dee Dee Weeker, if you're in here, please come down as well. And then Ms. Collins-Hopkins, as soon as you're at the podium, you have your 3 minutes.
Vanessa Collins-Hopkins, address on file. We do not need this millage rate reduction. The reason why we don't need it is because it's really pennies on the dollar for most people, especially for you all sitting up there. You know, I do believe that those who receive much are expected to give a lot. Now, that's a rough paraphrase, but you know what I'm saying. You all are up here in a privileged situation. Privileged because you are able to set aside monies, do campaigns, and be able to deal with city council as a part-time job. Now, I know that you always are talking about makers and takers, okay? But it is our obligation to those who have less among us, for those that have more, to be able to give to those that are marginalized, those that need more care. We need exactly what is in the mayor's original budget. Therefore, we do not need this millage cut. It is definitely a political gimmick or ploy. Again, just so you can say during your next campaign that you were able to lower property taxes. It's not right. What's right is to love thy neighbor as thyself, to recognize that not everything is equal. Yes, equal under the law. That's what this country is supposed to be about. But opportunities are not equal. And pulling yourself up by your bootstraps really doesn't exist. Somebody is usually there giving opportunity to those who end up being the millionaires and billionaires. It's just that people tend not to want to talk about it. Well, let's give some opportunity to those areas of the city that have been denied for years and years and years, pre-consolidation, post-consolidation. I'm trying to appeal to you all's consciences. We all deserve better. We deserve your love. And that means not cutting the millage rate. It means passing the original mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jeffrey Rumlin, and then after that, Dee Dee Weeker, Dr. Linda Woodard, Kalita Wright Foster, and Blake Harper. Is Jeffrey Rumlin in the room? Okay. What about Dee Dee Weeker? Dr. Linda Woodard.
My name is Dee Dee Wicker, and my information is on file. I'm here to protest the millage rate cut gimmick. The money collected known as property taxes is used to fund public services for our community. The savings for this cut would be $20 a year for the average property owner and nothing for the renters that are 51% of Jacksonville's population. We would all lose $13 to $15 million in programs and services like eviction diversion and emergency rental assistance funds and health care. Our mayor calls the cut, quote, physically irresponsible, and the Civic Council and police and firefighter unions agree. The property owners that I've heard that want this cut gimmick don't seem to care that their savings are minimal. They should be advocating for property tax reform if they want actual savings. Cutting essential services and programs for the public would push more people into crisis that would cost the city more money in the long run. All that to save yourself $20 a year doesn't seem logical. This gimmick might be saving big corporate property owners money, but not the rest of us. Vote for your constituents' best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Linda Woodard, and then it'll be Kalita Wright Foster and Blake Harper.
Dr. Linda Woodard, my address is on file. I'm just here as a resident of the city of Jacksonville to say this is preposterous. And this is just a move by City Council to join up forces with a corrupt administration. But I will say that I oppose the millage increase. Jacksonville is already facing significant demands from broken up infrastructure to public safety concerns to affordable housing shortages. Cutting revenue now will only force the city to either do borrowing or deferring essential maintenance, and this really harms the residents who are most in need of our services. Furthermore, the amendment is fiscally irresponsible because it offers no replacement revenue source to offset the cuts. At a time when Jacksonville needs to strengthen, not weaken, its financial foundation, approving this amendment would be a step backwards, and we need to move step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kalita Wright Foster, and then Blake Harper and Tammy Sweat, as well as G. Brooke Bibanow. Please come down as well.
Good evening to everyone. I just want to say I'm going to keep it really short. It's not going to take much time because I am tired as well. But I am a homeowner. I paid nearly $7,000 in taxes. I also pay a CDD fee and a HOA fee. I want whatever the percentage is, I am fine with helping the people here in Jacksonville. We have to understand that God is love, the agape love. That's unconditional love. And we have to keep that. And you guys are so privileged to be in the seats that you're in that you should be helping us out, helping our neighbors. We're supposed to love one another. It doesn't matter the color of our skin. This is what we're supposed to do as a people. I am a Georgia native, and I moved here in 2004. I love to say Duval, but that means something. So I hope that you guys have a conscience, do the right thing, because voting is going to come back around again. And we do see many of you around the city asking for our votes. I am paying attention. This is my first time, but it's not my last time. And I am bringing an army with me the next time. Be blessed and vote your conscience.
Blake Harper.
My name is Blake Harper, information on file. I'm going to focus on the comments of the Vice President in the last meeting when he talked about everything that this budget does for our first responders. The first responders seem to have forgotten something. And that thing that they've forgotten is who has had their back over and over and over and over again. When city council members wanted to defund JSO, when they've tried to put in citizens review boards, you all have stood against that. You've provided them with adequate funding. The reality is that you have established decades-long support for law enforcement. On the other hand, Democrat Party here in Jacksonville, in Florida, and the United States has attacked law enforcement and first responders ever since Barack Obama. There is a war against law enforcement, and why these guys why they don't stand with you and support you on this particular issue, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. But then we have to remember that the reason Donald Trump won is because union leadership supported the Democrat Party, but the rank and file voted for Donald Trump. Y'all need to wake up, folks. This budget is this rollback, this decrease is nominal. I had asked myself, I said to one of the city councilmen, this is such a small amount. Truly, I'm wondering what would happen given this scale of response of hate that we're hearing and all these attacks on you. I'm wondering what would happen if you put in a mill or mill and a half cut. Would this building be burning? I mean it. That's a genuine question. Would this building be burning? Because that's exactly what we see across the country. Folks, you have done the right thing. You started the process. This is an incremental change. It's not a change that hurts anybody. And I'm absolutely amazed that people won't wrap their arms around it and support it. Do the right thing. Pass the millage cut.
Our next five are going to be Tammy Sweat, G. Brooke Babineau, Jess Boaz, Christine Matson, and Mary Robinson. Tammy Sweat, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tammy Sweat. My address is on file. Like I said it before when I was up here, and I speak from my heart. I don't speak for a lot of people, but I'm speaking from my heart. And that is, we need to help others. God has always said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. How would you like it if you were down and out and needed some kind of support, needed some help finding home, homestead or something, a cover over your head? Wouldn't you want that support? By making this millage cut, you are taking so much away from the people that need us the most. So I am hoping that you will not pass this millage cut. Leave the mayor's budget as is and pass it. Please, I'm begging all of you to deep down in your heart and ask, what would happen if I were in someone else's shoes? Thank you.
G. Brooke Babineau. Jess Boaz.
Jess Boaz, address on file. I'm a longtime criticizer, first-time public commenter. I want to say today, just like everybody else, that this doesn't really work for anybody. It seems as though this is just another way for tax cuts to be given to people with all the money. I own a home, and I'm going to tell you right now, with most of us, $20 a year isn't really doing anything for me. I would rather you take that $20 and give it to the people on the streets who need money to survive, because in this country, you have to have money just to be alive. I don't think that's okay. So to me, this budget, cutting money and turning around and giving a tax relief to us isn't going to do anything. There's no point to it other than, as has been said by many other people, we've said outside, we've said to the news, and we're getting tired of saying it over and over again, but the bottom line is this helps only your people and not us. It tries to compensate for the fact that you've cut so much money out of it. This is just not helpful. It doesn't help renters. It doesn't help me. And I don't know why you would do it when you could be putting the money towards something more important. There are so many other things that we could be doing with this money. I would love a tax break too. I love money too, but it's more important for us to give to the people around us. It is more important for us to keep the people off the streets and for us to actually have proper education in this city. There's so many things we could be doing except for giving me $20. I don't want that $20. I want that $20 to be used for something other than JSO. I am all for first responders, but JSO's budget seems a little bit bloated to me when it could be used to, repurpose a morgue. I just think there's a lot of things that can be going on right now that aren't, and this is just one more example of something that is being used as as someone said, a gimmick to say, hey, we tried to do something for the people, vote me in next time. I'm not the kind of person who's going to vote someone in who doesn't want to care about the other people around me in this city. I can't believe that once again, it's about you and not us. I really hope someday we get some people who will actually vote for us and not themselves. And I really hope that that time is coming because your time's almost up. So I yield my time.
Christine Mattson. And after Christine, it'll be Mary Robinson, and then Catherine Del Rey, and then Tom McGuire.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chris Mattson. My zip code is 32266. My address is on file. I am a homeowner at the beaches in Duval County. I am a homeowner that wants my property taxes to maintain public safety, ensure quality of life, and manage growth rationally and responsibly. So I am urging you to vote no on the millage cut. With Jacksonville's area's population, the need for public services growing and costs inflating, we can't afford to reduce revenues with a tax cut. Definitely, those 9 billionaire developers are going to benefit from the millage cut. But the proposed millage reduction is a token tax relief for the rest of us property owners that will force program cuts and in the future risk funding for public safety. We all know that the renters outnumber homeowners in Duval County, and we all are aware that the so-called tax relief does nothing for renters and guts the services that we all rely on. Cutting funding for nonprofits and non-core services that function as public safety net that provides people with housing, that feeds them, that cares for them is foolish as well as immoral. Our council, some of our council members profess that public safety is our #1 priority. If that's the case, then it makes no sense to support tax revenue reductions that will force cuts in city funding that is crucial for preventing public safety crises. I don't need the token so-called tax relief from a 1/8 mil tax cut to reduce spending. The Florida CFO Enoglia's recent grandstanding based on his DOGE team audit report has yet to provide the math behind his allegations that specific programs are overspending. He hasn't shown the work behind his numbers. And as a career healthcare provider and a retired physical therapist, I can testify that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. His allegations have serious implications for legal accountability. Without concrete evidence, his overspending assessment and directives for spending cuts are empty gongs. Cuts now will cost more later. We need tax budget with strategic long-term plans to manage Duval's growing pains.
Thank you. Next up,
Vote
Mary
no.
Robinson. Is Mary Robinson here? What about Catherine Del Rey? All right, Mr. McGuire, you're up. And after Ms. McGuire will be Dr. Barbara Darby and Rose Steele. So please come on down.
Good evening. I am, again, Tom McGuire, 4711 Herder Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32210. The meager results of this millage reduction is of limited value to the average tax-paying citizen of Jacksonville, but it does provide a significant value to corporate property management companies that are destroying our neighborhood communities and owners of very expensive homes, like you. Fortunately, the city has many that are willing to rise above petty self-interest. The cuts to the mayor's budget will hurt many of the most needy in Jacksonville, leaving the citizens of the city hungry and without medical care. Remember, Jesus said, as much as you did this for the least of these, you did this to me. But if you really want to do Jacksonville people a favor you can start investing in economic development for this city. We live in a city right now where starting wages are decreasing steadily. We need you to invest in jobs. That's what's going to move this city forward, and we trust you to do that as a council. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbara Darby, are you here? Okay, Rose Steele. John Scott. I think I saw him. John Scott, you have the floor when you get to the podium. And then Senator Audrey Gibson and Norman Brewer. Again, that's Dr. Barbara Darby, Rose Steele, John Scott, Senator Audrey Gibson, and Norman Brewer. And I think it's you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is John Scott, and I'm a proud resident of Southside. My address is on file. I stand today in support not only of 2025-0501 in its entirety, but as amended. To set the stage, it is becoming increasingly difficult to afford living in Jacksonville. Recent polls have shown that housing affordability is the #1 issue affecting residents here. Therefore, it makes sense that all options should be on the table to address this alarming concern. One such effort is this amendment to cut the millage rate by 0.15 mils, which equates to a roughly, we haven't heard this yet, $13 million cut reduction to a $2 billion budget. That is less than 1% of the total. You heard recently that Florida's Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ngolia, after his team reviewed the budget numbers provided by the city, acknowledged there have been significant issues with spending, and residents have been overtaxed by almost $200 million over the past 5 years. Like businesses, like individuals, like families, government should live within its means. Curbing spending is not only an appropriate exercise for government, but providing tax relief is good for taxpayers and the economy. Opponents say there are potential reductions in funding for a number of social programs, but we know the government should prioritize helping residents become self-sufficient, not create more reliance. Additionally, we should focus on our core services of public safety, infrastructure needs, and sanitation. None of the articles from the media suggest that any of the cuts from those areas will actually occur. The only ones that are being mentioned are social programs. And finally, opponents who have come before you tonight bemoan that this is an insignificant relief. It's only going to be $1.50 per month. It's only going to be $20 a year. If that's truly the case, I challenge each and every one of them to put their money where their mouth is and advocate for greater cuts. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the ability to speak tonight. I encourage you to support the amendment, and I hope ultimately the budget passes with same.
Thank you. Next up, former State Senator Audrey Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. I call the real estate tax reduction bait and switch because it'll be a drop in order to increase the losses that we will incur in our community that will be pretty much irreversible without using bait and switch and smoke and mirrors to put the money back to pay for services, particularly healthcare and improvement in our communities that will suffer because we are just doing a little bit of a real estate tax relief, but in the end, we won't be able to catch up with all of the health issues that we have, improving areas in our city that have been left behind for years and continue to be left behind, as well as our care for our babies, as well as care for our seniors. All of these things will suffer for a smidge of a reduction over a short period of time, hopefully, and then we will have to catch up to where we left off, which there's no data to support why we're even taking a millage cut without considering all of the things that we are paying for. And so I urge this council to look at this issue, because what we can't fix, we can't get the money back for it. And as far as I'm concerned, I am willing to give away my $1.15. Thank you.
Thank you. And ma'am, please say your name and address, please,
Oh,
just so
sorry.
it's on the record.
Senator Audrey Gibson, and my address is on file.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up will be Mr. Norman Brewer, and then Beth Z. I heard you say it. I'm still not going to try to announce it. Zeta Roberts, Judy Holmes, and I believe this is Mickey Roman. So, Mr. Brewer, go ahead.
Norman Brewer, my address is on file. Without order, there is chaos. And I do oppose the reduction of this millage rate for one reason: public safety. And I speak firsthand. As a retired police lieutenant, I can tell you we endured many years, directly or indirectly coinciding with reductions of budgets, where police officers, firefighters, correctional officers went without step raises, hiring freezes, 10 years without raises, but yet they're expected to perform more with less. I am sorry. This is not good governance. And I said it earlier in my preamble in open comments, there is no need to crack that window open. No need. And I've heard of the reserve account. And I will say this: if your conscience leads you to vote for that reduction, you have a reserve account. I challenge one of you or many of you to fund that reserve account for first responders to the tune of $13 million. Okay? Who's going to be bold enough to do that? I had to wrap my head around these numbers. What does it mean to me? Listen, I am not marginalized. I am not a victim. So I can't speak from that perspective. But I can tell you, $19 to me equates to 2 Happy Meals and a gallon of gas. And looking at me, I don't need any Happy Meals. And a gallon of gas won't even get me back to my house. Don't open Pandora's box. Without order, there is chaos. Don't govern from a stance of reserves. And I respect my friends over here. We differ on this. And I've heard what the Doge Czar from Tallahassee has said. And I was listening to it. It comes without substance. I haven't heard definitive line item issues that warrant that response. But one thing he said to me bothers me. He said, well, you can always tap into the reserves. Well, I live by this premise. Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine. And if we're governing from an emergency fund, we're doing it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Beth Z. still here. Okay. Zeta Roberts, Judy Holmes, Mickey Roman, Wade Mask. Is any one of those 5 names I just called here? Okay, thank you. Again, Zeta Roberts, Judy Holmes, Mickey Roman, and Wade Mask. Sir, you Mickey?
Yes, Mickey Roman. My address is on file. I'd like to submit for the record my new song called Give Me Back My Freedom. I'm going to fatten it up a little bit before I release it. A lot of y'all thought I was just cattleman, but I guess I'm out there singing to the cows because I'm actually crying these days. I don't look it. I'm 66 years old, and maybe I sweat a lot and drink a lot of water. But I never thought in a million years, I thought I'd be able to hunt a little bit and trout fish a little bit and sing to my cows, that I'd have to be, working so hard to pay taxes. And to me, I feel like I'm being pitted against people in this community that I actually like, because like the quote he just mentioned, poor planning on your part shouldn't, be a crisis on mine. It's like $145 million for another park. We already had, 405 parks in Jacksonville? I know that's 2 separate bills, but they're like joined at the hip, 6, 7, 800 million for the Jaguars. It just seems that why should all these social services, and I'm hearing these people's hearts saying, why are we being unfunded and what the heck on $19? But at some point in time, we got to draw the line. You know, at some point in time, a senior citizen, and each one of you all are going to be a senior citizen soon, okay? One of these days, all right? I know I don't look like a senior citizen, but I am a senior citizen. And it just seems unfair that I would get a bill on my personal property tax for 10 times the amount of last year. I mean, just crazy stuff because of mismanagement of money, you know. And now maybe to you, the Jaguars are important. They're not important to me because I don't know anybody on the team anymore. None of them are local, you know. And the issue of the parks, 405 parks. Am I wrong? Is it 404? Is it 405, 406? Okay. And aren't you all, don't you have more money that the mayor just asked after you gave her 7%? Isn't she asking for more money for another park? And by the way, there's 2 national forests within 45 minutes of here. And there's I don't know how many state parks, you know. And so at some point in time, we have to say, okay, let me see here. We spent about, you know, $1 billion in the last year on some, you know, stuff that, you know, if this stuff wasn't purchased, you know, then I could be more friendly and people, we'd have that benevolence. We'd have money left over. So I'm not sure if I'm able to orientate things correctly, or if I'm coming across correctly. It's not that I'm not benevolent. It's not that I can't afford $19. It's I resent being put in a position, you see, you know, to have to express this position. All right.
Thank you. Next 5 names I'm going to call: Hazel Gillis, Leslie Jean
How about my
Bart.
song for the record?
Thank you, sir. Starting over: Hazel Gillis, Leslie Jean Bart, Justin Roberts, Wells Todd, and Jean Grant Dookie. Any of those 5? Come on down.
I'll repeat what I started last time. Good evening. I'm Hazel
Name and
Gillis.
address, ma'am.
I'm Hazel Gillis. My name is on file. I am a homeowner in District 8, property owner in District 7, 10, and 14, speaking in opposition to the millage rate cut. While the millage rate cut may give us $20, $30, $40, $60, or even $100 or more, it does not justify cutting services to your constituents. We do not want these insignificant amounts or any amount that takes away the services to people who need them. We may not miss a meal, but many will, and it is inhumane to take this service away from them. We do not need you to cut out services for those who may need Meals on Wheels, housing, better roads, health services, or some other much-needed service. It does not matter whether you are a Democrat, Republican, no party affiliation, whether you are gay, straight, whether you believe in God or not. You should have love and compassion for others. I repeat, you should have love and compassion for others. We need to fund services now and not come back later and raise property taxes. If you decide to cut the millage rate, I hope that the constituents in your district, if you are in a position to be reelected, but remember this and do not vote for you. Mayor Deegan is the mayor of Jacksonville who was elected to serve all the people of Jacksonville, regardless of race, color, creed, or national origin. Therefore, I am here today to ask you to vote not to cut the millage rate, and please pass the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Jean Bart, Justin Roberts, Wells Todd, Jean Grant Dooley. Okay, I see Mr. Todd. And then James Matchett, if you're still here, please come down.
My name is Wells Todd. My address is on file, and I'm a member of Take 'em Down Jacks. We're here tonight to say no to the reduction of the millage rate. I'm a homeowner. The real issue that we're facing in America today is the fact that the billionaire class, they don't pay taxes. The real issue today is that we have a billionaire and someone who believes in the false ideology of white supremacy in the White House who hasn't done anything since he's been in the White House for the working class. Nothing. Zero.
Can we stick to the millage rate?
The request to reduce the millage rate will benefit the developer class. Groups and corporations like JWB, this corporation has been responsible for the majority of evictions in Jacksonville, standing at a count right now of 588. The majority of the people in Jacksonville are renters. Where is their financial relief? The issue here, and I'll raise it again when I speak again, is to throw a monkey wrench into this budget so that it'll be turned over to Governor DeSantis. And I hope that if that happens, that this city comes out by the thousands to deal with that issue. There is a clear case of putting profits before the needs of people. It's a clear case of benefiting those who have already benefited. It's a clear case of one of your fellow city council people here, Blake Harper, of using racism, the false ideology of white supremacy, to continue to try and divide this community. It's not going to work. A movement is building, and it will continue to build, and we will end up changing the face of Jacksonville by mass movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next five: James Matchett, Juanita Powell-Williams, Etta Etlinger, Jennifer Jones, and Helene Hayes Stewart, I believe that is. If I called any of those five names, just come on up. Sir, go ahead.
James Matchett, address is on file. I stand before you blessed. I can benefit personally from this millage rate because I own property. But that pales to the philanthropic work that I need because there's a great need across Jacksonville communities. Unfortunately, I was raised a giver, and I give. This millage rate takes. It's a lesson that I had to talk to my grandkids about just this weekend. There are no free meals. Just because it didn't cost you nothing didn't mean someone didn't pay for it. Now, if you are sitting in this room, you're probably one of the blessed ones who don't need. How selfish of you to take from those who need. Many in this room run organizations who help those needies. And those few pennies that means little to nothing to most of us who are living the good life means a lot. I am always outraged when we talk about being a physical conservative. The people who suffer the most are our elderly and our young. I've coached football in this city since 1990. And year after year, I watched the sport budget get cut because it just wasn't enough money to go around. Now, here we stand at the precipice of saying we're going to take more of those tax dollars away and expect you to do the same. Yeah, we know it. We have been doing so much with so little for so long, we can almost do the impossible with nothing. Got it. Stop making us do it with nothing. Give the people the resources to make. Listen, my cry is to make this a better city. That's it. I have proven that I want to work with you. Call on me. Put me to the challenge. But I promise you, Pontius Pilate, you can't say I got clean hands and not vote on it and send it to governor to do the work that we need to get done here. It's not in the budget. We can't give it to you. Vote this down.
Next up, Juanita Powell-Williams, are you here? Okay. Etta Etlinger.
Etta Etlinger, my address is on file. It's been said many times that a budget reflects your values. And if that's true, which I think it is true, then the values of this proposed budget are very clear. In my opinion, it gives the police and the developers the bulk of the budget and a pittance for the needs of the people. As Mayor Deegan said, this year's $638 million JSO budget delivers every request made by Sheriff Waters. How about the needs of the people? What about the police violence in our city? What about that? What about the death of the man in the jail? What about JSO working with the ICE thugs? What about that? This millage rate cut would provide even less for our people than the proposed budget does, even less, and which is already anemic and inadequate. For example, the money for both low-cost housing and unhoused people, two related but different things, is only $12 million in a $2 billion budget. This is what I would call a pittance. How many people, how much services, how many agencies do you think $12 million will cover to make any kind of dent for the unhoused or for low-cost housing? I heard on the news that you all would like it to be 1 million, maybe even nothing. Your Fox News host said last week, quote, "Let's give the homeless involuntary lethal injections, just kill them." Is that what you're saying, by having cuts and no services? Is that what you're saying? The developers receive tax cuts and other types of incentives with our money. As already mentioned, JWB is the biggest evictor in this city, and I don't hear any of you complaining about that. I don't hear it. Anyone who's paying attention knows this will do very little. This millage proposal is a sham.
Next up, Juanita Powell-Williams, are you out there? Jennifer Jones. And then Helene, like I said, I think this is Kane Stewart. And then I have an Alice S. I cannot read the last name. And then Jamie Travis Leonard. So go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Jones. My address is on file. I am a Marine Corps veteran and a nonprofit leader within this community. I speak from a place of complete privilege. I live in a $500,000 house, and I don't want this property tax cut. Taxes should be for the common good, and unfortunately, that takes money. We don't need to hand out breaks to developers or to people sitting up on boarded up properties. What we need to use the proposed millage is to fund healthcare, housing, food, and programs to assist the most vulnerable neighbors. Our seniors depend on these funds. Our unhoused neighbors depend on these funds.
Our kids depend on these funds, not JSO. Living within your means only works if you're not dying. Please wake up. You're not in Washington. You're in Jacksonville, Florida. And with this kind of nonsense, these people are not going to put you in Washington. And the City Council and the Finance Committee that serves developers over people isn't finance, it's failure.
Okay, Juanita Powell Williams, I don't think I saw her come down. Helene Kane Stewart, are you here? Okay, I see you walking down. Then it'll be Alice, and again, I can only see an S. I cannot read the rest of the last name. Jamie Travis Leonard, and then Mark Yonge, Y-O-N-G-E.
Hello, my name is Helene Camp Stewart. You have my address on file. I want to echo everything that everybody has said about not decreasing the millage rate. I noticed that my words were just sort of echoes of what everyone else has already said. I just know that I live in so I'm going to say something else. I live in a socioeconomically kind of diverse neighborhood. I see people who are sometimes going through our trash cans, looking for cans just to make a few dollars. And I see people who are pretty well off too. Living in the urban core, you get to see a little bit of everybody's lifestyle. If we reduce these social services even more, I'm going to see more people looking for cans in my trash. And this is just not the way to live. Quality of life is really instrumental in being a first-class city, and that's what we need to be focused on. So keep the millage where it's at. Let's make the city great and stop thinking about the short term and start thinking about the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, last name S. Last call on that one. Okay. Jamie Travis Leonard. And then Mark Yonge, Y-O-N-G-E, will be after Jamie.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jamie Travis Leonard. My address is on file. I own a home. It's in the north side in the Highlands area. Very diverse, very beautiful. Close to some of those 400 parks that we heard about. On the surface, reducing the property millage rate sounds like a win for homeowners like me, but it takes very little effort, very little, to understand the long-term consequences. Property tax is the financial backbone of our local communities. I personally am a proud taxpayer. They fund the things that make neighborhoods livable and properties valuable. Important things like public schools, fire departments, libraries, infrastructures, municipal parks, again, all 400 plus of them, and more. When we cut the millage rate, we cut funding to essential services. This leads to overcrowded classrooms, of which we already have, slower emergency response times, and deteriorating public spaces, like all those roads I keep mentioning. All of which directly impact, you guessed it, property values. That includes yours, too. The tax savings for a millage rate is a great soundbite for the press, but the actual dollar amount going back to regular homeowners is minimal. And let's not forget the broader economic impact. We've seen on the national stage what happens when government agencies start unnecessarily tightening funds. Jobs are cut, infrastructure projects are delayed, and businesses close. I don't know if you've been in some of the areas recently, but that's already happening. Let's not make it worse. Arbitrary tax cuts reduce economic growth and lead to higher costs for the many. Reducing the millage rate isn't a generous gesture. It's a short-sighted decision that jeopardizes the stability of our communities. Listen to the majority. We've shown up today, and I appreciate all of you showing up. Do not reduce the millage rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Yonge, Amanda Nelson, Reverend Adam Gray, Reverend Madison Hilt, and John Turner. So, sir, go ahead.
Good evening. It's pronounced Mark Young.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
my address is on file. I'm from District 9, and I'm happy to have Councilman Tyrona Clark Murray as my representative. This is only my second city council meeting, first time speaking. I appreciate all of your service. I understand you probably all have the right motives to be here, but I am speaking against the millage decrease. I am a homeowner. I've lived here more than half my life. I have a child that's been through the school system here. I've been a nurse in this community for over 15 years. I've been in the recovery community for over 21. Lots of family here. I've got family in the services. I've got family in JSO. So when I say that I'm affected by this and the people I care about are, I mean that in many ways. The Civic Council voted against this. The police and firefighter unions voted against this. The people you profess to be supporting are telling you no. This is a $13.5 million shortfall, and we have the police, firefighter, corrections officers, they have raises and pensions. We are in that 3-year period. The UF graduate campus, the Florida Semiconductor Institute, the Everbeck Stadium rebuild, the jail. There is a ton of stuff coming up that this money would help. I understand that yes, I could save for my $250,000 house with my homeowner's exemption. Yes, I could save $20, $30 for a year. I'd much rather that money go to helping other people to pay it forward. That money steamrolls into so many other services that can help so many other people. And I have to say, I was kind of disappointed that I was here 2 weeks ago. Long night. I appreciate the people that stayed. And welcome back, Councilman Miller. Glad you're here. But I will say that I noticed both then and tonight that there are some council people here that while people are speaking are having little asides and jokes and little smirks, and I find it very disrespectful. I really do. I think people took a lot of time to come here. There's 53 people that want to comment, a lot of people that are just willing to come to the cards. It's a lot of time and expense that they come because they care. When is the last time you heard people are willing to pay more to help other people? That never happens. I really think the gestures here speak a lot of volumes about what people want to do here. And the fact that you can stand there and say that you're representing us just really seems disingenuous and a little bit obtuse. So I really would wish you would just listen and realize that people do care and they want to give back. And please listen to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young. Amanda Nelson. And after Amanda, it'll be Reverend Adam Gray, then Reverend Madison Hill.
Hello, I'm Amanda Nelson. My address is on file. I came prepared to talk about, that I've lived in Jacksonville for 23 years, that I'm a homeowner in this city, and the reasons that I want to make sure that our city is set up for success. It has a millage rate that produces enough tax revenue to afford services that are really important and life-saving. But I just couldn't help but wonder, why are there people on our city council still supporting this tax cut when there are so many people in this room, including so many homeowners, speaking out against it? And so I pulled up some campaign finance records, and it's crazy what you can find on there. In 1 month, in 2023, Rory Diamond got $40,000 from builders and developers. So I wonder, as a homeowner myself, the millage rate cut per month savings wouldn't buy me a carton of eggs. But if you're a company or a firm who owns hundreds, maybe thousands of properties all over town, then the millage rate being cut is really beneficial. And I just want to encourage those of you who are on the council to answer to care about the voices, our voices, the people in this room, as much as you care about the people who gave you money when you were campaigning.
Next up, Reverend Adam Gray, and then Reverend Madison Hilt, John Turner, Caroline Schultz, and Anissa Pearson.
Good evening. I'm the Reverend Adam Gray. My address is on file, and I'm the lead pastor at Riverside Church at Park and King. Do you know what the prophets of the Old Testament hate? Dishonest scales, dishonest weights, short levies, using power to take advantage of those who are worse off. This council has brought forward in this millage rate a proposal, a dishonest scale, a short levy, a trick to steal from the poor and give to the rich. Let me be clear. This is stealing from the poor to give to the rich. This is stealing from the desperate to give to the comfortable. This is stealing from black and brown folks to give to white folks. This is stealing from our future hope to give to our present greed. There's been a lot of talk around this proposal about the virtues of an efficient government. I hear there are even whole departments dedicated to it these days. I'd rather have an effective government. I'd rather have an excellent government. I'd rather have an engaging government. I'd rather have an edifying government. I'd rather have an enduring government. There is more than enough money in Jacksonville to build the city that we all deserve. And I call on you to have the courage to ask us all to pay our fair share.
Next up, Madison Hill.
Reverend Madison Hilt, my address is on file. You know what Jesus really didn't like? Jesus really didn't like grifters. As a matter of fact, when people were buying and selling things in the temple, he went and flipped all the tables over. That was the one time that Jesus was really ever violent in the Bible. Now, don't mistake me. I am not calling for violence. I am simply saying how important the message against wealth in the Bible is. And yet, this city council is considering reducing property taxes by 1/8 of a mil. Oh, it'll save normal homeowners $20. Now, Councilman Diamond at the last minute kind of got off to the point and let it slip out a little bit. Oh, the people at the beach, the rich people that can already afford their bills, that can afford 2 or 3 cars, that can afford their groceries, that aren't having to work 2 40-hour jobs a week, that aren't having to scrounge by for food and water and drink. Oh, they're going to have to pay more. Well, good. Because that's what the Bible calls for. It is easier for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And yet, the majority of people calling for this on the city council have a net worth of over $1 million. Some of them greatly in excess of that, and most of them, their net worth improved significantly once they got on the council. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because you're in bed with power. Just a suggestion. Maybe the fine folks at Dreamfinders Homes, at JWB, the folks that own so many of the houses in the city can afford to pay their fair share because the poor folks in this city have pulled their bootstraps up so far that they're dang well earrings by now. I mean, they can sure afford to give significant amounts of money to Mr. Carrico, Mr. Diamond, Mr. Salem in the amounts of tens of thousands of dollars from the campaign reports, but they can't afford to pay taxes? Okay. Well, I know what's going to happen tonight, and I hope I'm wrong, but what I think is going to happen is this is going to be forced through because y'all think you're better than us. Y'all think that you don't have to be accountable to people when the Bible demands that you are accountable to the needy. And you don't think that you have to do your due diligence because you think your office is safe. Well, folks, no. Nothing's ever safe. Everything's temporary. Thank you.
John Turner. Then it'll be Caroline Schultz, Anissa Pearson, Samantha Saris, and Janine Williams.
I'm Pastor John Turner. My paperwork's on file. I'm also a member of Riverside Church. My 2 pastors before me have spoken eloquently about what is needed in this community. They've spoken about the need to take care of those that have less than what I do. The responsibility for each of us to be our brother's keeper. I will only say this, I was a nurse for 30 years, and I've seen what the lack of funds do to people that need nursing care, the elderly, the infringed, and yes, even those that are not citizens of this country. We should and are responsible for our neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caroline Schultz. Is Ms. Schultz here? Okay. Anissa Pearson. And then after Ms. Pearson will be Samantha Saris.
Hello, my name is Anissa Pearson, and my address is on file. I just kind of want to ask a genuine question. Do you guys understand how little $18 to $19 really is in the grand scheme of things? It's really not that much. I know once upon a time one of you said you could get your roof fixed with an extra $20. That's simply not true. It might be maybe an extra night of takeout or something, but it's not really worth cutting essential programs over to me or to most of the people standing in this room right now, or sitting in this room. I don't want an extra night at BurgerFi to come at the cost of my fellow residents not getting the aid that they so desperately need in these trying times with what you've done with the city. My dad's a Trump supporter, though. The type of people who care more about like fiscal matters than like other stuff that I care about. We're different in that way. But when I told him about the millage rate shenanigans, even he thought it was kind of silly. He actually laughed. He thought I was joking, but it's the reality of Jacksonville right now. An extra wrinkled few dollars in his pocket, a nickel a day or something like that, at the cost of no more meals for seniors, barely $1 a month for cuts to education. Who would that even help? It's not helping homeowners, not really. It's definitely not helping renters, which is what a significant portion of Jacksonville is, in case you guys forgot. It's certainly not helping the homeless, which is also a very significant demographic in the bold new eviction capital of Florida. All of this chaos, all of this madness, all of this silliness is for the sake of real estate developers. People have already spoken enough about how some of you are being bankrolled by these real estate developers. They're definitely not the people of Jacksonville you claim to be serving, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the belief that the city council was meant to serve the city, like the people in the city, not real estate developers who come from out of town and just buy up all the land for funsies or whatever. I could be wrong though. But if you're so dedicated to shilling out for out of town developers, why not change your name from the city council to the real estate developer council? Maybe change it to the hand money over so the rich get richer council. So you can just be upfront with it and people like me don't get confused over whether you serve the city or a couple of people who aren't even from this city. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Samantha Saris, you're up next. And then it'll be Janine Williams and Dr. Kashawn Chambliss-Hargrove will be after that.
Samantha Series, address on file. Hello, council members. As you have heard before by others, I want to express my disagreement with the council's proposed millage tax cut. You have also heard supporters of this cut, and they have no actual reason to support the cuts besides furthering hate towards the less fortunate. Unfortunately, I know my statement against your proposed cuts will not persuade those members planning to vote for approving them, but I still felt it was necessary to speak out against them. When you, as council members, say these cuts are good for the taxpayers, you do not mean the individual citizens. You are actually referring to the corporations that own 72% of the rental properties in Jacksonville. At least 9 of the 10 members needed to pass the proposed cuts have had campaign contributions by the top companies that own those rental properties. These corporations are price gouging the 51% of renters in Jacksonville, making it harder for us to afford living here, causing people who are underprivileged to suffer more, just to line the pockets of the already wealthy. We are not fooled by your speeches and rhetoric. This is not for us. This is for the select few. I am disappointed, but I cannot say I'm surprised. As stated before, the CFO just came up with a number without showing us where the excessive spending came from. And just so everyone knows, our CFO is not an accountant. He owns a home development company, and he himself is worth $23 million. We also hear a lot about religion, but no one brings up the fact that you are also governed by the Jacksonville Ethics Code. It is declared to be the policy of the city of Jacksonville that all officials for Jacksonville are public servants to the people and hold their positions to benefit the public, and imposing ethical standards upon officials of all those agencies serves an important public purpose and serves the public welfare. These public servants shall perform efficiently and faithfully their duties under the laws, federal, state, and local governments. Such officers and employees shall strive to meet the highest standards of ethics consistent with the Code of Ethics, regardless of personal considerations, recognizing that maintaining the respect of the people must be their foremost concern. Thank you.
Janine Williams.
My name is Janine Williams with Harriet Tubman Freedom Fighters. My address is on file. I'm here today because I do not approve of the millage rate cut. A cut like this means more than just a number on a spreadsheet. It means a longer waiting list, and for many, a complete loss of Meals on Wheels. This program serves about 300,000 meals annually to homebound seniors and people with disabilities. Cutting these funds would be devastating and would take away a reliable, nutritious meal and the crucial social connection that volunteers bring to a population that can't shop or cook for themselves. The street I live on in North Jacksonville is full of elderly homeowners. These are people who have worked hard, paid their taxes, and raised their families here for over 50 years. 2 of them, I know for sure, rely on Meals on Wheels. When I spoke with them about these proposed cuts, they were troubled and devastated. They couldn't believe that you were voting to make these cuts to save them only about $20 a year. That message did not sit well with them, nor me. And as an activist, I have spoken with many homeowners in Arlington, the South Side, the Intercoastal, as well as Mandarin. No one I have spoken to agrees with your plan if the small savings means cutting these vital programs. In fact, several have asked me to make note of everyone who votes in favor of this today. When people find out how these savings come about, they won't approve of it. But of course, you didn't tell them the whole story, but I did. So whose interest are you really protecting? Is it possible that because several of you are millionaires, you're out of touch with most of your constituents? Failing to protect the most vulnerable among us, you must think that you are exempt from becoming the most vulnerable. You can go from VP today of your company to no P tomorrow. The Bible says in Isaiah 3:14, the Lord will enter into judgment with the elders and princes of his people. For you have eaten up the vineyard, the spoil of the poor is in your houses. And I heard someone come up here and say today, we need to help those people be more self-sufficient. Well, I doubt my 84-year-old neighbor will ever be self-sufficient again. Now, and forgive her for living and becoming old and vulnerable. I would love to see you guys get old and become vulnerable. And I'll come up here and speak for you too. To the members who stand with us today of the City Council, we thank you. And to those who choose to stand for themselves, may his judgment bring you to humility. Thank you.
Dr. Kashawn Chambliss Hargrove, Sherry McGill, Kimberly McIntyre, and Terry Bork.
Okay, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Dr. Keishan Chambliss Hargrove, and I served 33 years in the military. I'm retired now, and I'm now working with RTC program. I come to you tonight to ask you definitely not to increase the millage rate because I see nothing significant of it other than hurting others, the needy. Also, I stand before you saying, definitely when you make your decision, make sure you think about everybody. Always keep the main thing, meaning that you represent your people, your constituents. So when you make decisions, make sure you're looking out for everyone, black, white, whatever race, whatever it is. You represent the poor, the rich, what have you. Do the right thing about your people at all times. And I'll also urge you also to vote yes for the budget, the mayor's budget. Make sure you vote for that as well. But again, as a leader, look out for your constituents at all times. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry McGill. Kimberly McIntyre. Terry Bork. Are you Kimberly McIntyre? You may go ahead.
Hello.
My name is Kimberly McIntyre, and my address is on file. I'm here today to express my support for the millage rate as defined in the original version of the ordinance, and I urge the council members to vote against the amendment that intends to reduce that millage rate. I understand that some members of the council have expressed a desire to cut the rate, advertising that such a cut would provide substantial windfall for the working class families that are struggling to get by in these troubling times. But what windfall is there when half of us can't even afford a house? For those that do, what windfall is there to be able to afford one fast food meal a year when stagflation will offset that affordance to us by the next? Meanwhile, any cuts to the millage introduces unnecessary risk to the future funding of nonprofit organizations who play a critical role in serving the less fortunate in our community. What happens next year when we realize that a millage cut was a mistake? What will happen to our struggling neighbors, our brothers, our elderly, when Meals on Wheels has to turn them away? For those like my grandfather, who was behind on his retirement, will this protect him from ever will this protect them from ever increasing layoffs that are driving us into homelessness? Will JSO be happy fighting these increasing crimes when these homeless people are ultimately forced to steal to feed themselves? At the end of the day, we cannot accept that a millage cut serves the good people of Jacksonville. It can only invite further societal decay, and I will not stand for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Bork, followed by Larry Henderson, and then Dennis Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Terry Bork. We're here discussing a property tax decrease that will give $12 for a year to everyone. Some people think it's $20. Has anyone heard anyone going home and talking to their husband, their wife, their child, or friends and say, guess what? I got a $12 a year pay raise today. I got a $20 a year pay raise today. Of course not. It's insignificant. But I've heard some people say every dollar counts, and it certainly does. Grocery prices are high. That's why senior citizens need money for Meals for Wheels. Housing prices are high. That's why we need the affordable housing programs we have. Homelessness is a problem. We need money to solve that. Healthcare is a problem, and we need money to deal with that. We have telehealth now that's threatening to be cut, and that saves us money because people getting telehealth don't have to go to the ER where the spending is much more expensive. And I've heard some people say, well, we're not really cutting anything, we're just getting rid of new programs or increases in spending. But new problems need new programs, and they need additional spending. There was a survey done recently by UNF. They said the number one problem in Jacksonville was affordable housing. For the first time ever, it surpassed crime as the number one problem. And what's being done here to address that issue? Nothing. Instead, what you're going to do is you're going to cut money for affordable housing. And that's just not a proper thing to do. Another thing that's bad in this tax increase is it's going to cut $8 million from Edward Waters University. $8 million while you're giving $100 million to UNF. That is not a good look for this city, to have white city council members take $8 million from a basically prominently black university and giving 10 times as much to a largely white university. That's not a good look for the city, and it's going to discourage businesses from coming here because they want to come to a place that has some inclusion to it. I would like to add that if this is going to go through, what you ought to do is make sure that there's no Meal for Wheels in your district. Make sure there's no affordable housing programs in your district, no homeless programs in your district, no health care programs in your district. Don't punish everybody else in the city of Jacksonville. And please reject that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Larry Henderson, Dennis Sanchez, and then Ms. Corrine Brown.
My name is Larry Henderson, and my address is on file. I've been here, seems like all day, and I am a retired Air Force disabled veteran. I have a home in Jacksonville. This reminds me of like Robin Hood in reverse. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Robin Hood used to steal from who? And take, now we are doing the reverse. We're stealing from the poor and giving it to the rich. Track me. I love my city. I expect a lot from y'all. It's like, I'm not caring about $1.50. Come on. I'm going to pay it forward. But the renters out there, y'all don't care about them. You want to fill your pockets with money. I'm fired up, y'all. That's to know Larry is to know that I'm passionate. And I'm passionate for my city. Come on, councilmen and women. Get your act together. The whole world is looking at us. You know, another thing, up in D.C., they bought, like, when they cut everything and brought it down, we're doing the same thing in Jacksonville. We don't bought the federal government to city government. Come on. We are better than this. Thank you.
Dennis Sanchez. And then Ms. Corrine Brown, and then the last speaker, Eunice Barnum.
My name is Dennis Sanchez, and my address is on file. Many people don't really know, but I've been a real estate agent for over 17, close to 18 years. And when I moved down to Florida, I moved down here obviously to retire my parents. But the one thing that I noticed, a big difference between New Jersey and Florida, is these very nagging calls from these investors, practically spam, calling me and telling me, do you have any properties that need work so I can make money? And who are they going to make that money from? Because who's actually has properties that need work, right? So the problem with Jacksonville, most of it is investor owned. It's aggravating, right? I mean, you're talking about a $19 a year in tax break. Makes no sense for highly intelligent people sitting here. You guys are highly intelligent. So I'm trying to think, why are you doing this if it doesn't really make sense, right? But $13 million does make sense, but you're cutting $13 million from programs, and who are you really taking that from, right? 43% of the households are tenants. 70% of the apartments are corporate owned. So who's really benefiting? You got 1.1% is really what you're decreasing, but 1.1% of somebody that makes $30,000 is not the same as 1.1% of somebody that makes $1 million or $300,000, $400,000, right? How about a portfolio of $10 million or a portfolio of $100 million? Then it really makes sense, right? And not only that, but these investors, like I mentioned in my preamble with the general meeting, these investors also have a multiplier effect because they're only putting down about 30% and 70% is debt. This is all loans. And not only that, but they benefit more because they don't get homestead. So this is definitely going to benefit them more, right? In addition to that, like, it just doesn't make sense to me because, so I was like, you know what, let me bring some solutions, right? Because I know maybe for smart people, if we give you some solutions that could help out. So I was like, in general, for $13 million, you could increase the homestead from $50,000 to $65,000. That would actually directly help the people, right? And instead of that, like, Why don't we expand the senior and low income exemptions? That would help the people, right? How about rebates for the elders? How about fees like solid waste, stormwater, that infrastructure? That $13 million would make a deep debt.
Ms. Corrine Brown, then Eunice Barnum, and then I'm going to reread the cards of the people I called that did not come down the first time that I read them. So, Ms. Corrine Brown, the floor is yours.
God is good. Oh, you can do better than that just because we're in city council, and I've heard a lot of prayers today. God is good. All the time. I want you all to know that I'm here because my phone has been blowing up the last few days, and I felt I needed to come down and look at my council people. And there is a problem. I understand that the ministers had a prayer vigil earlier today. And so I just want to say prayer without action is no good. And it's 5 at-large council persons up there that represent me and don't know it. It's 5. And then I read that you was interested in fixing it so that the only people that could be president of the Senate was the at-large. Lord and Childs would say that dog won't hunt. But we need to do something about it. And I think what we need to do is to have a petition drive that all of the council people be single-member districts. Because 5 of you don't understand that you represent me. I know Joe knows he does, but I'm talking about the rest of you. Do you know that you represent everybody in Jacksonville like the mayor? Do you know that? I know you know that because you come to my church. But several of you do not. I live in the city. I have problems. I don't have water or sewer. I can't sit outside because of the mosquitoes. And oh, goodness, you talking about cutting Meals on Wheels? First of all, a lot of that money comes from the federal government, passed through the state, and then you divvy it out. I don't want to see no cuts, none on Meals on Wheels. I'm going to take my seat, but I want you to know that we're going to get a petition drive going, and we're going to show you something more than prayer. We're going to put prayer to work. Thank you, my city council persons.
Ma'am, can we have your name and address just for the record?
My name is Corrine Brown, 611 Appian Way, and have problems with water, sewer, and mosquitoes.
Thank you, ma'am. Eunice Barnum. Eunice Barnum, are you here? Okay. And again, let's keep it down. Thank you. After Ms. Barnum speaks, I'm going to reread all the cards that wish to speak that were not here when they were called the first time.
Eunice Barnum, and my address is on file. Budget cut. Budget cuts. Cuts. I have some suggestions. Let's cut salaries. Let's cut. So all you sit there getting almost $60,000 a year part-time. That's way more than I ever made. That's way more than a whole lot of people sitting out here make. Let's look at the city and all the positions that the city holds. I think it's over 7,000 employees or something of that nature, city employees. Let's look at other ways to cut. And let's save the people. Meals on Wheels. Let's say that. Cut your diet. I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of paying for people to help me and look out for us. We can catch hell for free. We don't need to pay nobody to watch us, not help us catch hell. Catching hell is free. You don't have to pay nobody. So I want to take a look at other ways we can cut and see how we can save some money. We have, I think, 42 attorneys sitting there in general counsel, but you may see one, maybe two. I'm just saying, and they get good money, as I understand. I'm just saying. You want to take from me who is giving you all I got. You get mine off the top before I ever see it, before it ever gets to me. And for what? What am I paying for? What am I paying for? Because let me ask, is the city supposed to be there for me? Or am I supposed to be there for the city? How does it work? That's what I need to know. Whose job is it? Is it mine to take care of you all or y'all to take care of me? Please answer that.
Okay, so I'm going to read all the cards again. If I read your name out, come on, sit at the front, and then we'll see what order we have after and how many people we have. So Sherry McGill, Caroline Schultz, Alice, last name begins with an S, and the rest is illegible, Leslie Jean Bart, Justin Roberts, Jean Grant Dooley, Zeta Roberts, Judy Holmes, Wade Mask, Beth Z last name, Dr. Barbara Darby, Rose Steele, Mary Robinson, Catherine Del Rey, G. Brooke Bebenue, Jeffrey Rumlin, Lee Harris, Daryl Edwards II, and Jacqueline Curry. I'm sorry, one more, LaShonda Holloway. Is anyone here whose name I called? Okay. Okay. And then after this, I will read the lengthy list of cards who did not wish to speak.
My name is Caroline Schultz. My address is on file. I will keep this short and sweet. I don't have much prepared. But I oppose any change to the millage rate. I think it is really some trickery to be able to claim that, oh, tax cuts, we're giving you tax cuts. But really, it doesn't amount to anything, and really, it just robs from us and people who need help in the community. And maybe you guys don't see this, maybe you don't live this way, but those of us in Jacksonville, we take care of each other. We're looking out for each other, and we want everyone's physical, emotional, and mental needs met. And this is just asinine to dangle this $15. That's 2 loaves of bread and a thing of peanut butter, right? So it's not going to have a big difference on anybody's lives except the people who are going to be missing these services that they need to stay alive. I yield my time.
Thank you. Was there anyone else whose card I read? Okay. Council President, I'm going to start reading the lengthy list of people who filled out a card and did not wish to speak, and I'll say whether they support or oppose. Carmen Martinez supports. Mark Alfieri supports. Bennett Brown supports. Glenn Foreman supports. Reginald Jones opposes. Ola Cargile opposes. R.C. Jones supports. Anita Jones supports. Velma Rutledge Ross opposes. Marioso Belgrano supports. Shirley Russian supports. Maria Winard supports. Elizabeth Tenorio supports. Rudolph Urban supports. Lance Labonte supports. Kelly Chastam supports. Christopher McKee supports. Love Phillips III supports. Last name Bollinger supports. Pamela Barker supports. Margaret Latimer supports. W. Bollinger supports. Monica Davis opposes. Denise Traeger opposes. John Darby supports. John Darby Jr. supports. Tamara Witherspoon supports. Isla Ray Merton just wrote, I oppose the millage cut. Thomas Kinsborough opposes. Margaret Barton opposes. Earl White supports. Stephen Johnson opposes. Leslie Wheeler opposes. L.M. Carey supports. Maria Garcia opposes. Gloria Duvall opposes. Rachel Grage opposes. Lisa Dernberger supports. Beatrice Poberis, or I believe that is, supports. Betty Hayes supports. Nancy Murray Settle opposes. Tyra Smoot opposes. Timothy Bramwell supports. Echo Nova opposes. Courtney Ellerton opposes. Dakota Spring opposes. Charlene Clark supports. Darnell Cohen did not write whether he supports or opposes. Pamela Jackson supports. Nancy Powell supports. Patrick Parlino supports. And I have no more speaker cards.
All right, Mr. Floor Leader, it does appear as if we have two people in the aisle that wish to speak. Maybe they filled out a card with the wrong number. Maybe they just didn't get a chance to do one. So it would be my desire that they be heard. So one at a time, if you could come down, state your name and address, and then we'll get you to fill out a blue card for this particular bill so we can have it on the record.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, President of the Council, and good evening to all the council members. My name is Evangelist Joyce Johnson. My address is on file. Okay. I would like to say first that when the foundation of anything is gone, that means the whole city, the whole nation falls. What is the foundation, you would ask? The foundation is integrity, it's love, it's charity, looking out for your neighbor. It's all those wonderful things that create the foundation to hold up a city, to hold up a family, to hold up a nation. And so I'm here to also say that if you would kindly write down these verses and read them later. The first one is James 4:17. Those who know to do right and do not, that is sin unto that city, that nation, that personal person. Number 2, Luke chapter 6, verse 31. Do unto others as you wish to be treated. Number 4, Matthew 26:11. You will always have the poor with you, the Word of God says. So that's why we open up our arms in charity. I'm not saying that, the Lord was not saying that just let people just not do anything. A lot of money could have been put into training. Teenage programs like when I was little, we had the red caps. We went and picked up trash in all the neighborhoods and got paid. I was at the little elementary school signing up kindergartners. I mean, we had jobs. I paid for my own school clothes. My mom says, I don't have enough for all that. So we went to work. The city had a program for young people to know the work ethic, to learn a work ethic. And last and most least, I want to say that we're here in this position because it's like a millionaire housewife on $1 million budget, but she's shopping $1 billion. She's going shopping on that Visa, running it up to $1 billion. And she only has $1 million budget. So this is why we're here. Special projects that are so far to the right, so huge, so big, they're unnecessary. It don't take 63, 64, and probably now $88 million for a facility or specifically a morgue to be that big and serve this city. It doesn't take all of that. That money could have went to this fall short that we're in. See, when you overspend, this is what happens.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And
God
please
bless.
get with a member of our legislative services team so you can fill out a card. Next speaker, come on down.
Oh my gosh, it's me again. Hi, everybody. I am Dragon Beloy. My address is on file, but I live in Arlington. That's relevant to a couple of you. I've been listening, to everything everyone said. A lot. I agree with a lot of it. I think that there's something very interesting in the idea of. I've seen a lot of abstentions. What is it, like 5, 6 different abstentions this city council? And we've seen that not only are you guys not really paying attention to us, I have a picture on my phone right here. I'm actually going to hold it up. This is cringe, but I didn't print it out. I didn't know I'd have this picture. This is a picture of Mike Gay being asleep during the council while Joe Carlucci is on his phone. I just thought that was interesting. And so I'm not going to
stick to the bill, which is the 1/8 millage cut. Thank you.
No. I'm getting there. I promise. I think that there should be some abstentions on this bill. I think if you get we're supposed to save 13 million with the millage cut. I think that if we're going to save 13 million, if you got more than 13,000 from a big developer who's going to save $1 bazillion, I think you should abstain. I think if you got a lot of money from the exact people who are going to benefit from this, that's a business expense, right? I think you should abstain. I think if you got more than $13,000, let's cut the time down so it doesn't have to be all of you. Because I know that people with money give out money, and y'all court people of all kinds. But I think that you should abstain if you get more than $13,000 in a period of 6 weeks. I mean, that's 0.0001% of the 13 million? Maybe an extra zero? Now, I don't think you're going to do it. Quite frankly, I think this millage cut was always going to happen, not only because I'm really sorry to call you out like this, Mr. Salem. You said literally last time that you were here that you were voting for it specifically so you could get out early, and you were putting in your vote in support of the millage bill, and then you literally said directly afterward, it is recorded, but I'm going to vote against it on the day. So you just lied to everybody's face? And I don't think that is a good look for anyone. I don't want to be confrontational. I don't want to be mean. But I think if you're benefiting explicitly from the people who are going to benefit from this, abstain. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night. And by the way, it's been 5 hours, so this is 5 hours out of everybody's day.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was our last speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Floor Leader. Just to remind everybody where we're at on the proper posture, we have a motion and a second on the areas floor amendment, which is the reduction of the 1/8 millage. So that is our amendment. Now the queue is open for debate. We'll go first. You have been patiently waiting. You got in the queue as soon as we started about an hour ago. Mr. Peluso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And kind of before I begin, I want to thank the individuals who spoke this evening. We had 35 people speak against this amendment, which I am very much against as well. We should not cut the millage rate. 35 people spoke. I know there were 6 others whose names were called that I knew would speak also in a similar fashion. We had 4 people speak in favor of it, with one person that I believe was going to speak in favor. And then all the names that were brought up that we said support or oppose, I think that was kind of taken out of, I don't think a lot of people understood what that meant. So I'm kind of discounting those. But just based on the number of people that have spoken, I think we can see people do not want this cut. I also, for the purposes of later on this evening, there are lists for people to grab of roads that could be resurfaced this year and potentially future years that if people want to take a look at. There is a tab that shows where the cutoff is this year. There are multiple infrastructure projects that are still awaiting funding. My concern with doing a millage cut this year, go ahead, everyone can grab them right in the front. My concern with doing this millage cut is that there are hidden deficits that we still have yet to pay. We already know about the future deficits that are in our table 3 Bravo, I believe. But we still have the UF deal. We still have future Jaguars projects. We still have a jail, potentially, that we may have to fund. And then, of course, these roads and sidewalk projects that we have neglected for years. In this year's budget, we only have $22.5 million for roads. And again, I'll get to that in my amendment later. But We have hundreds of roads that we still need to fund and get to a standard that they should be. And if we cut this millage, I'm afraid we're never going to get to them. I'm afraid that the needs of the city as the years go on is going to be far greater. We already know police and fire are against this. We know that because we have signed up for FRS, Florida Retirement System, and we still don't know how much that's going to cost, let alone for every new officer and new firefighter who comes into the city, they must go on FRS, and we don't know what that will cost. We have so much ahead of us that we don't know at all how much it's going to cost. And to cut this millage now, when not only the public is against it, but several of us are against it. These hidden deficits could crush us. In the 80s and the 90s, we kept cutting, and we found ourselves in a hole. We helped fill that hole last year with the garbage fee increase. There's so many more to go if we don't. And every dollar that's spent, that's tax dollars for this city, goes back to the people, goes back to these neighborhoods. If it's state taxes or federal taxes, those go to other counties, those go to other states. This is our money.
Thank you, Mr. Peluso. Our next speaker will be Councilmember Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to say that I voted against this amendment the first time because this is not nearly big enough tax cut for the people in Jacksonville. Not even close. It's not even a tax cut. People will pay more this coming year in taxes for their homes than they did last year. It's a pittance. I agree. Every single person who came down here who said it was a pittance, that was a tiny bit of money, I totally agree. You're 100% correct. It's not nearly big enough. I'll vote for it today because we have to start bending the cost curve for homeowners in Jacksonville. This city has become unaffordable. This used to be a place that you could come and have a house and build a family and build family wealth and make sure that your kids were going to a good school. That dream is becoming out of reach of so many people in Jacksonville. If you heard the mayor's budget tour that she did, there was a mom, a CPA from Jacks Beach, who said that her taxes, and they doubled over the last 10 years, making her home unaffordable, having to make choices between her mortgage and being able to take care of her family. That's what's happening. For the renters out there, everybody who came up here and talked about renters, I agree with you. Do you know how hard it is to go from being a renter to a homeowner in Jacksonville with a tax burden like this? It's almost impossible. And for anybody who was reading the developer money in here, I love it. Absolutely. I'm so glad you read it. Go read Donna Deegan's donor list because she has an entire team of people who put together economic incentive deals and are shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars of your money to corporations, billionaires, and developers. Go check the record. I vote no on almost all of them. So I'm very good about sitting here and talking about those donor dollars. But the mayor is shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars, over $1 billion since she took office. Over $1 billion now. You want to know about $13 million? Come with the same anger, the same angst about the hundreds of millions of dollars the mayor is spending on developers as you do $13 million we're trying to return to the people who earned it. It's a pittance. I agree. It's not even close to enough. There is a revolution happening in Jacksonville. I agree. People say that all the time. It's becoming unaffordable. We're becoming a city of renters. We're becoming a city where people can't afford the American dream. It starts by cutting spending. It continues by cutting taxes and making the American dream affordable. And if you want line items, I'll give you 3. We shouldn't give another dollar to developers in Jacksonville for the next 6 years. That's 1. 2, stop building downtown parks for $200 million that no one will visit. And 3, stop the train to nowhere, which has got a $168 million budget and will never be built. 3 things, almost $1 billion back to the people of Jacksonville.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. As an at-large council member, I represent all of Jacksonville, and I've always said I will give a voice to those who feel they don't have one. That's why I cannot support this millage cut. $13 million is a lot of money when it comes to people's lives. Yes, we did put some money back into Meals on Wheels, but let's be honest. It was not restored to the full level it had last year. Seniors who depend on those meals are still facing less support than they did last year. And the same is true for health care programs for those families that need us the most. In addition, keeping the millage rate the same allows us to leverage Councilmember White's public safety amendment, which dedicates $13.4 million into reserves for next year's budget. We know that police and fire raises have already been negotiated, and we must be ready to meet those commitments. For all 18 years that I've served on this council, I have always supported public safety. I don't brag about it. I hear a lot of my colleagues brag about it, but I don't brag about it. I just do it because it's the right thing to do. My record has been 100% intact my entire 18 years, and I don't plan on taking a step backwards this year. And let's be clear, a $13 million tax cut doesn't just hurt us this year. It compounds year after year, digging our financial hole deeper and deeper. And folks, that is not planning for the future the way our constituents expect us to. Colleagues, I've learned this over time. Great cities do not cut their way to greatness. Great cities invest in their people by protecting the most vulnerable and by ensuring public safety is strong and well prepared for the future. And that's why I am voting no on this millage cut. And I believe that there's a lot of us in here that are wanting to vote yes, but deep down inside, you know it's the wrong side of the issue. And you need to reach down into your core, and you need to reach down into your soul and think about the people you represent and get on the right side of the budget and step over the line and be the statesman that your constituents elected to do the job that's best for everyone in Jacksonville. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carlucci. Our next speaker will be Vice President Howland.
Mr. President, thank you. And on the contrary, I believe this is the exact right thing to do, and I wholeheartedly support property tax relief for Jacksonville's families. What we're actually debating here is whether to let 400,000 households in Jacksonville keep money they've earned, money they've already earned, working long hours at the factory maybe, or double shifts at the hospital, money earned through grit, through hard work, through sacrifice. We're not talking about giving them back a few dollars. Not at all. We haven't even collected those dollars yet. Tonight we're debating whether to take a few more dollars out of their wallets, and we're debating, frankly, just how much we think those dollars matter to them. Think about that and how out of touch that is. I've heard people say a cup of coffee a month, or an extra night at BurgerFi, or 2 loaves of bread and some peanut butter. Well, I'll tell you, to the thousands of Jacksonville working families I know, having run manufacturing plants here for the last 20 years, every dollar matters. Particularly when the price of chicken and the price of Cheerios, the price of macaroni and cheese and chips have all doubled over the last few years. And believe me, this government has extra dollars. Let's talk about that. We are investing in our city. Great cities do need investment. We are a great city, and we're investing in it. This Finance Committee delivered the largest operating budget in our city's history, the largest capital budget outside of a few BJP years, that's a Better Jacksonville plan, in our city's history, the largest public safety budget ever, and one of the largest nonprofit budgets ever, even with this modest tax reduction. In fact, we collected over $120 million more than we thought we would at this point last year. We're expected to collect it this year. That's a lot of extra dollars. The mayor's proposed budget planned to spend it all, including records of new millions of dollars on new and recurring programs. Our modest tax decrease simply checks that excess spending and lets Jacksonville families keep some of their hard-earned money. We're not reducing social services. Look at the aggregate of nonprofit. We're actually increasing them. $59 million for kids after-school programs, $56 million for indigent health care, $23 million, $3 million more than last year for Medicaid, $7 for PSG, $7 for juvenile justice, $7 for Civic Council. It goes on and on. We're not killing babies with cuts. We're not taking money out of the mouths of seniors with cuts. We're not injecting the homeless or whatever someone said with cuts. We're giving more money in this budget for nonprofits than we have in the past. Let me be clear about something here. The threat to public safety funding is not our modest proposed $13 million tax reduction. It's not even close. It's the administration's growing excess spend on new and recurring programs that often fall far outside the scope of local government. It's government excess, not modest tax relief, which threatens public safety. It's government excess, not modest tax relief, which affects future jail spend.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I support property tax relief. Let's deliver it for Jacksonville
Thank you,
families now.
Mr.
Thank you.
Vice President. Our next speaker is Councilman Salem. I'm not sure what all the outbursts is for, but we're just about halfway through the night. So we got to calm down and reel it back in. Councilman Salem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my friends at the Civic Council.
All right, Sergeant, I don't know who that is, but somebody is just repeatedly talking out there. And
Can you start the clock over, please?
yes, please reset his clock.
To my friends at the Civic Council and my brothers and sisters at Police and Fire, I respect your concerns. The Civic Council believes this millage reduction threatens future budgets, and our public safety employees worry about raises, pensions, and their workforce. I remember the layoffs of 25 years ago after a millage cut. I can't change the past, but I can influence the future. Many of our citizens are struggling right now, and I believe relief is necessary. I just don't hear it in meetings. I hear it in the Walmart aisles. Folks stop me. They're working 2 jobs and still choosing between groceries, gas, and utilities. They're not asking for a handout. They're asking us to be responsible and stewards of their money. These stories remind me that this cut isn't abstract. It's real relief for real families. We don't have a revenue problem in this city. We have a spending problem. We had $87 million in ad valorem tax dollars this year. We had a new $45 million through the garbage fee, and we had a $40 million one-time funding from the JEA for a total of $172 million. I urged Mr. Weinstein to save $30 million of the JEA money for police and fire for future years, and my advice was ignored. There are several budget items in this budget totaling about $40 to $50 million that jeopardize future stability in this city. Our health insurance fund that many of you have heard me talk about, where we're putting $23 million in this budget to cover the difference between premiums and expenses, and the trust fund is completely depleted, and we're putting $5 million into that. That one issue will rise to $200 million in 5 years if it's not corrected. The council has had to hire a consultant that we'll have our first meeting on October 7th to begin addressing that problem that we shouldn't have to do, but I feel we're forced to do. We've talked about mayor's office salaries, and somebody mentioned reductions in salaries. We have 9 people in the mayor's office making over $200,000. Yes, wow, I agree with you. It used to be in the old days where you came to work for government and you sacrificed. You got maybe a little bit better benefit package, and you might have gotten a pension or a nice 401k. You came in for 2 to 4 years and you served your community.
Thank you, Mr. Salem.
Oh.
Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President. All right, so I'm going to speak on this. Obviously, this is the amendment that the Finance Committee and myself obviously proposed, and I'm speaking from the heart. I have searched in my soul for this, to those who are thinking otherwise. Life is about compromises. I've said this many times throughout the course of my 2 years here on council. Just like other people have stated today, that we need to put ourselves in the shoes of those. Well, I also ask you to do the same thing. All right, we need to also help those who need these programs, but also help those who need tax relief. Very simple. All right, We've talked about Meals on Wheels, and I'm going to let Mr. Lanin later on explain the actual numbers because he's the guru on this. But we not fully funded, but we funded 1.7 towards Meals on Wheels, an additional $2 million towards children's services, bringing it up to $60 million, not $59 million. All right. Additional revenues of $2 million towards healthcare programs this year. Additional. All right. I say all that to say because I'm bringing facts right now. Let's talk about JSO and JFRD, public safety. Those saying that this will affect public safety. In 23-24, we funded $1 billion towards JSO and JFRD. 24-25, $1.1 billion. This year, 25-26, $1.2 billion. With historic pay raises this year through collective bargaining, we have the backs of those who have our backs, who protect us, who serve our families and our neighbors. We will, without a doubt, always have their backs. So this has nothing to do with public safety, and it has everything to do to giving people tax relief. All right, that's the facts. My next line item is very simple. The $13 million, it won't even dent JSO and JFRDs. It won't even dent any of that. But what $13 million does is it keeps things on check. If left unchecked, when will be the next time we do a tax relief for anybody? Maybe in 5 years or 10 years. And when we do that, guess what? It's not going to be for 1/8. It's going to be for a full mill, over $100 million. Things have to be done in moderation throughout the course of time, right? Every 3 or 4 years, if it's done moderately, like today, $13 million, it keeps things balanced, all right? Because then if we do it a full 1 mil, then we're really going to have issues with JSO and JFRD funding. I'm going to continue some more facts before I run out of time. The property taxes that we have right now at hand, this year alone, have been an additional $87 million of additional revenue collected through property taxes. Wrap that around your heads. An additional $87 million plus $40 million of JA and $40 million of solid waste. That's $167 million of additional revenue. Additional. We're cutting $13 million. Guess what? Next year, we're still going to have an additional revenue of $160 million. Nothing will be affected. I have 20 seconds. I'll get back on the queue to finish this up. But one thing I heard about road resurfacing, Mr. Peluso, we fully funded the mayor's request at $22.5 million this year. Last year was at $26.2. Why didn't she prioritize it this year? It's not us. It's the administration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Arias. In the future, if you want to address another council member, go so everyone speak through the chair so we can keep the meeting civil. All right. We're going to have several members that are in the queue for the second time, and I'm going through those who haven't spoke. So for the first time, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And tonight, we are not just debating decimals on a tax bill. We are deciding whether to stand with rhetoric or to stand with people who say they want to keep this city alive, and especially our first responders. Now, one of my colleagues said we are not debating a tax bill. We're trying to keep money in people's wallets. And he said that we are debating whether or not, and I think I want to make sure I get this right, whether or not to take money out of people's wallets. And with all due respect, through the chair, council member, that's just not true. The law says that we have to have a balanced budget. And I just heard a few people lambaste the administration for sending over a budget that's balanced. It just doesn't make sense. It's incongruent with reality. Some even say that we have a spending problem, but what I do believe is that we have a listening problem, because the people told us what they want to hear and what we should be doing, but we don't seem to be listening. And I understand some of my colleagues may have survived on a few shekels back in their day, but it's 2025, so we need some money to live. So instead of coming up with that's right, a few shekels. So instead of coming up and talking about salaries, how about we listen to people and give them what they need? Now, I know, and I only have a few moments here, Florida CFO came in and talked about a formula where he said that Jacksonville overcharged taxpayers. And I'll be clear, it wasn't an audit, it wasn't a peer-reviewed analysis, it was arithmetic, bad arithmetic at that, on the back of a napkin. And as an award-winning professor, and as someone who has done work in research and is internationally certified, if the individuals that came up with that formula on the back of the napkin were in my class, they would fail. A formula without testing is not analysis, it's propaganda, because we are here as people in a living, breathing city. We are neighbors and not numbers. We are not Excel sheets. We are the people that propel Duval forward. And that is how we move things together, not divisiveness saying that we need to save money that really doesn't exist. This $13 million will delete programs. And as Corrine Brown so eloquently said earlier, in the words of Lawton Childs, that dog just don't hunt. The eighth of a mil means this money that is carved out from our budget takes things away from people. So you can't talk public safety. You can't. I said it earlier, if you don't make sure that everything is funded. And get this, credit markets understand we are doing the right thing in Jacksonville. We've got strong AA ratings. We've done what we've was said we were going to do. But here is the problem. The police have spoken. The firefighters have spoken. The unions have spoken. The residents have spoken. The people want stability and not slash and burn. So I urge you, colleagues, keep our promises, keep this millage rate flat, and let's do the work to keep Duval moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Next, we have, for the first time, our floor leader, Mr. Will Lanning.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Through the President, first to the President, to Mr. Arias, thank you for, I think you saw I wanted to talk about Meals on Wheels. I hope we don't talk about Meals on Wheels again tonight after this. Again, just the math on Meals on Wheels. The last 2 years of the Curry administration, $150,000 a year. The first 2 years of the Deegan administration, $3.4 million over 2 years. The budget bill, as substituted by finance, $1.7 million, which is 3.4 divided by 2. So we are budgeting what we've been spending the past 2 years. So again, the whole Meals on Wheels being cut, that is not factual. It's a fairly similar story when we start talking about telehealth, some of the safety net clinics, some of the other things out there as well, which I'm sure we'll talk about more when we get to the budget bill. So just let's not talk about Meals on Wheels again tonight. It's funded at the same level as the past 2 years. And then, Mr. Johnson, you said, or through the President, to Councilmember Johnson, you say we're not talking about decimals, we're talking about big numbers. I completely agree with you. And the biggest number that we've had in a while is the $340 million that came with the trash fee bill in May. And again, that $340 million over 5 years far dwarfs what a 1/8 millage rate reduction does. And even with that 1/8 rate reduction, our deficit went from being $330 million projected over 5 years. Last year on this budget night, we knew we had a budget deficit of $330 million. Now, again, the finance bill as substituted, it's a projected 5-year deficit of $80 million, $75 million of which is me and Councilmember Diamond's favorite, downtown cash completion grants. So without that, we're pretty much projecting flat. There's going to be good guys and bad guys in the next couple of years, but they're projections. $80 million is on $10 billion plus in our projections. I mean, that's, we've heard $20 a year doesn't mean much. Also immaterial is that level of a deficit. Last year, it was a big deal, $332 million projected deficit. Councilmember, through the President, to Councilmember Carlucci, I was the first co-sponsor on the trash fee bill, if you remember. That was a big, scary number with what I was seeing in our financial future. I had concerns that would be passed on to the 6th generation of Lanans here in Jacksonville. We fixed that. We got $340 million. Our deficit is pretty much flat. And again, my hometown, like a lot of ours, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think our city could support it. We're going to be fine with this 1/8 rate reduction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, we have, for the first time, Councilmember Ken Amaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I honestly don't know where to begin. You guys have got my head spinning. And I think that I deal in a real world. We're looking out in this audience, and the fact is half of them don't believe what we're saying. Half have already determined that we've got our minds made up and that the decision is in the bag. So we're just going through a performance. Let me begin by first thanking the Finance Committee for the work that it did. It was great diligence and it was hard work, but that's what the Finance Committee does. Also, there's this casting of blame and spending. In the tenure that I've been here, this is the body that approves the spending. Spending is not done unless we say, go ahead. So the casting of blame is one of the things that I find troubling. Solomon said something centuries ago that to everything under the sun, there's a time and there's a season. And my problem with where we are right now is the timing. I find it to be, while well-meant, ill-timed. Well-meant, ill-timed. The alarm, we heard a clarion cry from public safety, which we all support public safety. And public safety is not looking at themselves as much as they're looking at the big picture, all services. They're not looking at today, they're looking at down the road, because today's decision is going to have a seismic effect over the next 5 years. And that's the concern. That's the real concern. What is it going to look like 5 years out from now, 3 years out from now? And what's going to be, as Carlucci said, the compounding effect of tonight's decision. I don't want to be a Jamie Johnson, the bad guy in the song, but I don't think supporting this is the right decision for tonight. I think that the millage rate should remain flat, and then next year we take a look and decide what needs to be reduced. When it comes to spending, we're just as responsible as the administration. And we need to do the controlling not only over there, but over here as well. And that way we can build a trust with those folks out there. Because right now we got a trust problem. The people that send us here to be public servants don't trust us. And that's a real problem. That's a real problem going forward. And so I just stand to say that I can't support it tonight.
Thank you, sir. And next, for the first time, past president, Randy White.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, very brief. I'll try to quit talking before people quit listening. I do want to say, not going to change anybody's mind here, don't want to. I just want public safety, and they know it. Whether it is a perceived problem or a factual problem, if it's perceived to them, that's good enough for me. I'll always stand with y'all. I'll be with y'all tonight, and I will not be supporting the tax cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman White. And let's see, for the first time, Councilmember Gaffney Jr.
Thank you, through the chair. I heard so many numbers tonight. I think it's important that we hear from the horse mouth. You know, over the past few weeks in the finance committees and city council a couple of weeks ago, I've been hearing 80 million, 160 million. It works for the community. I think it's important that we hear from the auditors. I think the last time I heard from Ms. Teller, the city might be facing a deficit. So I'm not sure, but if you could help me out, the next couple of years, what the numbers look like.
Yes, sir. Through the president to Councilmember Gaffney, for fiscal year 26-27, so after this budget year, about 61.6 million. For that next year, 27-28, 57.2 million. And then from there, kind of leveling out. But what I do want to mention is that Councilmember Lanin was referencing the total of the next 4 years forecast after 25-26. So that's how he's getting to that net. We've got about 120 negative offset by about a 40 million positive in year 30. So that's how he's getting in the next 4 years about an 80 million overall deficit is what he's getting to.
And through the chair, so you said 61 next year, 57 the following year, correct?
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Is that a deficit?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's enough for me. I mean, that's why I listen to the auditors. I understand property taxes can increase. We could get another income inflow from JEA. That's enough for me. She just said 61 next year, 57 the following year. We in the deficit. This is from the auditors. This is from the horse mouth. I didn't make this up. On this note, before I sit down, I want to bring up Randy and Kelly. Before, we have to make this decision. If y'all don't mind, Randy Reeves and Kelly Dobson. And while you guys coming up, name and address, it's been a lot of back and forth between what we should do tonight. I just want to get you guys' thoughts in terms of how you feel towards this budget tonight, this millage cut.
Kelly Dobson, President, Jacksonville Association of Firefighters.
All right, so I just want to get your thoughts.
Randy Reeves, President for Charlotte Police.
You support it or you don't support it?
I'll go first. So we put out a joint statement. I know every one of you council members have read it and seen it. I'm not going to concentrate on all that. You guys have already understand that. And I know a lot of you guys, I've talked to a lot of you guys, are set in your position. What we have to do for our members and the men and women that put on a gun and badge every day and go out here and protect this street, all these streets, We're here to defend them. We have the past to go off of, and we have to look at the past. I think other than Councilman Matt Carlucci, we've been defending our members over the last 20 years, 30 years, and nobody up here was even thinking about running for council.
All right, sir. That's the time you have, Mr. Gaffney.
Yeah, and I understand. I appreciate
Gaffney,
that, fellas.
that's your time. Thank you. All right, our next speaker who hasn't spoke is Ms. Pittman for the first time.
All right. We can go. We can talk out in the atrium. You want to talk out in the atrium?
Thank you. To my colleagues, first of all,
Oh, you
don't
back
you
up,
all
but
leave
it's
because I
time's
want to
up.
make sure that you finish saying what you want to say. Can you finish your comments?
Yeah, so going back to that, we have to go off the past, okay? And I've heard a lot of people up here talking. You guys know our positions, but I've seen it over 20 years. Millage has been rolled back. Budgets have been balanced on the back of law enforcement. We went 10 years with no pay raises when that happened. We went those 10 years and we took a 3% pay cut. I was here when we laid off 50 police officers that had to come in and turn their cars and gun and badges in because balanced budgets had to be done and millages were rolled back. 7 years ago, we were promised that we were going to be the first one to take away a defined benefit that's an industry standard for police and fire, and it was going to be great, and it was going to be good, and we were going to protect public safety. This mayor's office and this council, you guys had to correct that mistake. We put our stake in the ground on the pension issue 7 years ago, and when this came up, we put our stake in the ground now. We've been right in the past multiple times. I hope that we're not right here, but history will tell us that we're going to be. And in 2 or 3 years from now, we hope that the city has plenty of money and is financially fruitful, and that when we come and we need positions and we need funding, that you guys will have the opportunity to vote for that. And this council, I believe you guys will. Your past has shown the support for public safety. But the thing is, I have to do what's best for my members, and I don't know what council we're going to have in 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. I know what the compounding is on this money. So it's very hard for us not to put our stake in the ground to say that we're against this. And I will make sure everyone knows this time is not right for this. And the reason is, everyone up here, as you vote this down, we have 95 vacancies in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office right now. That's 95 funded positions that we don't have human bodies for to put out on the street. Everybody up here has talked, and if you haven't taken a tour of the jail, go take a tour of the jail. It is falling apart. It is decrepit, and you know how much money that's gonna cost. It's going to cost more than what we just gave the Jacksonville Jaguars less than a year ago. The timing's not right on this. Again, we have to put a stake in the ground to make sure that our members are protected and we have the past to go off of. So again, in 2 years, when we go back to the collective bargaining table and we come up and the money's not there for us, this council, we will be back in front of this council asking for you to fund public safety to a full.
So you've heard it from the horse's mouth. Enough is enough. I'm going with y'all. I'm going with the people, and I'm voting with you all. So I don't know what colleagues y'all don't understand. The folks have poured their heart out to say, listen, we don't want this. And they voted us in this space. This year is not the year to do it. Back off.
All right, everyone has spoke for the first time, so we'll go for the second time. So if you'll put 2 minutes on, we'll start with Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. Guys, if you want to come back up. I appreciate because Kelly didn't get a chance to speak. But to the point they just brought up a moment ago, in 2 years, there will be another collective bargaining agreement. I assume that our auditors, to our auditors, have we factored that in at all when it comes to our deficits, what the new collective bargaining agreement might be?
Through the chair to Councilmember Peluso, no, we have not.
And one would assume that there would be probably raises, and we're now going to have to pay for people going into FRS, to the gentleman up front.
Through the chair, Councilman Peluso, yes, that'd be correct. We all, and I mean both agencies with FOP and us, 90 days out from October 1 of 2027, are going to have to make an election of what we all want to do. All the 401s, I believe we have about 950 since October 1 of 17, and I believe JSO's around that same number. So you're looking around 1,900 people are going to have to make an election on what they want to do, and then prospectively, October 1, everyone's going in FRS, and that's about a 14% increase per employee.
list of road resurfacing that we still have not done, right? There are hidden deficits that we still have to account for. Vote no on this. I will also vote no on the budget. That needs to be continued this evening. I will stay here until 4 in the morning until we get a real budget that's appropriate for a city of our size and for the hundreds of people who showed up this evening who care about this city and have written us emails. And by the way, today is also Rosh Hashanah. I have emails from members of the Jewish community who could not be here this evening who also don't want this millage cut. Vote no on this. Continue to vote no this evening. I will stay here as long as it takes until we get the right kind of budget that we deserve.
Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join my colleague, Councilman Peluso, in also voting no. Colleagues, we have the opportunity to do the right thing. I stood earlier in the park today with some preachers, and these pastors came together to talk about the necessity and needs of us helping other people. And when we put these millage rate cuts in, what we're doing is setting up so that we don't have to help others. It's so interesting. I hear all of my colleagues say, oh, well, we're doing what the people say. But I'm taking score and listening. And the people that I've heard today and the thousands, literally, of emails that I've gotten over the past few weeks, when I look at them in the aggregate, are people saying they don't support it. It's only one or two that are saying they do. And even when I've taken the time to explain or have conversations with the one or two, they are saying, I support our city keeping the millage rate flat. This is what it takes to move our community forward. We don't need to be cutting at this time. We literally heard our first responders come up and tell us we need this, and we see what can happen based on what has happened in the past. And we just put it. So again, I heard it earlier and I'll say it again. We don't have a spending problem. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a listening problem. Colleagues, I urge you to listen. Let us hear what our community is saying to us. Let's keep this engine we call the city of Jacksonville moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Arias, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very quick. I'm actually going to lean to the auditors for this question. We talked about deficits and revenues and our projections moving forward, but one thing we didn't take into account today was the fact that we did pass a solid waste collection fee, an additional revenue source of $40 million this year. However, we're going to do it 2 more times in the next 2 years. Ms. Taylor, how much of additional revenue would that be in 26, 27, and also 27, 28? Additional revenue of solid waste fees collected. And if you don't have the exact numbers, give us a rough number.
Through the chair to Councilmember Arias, very rough numbers, about 7 to 10 million additional revenue each year for the 250 increase.
Thank you. That, to the point, is that we're bringing additional revenues that we haven't even addressed that will offset some of this $13 million of I guess, loss of revenue. So the point is, we're going to have additional revenues coming in from property taxes. More people are moving to Jacksonville because this is the greatest and the best city in the state of Florida. People are moving here. We're growing exponentially, number one. Number two, solid waste collection fees are increasing as well to offset the revenue. So when people say we're talking about a deficit, I beg to differ. Watch next year. Additional revenues for property collections will be even higher than this year, guaranteed. So I just urge you guys, and I don't have to urge you guys. I know what you guys are going to do, and do this, vote up this millage.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I must say that sitting here is not uncommon from some of the other difficult votes that we've had to take over my time here. But listening to all of my colleagues, one of the biggest things that stood out to me is we have a trust problem, and I heard that. And I believe that that is something that we can work on, and it doesn't have to be 2 councils from now, and it doesn't have to be 3 councils from now. That can actually start when the budget is talked about in March. And that was one of the discussions that I had today, was that for the first time since my time being here, I've heard people on both sides of the conversation support our first responders. When I first started here, we would take tallies of how many times they complained about us giving JSO too much money over and over again. And I didn't hear that tonight. And that, to me, warms my heart. The next thing that I wanted to ask is, because I was not around when these things happened in the past, but who has the ultimate say when they're sitting at that negotiating table with the unions? And whoever that person is that is sitting at the table with the unions, I would strongly encourage them, as they've watched this discussion tonight, to operate in good faith with them. Because as the union leaders have said, they have a body here that is proven to be supportive of them. So if we know we have a body here that is proven to be supportive of them, when we are negotiating in good faith with them, and I think that we can start that in March, and I've given my word that I'm willing to try to join in that fight, and I've asked for it. Give me the numbers. What do those numbers look like that we can do to help you fill those 95 positions, that we can do to help you ensure that you're able to recruit the best and the brightest? Because you have those members or these members up here that are willing to do it. So I'm going to close, but as I shared with groups today, I hear everyone. I enjoy the passion. I enjoy the emotion, but I am a solution-based guy. So when all of the noise starts to silence, I want to understand, how can we solve a problem? And the best way I see us solving this problem right now is making sure that we have the men and women and our first responders taken care of when they're looking to transition over to FRS, all while paving roads, because I'm all in on that, all while taking care of the least of them in our communities. And we've done that. But unfortunately in government, when we're dealing with dollars and cents, what might be $100 in one year may be 85 the next. We're still doing something, and we're still helping. So I was not going to speak tonight, but finally, after just listening to everyone and trying to truly make sure that we bring this back down to a level that I appreciate so many of my colleagues doing, we are honestly doing what we think is best for our city. Whether we agree or disagree, guess what? We're going to agree to disagree on this one. But we're going to make sure, and as my pastor said this weekend, for those of us who do believe, if our first thought when we don't agree with someone is to automatically turn to politics, race, gender, anything else, we've lost focus, because it should be turned into prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. All right, there's no one else in the queue. The bill has been moved and seconded as amended. So open the ballot and record your vote.
Ten yeas, 9 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0501 as amended.
Close the public hearing.
Let's close the public hearing.
All right, we're on to page 41, item 90, 2025-0502. I'll turn it over to Mr. Teal to read a statement.
Let me first open the public hearing, or no, statement first.
Statement first, Mr. President.
Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, the Council Secretary will read the following statement immediately prior to the public hearing on September 23, 2025, concerning the adoption of the second 2025-2026 millage levy. Ordinance 2025-502. The Consolidated City of Jacksonville proposes to levy the following millage rate within the General Fund, General Services District, including only Urban Services Districts 2 through 4, a total millage of 8.0262 mills for operations. This reflects a 5.94% increase in the operating millage rate from the rollback rate of 7.5765 mills. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Let's open the public hearing. I have a motion and a second on the area's floor amendment. Ms. Stefopoulos, can you explain the floor amendment?
Yes, thank you. Through the President to the Council. So Ordinance 2025-502 is the millage levy for the beaches, and the amendment proposes to reduce the millage, which was originally proposed at 8.0262 mils, to 7.9012 mils, which is a 4.29% above the rolled back rate.
All right, thank you for that. We have a motion and a second. We have one member in the queue, Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's interesting that we now have the beaches in front of us. We had members of the beaches come up here this evening, and as far as I could tell, every single one of them said that they were not in favor of cutting taxes. The council member from the beaches earlier brought up that we need help in order for people to purchase homes.
I had one.
Couldn't agree more that we need more people to help purchase homes. If we had programs here in the city to help first-time home buyers, perhaps, that would be huge. $20 a year is not going to help somebody purchase a home. If somebody from Walmart comes up to you and says, I could use help, there's a great chance that they're a renter, and this cut will not help them.
All right.
I say we
Mr.
vote no on this. I say we continue to vote no on these. I ask that you vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Council
Paluso. I made a mistake. We have one speaker card.
Thank
so
you,
we're
Council
supposed to entertain
President.
that
Mr.
speaker
Tom
card.
McGuire, if you're still here.
He's going
All
to come
right,
down.
you are our one speaker card on this bill.
Again, Tom McGuire. And 4711 Herder Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32210. You know, it's impressive. We had unity out on this side of the dais. and we have division on that side. I want to see this city move together, move forward as one unit. Come on, let's get together and do this because, you know, this is just disappointing. We're really just benefiting the property management companies that overpay for properties, raise the prices in the neighborhood, raise my taxes, and then charge such high rents that it reduces the quality of life in the neighborhood. Let's not do that. And remember, you quoted the Civic Council earlier in your rationale for the property tax cut, and the Civic Council was against this. Come on. Let's not do this. Let's do what's best for the city, and that is definitely not this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have no more speaker cards.
That's our last speaker card, so we are going to continue down with our council members who want to speak. Councilman Diamond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the hardest things to learn in life is to be a grown-up and learn how to lose. Sometimes you don't have the votes. Sometimes democracy, representative democracy, means that you lose. Our rules say if we've got 10 votes, that's the majority. And the side that doesn't have 10 vote lost. And then you accept the L. That's what grown-ups do. So for the beaches and the millage, please vote yes. I'm sure there are 10 votes for it. But I just encourage my colleagues over there who are going to try and do more of these histrionics, have the grace to lose.
All right, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It's interesting for those who don't even understand how to have the grace and intelligence to lose, to talk about losing. Someone who, and I know we're talking about this bill specifically, but the gentleman from the beaches decided to put a piece of legislation forward, and it lost to this council, and now they're bringing it back in the form of amendments. Now, I know that's not on this bill, so no, we're not going to talk about it, but that shows the lack of intelligence of the gentleman from the beaches, because he clearly doesn't understand the grace to lose.
We're getting personal right now.
The grace to lose means the intelligence, first of all, of listening, Mr. President. The people have spoken. The people have spoken, and when the people were speaking, seems as though those who talk about histrionics decided to leave the room. So what we must do tonight is try to hear the people. And what I heard from the beaches, because I was going to ask the question that I was going to bring up, Mr. President, was because I have heard no one from the beach come and bring us some kind of modicum of information that tells us what the people from the beaches want. I've done my own research and talked to them, but I would believe that that member who's representing that area, instead of talking about trying to create this low rate that no one wants, and we heard, and it's statistically insignificant based on what we've heard and the data that we've received. But in this case, at this time, I'm going to believe that the beaches also, as we've heard earlier from the gentleman that we just heard from, want a flat bill as well, want to keep the millage rate fat as well. So I, like Councilman Paluso, are going to be, I will not be voting to lower the millage rate. Because again, if we want our community in totality to move forward, we must fund it. And that's what this is about. And if we have to be here for a day or two so that we can ensure that we take the voices of the people forward, then I, for one, will eat my popcorn and drink my water and sit my behind right here. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much. We have no other speakers, so we're ready to vote on the amendment, which is the millage reduction for the beaches. So again, use your microphones. We'll go around the dais. Councilman Diamond, Councilman Salem, use your microphone so it's on the record.
Yes.
Councilman Miller.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman.
Yes.
Councilman Gaffney Jr.
Nay.
Councilman
Nay.
Gay.
Yes.
Councilman Carlucci.
Yes.
Councilman Boylan.
No.
Vice President Howland.
Yes.
I am a yes. That's Carrico. Councilman Arias.
Yes.
Councilman Lannon.
Yes.
Councilman Amaro.
No.
Councilman White.
No.
Councilwoman Pittman.
No.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Clark Murray. Councilman Matt Carlucci.
No.
Councilman Paluzzo.
As a friend of the beaches, no.
Mr. Secretary, can you call the vote for us?
10 in favor, 9 opposed.
You have approved the millage cut amendment for the beaches. Do I have a motion?
I move the bill as amended, and I believe Mr. Teal needs to read the statement.
All right, with a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Mr. Secretary, can you read the statement?
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, the Council Secretary will read the following statement immediately prior to adoption of the second 2025-2026 millage levy. Ordinance 2025-502. The Consolidated City of Jacksonville proposes to levy the following millage rate within the General Fund, General Services District, including only Urban Services Districts 2 through 4, a total millage of 7.9012 mils for operations. This reflects a 4.29% increase in the operating millage rate from the rolled back rate of 7.5765 mils. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. There are no other speakers. Please open the ballot and record your vote. Close the public hearing.
Ten yeas, 9 nays.
By your action, you pass 2025-0502 as amended.
On to item 91, 2025-0503. Mr. Teal, please read the statement.
Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, the Council Secretary will read the following statement immediately prior to the public hearing on September 23, 2025, concerning the adoption of the third 2025-2026 millage levy. Ordinance 2025-503. The Consolidated City of Jacksonville proposes to levy the following millage rate within the General Fund, General Services District, including only Urban Services District 5, a total millage of 9.5260 mils for operations. This reflects an 8.57% increase in the operating millage rate from the rollback rate of 8.7743 mils. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Let's open the public hearing.
Mr. President, move the Areas and Finance floor amendment.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the Areas and Finance floor amendment. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one speaker card, Mr. Tom McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Hello, Tom McGuire, 4711 Herder Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32210. Just want to repeat all my earlier comments. I mean, we've seen a community out here that is willing to share for the good of everyone here. We just want to see that from y'all too. It's just, we've got to remember, like I mentioned earlier, the least of these. And I go back to what I said in my public comment when I mentioned how the city came out after September 11th and wanted to sacrifice for the good of the larger community. That's what we want to see from y'all. We want to see everyone included in the city budget, everyone's welfare looked after. We want to see that everyone is taken care of and no one is left behind. And that's all we ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker cards.
All right, thank you. That is our last card. We'll go to the queue. Councilmember Paluzzo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the others, vote no on this. It's going to be a very long evening, I believe. I will continue to vote no until we get millage rates and a budget that works for the people. Vote no.
All right. All in favor of the amendment, we'll go around the dais. Councilman Diamond.
Yes.
Councilman Salem.
Yes.
Councilman Miller. Councilman Freeman.
Yes.
Councilman Gaffney Jr.
No.
Councilman Gay.
Yes.
Councilman Carlucci.
Yes.
Councilman Boylan.
No.
Vice President Howland.
Yes.
Yes for Carrico. Councilman Arias.
Yes.
Councilman Lannon.
Yes.
Councilman Amaro. Councilman White.
No.
Councilwoman Pittman.
No.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
Councilwoman Clark Murray. No. Councilman Carlucci.
Nope.
And Councilman Paluzzo.
No.
Mr. Secretary, can you call the vote?
10 in favor, 9 opposed.
The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
Motion
Mr.
and
Teal,
second.
read the statement, please.
On the bill as amendment, we have a statement from the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Florida Statute Section 200.065, the Council Secretary will read the following statement immediately prior to adoption of the third 2025-2026 millage levy. Ordinance 2025-503. The Consolidated City of Jacksonville proposes to levy the following millage rate within the General Fund, General Services District, including only Urban Services District 5, a total millage of 9.4208 mills for operations. This reflects a 7.37% increase in the operating millage rate from the rollback rate of 8.7743 mills. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you for that. And I do have Councilman Lean in for an explanation I think we all need to pay attention to.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the President, I'm going to have Ms. Stefopoulos explain the two-thirds rule required on this vote. So, Ms. Stefopoulos, if you could explain this rule to us.
Thank you. Through the President to the Council. So you'll note on your agenda, it's marked that there is a two-thirds vote required on Ordinance 2025-503. The two-thirds vote requirement is triggered because of the percentage over the rolled back rate that would be established by this millage levy for the town of Baldwin, which is, even with the reduction, still is going to require a two-thirds vote. So just for the council members to be aware, you need 13 votes to approve the millage levy as proposed as amended.
It also says that for 502. Should we have done that for
I recognize your point of order. Ms. Stefopoulos, can you explain what's the difference between 502?
Yes, thank you. So through the President to Councilmember Peluso, going in as proposed, the beaches would also have required a two-thirds vote. However, with the reduction that was approved by the council through the Arias amendment, it reduced the percentage over the rolled back rate to the point where it no longer required the two-thirds vote as amended.
So your point of order is not well taken, Councilman Peluso, and we will recognize Council President.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President, for recognizing me. So this is the town of Baldwin, as was just explained. If we go around the dais and vote the same way, 10-9, it's not going to get a two-thirds, and we're going to have to start over on Baldwin, and we could end up not passing a tax reduction for Baldwin. So they would pay a higher tax rate than everyone else in the city. So we would need 3 people to come over to fix this so Baldwin could match up with the tax cut on everyone else. If not, I do have an amendment that will only require 10 votes. So if it does fail, we'll introduce my amendment, but Baldwin will pay higher taxes than everyone else. So if you think that's fair, continue to vote no.
Chair, back to Council President Carrigan.
Councilman Amaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it was strategically wise to reduce the millage rate for the beaches so you could get that passed, why wasn't that done on Baldwin?
I'll let OGC answer that.
Through the President to Councilmember Amaro, there wasn't strategy involved. What transpired, and Ms. Taylor may also jump in if she chooses to. So the 1/8 millage reduction was approved for the city of Jacksonville. We have an interlocal agreement with the beaches in Baldwin that address the formula that we follow based on the taxes levied in Jacksonville and how we calculate the taxes that would then be levied in Jacksonville beaches and Baldwin. And based on the reduction, the corollary reduction for the beaches, in context of the reduction that was the 1/8 mill that was approved for Jacksonville, it lowered it to a percentage that allowed for the 10-vote requirement automatically when it was just formulaic done to correlate to the 1/8 reduction in Jacksonville. So, but Baldwin, that calculation would not drop it enough that it would allow for the 10 votes if you just do the corollary reduction for Baldwin like you did for the beaches and for Jacksonville.
All right, does that answer your question, Mr. Amaro? All right, Councilmember Clark Murray, you're recognized.
Thank you, President Carrico. Through the President to perhaps Mr. Enderhees, maybe you'll know the answer to this, come forward, please. And it could be yes or no. I just want to know. This is my 4th budget that I've sat through, and no one has ever asked this question. Through the President to Mr. Enderhees, is there ever any dialogue between the mayor's administration and Baldwin or some representative that indicates like whether or not they're interested in a reduction, an increase? Is there ever any conversation?
Good evening, Joe Enderhees, Deputy Chief of Staff, Mayor's Office. Not that I'm aware of, but either Ms. Brochet or Chief Weinstein, who's listening, might be able to better answer that.
Thank you.
Mayor Baldwin is here.
Please come forward, sir. Thank you. I think it's thank you for coming forward. President Carrico, to the council, I think it's always best to consult the people because the people know what they want. Although, once again, as expressed by some of my other colleagues, we don't listen. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman. Yes, we would like a reduction because, as we spoke earlier with the Finance Committee, not knowing where Baldwin stood with the Regional Council, we had to put up our millage rate 66%. So that's a big impact, and I don't know why we're up at 9.1 for millage rate for Jacksonville. And I'd like to see the rollback at least, so they can take that back. We're still going to be paying the highest rate of millage rate for Duval County.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add through the president?
No, that's it. I'd just like to see the rollback.
All right.
Or
Thank you.
even less.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
All right, for the first time, Councilmember Salem.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm assuming with those comments that this is going to get 2/3, but I guess my question would be, if it fails, we're taking one vote and the tax collector will have to assess Baldwin a different rate than the rest of the county. Is that feasible? Is that possible? Can anyone answer that?
I'll attempt. I have an amendment that would slightly lower it at a point where we could meet the threshold. That would only need 10 votes, so we can pass it that way. But they would still have higher taxes than the rest of the county, which could open us up for a lawsuit as well. Baldwin could sue the city of Jacksonville if we tax them higher than everyone else. So it would behoove everybody to just vote it through with the 2/3.
So your plan is to move towards your amendment if we don't get 13 votes on this particular vote that we're about ready to take.
That's the plan.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mayor Lynch just referenced it. I want to turn to Ms. Taylor, if I can, through the president. He had mentioned they have an additional millage fees. How does that play out?
Through the chair to Councilmember Boylan. So for both the beaches and Baldwin, they each pay a city millage levy, and then they're also levied by the county. So they pay both within their millages.
And Mayor Lynch, I think I just heard you say you've raised the millage rate. Is that a yes? Okay. Thank you. I'd be inclined in this case to support the millage. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Matt Carlucci for the first time.
He had to raise his millage, Mr. President, because that's the pickle we put him in because he was trying to get the dollars for the Northeast Florida Regional Council. And I had a meeting on this, and very few people showed up. Councilman Salem was there, but he left a little bit early, and this is what he explained to us that he had to do. So I'm going to support the increase. But I try to explain, we have been members of this regional council for 50 years. It is the thing we do as the flagship city. Let's not go through this exercise again because it's put him in an awful position because we wouldn't listen to the mayor of Baldwin until the last daggum minute. Do you understand that now?
Councilmember Arias.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I rise just to support the town of Baldwin. Obviously, I was not in support of the Northeast Florida Regional Council, but that passed already tonight, and we got to make sure that the Mayor Baldwin knows that we have their backs. So just support this millage rate reduction for them, because ultimately, what I don't want is having, once again, I talked about compromising. We all have to be in the same boat. And I don't agree that they have to pay higher taxes than everybody else here in Jacksonville and the city and also the beaches. So I just urge my colleagues, come over, all right, support this millage reduction for the town of Baldwin, and let's move on, because ultimately we already heard from the mayor. That's what they want. And let's move on, because ultimately we already heard from the mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember White.
So please
Yes, sir.
just
Thank you through
support
the
them.
chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember White.
Town of Baldwin, I think
Yes,
is
sir.
600
Thank you through the
folks,
chair.
660 people, something like that. I want to say that town of Baldwin, I think is 600 folks, 660 so it's
people,
very
something like
big to
that.
them and very small as far as the
1,400
amount of dollars,
600
so I'll be able to
families.
support.
So it's very big to
reduction
them
for
and very
Baldwin.
small as far as the
Because
amount
it
of
does not
dollars, so I'll be able
affect
to
what I would
support
think would be public safety
reduction
money
for
because it's
Baldwin.
very small numbers. It does
Thank
not
you.
affect what I would
All
think would be
right,
public
honor
safety money
system,
because
Dr.
it's very
Johnson, you
small
spoke on
numbers.
this one?
Thank you.
All right, for the first time,
All
Dr.
right,
Johnson. Honor system, Dr.
Let me
Johnson,
say
you
for the
spoke on this
record,
one?
Mr. President, I do
All right,
not
for the first time, Dr.
support,
Johnson.
Let me
This,
say for
but
the
I
record,
do
Mr. President,
support,
I do not support
Mayor Lynch in the town of Baldwin.
But I was initially elected to office back in
Mayor Lynch in the
1998.
town of Baldwin.
When I was elected, it was to the Duval Soil and Water Conservation District back in 1998. When I was elected, it was to the Duval Soil and Water Conservation District. So I spent
our
the
offices,
entire
Mr. Mayor, you
the
know that
entirety
our
of my
offices
term
were
going back
located
and
in
forth to
Baldwin
and
so I
working there.
spent the
I
entire
just can't for the
entirety of my
life of
term
me
going back and forth
understand
to Baldwin and
why we
working
could
there.
not have
I just
taken
can't
care
for
of
the
the
life
regional
of me
council,
understand
and now we have
why
forced
we
our
could
brothers and
not
sisters
have
in Baldwin
taken
to have
care
to
of the
pay. Did
regional
you hear what he
council,
said,
and
Mr.
now we
President?
have forced our brothers and sisters in Baldwin to have to pay. Did you hear what he said, Mr. President? 66%. Just think about that for a minute. Increase. We're talking about an eighth of a mil. They're paying 66% more. We're talking about an eighth of a mil. They're paying 66% because I support Baldwin. I will be not because we did the right thing reduction because I support. But I will be supporting this because not because we did the right thing tonight, those in Baldwin. But I will be supporting this because I do a wonderful community. Those in Baldwin have to support. It's a much smaller community. A wonderful community. All right, Councilman
we
Amaro.
have to
first
support
time,
each other. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Amaro for the first time, I believe. Yes, sir. You're recognized. Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. In his book, The Art of War, says the art of war. Sun Tzu in his book, and I feel there's so much of that taking place. It's just. And I feel there's so much of that taking place. Some of the narrative that I hear up here, I don't expect us to be. Some of the narrative that I hear up here, I don't expect us to be on every bosom buddies. I don't expect us to agree on every. To be decent to each other. Single thing. I expect us to be decent to each other. Live our convictions. I expect us to. I don't think we should get into that posture of. Coming over to this side, and I don't think we should get into that posture because we're all here from one side. Over to this side and that side. The city because we're all here from one side. I'm a little bit. It's hard. The city of Jacksonville, and so I'm a little bit. That's all I have to say. It's hard, but
All right, for the second time, Councilmember Peluso.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr.
All
President.
right, for the
It's actually
second
my first
time, Councilmember Peluso.
on this item. I'm voting no on this.
Thank you,
as
Mr.
I
President.
voted
It's actually
no
my
on the
first
other
time.
on this
Millage
item.
I
I'm
think
voting no
this
on
vote
this
is
as I
going
voted
to
no
be
on the other
a
millage
carrying
items.
the coal mine for
I think
other votes that we're
this
gonna have
vote
coming
is
up.
going to be.
I think that we're
a
going to have to
carrying the coal mine
vote
for
to
other votes that we're going to
reconsider
have
certain
coming up.
bills.
I think that we're going to have to vote to
sausage making tonight.
reconsider certain bills.
There's
There's going to be one of
many
problems that we're probably going to have as the night goes on. There's going to be one
voting
of
no on
many
this.
problems that we're probably going to have as the night goes on. And that we I'm voting no on this to go back and correct this problem. No on this. And that we find ways to go back.
All
and correct
right.
this millage problem and correct
No
this
one else
budget.
is in the queue, so let's vote on the amendment.
All
By
righty.
going around the dais. No one else is in the queue, so
With your microphone,
let's vote on the
Councilman Diamond.
amendment by going around the dais. With your microphone, it's Councilman Diamond. We did not. Oh, that's right. We passed the amendment. We need two-thirds on. All right, let's put it on the ballot. Thank you. Oh, that's right. We passed the amendment. We need two-thirds on. All right, let's put it on the ballot. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
18 yeas, 1 nay.
By action, you've approved 2025-0503 as
18 yeas,
amended.
1 nay.
Mr.
By action,
Teal,
you've
please
approved
read the statement.
2025-0503 as amended.
Mr. Teal, please read the statement. No, 503. I believe you have to read another additional statement since we moved it. No, 503. I believe you have to
All right,
read
well, let's
another
close the
additional
public hearing.
statement
All right.
since we moved it. All right.
All right,
Well,
well,
with
let's
that,
close
we're
the
on
public
to
hearing.
92. Item 92, 2025-0504.
All right, well, with that, we're on to
92. Item 92, 2025-0504.
All right, let's open the public hearing on 504.
I believe you need to open Council President, I have 73 speaker cards
All right,
that
let's open
wish
the public
to
hearing
speak
on 504.
and a number that do not
Council
wish
President,
to
I have
speak.
73
So
speaker
just
cards
like
that
we've done
wish
a
to
number of
speak
times
and a
tonight, when I
number
call
that
your
do
name,
not wish to
please
speak.
come down in
So
front.
just
We'll try
like
to do
we've done a
5
number
at
of
a time
times tonight, when I
and you
call
get
your
up
name,
to 3
so
minutes
please come
on
down
these
in front.
cards.
We'll try to do 5 at a time.
First
And you
person
get up
is
to
Joy
3 minutes on
Vaya,
these cards,
I believe.
then Kathleen
First person
Pereira,
is Joy Valerie
Vaya,
Benham, I believe. Then
Jerry
Kathleen
Woodham,
Pereira, Valerie
and
Benham,
LaShonda Holloway.
Jerry Woodham, and LaShonda Holloway. And so Joy Vaya, I believe. And so I'm going to put that card to the side. Then Kathleen
Vaya,
Pereira,
I
I see
believe.
you.
You
I'm
may
going to
go
put
ahead.
that card to the side. Then
Thank you.
Kathleen
My name
Pereira,
is
I see
Kathleen
you.
Pereira, and my information is on file.
You may go ahead.
Some city council My name members is have Kathleen said that Pereira, having and my a policy information is on amendment file in a budget bill Some city council is members have inappropriate. said that having a policy
Pause. We're
amendment in a
losing
budget
quorum.
bill
Too many
is
people have to go to the
inappropriate.
bathroom. Sorry, Mr.
Any-
Miller. You gotta Pause. sit We're down. Whoever losing just left, you quorum. have to Too sit many down, or people else have we have to to go to hold the up the whole bathroom. Sorry, Mr. procedure. Miller, We you need gotta sit 14 down. to be here. Whoever just left, you have to sit down, or else we have to hold up the whole
proceed,
procedure.
Mr.
We
All
need
right, keep
14
going.
to be here.
Okay.
We have quorum. You may
It's
proceed. Mr.
interesting
Ryan,
that
keep going.
that person would say that because by the definition
It's
of
interesting
of
that
policy
they-
from
that
this
person
member,
would say that
the
because
entire
by the
budget itself
definition
is policy,
of policy
because it's a
from this
course of
member,
action.
the entire
and how
budget
to spend
itself is
taxpayers'
policy,
money because it's a
Just
course
look at
of
the way
action,
the ordinances
and how
of the
to
budget
spend
are
taxpayers'
worded.
money.
Those are courses of
Just
action.
look at the way the ordinances
And you can
of the
certainly
budget
have
are
amendments to
worded. Those are
particular
courses of
sub-policies
action.
about budget.
And you can
Like
certainly
we've
have
been doing
amendments to
tonight.
particular
Or else there would
sub-policies
be no
about
need at all
budget,
to submit a
like
budget
we've
to the
been doing
council,
tonight.
much less discuss,
Or else there would be no
amend,
need at all to
or vote
submit a
upon
budget
any
to the council,
sub-policy of the budget.
much less discuss,
Therefore, it is
amend,
very
or
appropriate
vote upon any
to
sub-policy
state
of
in
the
the
budget
budget
that there should be
Therefore,
no
it is very
dispensing of
appropriate
monies to illegal
to state in the
aliens,
budget that
abortion,
there should
or
be
DEI
no
programs.
dispensing of monies
The council
to
then
illegal
watered down
aliens,
this
abortion,
objective
or
with a
DEI
resolution to
programs.
require the
The
administration
council
to
then
report
watered
to the
down this
finance
objective
committee
with a
any monies
resolution
used
to require the
support these kinds
administration
of
to report
unwanted
to the
initiatives.
finance committee.
This is a
any
naive,
monies used to
naive
support
way
these
of
kinds
saying
of
that the
unwanted
Fox will be in
initiatives.
charge of the
This
head
is a
house.
naive
And
way
if
of
you
saying that the
take
Fox
this
will be in
amendment out of
charge of
this
the head
bill,
house,
for the
and
sake
if
of
you
passing this
take
bill
this
and
amendment out of
ultimately
this
the budget,
bill,
then I'd like to see
for the
another
sake of
ordinance
passing this
introduced in the
bill
future,
and ultimately
which
the budget,
will reinforce
then I'd
state
like to see
laws
another
and
ordinance
prohibit
introduced in
funding
the future
for illegal
which
aliens,
will
abortion, and
reinforce state
DEI
laws
programs,
and prohibit
Let's think a
funding
minute
for
about
illegal aliens, abortion, and
state
DEI
laws,
programs.
which is one of the
Let's
arguments
think a minute
against
about
having this
reinforcing
amendment.
state
So
laws,
does that
which is
mean
one
that
of
the
the
city
arguments
doesn't need to
against
have a law
having this
against
amendment?
murder because the
So
state
does that
has
mean
that
that the city
covered?
doesn't need to have a law
Pass the
against
amendment.
murder because the state
Valerie
has
Benham.
that covered? Pass the amendment.
Jerry Woodham. Valerie Benham. Jerry Woodham.
Jerry Woodham. Good evening again.
Address, please, ma'am.
Jerry
Address.
Woodham.
Address
Good
on
evening
file.
again.
Thank you.
I
Address,
stand-
please, ma'am.
Good evening
Address.
again. I stand here in
Address
support
on
of this
file. Thank you.
amendment, as do many Christian
Good evening
taxpayers.
again.
I stand here
A
in
lot of
support
people
of
are
this
working
amendment,
and they
as
couldn't
do
be
many
here today.
Christian taxpayers.
I don't want my
A
taxpayer
lot of people are
dollars going
working
to
and they couldn't
abortion.
be here today.
Abortion is
I
killing
don't
the
want my
unborn.
taxpayer dollars
As a
going
Christian,
to
you
abortion.
can't support murder.
Abortion is
God
killing
said
the
thou
unborn.
shalt not kill.
As a Christian,
If you are a
can't
Christian,
support
have the
murder.
courage to
God
stand
said
and
thou shalt
defend
not
God's
kill.
word.
If
Don't
you are a
ignore
Christian,
his
have the
commandment
courage
as
to
you
stand
sin
and
against
defend
God.
God's word.
It is not a
Don't
political
ignore
but a
his
moral
commandment
decision
as
as
you
a
sin
Christian.
against God.
You give your life
It is not
to God,
a political but a
and when
moral
you do, you
decision
must
as a
serve Him.
Christian. You
So
give
I
your
pray
life
those
to
of you
God,
that call
and when you yourselves
you
Christians
must serve
stand
him.
for this amendment.
So I pray
So
those
we
of
will
you
not
that call
be
yourselves
fueling an
Christians
abomination
stand
to
for
God.
this amendment.
And God's
So we
own
will
word
not be
says in
fueling
Matthew
an abomination
18:14,
to God.
even
And God's
so, it
own
is not the
word
will
says
of
in
your
Matthew
Father which is in heaven that
18:14,
one of these little
even
ones
so,
should
it
perish.
is not the will of your
I
Father
also
which is
support
in
no
heaven
money
that
going
one
to
of these little
DEI.
ones should perish.
This ideology
I also
says one
support no
person
money
is better
going
than
to
another
DEI.
because of their skin
This
color or
ideology
gender.
says one
God
person is
says
better
all
than
people
another
are equal
because
at
of
the
their
foot of the
skin
cross.
color or gender.
For all have sinned
God
and fall
says
short
all
of the
people
glory
are
of
equal
God.
at the foot of the
We are
cross.
all equal to
For
God
all have
despite
sinned
the
and
color,
fall short
gender,
of the
or
glory of God.
nationality. We are
Lastly,
all equal
I
to
don't
God
want my
despite the
taxpayer
color,
dollars
gender, or
going to
nationality.
illegals.
The very name illegal I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to illegals. Is the very name illegal means they broke the law. The services. Legal, which is they the ones that followed the law. Because it's being spent on those that are not citizens. Which they don't. I pray that you all have the courage to stand against DEI, abortion, and illegals. I pray that you all have the courage to stand against DEI, abortion, and illegals. Are you? Charlie Kirk was not afraid to speak the truth.
Thank you,
and defend
LaShonda
the
Holloway.
innocent. Are you? Please pass this amendment.
Lee Harris. Thank you, LaShonda Holloway. Lee Jeffrey
Harris.
Rumlin. Daryl Edwards Jr. And again, come on down. Daryl Edwards Jr. Come to the podium if I call you. Jacqueline Curry. And again, come on down. And Jacqueline Curry here. Come to the podium if I call you. Jacqueline Vanessa Curry. Collins Hopkins. There's Jacqueline Curry here. Vanessa Collins Hopkins. I see you, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Mrs. Collins Hopkins.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Collins
Vanessa
Hopkins.
Collins Hopkins, address on file. Thank you. Vanessa Collins Hopkins,
it's completely
address on file. To vote on the millage
it's completely
first,
backwards.
and then try to vote on the budget
vote on
second.
the millage first,
and then try to vote
the mayor's
on the budget should be restored
the mayor's
full.
Budget
should be
so
restored
the only amendment
in full
that you all should be voting on.
So the only
is to
amendment
restore
that
the
you all
mayor's
should
budget.
be voting on
All the line
is to
items
restore
that the
mayor's budget
has proposed.
all the line
and
items
to the
that the
amounts
mayor
that
has
she
proposes
and to the
that's
amounts
the only
that
amendment
she proposes.
this
Rory
Rory
Diamond
Diamond
amendment.
this
Is evil. That's all
Rory
I can
Diamond
say.
amendment
It's evil.
is evil.
That's all I can
Don't go
say.
down that
It's
road.
evil.
Don't go
We need to
down
see
that road.
how people are really going to vote
We need to
on the
see
mayor's budget.
how people
So
are
make
really
an
going to
amendment
vote
on
that
the mayor's
will
budget.
restore the budget
So
to
make
what
an
the
amendment
mayor proposed
that will
and go
restore
on
the
record
budget to what the mayor
for
proposed and go on
Jacksonville
record as it relates
for
to investment
Jacksonville
that will
as it
help
relates
us to
to
become that
investment
bold new city
that will
help
of the
us
South.
to become that bold new
The
city
one last thing
of the South.
that I want to
The one last
leave you all
thing
with
that I
is
want to
that
leave you all with. We all need to
is
learn
that
to work together for the benefit
we all
of
need
everyone.
to learn to
work
we have
together
to
for the
figure out ways
benefit
to
of everyone.
expand
the tax base.
we have to figure out ways
We've
to
got to
expand
expand at least
the
10
tax
to
base.
15%. We've
And
got to
then
expand it
we
at
may
least 10 to
be
15% in a revenue
and
position.
then we may be
where we can begin to do
in a revenue position
more of the programs
where we can
that
begin
our
to do
people need
more of the
within the
programs
city, while
that
at the
our
same
people
time
need within
bringing
the city
more
while
wealth
at the same time
and prosperity,
bringing
to everyone
more
across
wealth
the board
and prosperity
in the city. To everyone
You're not going to get
across the
that wealth and
board
prosperity by
in the
just
city.
cutting taxes.
You're not going to get that wealth and prosperity by just
now
cutting taxes.
The LUZ ordinances that
Now,
passed this go round.
the LUZ
It
ordinances
was surprising to
that
me, but it shouldn't have been
passed this go round,
surprising.
that the ones
It was
in
surprising to
District
me,
9,
but it shouldn't have been surprising.
everybody
That
sitting
the
on the
ones
dais
in District
passed
9,
for except for Tarana
everybody
Clark
sitting
Murray.
on the dais
And those
passed
particular
for except for Tarana
ordinances
Clark Murray.
were
And those particular
denied
ordinances
by the
Thank
CPACs.
Thank
were
you. Dennis Sanchez.
denied
Thank you,
by
ma'am.
the
Sanchez out
CPACs.
there. Thank you.
Thank
Dennis,
you.
Dennis Sanchez.
Latavia
Harris. Is there Dennis
Oh,
Sanchez?
I see
out
Mr.
there.
Sanchez coming up.
Latavia Harris, you're next.
Latavia
Latavia Harris. Oh, I see Mr. Sanchez.
My name is
coming up.
Dennis
Latavia
Sanchez,
Harris, you're
and
next.
my
if you're
address
out
is
there.
on file. So my name is Dennis Sanchez, and my address is on file. Most of the people here, they're still here. It's really late, and most of the people they're still here. They're still here. It's really late, And the reason they're still here is the mayor's budget to be as is. And they want most of these amendments budget to be as is are redundant anyway. Most of these amendments. So why are we going to be more redundant and try to go against? Why are we going again, right? Against more what the people truly want, try to go against with the again, right? Against what the people truly want, which is what you did with the. So you guys need to really start again listening. So and you guys go with what the people are saying and not be redundant with these amendments. And go with what the people are saying and not be redundant with these amendments. That's all I really have to say. Thank you. Don't make any sense.
Thank you, Latavia Harris.
So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Latavia Harris. Linda Woodward. Okay. Dr. Linda Kalita Wright Foster. Woodward. John Allen Newman. Kalita Wright Foster. Marsha Allen Newman. Larry Henderson, Marsha Winward, Larry Henderson. You can go first, ma'am. You can go first, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm surprised I'm still awake. Good evening. I'm surprised I'm still
Council
awake.
President, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. Council President,
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry, Marsha Winart, the opportunity. Address on file.
And
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry, I want to say Marsha at the Winart, beginning, I do not think it is appropriate for members of our community to insult. I do not think it is appropriate for members of we may disagree. Our community here to it's insult. Healthy to disagree. The council. But I'm totally against. We may disagree. It's healthy to some disagree. Of the comments, but I'm totally against really bad comments made against the council. Some of the comments do work hard. Really bad comments you may not always against agree, the but you do work hard. As you guys, do work hard. I do support. You may not always agree, but you do Councilman work hard. Rory's amendment. Okay, I do support DEI abortion. Councilman Rory's amendment, and it is not evil regarding DEI abortion and illegals. And it is not First evil. of all, as far as DEI, I've worked with a lot First of all, as far as teaching DEI, children, little ones. I've worked with a lot I do of not want them teaching children to be exposed, little nor ones. Should they be. I do to not the evil want them agenda and to be exposed in some nor of this should they be DEI. To the Exposing evil them agenda to, and that is in some of this DEI, exposing wrong, them to sexuality. That's not healthy for them. Wrong sexuality. That's not healthy for most them. Everyone accepts people as they want to live. I think most everyone accepts. I happen to live in an area people where as they want to live. It's not just you have to accept us. I happen to live in an area where we it's not just you have our to sexuality in front of you, and you have to agree with us. And I don't our like sexuality that. in front of you, and you have to agree with us. And I don't like that. That's not as far right. as illegal aliens, I'm the proud granddaughter of two sets. As far as illegal aliens, I'm the proud granddaughter of two sets immigrants. I'm all for immigrants. We built this country, but we have to do it legally. I'm all for immigrants. We built this country, but we have to do it legally. And when my parents grew up, there was no Social Security. And when my parents, there was no Medicare. There was no Medicaid. There was no Social Security. They had to work hard. There was no Medicare. My mother, there was no Medicaid. Siblings. My They had to grandfather work was killed hard. at a young age. My mother And they had to go out in the siblings. fields and My work. grandfather was killed at a Work young for a age. living. And my they had father to go out in rose the to one of fields the and highest work. positions in this Work for a city. living. My father rose to one of the He did it highest through positions hard in this work. city. He was not privileged. My mother did it worked through way up hard to work. owning a He was not privileged. expensive property My in mother San worked Diego. her way She up worked to owning for a. it. She went back to work expensive as a property nurse in in San San Diego. Diego. She worked for it to earn the money. She went back to work So as a nurse. my at last age stance 60. is on abortion to earn the money. I just saw So, the my last stance is on ultrasound image abortion. of a friend of mine's baby. I just saw the It's a baby. ultrasound image of a When you friend of end mine's that baby, life, unless it's It's absolutely a baby. necessary, that's killing. When you a end that baby. life, Thank unless you. it's
Thank you.
absolutely
John Allen
necessary,
Newman.
that's killing a baby. Thank
Mr.
you.
Newman. Thank you. John Allen Newman. Okay. Sir, have I called your name already? Mr. Newman? Okay, come on up. Okay. Sir, have I called your name already? Okay, come on up.
Good evening. My name is
Good
Larry
evening.
Henderson. My address is on file. My name is Larry Henderson. I am here concerning the current proposed city budget. I am here concerning the current proposed city budget. My concerns I live in district number 8. My concern, my district is a proposed budget. I just can't get over this number. $13 million. I just can't get over this number. When it comes to the roads and lights is needed up in the concerned about that when it comes to the roads and lights is needed up in the citizens that live in my district is left out. The citizens that live in my district is left out. On the needs. I have lived at my present location for the last 12 years. I have lived at my present location for the last 12 years. The budget cuts has greatly affected my district. I realize the budget cuts has greatly affected my district. I might be wrong in the number. I realize 5 Democrats and 14 I might be wrong in the number. Y'all help me. 5 Democrats. We need to vote on the needs of the cities. We need to vote on the needs of the city over your district. Party. And even at times I'm 74 years of age. DEI should 74 years of age. Be a concern when it comes to what is needed. Be a political stance when it comes to what is needed. In the way of your political stance should never come in the way just like of your vote. You are only one person. I am only one person. Just unity. Like you are only unity one person. For the city of Jacksonville. Unity. President. Unity for the city of Jacksonville. Be intentional, Party. Be intentional, Council. Be intentional, Party. Be intentional, Council. For everybody. Be intentional. Lottie, Dottie, look and everybody. For everybody. Not your personal Lottie, views. Dottie, and everybody. Good night. Not your
John Allen Newman, are you here?
Thank you.
Kalita Wright Foster. John Allen Newman, are you here? Teresa Wakefield Gamble. Kalita Wright Foster. Okay, I see Miss Teresa Wakefield Gamble. And there'll be Blake Harper. Okay, I see Miss Babineau coming down. And there'll be Jess Blake Boaz. Harper and Christine Matson. June Babineau, please come down also. Jess Boaz and Christine Matson. If any of y'all are here, please come down also.
My name is Teresa V. Wakefield Gamble. My address is on file. Good evening. My name is Teresa V. Wakefield Gamble. My address is on file. And I've been listening and hearing all afternoon. I've been here at the City Council. And I've been listening and I said this a couple of my public comments before the City Council. That we require our children to follow a code of conduct. We require our children to follow a code of conduct. We require a lot of the behavior that I have seen on this council and a lot of the behavior that I have seen on this council. You all talk about that you want to respect one another. You all talk about that you want to respect one another. Listen. Councilman Matt Colucci have told y'all to listen. I have been out here talking. Councilman Johnson has said, listen, is you all trying to bring what is going on in D.C. into Jacksonville, Florida. Is you all trying to bring what is going on in D.C. into Jacksonville, Florida. We don't want it. And the residents in Jacksonville, Florida, saying we're not having the millage rate. We don't want it. Deduct the millage rate from social services. You want to approve the millage rate. And I don't blame everyone. They're worrying about the social services. Y'all are looking at right now. And I don't blame everyone. They're worrying about the future. Because y'all are looking at right now. This council has a history of making promises and don't keep. You all have a history. This council has a history of making promises and don't keep. About the trust. So that's where Councilman Amar was talking about the trust. What you say. It is a trust. We're tired of you all coming to our door, texting our phone to come vote for you. We're tired of you all coming to our door, texting our phone to come vote for you. Because you're supporting developers. The complete opposite when you get in District 4 that because you're supporting developers. There are elderly people being forced out of their senior apartment community properties. There are elderly people being forced out of their senior apartment community properties who pay rent on time, almost mortgage notes. But the property management companies so many rescue ambulances coming to apartment communities in District 4. So many rescue ambulances coming to apartment communities in District 4. Councilman President, it is ridiculous. When you gonna have a town hall in my district? Councilman President, I've called your office. When you gonna have a town hall in my district? I have yet to see you in District 4. I've emailed you. Matter of fact, I have yet to see you in the Democrat councilmen are having town hall meetings. A lot of them, all of the Democrat councilmen are having town hall meetings, but all of you are the same people that put y'all in them seats. What are you afraid of? But just like the same way we use the ballot box to put you in the seats, But
we,
just
the
like the
people,
same
have the
way we
power
use
to
the ballot
remove
box
you
to
from
put
the
you in the
seats.
seats, so
We,
we're
the people,
asking
have
you
the power
to
to
pass
remove
Mayor
you from
Deegan
the
bill
seats.
as it is.
So
like
we're
my
asking
colleague
you
Vanessa
to
said.
pass Mayor
See where
Deegan
you
bill
stand
as it
with
is,
her
like
bill
my
as
colleague
is
Vanessa
first,
said.
before y'all
See
go
where
cutting
you
up and
stand with
ratcheting
her
up
bill
stuff
as
to
is
benefit
first,
y'all
before
districts
y'all
and the
go
rest of
cutting
the
up and
districts are left
ratcheting up
behind.
stuff to
I'm a
benefit
total
y'all
proponent
districts and
of
the rest of the
supporting
districts are left
everybody.
behind.
And each of you
I'm a
should do the
total
same.
proponent
But
of
you are not
supporting
exemplifying
Next
that
up will be
tonight.
Blake
And each of you
Harper.
should do the
Happy to
same.
meet you in the
Thank
green
But you are
room.
not
Thank
exemplifying
you.
Sorry you
that
missed my
tonight.
town hall
Blake
last week, but
Harper.
I'll meet you in the green Happy room to if meet you'd you like in to the talk. green room. Sorry you missed my town hall last week,
After
but I'll
Mr.
meet you in the
Harper
green
will be
room if you'd like to talk.
June
Yes,
Babineau,
sir.
Jespo as Christine
So
Madsen.
after
and
Mr.
Susan
Harper, it'll be
Kahn.
June-
Mr.
June
Babineau, Jespo as
My name is Blake
Christine
Harper.
Madsen and
Information
Susan
on
Kahn.
file.
Mr. Harper.
Scripture tells us My name there is will be a Blake time Harper. when lies Information become on truth file. and truth becomes Scripture lies. tells us there will be a time when has lies come. become truth and truth Joseph becomes Goebbels lies. was the That time propaganda has come. minister for Joseph Goebbels was the propaganda minister for. And he said, "You tell lies enough times, they become truth." And you actually start believing them yourself. And that's exactly what we saw. They become truth. And you actually start believing them yourself. And that's exactly what we saw. I'm going to engage in my constitutional right of and I'm going to speak. I'm going to engage in my constitutional assuage or try to make Rory Diamond feel better about the fact that he was attacked or try to make Rory Diamond feel better. First of all, let's talk about the racism. Margaret Sanger. Who's Margaret Sanger? First of all, let's talk about the racism. Before Planned Parenthood, it was called the Negro Project. She started Planned Parenthood. She called black people weeds. It was called the Negro Project. She was part of. She called black people part of the eugenics people who came up with the final solution for the Third Reich. Part of the eugenics people who came up with the final solution for the Third Reich. Margaret Sanger Institute, had a bust Hillary Clinton. Said grace over. Smithsonian the reality Institute, is, if you support abortion, then you are supporting the program that Margaret Sanger brought to America. You are supporting the program. So for you to call somebody who was Sanger brought to America people a racist, so for you to call somebody who was that is the truth that black people a racist, that is a lie. Margaret Sanger's desire to eliminate the black race is actually happening in front of us thanks to Planned Parenthood. The black race is absolutely all you have to do is look at the numbers. Thanks to Planned Parenthood. Now, with regards to fascism, absolutely all fascism is actually attached to socialists. Now, with regards to fascism was attached to Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler called himself a socialist. Fascism was attached to Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler called himself a socialist. You can call AOC so how can you call a conservative? You can call the man who killed, and she's identified as a Democrat socialist. You can call the man who killed, and she's identified as a Democrat socialist. Charlie Clerk. Tyler Robinson, a Democrat who assassinated Charlie Cook. Wells Todd has a Democrat socialist.
Please stay on the bill.
Wells Todd has put out things that he's a socialist.
Please stay on the bill.
Argue against this bill. The point is that that's all this is about. Being used to point out that the things that are saying that this is wrong with this bill is absolutely opposite. The things that are saying that is the virtue of these three is absolutely opposite amendments. That is the virtue of these three amendments. They are here to protect citizens. They're here to protect children. They are here to protect citizens. To stand they're here to protect children. And as far as they are here to people have denied DEI, Charlie Kirk said it best. What people have denied DEI. Charlie, if you don't believe DEI exists, DEI, you know quotas exist. So if you don't believe DEI exists,
and by the way, warning, please do not disrupt in the audience back there. Thank you, sir. And by the way, warning, was probably the opposite of in the audience this one, and no one disrupted her. Last speaker was probably the opposite of this one, and no one disrupted her. So please give all speakers the same respect. Thank you.
Christine Madsen. Jess Boaz. Susan Kahn.
Yeah, colleagues, we only have 14, so we've got to stick on the dais here.
Susan Kahn.
Jess Boaz, address
yeah, colleagues,
on
we
file.
only have 14, so we've got to stick on the
One
dais.
thing I wanted to do. Jess Boaz, address on file.
Read a quick definition. In the United States, diversity, equity, and inclusion are organizations or frameworks in the United States, diversity, equity, and inclusion are organizations or frameworks that seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly people who have historically been underrepresented. Just want to put that out there. Or subject to discrimination based on identity and disability. Cut that you're trying to put that out there. It's cutting housing, homelessness prevention, $33 million cut that Meals you're on Wheels and telehealth. I know we already talked about it, but we're going to talk about it again. And the Meals fact on is that it's hurting the unhoused population, the marginalized communities, and differently able and chronically ill and elders. The unhoused population, the marginalized communities. Budget is not differently able and chronically ill and elders because We're telling you budget is not for the people, but you don't listen because we've heard council people up here say those exact words. But you don't have a spending problem. You have a listening problem. Those exact words. We've all. You don't have a spending problem. You have a listening problem. Telling you to represent us all night. You're still going to act like you're doing the right thing for the people. Telling you to represent us. We told you you're not. And you're still going to act like you're doing the right thing for the people. It is willful ignorance to pretend that you're doing the right thing for the people of Jacksonville and the people of Jacksonville. The majority to pretend that you're doing the right thing for the people of Jacksonville. Keep saying the same things over the majority of the people of Jacksonville all night long. Keep saying the same things. Stand here and say you're doing the right thing for Jacksonville. At least if you're going to do this, admit that you're doing it for yourself. Don't stand here and say you're doing the right thing for Jacksonville. At least if you're going to do this, admit that you're doing it for yourself. Does not help us. Stop trying to tell us it doesn't help us for us when it's not. We tell you what does not help us. You don't listen. It helps you. Don't say it's for the people. We tell you what we want. You don't listen. Who you're here for. Don't say it's for the people. If it was, you'd listen to what we're asking. Who you're out for. Who you're here for. Very, very clear. It's not us. We're saying please you'd listen to what we're asking as our representatives. We're being very, very clear. We're saying please do what we ask as our representatives. Go ahead and pass Mayor Diggy's bill as is. That is something that a lot of us would just go ahead and pass Mayor Diggy's bill as is. Not everything I like in there. Some people don't like everything in there. Be okay with. Be willing to compromise too. But not everything I like in there. Some people don't like everything in there. That's not something willing to compromise. And we're telling you. This $33 million cut. That's not something that people want. And we're telling you.
Have I already called your name?
Dear job. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have I already called your name to speak, sir? Standing back there. Thank you. Christine Matson. Have I called your name to speak? Susan Kahn. Okay, thank you. Christine Matson. Only thing I can see is last name Bowlings. Susan Kahn. It appears. Only thing I can see is last name Bowlings, it appears. Barry McAuliffe, Mary Robinson, Monica Davis. Barry McAuliffe, Dr. Barbara Darby, Monica Davis, John Scott, Dr. Barbara Darby. If I do call your name, just go straight to the podium at this point and say you're a name and address, and I'll find your card. If I do call your name, just go straight to the podium at this point and say you're a name and address, and I'll find your card. You're up, Mr. Norman Brewer. Then Miss Audrey Gibson will be after that if she's still here. You're up, Mr. Brewer.
Late evening, Norman Brewer, address on file.
After that if she's still here.
Life is about choices. Late evening, Norman Brewer, address on file. God knows I've made my share of bad ones. Life is about choices. True. And God knows I've made my share of bad ones. I have to pay my taxes. True. On that, I have no choice. I'm a homeowner. I have to pay my taxes. How that money is spent. On that, I have no choice. That's on you guys. How that money is spent. I don't have a choice. That's on you guys. But I do have a voice. I don't have a choice. For me on this issue, but I do have a voice. It's about my personal faith and a moral dilemma. Specifically, and I'm certainly not here to preach and put my personal beliefs on anybody here in this audience. And I'm certainly not here to preach everybody should live their life as they see fit. On anybody here in this audience. However, I'm going to give you an analogy. Everybody should live their life as they see fit. Opposing points of view. However, I'm going to give you an analogy. To use taglines and phrases. Opposing points of view. Always like to use my taglines and phrases. My choice. So I'm going to steal one. Okay, my body, my choice. Funny, but I'm serious. Okay? As a white male, older, but I'm serious. I'm frolically now more challenged than before. As a white male, older, my body, my choice. Now more challenged than before. I choose to go get a haircut. My choice. Tomorrow, $45. I choose to go get a haircut. It doesn't matter whether I've got this little bit of hair or a full head of hair. It doesn't matter whether I've got this little bit of hair or a full head of hair. I promise you, my body, I will not come down here. I promise you. And ask you. I will not come down here to subsidize my choice in my haircut. To subsidize my choice in my haircut.
Are you still on the bill, Mr. Brewer?
Yes, I am, sir. The bill addresses choices. The bill, that is the point of the analogy. Choices. The bill addresses choices. Okay. I personally do not believe a legislative body of any sort. I personally do not believe choices. A legislative body of any sort should fund. You deal with them, good, bad, or indifferent. You own them. Now, as we do spend money, with them, good, bad, or indifferent. Our money. There are four groups of people spend money that I think need to be protected. There are four groups of people because they don't have one. That I think need to be protected. Our children. In those choices. They have no choice. Because they don't have one. Group number two. Our children. Cognitively impaired. They have no choice. Citizens. Group number two. They have no choice. Cognitively impaired. Our elderly citizens. Have no choice. They have no choice. And our veterans. Our elderly. Who are physically have no choice. And mentally damaged. And our veterans have no choice. Who are physically and mentally damage. So the onus is on you to protect them. Have no choice. But as far as my personal choices, so the onus is on you to protect them. Anybody else? But as far as my personal choices, I don't think we legislate anybody else. I don't think we fund the realm of those four groups. If you make those choices, we legislate that. You live with. I don't think we fund it.
Thank you.
If you make those choices, you own them and you live
Gibson,
with.
followed by Beth Z. Thank you. Next up will be Miss Denise Audrey Scott, Gibson, followed by Eunice Barnum Z. and Judy Zeta Roberts, Denise Scott, Eunice Barnum, you have the floor. And Judy Holmes.
Please, if your name was called, please move to the front row and you can take a seat. That way we can move through the speakers. Please, if your name was called, please move to the front row and you can take a seat. That way we can move through the speakers rapidly. Thank you.
Information. My address is on file. Senator Audrey Gibson. Thank you, Mr. President. My address is on file. This budget needs a do-over on many fronts. And one of them is related to maternal health outcomes on many fronts. To reduce, and one of them is related to maternal health infant mortality rates in Duval County. The highest in the state. In the Florida Senate, I sponsored and passed legislation and brought money home with it. In the Florida Senate, I sponsored and passed legislation and brought money home with it, focusing more on maternal health outcomes and infant focusing more on maternal health outcomes. And we should do it because we have, as I mentioned earlier, I know we can do it and we should do it because we have, as I mentioned earlier, the highest in Jacksonville infant mortality rates in the state, in Jacksonville. Included in the legislation that I passed was a telehealth component. Included in the legislation, and the reason that is there is so that telehealth transportation is not an issue. And the reason that is there is so that transportation is not an issue, as well as for not missing appointments. Expectant moms, so that threatening symptoms, as well as not missing appointments. So that while screenings are important post-haste, when one understands the prevalence of high blood pressure and diabetes in black and brown women, when one understands the prevalence of high blood pressure and diabetes in black and brown then you understand that in black and brown needed for maternal health. Then you understand that there's a specialty needed for maternal health care to save. We need to do so with a sense of urgency. Because every baby deserves an opportunity to live. Because every baby deserves an opportunity to be treated, so that she can deliver deserves an opportunity to be treated, so that she can deliver a healthy baby. It also saves money. Telehealth helps with that. It also saves money. Moms from having to make multiple trips to the ER. Expected and it saves the funding in the budget. Having to make multiple trips for the processes. And it saves the funding in the budget for the community that you all serve that need to be addressed. For in the community that you all serve with the highest occurrence. Part of the maternal mortality is extremely occurrence. And while I see some funding in healthcare areas in the budget that I reviewed, or the amendments that I reviewed, your process is a little bit different in the budget that I reviewed, or the amendments that I reviewed, your process is a little bit different than the Senate's. It does not include maternal health force collaboration. It does not include maternal health a duty for this council. And there is some procedural moves and the stroke of a for this council to save the lives of babies. Black and the stroke of a pen, black and brown babies, to save the lives of babies who want to black, brown when babies, they sit black and brown babies. Thank you, and their moms who want to when they sit where you are.
Zeta Roberts. Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Denise Scott. Beth Z. And again, if I call your name, please come down. Ms. Denise Scott. Denise Scott. And again, if I call your name, please come
Eunice
down.
Barnum will
be
after
you.
Good evening again. My name is Denise Scott and my address is on file. I was asked to wear black today to show unity and support for the mayor's budget. Black is the color of black today, but show unity and support for the mayor's budget. Discipline. Black is the color of mourning. I appreciate also the color of dignity, discipline, and purpose. He said that we don't trust my councilman, Mr. O'Meara. He said that we don't trust you. He did say that. We don't, the people don't trust the city council. He did say that. We don't trust you. And we don't trust the city council. A couple times that sometimes you don't know what you're doing. And now you've proven a couple times that sometimes you don't know what you're doing. Lack anything, it's up to us. If just one of our neighbors lack anything, there is no love of God without love of our neighbor. Folks want to come up here and read all these scriptures, but there is no love of God. Folks want to come up here and read all these scriptures, but there is no love of God mayor's budget without the love of your neighbor. It protects me and my neighbors. I am in support of the mayor's budget, but you won't admit it. It protects me and my neighbors. I oppose some of the cuts. It protects you too, but you won't admit it. The council have opposed. I oppose some of the cuts. Just because there may be someone that's in your district that's not requesting need, just because there may be someone that's in your district that's not requesting need, sir. And I think some of you have forgotten other folks, especially you at-large folks. You're supposed to represent the entire city, especially you at-large. This so-called beautiful, ugly budget the entire city. It's showing you exactly who beautiful, ugly budget amendment. It's showing you exactly who our truly, who our leaders truly. This ugly budget amendment is showing us what you as leaders. This ugly budget amendment is showing us straight out of the racist governor playbook, along with the orange turd in the White House. This is straight out of the racist governor playbook. Let's be very clear. Along with the orange turd in the White House. These folks that are saying they're pro-life, let's be very clear. Because when a child is saying they're pro-life, they don't care what you believe in and what your nationality is or what your political. They don't care what you believe in and what your nationality is or what your political. Instead of protecting seniors and renters and families and workers and healthcare, instead of protecting seniors and renters and families, this council has decided to cut services that our neighbors rely on. This council has decided to cut services that our neighbors rely on with your base. And in order for some of you to score political points, y'all want to call this physical responsibility, but let's just call it what exactly is. Y'all want to call this physical responsibility with essential programs what exactly is denied. Political games. Do you all realize that democracy belongs to the people? Denied. And so do you all realize that democracy belongs to the people? Budget should reflect the care and concern and fairness of our community. City budget should reflect the care and concern you're taking fairness from our seniors. And just because you say you left a little bit of money in the Meals on Wheels, sir, and just because you say you left a little bit on the waiting in the Meals on Wheels, and the problem is you don't care because majority are still on the waiting list. You don't care. And the problem is you don't care because majority of you are millionaires. You don't care about the people.
This last name is Carey. I cannot read the first name. Tom McGuire. This last name is Carey. I cannot read the first name. Tom McGuire. So again, if I call your name, please come on down. And Mickey Roman. So again, if I call your name, please come on down.
Eunice Barnum. Neglect of Eunice duty. Barnum. Neglect of duty. Of duty. Neglect is grounds for termination. Is grounds for termination. Breaching your oath. Breaching your oath. It says these 19 council members. It says these 19 almost unlimited power to write legislation power. To write legislation, not deny. There's a difference. You got attorneys deny. They should be able to tell you the difference between. You got attorneys provide. They should be able to tell you the difference between with an S. Provide NEE for the needs with an S. Needs plural NEE our community. Needs our community. Our community. Pre-K word for all you degreed community. OUR, pre-K word, for all you degreed folk.
First name, initial L, Carey. Judy Holmes. I see you, Mr. Tom McGuire. First name, initial Mickey L, Roman. Carey. I saw Mickey down there as well. So Tom McGuire, Tom and then Mickey Roman. And Mickey Roman. I saw Mickey down there as well. So Tom McGuire and then Mickey Roman.
All right. Hello again. I am Tom McGuire, 4711 Herder Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32210. I cannot support this budget as long as it still contains the Diamond Amendment. I cannot support this budget as long as it still contains the Diamond Amendment. As the mayor has repeatedly explained, there built on a lie. As the mayor has repeatedly explained, DEA, abortion, or undocumented immigrants directed to DEA. This amendment is totally irrelevant. Because of this, I firmly support this amendment. Is totally irrelevant. Because of this, I firmly support in the budget so that we can move forward to correct this, advance the city, which is what I've been asking for all night long. To advance the city, which is what I've been asking for all night long. Mayor Deegan's budget town hall last night. I attended Mayor Deegan's eloquently defended every aspect of her budget, and she eloquently defended every aspect of her budget favorably with other Florida cities, and especially when you consider favorably with other Florida cities facing Jacksonville because of the large area the city occupies. Challenges facing Jacksonville because of the large area the city occupies. The listening problem we've talked about. Also, like to quickly tried to explain my positions it's firmly talked about, and clearly as tried to explain my positions it's firmly any of y'all have any problems with understanding, I'm happy to meet with any of you and further explain it. Understanding, I'm happy to meet with any of you and further explain it. Here is this budget should not pass with this amendment. Gotta say here, I hope you will not. Budget should not pass with this amendment. I hope you will not together do that.
Thank you. Mickey Roman, you're up next. And then Rachel Grage. Thank you. Mickey Roman, you're up next. Wade Mask. Rachel Grage. Lisa Dernberger. Hazel Gillis. Wade Mask. And Leslie Jean Barty. Lisa Dernberger. Those, please Hazel come down Gillis, to the front. Mickey, floor is yours. And Leslie Jean Barty. If I call any of those, please come down to the front. Mickey, floor is yours.
To the chair, if you could make sure if that woman, to the chair, if that woman takes a picture of me, I'm a retired general contractor. I'm tired right now. If that woman takes a picture of me, I'm a retired general contractor. I'm tired right now. And she was very mean to us general contractors. Okay, they get up at 5 and 6 in the morning. She was very mean to us general contractors. I haven't been feeling a lot of love because I'm a small businessman. But I haven't been feeling a lot of love because I'm a small businessman. Expanding our base here to generate monies. I mean, I don't feel the need that the monies that the city collects to generate monies. I mean, I don't feel the need that the monies that the city collects needs to be generated necessarily on the backs of small businessmen and businessmen. What I'm hearing is that the big developers, I don't know about. I'm not a developer. Businessmen is small developers. I don't know about. So I'm not feeling any love in this room. I'm a small businessman. And so I'm not feeling any love in this room. You know, when I'm walking out the door tonight, if somebody could just be nice to me. So you know, when I'm walking out the door tonight, I'm hearing that there's a lot of employees here in the room and homeowners. What I'm hearing is that there's a lot of employees here in the room and homeowners. What about the guy like me, the schmuck like me for 40 years? But you know. What about the guy like me, the schmuck like me for 40 years that's been an employer? I'm just not sure if why we're at this point. I'm just not sure if why we're at this point. A bunch of crazy money has been spent. You know, I think it's now all of a sudden a bunch of crazy money is under a lot of pressure. And now all of a sudden we have to generate a lot of money now, and there's programs being cut. And we have to generate a bunch of money now, honestly, and there's programs being cut. Sorry, like the football, the man was talking about the football games and stuff like that. Sorry, like the football, the man was talking about the children. I wish it was. I wish there was money for being appropriated for the after-school programs and all. I wish it was. I think there is plenty of money for the some of these after-school programs and all. And I think there is plenty of money. $145 million maybe this year. 406 parks, $145 million for a park this year. 1 out of 4 people now are on the north side. And I'd like to put in a plug. 1 out of 4 people now are on the north side. And I'd like to put in a plug. If there's $2 billion on the north side, and saying we need a higher percentage going to the north side. $2 billion out there. Voters are on the north side. And we need a higher percentage going to the north side. Listen, we need to help out on the north side. And I'd like to speak to my at-large and Reggie. Listen, we need to help out and Reggie because I don't think we're getting the right percentage on the north side. And Reggie because I don't think we're getting the right percentage on the north side. You know, our police count is down. Thefts are up, and to those that keep saying that y'all aren't listening. I think to those that keep saying that I've heard a lot of facts here tonight saying that y'all aren't listening. I think y'all are things properly. I think I've heard a lot of facts here tonight saying that that's just my appeal as one small businessman. And
thank you, sir.
So that's
next
just
we have
my
Rachel
appeal
Grage.
as one small businessman.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Rachel Grage. Lisa Ellen Dernberger. Lisa Ellen Dernberger.
My name is Lisa Ellen Dernberger, and my address is on file. I stand before you to support ordinance number 0504. I stand before you to support ordinance number 0504. This idea of women's health or women's reproductive rights being justification for murdering unborn children is completely ludicrous and against the murdering unborn children. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 5 and against the word of God. Before I formed Isaiah chapter 1 verse 5 says, I knew you. Before I and before you came forth out of the belly, I knew you. I sanctified you. And before you came forth our Lord creates life. I sanctified you. How can anyone say it is okay to murder? Our Lord creates life. Hello, do we forget thou shalt not murder? Do we forget thou shalt not murder? To say abortion is women's health is a bold face. To say abortion is women's health have had standing orders to protect the woman's health. Doctors have had standing orders to protect the woman's reproductive rights. Period. Really? Since the beginning. How demonic is that? Reproductive rights? Our rights do not come from man. How demonic is that? They come from God. Our rights do not come from man. We women do have a choice. They come from God. Men have a choice also. We women do have a choice to do the deed. Men have a choice. As soon as there is conception, we have a choice to do the deed. Ours. As soon as there is conception, the choice is no longer ours. What about rape? Good question. What about assault? And I can tell you as a sexual assault nurse examiner, which I was for almost a decade, as a sexual assault nurse examiner of our chapter in Racine, Wisconsin. I never came across a case of our chapter that resulted in Wisconsin. I never came across a case of assault. We gave the patient the choice. See, with each case of assault, we gave the patient the choice to prevent pregnancy. During the exam, zero tax dollars should prevent for the killing of babies. Zero tax dollars he knows us for the killing we were born. Remember, he knows us. Your vote today does not just go before the city of Jacksonville. Your vote today does not just go before the city of Jacksonville. Many people are quoting the Bible. It goes before and around these chambers. Many people are quoting the Bible in and out and around these chambers. The Bible. Might I remind us to tempt Jesus that Satan when used the Bible 40 days to tempt Jesus to follow him. When he fasted, just because we know the Bible to get him to does follow not mean him. We are followers of just Christ. Just because we know the Bible. The Lord does not mean Jesus, we are followers of Christ. You will know them by their fruit. The Lord Jesus doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't know them by their fruit. A boy. Whoops, he doesn't make man fix that. He doesn't say you were born a boy. Whoops, I fear we have overlooked one of the most important components of love. And that is that we have overlooked one of the most important components of love. And that is that love corrects. Proverbs 3:12.
Leslie Hazel Gillis. Bart. Justin
Leslie
Roberts. Jean Bart. I call your name, come on down. Justin Roberts. Following Mr. Roberts will be Wells Todd. Following Mr. Roberts will be Wells Todd.
Good evening, Council. My name is Justin Roberts. Address on file, District 12. Good evening, Council. My name is Justin Roberts. 2021 address on file, District 12. I'm in the Navy. I'm a homeowner. Standing here in support of the mayor's budget as is. In the Navy. I'm also standing against standing here in support of the mayor's budget as is. I'm not from here. I'm also from Richmond, Virginia. The born and raised. Obviously, I'm not from here. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. Born and raised. My questions to you. Obviously, hereby. Who do you represent? Profession in Jacksonville. And also, what do you do? My questions to you. When the promises and plans for dynamic city growth. And also, what do you do? When the promises and plans for dynamic city growth. Back in 2022, resident demographics. CBS 60 Minutes had an episode. Back in 2022, Jacksonville. CBS 60 Minutes had an episode. And builders of my home featured D.R. Horton, Jacksonville. It featured a couple and young builders couple of my home, white couple by D.R. Horton, 20s, 30s. It featured a couple and then like a young couple, sort of executive for D.R. Horton. 20s, 30s. There's a lot of stuff that was discussed, but one thing that stuck out to me was D.R. Horton. They asked the executive, and there was a lot of stuff that was discussed, but one thing that stuck out to me was situation. They asked the executive, big companies were coming and taking over. And he said the new American dream and how all these big companies were coming and taking over. And the couple separately, and he said the new American dream, and they said no, we want to buy. And the couple were trying to build our own wealth. They referred to his statement, and they said, and here we are 3 years later, we're trying to build our own wealth. And here, obviously, and here we are 3 years later, state at large, they're looking to cut property taxes. Obviously, in Jacksonville, looking at HOA cuts. At large, I'm seeing the writing on the walls. Looking at HOA cuts. It's not buying. I'm seeing the writing on the walls. For these people back here. It's not buying. It's wealth for the people that it's not well funded some of your campaigns. These people back here. I'm not a financial expert for the people that, but I know a property grab when I see one. I'm not a financial expert. Be familiar with redlining, but I know a property grab when I see one. We're watching wealth change hands in real time. Be familiar with redlining? Instead of complaints about wasteful spending and partisan efforts to force anti-DEI, instead of complaints about wasteful spending and partisan efforts to force anti-DEI, elected council members of Jacksonville City, you are responsive to the will of its citizens. The elected council members of Jacksonville City, I've lived in Jacksonville on and off responsive to the will of its citizens. What do I see under Jacksonville on and off since 2016, thanks to the Navy? Jaguar Stadium, what do I see under construction? Bold new plans. Renewal, Jaguar Stadium, one of 4 seasons started and stopped, and it looks like scraps over there right now, 2 blocks away. Properties, one of which started and stopped, and it looks like scraps over there right now, 2 blocks away. Dilapidated churches and condemned properties, fenced-off city spaces with overgrown landscaping, dilapidated churches and condemned properties, roads riddled with potholes, spaces with overgrown landscaping, cracking sidewalks, banners for years, roads riddled with potholes. In short, spaces wrapped with no trespassing banners for years. I can read all about it on your website. Do you really care? The fight black initiative to allow property values I can read all about it on your website. Developers can swoop in. Do you really care? To my eyes, the aim to allow property values to drop so far as a city for sale. Swoop in. The big beautiful amendments are simply a smokescreen. Appears like it's for dabbling in cultural wars, while the people of Jacksonville get priced out. Simply a smokescreen. Or find somewhere else to live. Wars, while the people of Jacksonville get priced out.
Followed by James Matchett.
Or find somewhere else to live.
Juanita Powell-Williams, Bobby O'Connor, by James Matchett. Juanita Powell-Williams.
My name is Wells Todd. My address is on file. And my name is Wells Todd. My address is on file. I feel like I'm in a time warp here. And I feel like I'm back in 1955. I feel like I'm in a time warp. And yes, I was alive back in 1955. Experienced. And yes, I was alive in 1955 for the first time. My mother experienced brought me segregation for the first time in South Carolina. My mother brought me down to visit. I couldn't use the bathroom because it said whites only. And I couldn't use the bathroom. I want to address whites only. What Mr. Diamond is doing. I want to address trying to throw a monkey wrench into this budget so that the governor can come in. Trying to throw a monkey wrench into this budget to these people so that the governor can come in. I don't know what bubble you're in. To these people but no money. I don't know what bubble you're in. Is going to abortion. But no money. Your tax dollars are not going to abortion. Is going to abortion. Your tax dollars, as far as immigrants are concerned, they pay more taxes. As far as immigrants are concerned, they pay more taxes. They pay more taxes than your president, Donald Trump. They pay more taxes than your president, Donald Trump. And as far as DEI is concerned, and as far as there's an A at the end of that. I hope you are all aware of that. There's an A at the end of that. And that A is for accessibility. Aware of that. And that A is for accessibility. Are you opposed to accessibility? Mr. Diamond? Are you opposed to accessibility who have health concerns for people? Because that's federally mandated. Who have health concerns? So the game you're running on people is the same game Southern politicians have run on people. Is the same game for decade Southern politicians have run on people after decade. For decade after decade after decade after decade. But you know, people are waking up. And like I said, what you're doing here, you can vote for this, but you're helping to build a movement. And like I said, what you're doing here, you can vote for this, but you're helping to build a movement. You're helping to build a movement because that's what you're doing here make change. You're helping the civil rights movement may change. The women's rights movement may change. The civil rights anti-war movement may change. The women's rights movement may change. And that's what you're helping to do. The anti-war movement may change. And I applaud you for that. And that's what you're helping to do here. And I applaud you for that. It's coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. 30% of the people in this town are African American. 30% of the people in this town are African American.
James Matchett here. I see James.
Watch out.
And then Juanita Powell-Williams, Bobby O'Connor, Jennifer Jones. And then Juanita Powell-Williams, Bobby O'Connor, Jennifer Jones.
My name is James Matchett. Address on file. My name is James Matchett. Address on file. This bill not passing. I almost can agree with you only because I don't think it goes far enough. This bill not passing. I think y'all cut out a lot that should have been left in. But I digress. I think y'all cut out a lot in the spirit that should have been left in. But I digress. You had to do something that you thought was responsible. I got it. You had to do something that you thought was responsible. I'm for the mayor budget. as is without the amendments. I'm for the mayor budget. Here's why. As is without the amendments. I came up in the 60s. Now here's why. And I had my grandfather. I came up in the 60s. I was blessed. And I told me one lesson that I would have to learn. Father, I was blessed. He said, son, you're going to have to pay the black tax. I would have to learn. That means you have to work twice as hard for half the recognition. That means you have to work twice as hard for half the recognition. When I was in the military, First Sergeant Allgood would tell me something that when I was in the military, I think that's germane to this bill. Would tell me something that he said, son, you have to follow that's germane to this bill. As give. He said, son, you have to follow. If not, the directions. It's no longer the fault of the person who gave you the order. If not, but it's your fault. It's no longer the fault of the person who gave you the order, but it's your fault. Right now, as is, it's the mayor budget. With the amendments, right now, as is, it's the mayor Diamond or the Republican budget. With the amendments, if it don't work, Roy Diamond or the Republican budget. It was your amendments. If it don't work, DEI, it was your amendments. Let's cut it. I stand before you and tell you I was an affirmative action hire. I stand before you and tell you I was an affirmative action hire. I was good at what I'd done. I stayed on the job 35 years because I was good at what I'd done. With a college degree, I was affirmative action military technical background with a college degree, military technical background, job skills that can get work, and job skills my competitors that can get legacy hires. My competitors, the granddad, was legacy hires. Got them on. Their uncles, the dad, the granddad. But I was the substandard worker. Got them on. Abortion, but not in this bill. But we would tell you not to kill a child. Abortion is not in this bill, but we would when they get here. Tell you not to kill a child, but we won't support them when they get here. Make that make sense. You can't tell me your circumstances, you can't afford to have them. I'm going to make you have them, and then I'm not going to offer you no support. You can't afford to have them. I'm going to make you have them, and then I'm not going to offer you no support. 2 weeks ago. Migrants, I just left El Paso, it's a dead city now. 2 weeks ago. And when the rates on our houses go up, it's a dead city now. When the rates on our grocery go up, and when the rates on our houses go up, when the rates on our grocery go up, because the migrants, we ought to be proud, had to go home.
Juanita Powell-Williams. Bobby O'Connor. Thank you. Then Juanita Powell-Williams. O'Connor, Jennifer Jones. Bobby O'Connor. Then after Miss O'Connor, Jennifer Jones.
My name is Bobby O'Connor. My address is on file, and I live in zip code 32207. My address is on file, and I live in zip code 32207. Place in this budget has no place. Night I wore my T-shirt that says "Just Mercy." Night I wore my T-shirt that says "Just Mercy" to have mercy. So I'm asking you, read to you, and I'd really appreciate it if you did not talk among yourselves while I'm speaking. And I'd really appreciate it if you did not talk among yourselves. If you listen to what I'm having to say, I really would appreciate it if you listen to what I'm having to say, because what I have to say is important. So don't laugh and talk. The definition of mercy. Please. Compassion. This is the definition of mercy. Or forgiveness shown towards someone who it is within your power shown towards someone who it is within your power. Would you have mercy on your fellow council members who had to walk out of the building last council meeting, who had to walk insulting them, you were not having mercy. You were insulting them. I would have walked out with them if I had known what they were doing. I would have walked out with them if I had known what they were doing. DEI means you don't really understand want it to be included. You don't understand. If you don't want it to be included, you don't understand. It's not about racism towards you as a white person because someone else gets a better opportunity. It's not about racism towards you as a white person because someone else gets a better opportunity. Have as much right to you as a man have as a job. I as a woman of color have as much right to you as a man have as I do as a white person of color. Has as much right to as a job as I do as a white person. Over. You don't understand it. It is not. I want to say that over and over. I can't believe you don't understand it. It is not. White, I can't believe you don't understand it. Christian, rich white men have the power Christian,
you as an individual might not have that power, but you as a group, you as an individual might not have that power. You as a man have more power than I do. Have that power. The group you as a man have more power. You as a heterosexual have more power. I belong to. Than a homosexual have more power. You do. A homosexual person do. And if you can't understand that, you do. Please, you absolutely go to some training. If you can't understand that, you really don't understand it. Go to some training. It has no place in our budget because you really don't understand immigration. It has no place in our budget. Who in this room did not come from an immigrant family if you trace your ancestry? Who in this room did not come from an immigrant family if you trace your ancestry? And the things that the stereotypes that are out there about that immigrants, are more criminal. The stereotypes that are out there about that immigrants, are more criminal. My time ran out. So I'll tell you that
Jennifer Jones, and then Mark Stewart, Jamie Travis Leonard, and Dr. Nancy Stewart, Jamie Travis Leonard, and Dr. Nancy Stoles.
Jennifer Jones. Address on file.
Jennifer Jones.
Jennifer Jones. I'd like to support the mayor's budget as written without these amendments. I'd like to support the mayor's budget when you're checking your phone without these amendments. You walk out. So or you're disengaged, when you're checking your phone, taking a nap, saw a photo you earlier. Walk out. Or sends a message that our voices do not matter. Jacksonville deserves leadership. Sends a message that our voices do not matter. Jacksonville deserves leadership. We're not here for a performance or your political theater. We're here for accountability. We're not here to ensure that every decision reflects the needs of the people. We're here for accountability and to ensure that every decision reflects the needs of the people. Listen, that you were elected to serve. The public, they will respect you. Please listen. The people of Jacksonville respect the public, are in fact they will counting on each of you. The people of Jacksonville so let's be clear. I'm here today because of the amendments that were proposed to the bill. So let's be clear. Today is my birthday because of the amendments that were proposed to the bill. Today is my birthday. It is a happy birthday. So when I read it mimics the hateful rhetoric. It wastes time, and it sets up our city for costly lawsuits. Lawsuits, in fact, cost and it sets up our city for costly lawsuits. Lawsuits, in fact, cost money. None of this helps Jacksonville families. Instead, it targets immigrants, communities. None of this helps Jacksonville families. Instead, it targets immigrants, communities, promotes division. At the same time, basic services some of the proposals you're cutting healthcare, housing, food, and education programs while pouring millions of dollars into housing, food, and education programs while pouring millions of dollars into JSO, a department that is under lawsuit to deport our neighbors. Let's take a moment to recognize, so we're completely clear, nobody has come up here to complain about the fire department or EMTs. Nobody has come up here to complain about the fire department or EMTs. Unity and not division. Jacksonville deserves leadership that builds unity and not division. Bringing which I have to say thank you. Of unity to each of you. People that want to ensure that you are not reelected. Unity of people that want to ensure that you are not reelected. These amendments are ugly, unenforceable, and unworthy of this city. These amendments are ugly, unenforceable, and unworthy of this city.
Mark Stewart, followed by Jamie Travis Leonard. Dr. Nancy Stoles. Mark Stewart, followed by Jamie Travis Leonard. Are any of those folks here? Dr. Nancy Stoles and Echo Nova. Are any of those folks here?
I'm back. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jamie Travis Leonard. My address is on file. I'm speaking in strong City Council members. My name is Jamie Travis Leonard. My address is on file. I'm speaking in strong changes to reducing spending to community programs, especially programs we have for my neighbors. I oppose any changes to reducing spending to community programs, especially programs we have for my neighbors. These programs are not extras. Elderly, unhoused. They're essential services, accessible after-school programs, senior services, mental health outreach. They're essential services. These are all the lifelines that keep our community mental health outreach, job training. When you cut our community programs, we the citizens of the city do not save any money. Because all you've done is shift the costs elsewhere. The city do not save any money. Because all you have done is shift the costs elsewhere. We see this shift in rising crime rates and overwhelmed and understaffed emergency rooms. And we see this shift in rising crime rates and overwhelmed and understaffed emergency rooms. Community programs create structure and higher rates of homelessness. A young person who has access to mentorship, structure, sports, and job readiness is far less likely to end up in the criminal justice system. Mentorship, art, sports, and job readiness is far less likely to end up in the criminal justice system. A senior who has access to food and affordable health care is far less likely to face isolation. A senior who has access to food and affordable health care is far less likely to face isolation. keep their family together. A single parent with access to child care support can keep a job and keep their family together. With shoehorning anti-DEI language into governance under the guise of fairness, I need my fellow whites to listen. With shoehorning anti-DEI language into governance under the guise of fairness, I need my fellow whites to listen. DEI does for white Americans is not allow us to rest on the laurels of mediocrity. For white Americans is not allow us to rest on the laurels of desegregated schools. It is marriage equality. DEI it is lower is infant mortality rates. Most of all, marriage equality is a guardrail lower against white mortality rates. Most of all, DEI is a guardrail. But I don't believe that I'm superior. White supremacy. Do you? Because if you keep white, but I don't believe that I'm superior. I'm going to think you do. Do you? Because if white discomfort is not oppression. I'm going to think you do. The floor without white discomfort is not oppression. We can raise the floor this large tattoo on the side of my head. But I have to say, the mental gymnastics I've watched members of this council participate in, but I have to say, the mental gymnastics I've watched members of this council participate in who have also been here for hours unpaid. Ignoring their constituents who have also been here for hours unpaid. It really did. I've been migraine-free for several years, and I'm going to tell you what, y'all almost gave me one. So I've been migraine-free for several years, and I'm going to tell you what, y'all almost gave me one. It's giving ignorance and bigotry. I urge you to protect our community. It's giving ignorance and bigotry. A healthy, safe, and prosperous city doesn't happen by accident. It happens a healthy, safe, and prosperous city and we doesn't happen by accident. We'll hold you accountable. It happens by your choices. And we, thank you, will hold you accountable.
Next up will be Dragon Beloit, followed by Amanda Nelson. Adam Gray. Next up will be Dragon Madison Hilt, followed by Amanda Nelson and John Turner. Adam Gray, Madison Hilt, and John Turner.
Echo's turn.
Go ahead.
I think it's Echo's turn.
Echo Nova. Yep. Address is on file. It is curious to see how DEI is defined in the amendments. It is curious to see how DEI is defined in the amendments. National origin, gender identity, color, or sexual orientation. National origin, and it is very telling which groups of people are being attacked and why. Because notice which one is missing, which groups of people are being attacked and why. The ADA has been one of the most powerful pieces of legislation ever. The ADA so much so that even uttering the name of legislation ever in legal experts. So much so that even those other categories do not have as strong a legal support. Those other categories and are continuously strong a legal and seriously under attack support by all levels of government and are continuously some amounting to an actual genocide by all levels of government. Immigrants. Some amounting to an actual genocide. There was a very similar trans people bill in session last spring. There was a very similar Jacksonville bill in session last spring. Dean Black by other Yarborough. Jacksonville. It should be noted that SB Dean Black 480 died in judiciary, and it should be noted that SB 480 died in judiciary, and HB because they could not hold up died in intergovernmental affairs because they could not hold that need to be had for legislation. Can the councilperson point to exactly what needs to be funded? Can the councilperson point to exactly what needs to be funded? Can the councilperson historically explain and strategically undervalued peoples, marginalized, that have been stolen away or strategically undervalued, an advantage over those who still benefit, stolen away or murdered, and the cultures an advantage over those who still benefit from the wealth extracted, even in and the just the base bill, the budget as it is. These sentiments are reflected just the base in the bill, the overfunding of the JSO occupying these military force, are reflected in the underfunding of housing programs, the JSO occupying military force, and so many others, and the underfunding of housing programs, and the homeless programs, and so many others. The homeless are also disabled. So even though disability is not included in the definition of DEI, disability is still being under attack. Not included in the definition of DEI. So the point is, still being under attack. Is already hateful and harmful. So the point is, Jacksonville the budget and demand a people's budget hateful and harmful them, and the people of Jacksonville need and demand a people's budget everyone who lives represent them that serve them that will protect them. I will end by highlighting a very particular gem of Jacksonville. I will end by highlighting Jacksonville, very particular gem of disabled services. Every year, Jacksonville, the Mayor's Disability Advisory Council hosts the ADA Symposium and the Disability Advisory Council, and is one of the very few number of cities nationwide, and is one of the very few number of cities nationwide major capacity that have a disability celebration. What other opportunities are being lost to your citizens in North Florida as a whole? What other opportunities are being lost to your citizens in North Florida as a whole? Personal pocket and your program cuts in the budget.
Next up, Dragon Beloit, and then Amanda Nelson, Adam Gray, Next up, Dragon Beloit, and then Amanda Nelson, Adam Gray.
Y'all are never getting rid of me.
Madison Hill.
I'm going to be here forever. I'm going to be locked in this place forever with you. Y'all are never getting rid of me. Hi, I'm Dragon. I'm going to be here forever. My address is on file, and I've been here for 7 hours. Hi, I'm Dragon. Which means that I have quickly lost all sense of reality. My address is on file, and I've been here for 7 hours. Which means that I have quickly lost all sense of reality. I know that you guys are just going to vote the way you're going to vote. It literally doesn't matter what we say. I know that you guys. I could talk about dinosaurs and it would have the same impact on you. It literally doesn't matter what we say. I could talk about dinosaurs and it would have the same impact on you. I think that it matters to say it anyway. By the way. I know that all Rory cares about is diamonds, and Salem really loves a witch trial. I know the fact all Rory cares about is diamonds, and Salem really loves a witch trial. But the fact is, the people good matter. I told you, I'm a little fuzzy. Good. The people good. That this budget doesn't serve, which is all fuzzy. The people have come here that this budget doesn't serve, which is all of them. And we come here have come here. This is a regular thing to tell you that. It's pretty regular and that we come here and we tell you what we want, and then you all vote against it. It's pretty regular that maybe if we're lucky, and we tell you what we want, and then you all vote against it. And then maybe if you guys ignore us on things like the budget, the millage. Usually you guys ignore us on things like the budget, the millage. I know there's a transit authority for that, but you guys should communicate. Transit? I know there's a transit authority for that, but you guys should communicate. I mean, I don't like it. Let's be clear. I think that she is also. I mean, I don't like it. Doing the job that I want her to do. I think that she is also. I am compromising. Let's be clear. Doing the job that I want her to do. Deegan's bill is my compromise. I am compromising. Because if I had a choice, Deegan's bill is my compromise. Every single person in Jacksonville should be able to go to a certain place and get a lunch for free. Every single person in Jacksonville should be able to go to a certain place and get a lunch for free. That's not in your budget. And that would be in my budget. So we have to meet in the middle. And the middle between me and you is not in your budget. So we have to meet between your constituents and you between me and you doesn't matter because you're not going to listen. The middle between your constituents and you doesn't matter because you're not going to listen. Love that you guys care enough about Jacksonville to be up there. Love that you guys care enough about Jacksonville and to be putting time in. I've heard you guys voting and to be putting Mr. Johnson said that he was making a lot of groundwork in his office. Good. Mr. Johnson said that he was making a lot of groundwork in his office. I like it when you guys care about the things that you're putting forth. I like it when you guys. I like the idea that there's someone, even if I disagree with him on most things, and I like the idea that there's someone even thinking, hey, maybe we shouldn't give all our money to the developers. Maybe somebody else is thinking, hey, maybe we shouldn't give all our money to the developers. We have to compromise. Maybe the people matter. Right now, you guys are not compromising. You're deciding what you want, and right now, you guys are not. And you're pushing the same bill through 4 times. You're deciding what you want, and then when it doesn't go through, you put it on the budget. And you're pushing the same bill through 4 times. I don't think it's very manly. And then when it doesn't go through, you put it on the budget. I think that's sad. I know that you are capable of doing better. I know it doesn't matter that I'm asking you to, but like, I know that you are capable of doing better. I know it doesn't matter that I'm asking you to, but like, think about it.
Thank you. Amanda Nelson. After Ms. Nelson will be Adam Gray and Madison Hill. And then after Ms. Nelson will be Adam Gray.
My address is on file. I just wanted to say that I'm here, still here tonight. I just wanted to say that I'm ask you to vote, still here tonight, to not vote in favor of the amendments, and ask you to vote, Councilmember Diamond, to not vote in favor of the amendments. Divisive. I think Councilmember Diamond has proposed. There are a lot of people who came here tonight to harmful. To say that, but there are also a lot of people who came here tonight who weren't able to make it here tonight. Say that, but there are also a lot of people who weren't able to make it here tonight that feel that way. And so we ask that you listen to us.
Then Madison Hilt, John Turner, Caroline Schultz. Gray, then Madison Hilt, I believe this John is Turner, Denise Caroline Schultz, and I believe this is Denise
Reverend Madison Hilt. Address is on file. Adam's gone. Reverend Madison First, I'd like to address the cuts in y'all's proposed budget amendments. First, I'd like to address the cuts in $5.2 million slashed from affordable housing. We talk about making things more affordable for our homeowners. Housing. We talk about making things more affordable for our homeowners. Without that $5.2 million, where are these folks going to turn to be able to live? Without that $5.2 million, where are these folks going to turn to be able to live? Inflation is ballooning. We're in the midst of a blooming recession. Inflation is under the poorest members of the city of Jacksonville. Y'all see it fit to pull the rug out from under the poorest members of the city of Jacksonville. So we're going to take people's health care too. $2.1 million from HealthLink Jax. Got it. Heard someone mention the fruits of the spirit earlier. Great. For those of y'all that can't recite them, the fruits of the spirit are love, joy, patience, for those of y'all that can't recite them, The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, patience. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and I look at the tenets of Jesus Christ. I look repeatedly and clearly, and I look at the tenets of Jesus Christ. Advocated for the least of these, advocated for the marginalized, that could not advocate for the least of these, advocated for people. I see greed. I see sitting on a high altar, and I see none of that. I see greed. I see sitting on a high altar. Now, to address the biggest elephant in the room, Mr. Diamond's now to address the biggest elephant in the room. I'm not going to say beautiful Mr. because they're anything but. Big budget amendments. I'm not going to say beautiful because they're anything but. We don't spend money on DEI and abortions right now. We don't spend money anyway on DEI and abortions right now. The only thing that Mr. Diamond is accomplishing by bringing the only thing that Mr. Diamond is accomplishing at a marginalized community that's already got it bad and saying, hey, look over there, there's your marginalized community that's already got it bad and saying, hey, look over there, there's your problem while I take a lot of money from people that shouldn't be giving it to me. I'll tell you how I know that. I was a successful career government employee. And that was before and after I came out as transgender. And that was before and after I came out as transgender. When I started facing these issues and facing troubles finding a job, losing my job with Clay County, after 8 years of service finding a job and losing my job with Clay County, it was after people started bringing up DEI, COVID and Irma and all this. Spending anything. It was after people started bringing up live my life, even though the government just like most other people do in here. I just wanted to live my life. I don't just even like most other people kids, do in here. Like, why are y'all saying that people that are trans? I don't even like kids, y'all. Like, why are y'all saying that I'm married and I'm never gonna have kids? So, like, please don't accuse me of things that'll never come out of my mouth. So, just leave me alone. Please don't accuse me of things that'll never come out of my mouth. Just leave me alone.
Caroline Schultz. Next up, John Turner, Denise Hunt, Caroline Schultz, S. Gonzalez, Denise Hunt. And again, if I call your name, please come on down. Richard Clinic. Cuff. And again, if I call your name, Joseph please come on down. Richard Cuff. Paul Wharton. Joseph George. Ma'am, if you think I called your name, come on down and say your name and address, Paul Wharton. Please. Ma'am, if you think I called your name, come on down and say your name and address, please.
God, I don't sit here so long, I don't forget what I wanted to say. Hi, my name is I don't forget what I wanted to say, and my address is on file. But hi, my name is Denise Hunt, and my address is on file. Michael Gay. Proud to say I live in District 2. Tonight I come tonight. I was going to quote because you guys making Ronald Reagan look like a saint. I was going to quote because you guys making Ronald Reagan look like a saint because he was quoting some stuff about government. And that's so funny because I'm reminded when I was sitting out there just listening to. I'm reminded when I was sitting out there just listening to a lot of lies, the mayor's side and BS on both sides. There's a lot of lies and corruption. And the truth of the matter is on both sides of this table. And I want to say one thing. I'm a proud Democrat. Donna Deegan has a problem saying she's a Democrat, but I am a Democrat. Donna Deegan has a problem saying she's a Democrat, but I am both sides of the aisle. And I have been a Republican, so I've experienced both sides of the aisle. Not being increased, so I'm going to go along with the millage with what the people want. Not being increased, so I'm going to go along one way or another with what the people want. But I can say this about this DEI. I also want to say this about this DEI. But I can say this about this DEI. I also want to say this about this DEI. The number one thing that convert every conservative white person as a nurse on DEI, because when they're laying there, healthcare comes as a nurse. And they can't do for themselves, and they've exhausted all of their money, and they can't do for themselves, and they've exhausted all of their money, and they need how liberal, and they need services. You'd be surprised how socialist they become. They forget about the free market economy, and they become in the DEI. And I want to say one other thing. White women are the biggest benefactors. And I want to say one other thing. One of the things that should have been included in this budget that I didn't see one of the things that should have been included in this budget that I didn't see, and that's part of what was septic tank consolidation, and that's part of the broken promises that I wish I would have seen more of. Part of the broken promises. I'm glad to see that the Meals on Wheels was restored. I think that was glad to see that the Meals on Wheels that just got put out there. I think that was a misleading, and I'm glad to see that y'all did put out there. One of the things that we need more in this city is telehealth. One of the things that we need more in this city is telehealth, because it's not just for it's for elderly people. People can't get out, and I see this every day in our community. They can't get out. And I see transportation to get services in our community. There's a lot of things that we could do better in this, to get services with this budget. There's a lot of things that we could do better in this. See, they know with this budget and this money, and we don't have a. See, they ain't other than you giving money to billionaires. To me, that's the problem. Other than you giving money to billionaires, that's the problem.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the same cards again. S. Joseph Gonzalez George Clinic, and just come to the podium if Richard Cuff, if I call you. Joseph George, Paul Wharton, and just come to the podium if I call you. Then after Mr. Wharton, Samantha Saris. Then after Mr. Wharton, Samantha Saris.
Good evening, and I am here to represent. Good evening, and I'm positive. I'm here to represent Paul Wharton. A positive 8458 Paul Wharton, Drayton Park Drive. 845-822-16. Drayton Park Drive. The issue I wanted to speak to you about are parks. The issue I wanted to speak to you about, I wanted to also just say that parks. There are a few distinctive. I wanted to also features of Jacksonville. There are a few distinctive make us, I think, unique. Features one is our form that make consolidated government unique. One is our form of, to me, the consolidated government I've seen anywhere. To me, the fact that we have so many parks is another highlight. The fact that we have so many parks. Additionally, I think another highlight for our health care. Additionally, I think we're a superiority for. We have our health care. University of Florida. We have superiority. Baptist. We have Medical University of Florida. We have Ascension Baptist St. Vincent Medical Center. We have Mayo Clinic. Ascension St. Vincent's, and I think we're known not only nationally but internationally. I think we're known not only nationally but internationally. Additionally, we have a tremendous Navy presence, which makes us viable. Tremendous Navy presence, which makes us viable. Protection for our people. And we have an NFL protection team, which people makes us well known. And we have an NFL nationally team, which makes us well known. What I want to ask you nationally, as you, what I want to ask you budget for is additional funding. As you look at your budgets for park is additional funding. There are two parks in particular. Park and one improvements. There are two Castaway Island off. One is San Pablo Road. Castaway Island is Julington Durban, San Pablo Road, and the other is Julington Durban off Bartram in the south side. In the south side. As a complement to our healthcare facilities. As a great compliment to our healthcare facilities, City Adopt. It would be great to see a couple of parks. These two I've mentioned. City Adopt and to bring them up to ADA. These two I've mentioned standards and to bring them up to ADA. Anyone that has a standard wheelchair bound or otherwise. Anyone that has a wheelchair bound or our parks can be thought of as a healing natural. Our parks can be for mental health. As a healing natural space for mental health. Just to let you know, Castaway is about 3 miles. Just to let you know, Castaway 3 miles from Baptist, about 3 miles from Mayo, and 3 miles from Durban is literally across the street from Julington Durban is Rehabilitation Hospital. Literally across the street from Brooks, across rehabilitation from I-95. and Baptists across from I-95. To be able to bring them up to speed. So we thought of as healthy parks. Bring them up to speed. Cost about $1 million. Thought of as healthy parks. The city has approved. It would cost about $1 million. Approved. Those the city has approved, but the funding is not yet approved. Those improvements. The grand total is just funding is not $1 million. The grand total is rather than asking you $1 million. Displace rather than ask one pot to another.
Thank you, sir.
Displace.
Thank you, sir. And Councilmember Arias would like to meet with you in the green room, along with Daryl Joseph from our Parks Department. Councilmember Arias would like to meet with you in the green room. Next up will be Samantha Saris, and then Joyce Johnson, Dr. Cynthia Robinson. Next up will be Samantha Saris, and then Joyce Johnson, Dr. Cynthia Robinson, Carol Pearson,
Samantha Series address on file. I cannot stay silent when it comes to the amendments Mr. Diamond is attempting to include in the city's budget. I cannot stay silent when it comes to the amendments Mr. Diamond is attempting to include in the city's budget. There is very little guidance for this issue stating that because this issue is unprecedented. There is very little guidance for this issue. The memo states Mr. Diamond has the ability to bring forward amendments and has control of the budget and spending of the consolidated government. However, I don't believe this memo gives enough clarity to the constitutionality of the amendments themselves. I don't believe this memo gives enough Diamond appears to be following the state's of the amendments to limit spending on DEI, abortion, and immigrants. And if you are paying attention, they are currently being legally challenged. And immigrants. I think we need to address the fact that these amendments are not only offensive, they violate the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution, which grants us basic rights. All natural persons, female and male alike, which grants us basic rights and have inalienable rights, female and male alike, to enjoy and defend life and have inalienable rights, among which the reward for industry and to defend life and liberty, protect property. To pursue happiness, no person shall be deprived of any right because of race, religion, national origin, or physical disability. Any right because of race, religion, national origin, or physical disability. The argument that these amendments are vague and overbroad. Then I would also bring forward the argument that these amendments are vague and overbroad. No idea how they would actually be implemented. So vague and overbroad. These amendments do not provide explicit standards for those who implement them to avoid arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. It is imperative that the council votes against including these amendments, even if the only reason would be to avoid additional costs against these amendments were brought up in litigation. Even if the only reason would be to avoid additional costs of these amendments were brought up in litigation. This budget to the governor. Last council meeting, Mr. Diamond threatened to bring this budget to the governor if council did not accept the amendment, and threatened to allow this budget to hit a stalemate, all to include amendments that hurt our city, and threatened to allow this budget to hit a stalemate, all to blame the council members that refused to accept his amendments. Mr. Diamond is trying members are the ones protecting our rights to accept his amendments. We need the other council members are the ones protecting our amendments to be included with the budget. I think it is time the rest of the council members realize these amendments make the residents feel as though our rights are under attack. Council members realize these amendments make the residents feel as though our rights are under attack. And will possibly cost the taxpayers more money in litigation. Inappropriate to include these amendments. Even if you do not agree with these amendments are more money in litigation. I believe many people have spoken against these amendments, and I believe the council members should be voting. I believe many people have spoken against these amendments, and I believe the council members should be on the right side of history. How their constituents are begging these amendments to be included. Be on the right side. Don't let these amendments keep the budget from being passed. We need the budget to be passed, and don't let these amendments keep the budget from being passed. We need the budget to be passed and to support our city.
Thank you. Joyce Johnson.
Good evening, Council, once more, and President of the Council. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Please write it down. Of the Council. Because the Lord gives warning before. Please write it down. Because the Lord gives warning before. James chapter 4, verse 17. James who knows to do right and does not. Who knows to do right upon that person and does not. That city or that nation. When you know to do what's right and you don't do it, that's very serious. Or that nation. When you know to do what's right and you don't do it, that's very serious. Number 2, Luke, God counts chapter 6, verse 31. Number 2, the poor will always chapter 6, verse 31. They will always be with us. The poor will always be with us. They will always be with us. The foundation. When the foundation goes away, and so does everything the foundation. Else. Keep when the foundation goes away, honesty, so does integrity, doing the right thing, being concerned about your constituents that voted you in here, the right thing. This is not just your Rose Ross just to drive and do what you want to do. This is not just your Rose Ross just to drive and do what you want to do. That's just an analogy. Because... And remember, like we're wife here that's a millionaire had a visa for $100 million. A wife that's a millionaire spending money like you're billionaires, like she's $100 million. And then now you're spending money like you're billionaires, like she's a billionaire. Then you say we have money. Now she's short. Then you say we don't have money. I want somebody to stand up and tell me. Money. We have money. We don't have money. I want somebody to stand up and tell me. And if we're in a great deficit, we have money or we don't. You have to look backwards to see what great deficit. Why? The special you have to look organization to see what special projects, the special organization, okay? Special projects. Project here, project there, project there, and then not balancing things out. Project here, project there, and then now we're here. And then not balancing things out because everybody went spending. And then now we're here. We don't have like enough. They had $1 billion everybody Visa went card. Spending. That's like an out of control. Like they had $1 billion Visa card. That's basically what it is. That's like an out of control housewife. So just remember, that's basically what it is. The Lord say, "Do unto others as you wish to be treated," and to clean this thing up. The Lord say, "Do unto others as you wish to be treated," where it is. We need the money because we need to keep the millage higher in about 2 or 3 years. Money. Say, "Well, I'm sorry, we got to do this." Taxes higher in about 2 or 3 years. I can just hear it. Well, I'm sorry, we got to do this. Taxes are going to go up higher. I can hear it now. I can just hear it. Cutting the millage now. You're going to need that money. So let the money build. What's wrong with a savings account? Cutting the millage now. You're going to need that money. So let the money build. What's wrong with a savings account? Clean this up by starting with the foundation. Once more before I go home, I have a family by starting with the foundation. But once more before I go home, honesty, I have a family to feed. And love.
Thank you.
Integrity. Charity. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. And
love. Dr. Cynthia Robinson.
Charity. Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Dr. Cynthia Robinson. Hargrove. And then Nathan Subelka, Jamil Davis, Dr. Shameless Hargrove, Keisha Nathan Gilmore, Subelka, and Terry Jamil Borg. Davis. Those are our final cards we have for this. Dr. Cynthia Robinson. Gilmore and Terry Borg.
Those are our final cards we have for this. Dr. Cynthia Robinson. And my address is on record. Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Cynthia Robinson. Council representing Jacksonville Sister Cities Association. 2 weeks ago, I came before this council representing Jacksonville Sister Cities Association, and now I stand before this council again. Last week, I attended the town hall meeting, and now I stand before this council again. For the last 58 years, the city of Jacksonville has been supported by the integral work of JSCA. We ask that when you make budgetary choices, and you see our name, we ask that when you make budgetary choices, and you see our name. Earlier it was said that nonprofits do not cut our funding through these budgetary changes. Earlier it was said that nonprofits were not threatened through these budgetary changes. The program that I have served, and yet the community work that I have done for more than 15 years, the program that I have served is now at risk. The community work that I have done for more than 15 years, in a time when diplomacy and rhetoric are often divisive rather than productive, in a time when diplomacy and ideals are vilified rather than productive. When options and ideals are vilified rather than understood, to listen. When people are more prone to react through people, resounds louder than ever. The JSCA motto of peace through people dedicated to fostering partnerships. Our work in the community is dedicated to fostering partnerships, where partisanship and prejudice are put aside to influence across the aisle. Citizens, where partisanship and prejudice are put aside to influence other countries. Citizens, our students, now more than ever, we need to invest in each other. We need to invest in ways that help us understand each other and our diverse communities. We need to invest in ways that help us understand each other and our diverse communities. Through free events like the annual Peace Concert, in our local communities. Nelson Mandela Bay of Giving, through free events like the annual Hispanic Heritage event. Nelson Mandela Bay of Giving, cultural workshops to the city of Jacksonville. Hispanic Heritage events. Through participation and support of local events to the city of Jacksonville. Celebration. Through participation and support of local events like the World of Nations celebration. Various community service projects, international education and other conference presentations. Various community service projects, citizen diplomacy, and other conference international relations and how that is citizen diplomacy. What we do with our youth. International relations and how that is impacted with what we do with our youth. Because the work we do is more than numbers on a page. Why support JCA? Because peace through people, because the work we do is more than numbers on a page. It's impactful. Because peace through people represents the best way forward. Because peace through people represents the best way forward. It is the heartbeat of our people and the different colors and cultures that represent the city of Jacksonville. and the different colors and cultures that represent the city of Jacksonville. Nonprofit organizations like Jacksonville Sister Cities Association, nonprofit organizations like Jacksonville Sister Cities Association should not be sacrificed. That do the great work when they positively impact the community. Should not be sacrificed.
Ma'am, Dr. Johnson would like to speak with you in the green room.
Thank you.
Ma'am, Dr. Johnson would like to speak with you in the after Carol will be Dr. Carol Pearson Hargrove. And after Carol will be Dr. Chambliss Hargrove.
I'm Carol Pearson. I own a home in the 32224 zip code. I'm Carol Pearson. I own a home in the 32224 zip code. My professional background is in journalism and health on file. My professional background is in journalism and health. I'm not sure how significant my intention was to support the mayor's budget. I'm not sure how significant that is given the millage rate has been. I want to have services that reduce the homelessness in our community. And I want to have services that reduce the homelessness in our community. Contributes to. And that also think that the mayor has gone to great effort to meet with citizens, and the city should think that the mayor has gone to great effort to meet with citizens, and the city should. And I also ask you to oppose the amendments by Councilman Diamond. As a cancer survivor, to oppose the amendments by Councilman Diamond. Diagnosis and treatment. As a cancer survivor, lasted nearly a year. Whose diagnosis and treatment support to health care lasted nearly a year. Social service I oppose decreasing support to health care, or burdening these social service determining their immigration status to help immigrants. This delays and disrupts life-saving care determining their immigration death sentence. This delays and disrupts life-saving care, this is a danger to all of us. I also abhor turning DEI into a slur. And using it to end policies without considering our country's into a slur, and using it to end policies without considering our country's demonizing programs with the potential to address an inequality and to lift demonizing programs with the potential to address an inequality branding the state of Jax as a vehicle for reverse racism and then killing the funding. Branding the state of Jax. I've seen the website and reverse racism and then killing the funding. Using census data to compare Jacksonville with other cities on economics, health, using census data to compare Jacksonville down to council districts on economics, health and education, discriminatory, and drilling down to council district and zip code on areas of the most need, discriminatory and resolving problems that hold back the entire city of Jacksonville most need, in hopes of deprivation in any zip code in Jacksonville is a drain on all of us. Deprivation in any zip code in Jacksonville is a drain on all of us. 50.1% vote for the president in Duval County in 2024 represents a mandate to ignore or trample over the other half of visitors. Represents a mandate to ignore or trample for a long time. I came of age during Watergate. I reported on local government for a long time. I came of age during Watergate. 1/10 of 1% I reported on local government in Michigan. Is not a green light for blind partisanship. 1/10 of over 50%. At this time in our country's history, we need public officials who seek the common good. At this time in our country's history, we need public officials who seek the common good. Thank you. Please reject winner takes all zero-sum politics. Thank you.
Nathan Thank you, Dr. Chambliss Hargrove. Jamil Davis. Nathan Keisha Gilmore. Terry Davis. Go ahead, sir. Keisha Gilmore. Terry Borg. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jamil Davis. I am Jamil Davis. Good evening. My name is Jamil Davis. I'm proud to live in Jamil Davis. The address on file district that is represented. I'm proud to live in Councilwoman Jacoby Pickman district that is represented by Councilwoman Jacoby Pickman. As an organizer on the ground with Councilman Jimmy Peluso. As an organizer on the ground with Councilman Jimmy Peluso as well as Councilman. I'm here representing as a member of Jacksonville Community Action Committee. I'm here representing as a member of Jacksonville Community Action Committee, regional organizer for Black Voters serving as the North Florida lead regional organizer. We in Jacksonville have a great opportunity to show the rest of this state how we are. We in Jacksonville have a great opportunity to show the rest of this state how we are. Mayor Deegan's budget is a great start towards meeting the true needs of the people in this consolidated city. Mayor Deegan's budget is a great start towards we can give residents real power over the budget city, where we have a transparent process. However, we can give residents real power over the budget, not political gains. Where we have a transparent process in which decide how our tax dollars are spent, not political gains. Instead of prioritizing, decide how our tax dollars are spent. Maternal health needs, instead of prioritizing and youth initiatives that have been proven maternal health needs to lower crime. Mental health programs. We instead want to use the budget to further attack undocumented immigrants who we instead want to use the budget to further attack undocumented immigrants who and purchase of goods and services, as well as present baseless arguments on city funding and countries for proper reproductive care, as well as present baseless arguments on city funding further the diversity and inclusion of all people, as well as services that further instead of focusing on the revitalization of this consolidated city. We want to show the rest of this country that we are not upholding what is presented in Leviticus 19. We want to show the rest of this country that we are not upholding what is presented in Leviticus 19, 33 through 34. You shall do when a stranger sojourns with you in your land. Wrong. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you, and you shall love him treat the stranger who sojourns with you were strangers in the land of Egypt, and you shall love him as yourself. Our ancestors, for you were strangers in the land of forced chattel slavery or colonization. Our ancestors were strangers in the United States. Forced chattel slavery or if you have a heart similar to Christ, strangers you will vote in opposition to these amendments. If you have a heart similar to Christ, you will vote in opposition to these amendments. Thank you.
The gentleman behind you. Thank you. Come on down, sir, if I called your name. The gentleman behind you. Mr. Bork, are you next? Mr. Bork, come on down. Mr. Bork, are you next? Come on down.
Hello, my name is Terry Bork. My address is on file. Hello, my name is Terry Bork. My address is on file. A thought came to me while listening to the debate here tonight. And I recall that came to me while listening to the debate here tonight. There was a flood that killed 37 girls. When there was that flood that killed 37 girls, to turn down that flood warning system. Had decided to turn down a flood warning 37 girls dead could have been saved for $1 million. That's the thinking. 37 girls dead could have been saved for $1 million. That's the thinking I see on this council. Don't spend for things that are needed. And you're risking our lives by doing that. Don't spend for things that are needed to these amendments. And you're risking our lives by doing that. One of the problems with these amendments, it shouldn't be in a budget. One of the problems with it is it's been noted that it shouldn't be in a budget. Councilmember Johnson that it violates local rules, state laws, and municipal charter. Johnson that it violates local rules, state laws. One way you know litigation it's going to lead to litigation. Vague, one way you know litigation is take a look at, for instance, vague, arbitrary, and capricious immigrants. Take a look at, for instance, be treated for infectious diseases. Immigrants. What infectious diseases? Be treated for infectious diseases. What infectious diseases? What infectious diseases? How is that determined? Who decides? That is a legislative issue. It is not a budgetary issue. How is that determined? That is a legislative issue. It is not a budgetary issue. What is a DEI program? What DEI programs are what is a DEI program? Will not be authorized. What DEI programs are legislative issue, not a budgetary issue. If this goes to litigation, legislative issue, not a budgetary issue. If this goes to litigation, the important thing is I would like during your debate on this issue. The important thing is I would like issues during your debate on this issue. If you would address those sexual trafficking, that's what an infectious disease is. Who's going to determine that someone is a victim of sexual That's another one. Who's going to determine that someone is a victim who will come forward and say, no, that person is not a victim I think there will be some zealots out there who will come forward and say, no, that person is not a victim of that. How are you going to determine that? In conclusion, I'd just like to say that it's been said in Washington that cruelty is the point, and that's what these amendments are intended to do. It's been said in Washington that cruelty is the point, and that's what these amendments are intended to make us hate. They're intended to divide us, black, brown, gay, transgender, people who are black, brown, from us, gay, that's the whole intent. And opposite for that reason. That's the whole intent. It should be, and the amendment for that reason should be rejected. Thank you. It should be.
Thank you. For those in the audience, if you fill out a card and you wish to speak, I have read out those cards. For those in the audience, if you fill out a card and you wish to come down to the front row, I'm now going to read out all the cards who filled out a card to come down to the front row. I'm now going to read out all the cards who filled out a card Brown wish to support. Mark Alfieri opposes. Glenn Foreman Bennett Brown opposes. Supports. Reginald Jones opposes. Glenn Foreman opposes. Did not select Reginald either. Jones opposes. R.L. Jones supports. Did not select Anita either. Jones supports. R.L. Jones Rutledge Ross. Anita Jones supports a clean bill with no amendments. Vilma Rutledge Ross Alfano supports a clean bill with no amendments. Gamble Maurice opposes. Rudolph Alfano supports with no amendments. Gamble opposes. Rudolph Urban Supports no amendments. Alicia Franks, Elizabeth Tenorio. Pam Wilson opposes. No amendments. Alicia Franks supports. Pam Wilson opposes. Shirley amendments. Kelly Chatham, Lance Labonte supports the amendments. Kelly Chatham supports without amendments. The amendments. Love Phillips for McKee opposes. Margaret Latimer supports. Love Phillips. Pamela Barker opposes. Margaret Latimer supports. Including the amendments. Pamela Barker Bollinger supports. Including the amendments. Denise George Bollinger opposes. Catherine Del Rey supports. Denise Trayer Witherspoon supports. Catherine Del Rey supports. Thomas Kimbrough supports. Isla Ray Merkin supports. Thomas Kimbrough supports. Earl White Margaret Barton. Stephen Jensen opposes. Earl White Leslie Wheeler opposes. Stephen Jensen. Marcia Garcia. Leslie Wheeler without the amendments. Gloria DeVal. Marcia Garcia supports. Beatrice Rabena. The amendments. Gloria DeVal supports. Opposes. Beatrice Rabena supports. Alice, opposes. Last name begins Betty with Hayes. S. The rest eligible. Supports as is. Alice, last name begins with S. The rest eligible. The mayor's budget. Tyrus Smoot supports. Settle. Without amendments. The mayor's budget. Tyrus Smoot supports. Courtney Ellerton without amendments. Timothy Bramwell opposes. Brian Jefferson. Courtney Ellerton opposes. Charlene Clark opposes. Brian Jefferson opposes. Charlene Clark. Mildred Martin. Pamela Jackson supports. Kenneth Morrow Mildred Jr. Martin supports with the Diamond Amendments. Kenneth Morrow Jr. opposes 504 but supports with the Diamond Amendments. And then opposes 504 but supports with Diamond Amendments. Is there anyone who filled out Patrick Paulino supports? So, start with your name and address, please. Is there anyone who filled out, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Kirsten
Start with your name
Gilmore.
and address, please.
My name and address are on file, perhaps under Kirsten Gilmore. My name and I'm here to just say again that while I know we are all exhausted, I'm here to just say again in support of while I know we are all exhausted, current budget as it stands, I am in support of the best that I know that we can do at this time. Budget as it stands, I would like to reiterate what I stated earlier about listening to the children, and that I would like to reiterate what I stated earlier about listening to the children, and that they are asking you for pretty simple infrastructures, water fountains, particularly close to adequate safety nets around, and things that we can do and fix for our city right now, things of that nature that are within and things that we can do and fix for our city right now. I would just really appreciate special attention to that purview and within your lane. Personally, I would just really appreciate special attention to that and pleading for people to listen to them and treat them as if they are valuable and pleading for people to they are listen to them and treat them as if they are valuable voting members of society because they grow up and we need to treat them as equal members of the budget just as we should treat everyone else and we need to treat them as equal members of the budget creating a budget. Everyone else just as equal members of participating in creating a budget. Remember this when you're running for re-election. Remember all the times that people came up here and said when you're running for re-election. Texting. Remember all the times that people came up here and said. Please just remember this. We see you texting up for your constituents in ways that you actually can. Please just remember this and please stand up for your constituents.
Next person, just come on up and start with your name and address, please. Thank you. And next person, just come on up and start with your name and address, please.
1752 Dibble Circle West. I apologize. I thought when I signed in, it would put me in the queue. Dibble Circle West. I apologize. I thought when I signed in, it would put me in the queue. I just like to say, I know there's a lot of negativity in the air. I just like to say, I know there's a lot of negativity in the air. I was a little rude earlier. The night was young. I know I was a little rude earlier. The night was mostly in jest. But I just like to say I mostly in jest. I mean, but you can already know. I just like to say, which is that I mean, you can already know, and what I'm about to say, which is that I significant issues with it, and although I take the significant budget as was presented by the mayor, support for the amendment budget as was presented by the mayor. I just think before any 504 especially feels. I just think more 504 like especially a PR move feels like something to point to for elections to other offices. Like something to point to for elections to other offices. So on the matter of PR because it might help. On the matter of in those further elections, PR because it might help. In those further elections, significant disagreements. Though we have significant disagreements, you seemed the most attentive out of anyone here. you've seemed the most attentive out of anyone furthest here. End of the spectrum, say Rory Diamond. You could really work on at the furthest end of the spectrum, say Rory Diamond. You seems really unprofessional how much you're scrolling your conduct. I'd like to say seems really unprofessional how much you're scrolling. You seem to be doing the best job listening. Councilmember Peluso, you seem to be doing the best job listening, and I think. Just from these are the sorts of my observations, things that people actually notice, especially the more mobilized people who show up. Things that people actually notice, especially the more mobilized people. So I know it's really late. We have a lot of speakers, and I know it's really late. We have a lot of speakers, and I think if you want less speakers. So you just give them a reason not to. Yeah, I know we're all tired. We all want to go home, especially some of you who have very nice homes. I know we're all tired. We all want to go home, especially some of you who have very nice homes. I just want to say, next time, I hope I don't feel the need to show up. I just want to say, next time, a lot of these people don't feel the need to show up. I don't feel the need to show up. At reasonable working hours. A lot of these people don't feel the need to show up. And you can finish into account what at reasonable working hours because you take into account what we've said. Don't envy your position. It seems very boring to sit here and listen to people all day. Don't envy your position. It seems very boring. We've just voted along party lines today, especially. And we all already know how this is going to go. We've seen a lot of 10 to 9 votes and we all already know how this is going to be the case. We've seen a lot of 10 to 9 votes so far.
And sir, if you could, please fill out a card because I did not have a speaker card from you. We need it for the record. And sir, if you could, please fill out a card because I did not have a speaker card from you.
Public hearing is closed.
And I moved the substitute.
Before you do that, let me call on a couple of abstentions.
And I moved the substitute.
Before you do that, let me call on a couple of abstentions. Councilmember Freeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to declare that I will be Mr. President. I abstaining from item number 92 to declare that I will be abstaining from item number 92 as my employer, Miller Electric. 504 projects as my employer, Miller Electric, have been retained to complete several project-related work. The necessary forms have been filed and submitted to legislative services. The necessary forms
thank you, Councilmember Gay. You're recognized.
Submitted to legislative services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. You're recognized.
Abstain from voting on 2025. I rise to abstain from voting on 2025 does work 504 as separate entities within the city of Jacksonville. After 6 months of deliberation in the city of Jacksonville, after 6 months of deliberation with ethics and OGC.
All right, thank you for that. We do have a motion and a second on the substitute, but before we get into that, I'm just going to kind of explain how we're going to roll through this. Everyone has a sheet of amendments that's been handed out. Explain how we're going to roll through this. Everyone has a sheet of amendments that are voting on the substitute. We're going to hear and vote on all the amendments individually. Instead of voting on whatever amendments pass, we're going to hear and vote on all the amendments individually. One substitute, and whatever amendments pass, we'll include that as part of the substitute. Pass. Pass that all as one substitute. One on here that is basically technical. It's to balance the budget now that the millage rate has been cut. One on here that is basically technical. It's to balance the budget now that the millage rate has been cut. As they were received on the spreadsheet that you all should already have a copy of. As they were received, and I'll just call on whichever member announced that you'll be responsible for moving. And I'll just call on whichever member announced that you'll be responsible for moving. You're messing up the flow here. And I will call on you guys. I'll get you guys. You're messing up the flow here. If it's your amendment, I'll call on you. You can introduce it and get a second, and then we'll open up debate. If it's your amendment, I'll call on you. You can introduce it. You can get a second. Some of them are irrelevant. We'll open up debate past. We'll vote on them one by one, and some other things. Some of them are irrelevant because we've already want to outline that before we get going. Are you guys back in the queue to abstain again? So I just want to outline that before we get going. Are you guys back in the queue to abstain again? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to add that although I did thank you, Mr. President, that I'll be abstaining to add that on the bill. I did after consultation with that I'll be OGC and ethics on the bill. It has been after consultation with amendments. OGC and ethics, it has been determined that on the amendments, we would have no
Great to have you back on the team, Councilmember Gay.
On discussing those and voting
Thank
on
you, Mr. President.
Great to have you back on the team, Councilmember Gay.
To clarify that I have been cleared to vote on the amendments. I also rise to clarify that I have been cleared to vote on the amendments.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the amendment which is technical in nature is number 11. Thank you very much. Now, the amendment which is technical in nature is number 11. Councilman Arias, you're recognized.
to balance its budget.
Thank you, Mr.
And
thank you, Mr. President. I rise number 11
and
balance
Mr.
its
budget.
If you don't mind, please
and I ask to move this technical amendment number 11 and Mr. Fabulous, if you don't mind, please expanding on this. Thank you. And I have a second from Council Vice President Howland.
Thank you. Through the President to the Council. So this amendment, if you recall during the tentative budget adoption hearing, there was not a millage reduction at that time. So the funds, the additional ad valorem reduction at that time counted for that 1/8 millage. The additional ad valorem revenue that was placed into a budget stabilization contingency as well as some accounts within the tax increment districts to hold that money aside so that the tentative budget could be balanced against the millage levy that was the tentative budget could be balanced against the millage levy. Now that the council has taken action on the final adoption of the millage levies, now that the council has taken action on the final adoption of the dollars that were set aside through that amendment on the 9th need to be placed back in the budget to balance the budget amendment on the 9th millage levies back in the budget to balance the budget against the millage levies that were accomplishing this evening, and that is what the pulling those funds back in and spreading them across to balance the budget by pulling those funds back in and spreading them across to balance it out against the millage levy that was approved.
Yes, the bill was moved and seconded. There was no one in the queue because this is technical. I'm just going to ask all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed, say nay. This is technical. I'm just going to ask all in favor, signify by saying aye. Go around the dais. We're going to revote because it was not clear. All right, we're going to go around the dais. We're going to revote because it was not clear by the voice. What the numbers were. So Councilman Diamond.
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Miller. Salem.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman.
Yes.
Councilman Gaffney Jr.
Yes.
Councilman Miller.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman.
Yes.
Councilman Gaffney Jr. said no.
No.
Councilman Mike Gay.
Councilman. Yes.
Councilman Carlucci. Gaffney Jr. said no. Councilman Boylan. Councilman Mike Gay. Councilman Howland. Carlucci.
Yes.
Yes for Councilman Carrico. Councilman Arias. Councilman Howland. Councilman Lane. Yes for Councilman Carrico. Councilman Arias.
Yes.
He said no. He didn't use his microphone. Councilman White. Councilman Amaro. Yes, he didn't use his microphone. He said no. He didn't use his microphone. Councilman White. Johnson. Yes, he didn't use his microphone. Clark Murray.
No. No.
Councilman Johnson and Matt Carlucci. Councilwoman Clark Murray. Peluso.
No.
9.
Councilman Matt Carlucci. Secretary. And Councilman Peluso.
12 in favor, 7 opposed.
The amendment passes. All right, now we're rolling to amendment number 1. Councilmember Boylan, you're recognized. All right, now we're rolling to amendment number 1. Councilmember Boylan, you're recognized.
While they do so, just a couple of quick comments, if I may. They're handing out a sheet while they do so. Just a couple of quick comments, if I may. The vast majority of the Finance Committee. Number 1, I want to laud the committee for the hard work. The vast majority of the Finance Committee they had to make. I want to laud the committee for the hard work. Some of the amendments we're looking today they had to make. An effort on my part and others. Some of the amendments we're looking today is going to be an effort on my part and others that were taken out back into the budget. I've got some two sets that were taken out amendments here. And I've got two sets of two is the source amendments of the funding. And first the differentiation between the two is the first two of the funding, which really is focuses on. Let's talk about the first work two, of the safety net which really is focuses on the work of the safety net collaborative. I want to, for the benefit of my first-term colleagues, I want to, the benefit of my first-term colleagues, years ago was access to health care. The Critical Quality of Life Issues Committee, well, some folks years ago was access to health care funding for the collaborative looking at this year's proposed. It was their effort to reinstate the council's initiative 2 years prior. It was their effort to reinstate $500,000 to week care and $1 million of 2 years prior. For $500,000 to week care and $1 million divided among the 6. To be clear, the work of the Jax Care Connect, and to be to be clear, the work of the Jax Care Connect has been around for a number of years. As far back as 5 years ago, it's been around for a number of years. Small way. As far back as 5 years ago, when we supported the handout you have clearly demonstrates a tremendous impact. The handout you have clearly demonstrates the diverting individuals from emergency rooms across the city, in diverting individuals from emergency rooms across the city of Jacksonville. A tremendous savings. I understand and support citizens of Jacksonville. I understand and support to leverage and shorten or reduce our trying to leverage and shorten or reduce our return on investment in this program warrants its continued. But I think full the return on investment in this program warrants its continued budget offers for the free and charitable clinics, which is number one. Budget offers for the free and charitable clinics, which is number one, is goes from $45,000 in the amendment. Finance Committee is appropriated. Goes from $45,000 to $160,000. The Finance Committee appropriated for each to $160,000. Hopeful that we can put that back into the budget each. And I'm hopeful that we can put that back into the budget. In my mind, not a political issue, it's a common sense issue. It's really, in my mind, funds for a Jack Scare Connect program, and particularly the clinics in this amendment. Funds for a Jack Scare Connect program, and it goes beyond the clinics just in this amendment. As it goes beyond the Finance Committee meeting. Medical debt is the number one cause. As I mentioned in the Finance Committee meeting. Medical debt is the number one cause. Having a medical home is a key to early diagnosis. In this country. Ensuring having a medical home is a key to early diagnosis. Talk about the Safety Net Collaborative. I would argue by supporting this amendment. We talk about the Safety Net Collaborative. I would argue by supporting this amendment. We are providing a safety net. Likely be seeing another significant increase in indigent care funding to UF likely be seeing another significant increase. Mr. President, this initial amendment asks for this money to come out of this initial amendment asks for this money to come out of, and I look for your support, budget stabilization contingency.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the Boylan number 1 amendment. All right, we've got a motion and a second on the Boylan number 1 amendment. So we will go through the queue. Councilman Gaffney Jr., you're recognized. You don't want to speak? Okay. Councilman Diamond. You don't want to speak? Okay. Councilman Diamond.
Mr. President, I'm just going to speak on all the amendments right off the bat. And other than Mr. President, I'm just going to speak on all the amendments right off the bat. For public service, other than mine and just Randy White's $13 million that he wants to shift for public service on budget night. We've got enough to do tonight. I think we've done the work. This is committee work on budget night. We've got enough.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Laney.
And so
I think, President.
Thank you.
Kind of all
right, thank you, Councilman Laney.
More specifically, I think I want to talk about these Boylan amendments. Kind of what I was going to say, and give everyone the history. If you recall, I just want to talk about this money was originally stripped away, and give everyone the history. If you recall, all this money was originally stripped away on the prevention aspect. I've supported these programs. We talked about this more as a good ROI. $56 million that's going to UF Health. We talked about this more as a business case on $56 million that's going to UF. But again, in finance on wrap-up day, we brought this back for 1.5. But again, in finance on wrap-up day, through finance, we brought this back. I kind of talked about meals for meals earlier today. It was at 1.5. Two things on that. I kind of talked about higher than meals earlier today. They averaged at 1.5. Two things on that. And we had the CEO of Telescope Health here saying yes, they averaged the first 2 years. And we had the CEO similar story on health here saying yes, he do it for 1.5 like Jack Scare Connect. And so similar story on the other programs too. This budget year they asked for 750. We kept it at 500,000. So it wasn't really a cut. Year they asked for another 250. We kept it at 500,000. And then on the safety net clinics, I brought that one back too. Another 250. Adding number that the administration was asking for. I brought that one back too. Adding number that the administration was asking for support to all finance. So I'm going to stick with what we approved in the substitute finance committee, which is finance. Regardless of the funding source, whether it's in the finance committee, which is why I'm regardless of the funding source, whether it's amendment 1, 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Paluzzo.
Settled that in finance.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I concur with the assessment that. Thank you, Mr. President, and I concur with the assessment that the committee, this was built. It is committee work in a way that the committee has not been built appreciative of the urban core. I felt a lot of the council districts in this city. Appreciative. So here we are, urban core, essentially doing a lot of the council districts in this city. I'm sorry. So here we are. We're going to be here for a very long time. Essentially doing committee work. And I'm sorry because I probably will not be here for a very long time. Budget. But I probably will not support this. There are very few people in this budget body, but I do support this amendment. There are very few people in this Councilmember Boylan body, and I know that he does his work. I've seen him in action with the CQLI. Work that I know that he does his work many years ago. I've seen him in action with the former Council President Freeman. Work that he did many years ago. I know that these former Council President Freeman are. I know that these from the members of the public. These are the things that people absolutely want. And if we are going to pass supposedly a bad budget, these are the things that people absolutely want. Few programs. And if we are going to pass supposedly a bad budget, this is a long-standing relationship. Programs that people are just making sure that it's being floated a little bit longer. This is a long-standing relationship. Federal and state dollars being floated a little bit longer. Keep in mind, not coming to the city the way they used to. Dollars are also we're kind of on our own here, folks. Not coming to the city the way they used to. That's why this budget is so important. It's why I'm so against. We're kind of on our own here, folks. We don't know what the future is so important. At the very least, I will support this amendment. The millage cut.
Thank you, Councilman Salem.
But at the very least, I will support this amendment.
Thank you, Councilman Salem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Lane stole most of my thunder. Thank you, Mr. President. The other part of this. The budget stabilization fund, we ended up with $2.7 million. The budget stabilization fund, is that correct? With $2.7 million through the chair to the auditors. Is that correct? I think that number's correct.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, if I heard your question correctly on the budget stabilization. Through the chair, yes, sir, it has a balance right now of correctly on the budget stabilization. Yes, sir, it has a balance right now of $2,688,800.
As I said during the budget hearings, that should have been $30 or $40 million. As I said during the budget hearings, that should have been $30 or $40 million. First responders are still back there. That was my goal when we started. As I said, I wanted $30 million. That was my goal when we started. As I said, I wanted $30 million of the JEA administration put into that fund. And as we have learned, the administration once something's in the budget, and as we have learned, difficult to pull it out. Once something's in the budget, much more difficult to pull out. It's very difficult to pull it out. She proposes, we dispose. Yes, the mayor says, she proposes, we dispose. But once it's in the budget, then it gets scary to get it out. The budget stabilization fund. I've made that very clear, I think, in a previous hearing. I'm disappointed it's 2.7. Made that very clear, I think, in a previous hearing. I've worked with Councilman Boylan on health care since we both came on the council. I've worked with Councilman Boylan on health care since we both came on the council. At this level, but I'm getting a little concerned. Health for everybody in this community. At this level, and we've got UF Health who is here that will be coming up very soon. And we've got UF Health who is here that will be coming up very soon. I think we're getting well beyond our skis here. On some other amendments. The other part that bothers me, I think we're getting well beyond our skis here. Savings to the city. The other part that bothers me, we keep talking about savings to the city. When these patients are diverted, show me where we're saving money in this. When these patients are diverted, show me where we're saving money in this. Now, we may be saving money to the federal government, okay? We may be saving money to the state government. We may be saving money to the federal government. We're not saving anything in this. We may be saving money to the state government. So we have to be careful. We're not saving anything unless someone can point it out to me. And there'll be other examples of that I'll bring up in a few minutes. Unless someone can point it out to me. But so I am other examples of that I'll bring up in a few minutes. That fund should be. But so I am not 40 million, not 2.7. That fund should be.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
Not 2.7. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
30. If you had not had the stabilization fund, you'd have had a hard time with the budget. That's just a put somewhere else in the stabilization fund. You'd have had a hard time with the budget. That's just a you're lucky to have it there. I don't know what you would have done. Look, it's not all about saving money. You're lucky to have it. This is about investing in people's wellness. Look, it's not all about saving money. Doesn't that account for something? This is about investing in people's wellness. Account for something? Doesn't that account for something? Does anybody here know anybody that's had the advantage of the and the anybody here know being able to anybody find that's had this the advantage these healthcare clinics and of being able to find Councilman Boylan is trying to fund these healthcare clinics. I do. And the things that I know several people is trying to fund, and it has helped them greatly. I know several people. I delved in and I did some research on it. Them greatly. It's not just about saving money. I delved in and I did some research on it. It's about helping our citizens that need help. It's about helping people. All we're trying to do is save money. That need help. So we can say, think about that. We did a tax cut. All we're trying to do is save money. So we can say, about helping people. We did. That's why I ran for office. That's what makes life worth the living. That's why I come up here and you can say, that's what makes life worth the living. Somebody. Is when you come up here, I help improve their quality of life. I did something to help somebody. I helped somebody who had a mental health problem. I helped improve their quality of life. Better. I helped somebody who had a mental health problem, up here, and now they're better. You're not just trying to save money. You're trying to help people. Think about what your job is up here. We got money. We got money to save money. You're trying to help people. Our reserves, we got more money than we're supposed to have in there. In our reserves, we got more money than we're supposed to have in there. I clearly support Councilman Boylan. Let's invest in our people. If we don't get it here, I clearly support Councilman Boylan. And if we don't get it here, let's quit being so damn stingy. And let's start investing in people. But let's quit being so damn stingy.
All right, Councilmember Freeman. All right, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to Councilman Boylan. One, thank you so much
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to Councilman Boyle. Committee, thank you so much. I've read through this a couple of years ago, leading really been giving it a lot of thought. And so committee, through the president to Councilmember Boyle, and have really been giving it a lot of thought. And so this through the president to Councilmember Boyle, if this funding mechanism does not work, and if you could be brief for me, your other options, real quick.
Thank you for the president to Mr. Councilmember Freeman. Thank you. Obviously, through the president to Mr. Councilmember Freeman. Capacity building. Obviously, this is because the success of the capacity building. So this isn't just a wish list. Because it's money that they have to do, and it is partner money. So this isn't just the private sector money to go along with money that they have to do, and it is partner sector money. Private sector money is contingent upon public sector. Reliance of the private sector money is contingent upon public sector. I really am encouraging, at the very least, of all the amendments I've got, number one or number encouraging at the very least of all the amendments I've got, number one or number four need to be done.
All right, thank you, and I'll just be very brief because my biggest thing, and all right, thank you, and I'll just be very brief. And my biggest thing, what I don't want is mentioned for UF to end up and what I don't want is, and I'll tell you why. For UF, that conversation started in 2022, and I'll tell you why. It carried over from that conversation started in 2022 to 2023. And it was because what it carried over from our body voted on and approved was not placed into the budget. Our body, I want to make sure that as we're starting this discussion tonight and we start going to UF, so I want to make sure that as we're starting this discussion tonight and we start going to essentially, we start thinking. We talked about this as an option for us to remove. We had the state level coming in. We talked about the private sector coming in, and we had our state level coming in. So I'm going to be a no on anything that I think is going to jeopardize UF. So I'm going to be a no on anything that I think is going to jeopardize UF. When they say we have to take care of our people, just beyond and as I look out into the audience and I look around my colleagues, when they say we have to take care of our people, into a major car accident. As I look out into the audience and I look around my colleagues, as much as I love Mayo and I credit Mayo with being the cause of diagnosing my cancer, as much as I love Mayo and I credit Mayo with being the cause of diagnosing my cancer, if I get in a major accident, I want to go to one of the 7 trauma 1 centers in this state. One of 7. If I get in a major accident, I want to go to one of the 7 trauma 1 centers. So I want to make sure that we're putting UF in the right context, and we're not trying to compartmentalize. So I want to make sure that we're putting UF in the right context. So I'm going to be a no against anything that I think is going to try to take money away from the largest. So I'm going to be a no against anything that I think is one of the best and take money away from the largest teaching institutions in our city. One of the best and brightest and largest teaching institutions for trauma 1 in our city. And the only place for a trauma 1 in this region.
Councilmember Clark Murray. Councilmember Clark Murray.
Thank you, President Carrico. Through the president to Councilmember Lane. I need some clarification in regards to the statements that you made. I need some clarification based on your statements. To my understanding was that some of these items were put back. What was it that you were explaining? My understanding was that some of these items were put back. What was it that you were explaining?
So let me get my notes here right. So let's start with telehealth, right? So in finance, I believe it was day 1. It was early. So let's start with telehealth, right? So in finance, I believe it was day 1. It was early telehealth. It was 2.2 million in its entirety. Similar to what it was year 1 of this administration, 23-24. They only got similar to what it was year 1 of this administration, 23-24. They only got 200,000 following year. But anyways, the whole 2.2 was taken out of the side. Come wrap-up day, there's an amendment I brought forward, and it put 1.5. Come wrap-up day, and I'd like to point out that 1.5 for this coming year is more than what the average spend for that program. And I'd like to point out that 1.5 for this coming year is similar story if you go down to Jax Care Connect program. We Care Jacksonville story if you go down to Jax Care Connect program. 500,000. We Care Jacksonville had 500,000 request was 750. 500,000 the second year. The enhancement request was 750 for the 6 clinics. There was $1 million the first year. There was nothing the second year for the 6 clinics that I worked on the first year. There was nothing the second year was for amendment that I worked on $50,000 per clinic. Dr. Joshi and others was for I believe it was roughly $50,000 per clinic. That's why I keep on saying we keep on hearing about cuts. There's a lot of programs that have not really been cut. That's why I keep on saying we keep on hearing about cuts. There's a lot of programs that have not really been cut. Especially Meals on Wheels, telehealth, a few other programs were restored at the same level of spend. Meals on Wheels, telehealth, a few other programs were restored restored
you
at
for
the
that
same
through
level
the
of spend that
president
they've had the
to
past 2
Councilmember
years.
Lehman. So the point that you're making is that these particular programs, telehealth, we care. So the point that you're making is that these particular programs that Councilmember Boylan Jackscare Connect is comparable to the programs why did you make statements in regards to these particular items? Is
Through the president to Councilwoman Clark Murray, I believe the intent is Mr. Boylan's amendments would get them up to the original. I believe the intent is Mr. Boylan's amendments would get them up to the prior year spending levels. What the Finance Committee did, and through the President to the Finance Committee, correct me what the Finance Committee did, re-restored these programs on the last day to essentially what the previous 2 years restored these programs on the last day to essentially what the previous 2 years average run rate was on spend for both Meals on Wheels and the health programs that we are discussing.
Once again, you mentioned programs. They're not the programs that Councilmember Boylan. Once again, you mentioned programs. You're saying that they're not the programs. The programs that you just mentioned, however, are in addition to the programs that Councilmember Boylan is mentioning in his are in addition to the programs.
Through the President, I think I should turn it over to Mr. Boylan. But my understanding of your amendments are simply to return the programs to the original proposed amounts rather than the amounts that came out of the Finance Committee.
But noted that the time is complete.
So just to be perfectly clear, I'm sorry that it wasn't
but noted
prior.
That the time is
2 years ago. So just to be perfectly clear, I'm sorry that it wasn't contingency prior. 2 years ago, we as the council to special council contingency. Last year there was no money appropriated whatsoever. I tried to get it back into the budget. Last year there was no money appropriated whatsoever. I tried to get it back into the budget. Did not get in the budget. It was not in the mayor's budget. That average over the 2 years is an oversight. As you said, is and so that average over the 2 years is. All I'm trying to do is to get it where it was 2 years ago. So it went from $1 million 2 years ago. All I'm trying to do is to get it where it was 2 years ago. Just trying to get back to $1 million. So it went from $1 million 2 years ago for the free zero last year. For the six, just trying to get back to $1 million again this year. For the free,
it does
for the
somewhat, but my time has expired, so I'm going to go ahead and relinquish the floor. It does somewhat, but my time has expired, so I'm going to go ahead and relinquish the floor.
Thank you, and you can get on for the second time. I'll recognize Council President Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise just to talk about this for a little bit.
Vice
I don't
President.
Support the first three. I rise just to I think the talk about this for a little bit. I don't support the first hard on creating a stabilization fund. The council committee and they did their work really hard on. But in the name of just working together, I mean, if we need to, they did their work. But in the name of just working together, I'd rather go the second route. Take it out of Shands. Get this passed. I'd rather go the second route. Take it out of. University for graduate campus, we've given $6 million in the stabilization fund. University for graduate campus, you get $56 million in the stabilization fund. Peel off a few dollars to help all these programs that the mayor and her staff desperately want. I'm sure they've had conversations about all these programs that the mayor and her staff desperately want. I'm sure they've had conversations about that. I'll support it the other way just to support my colleague over here, Mr. Boylan. So I'll support it the other way just to support my colleague over here, willing to work together. I'm looking at that side. In the name of working together. Here's my first step. Willing to work together. I'm looking at that side. That's how I intend to vote. Here's my first step. No on reaching across the aisle. Yes, on 4, 5, and 6. How I intend to vote. I intend to vote no on 1, 2, and 3.
Dr. Johnson, have you spoken on this topic yet?
6.
Okay, we'll recognize you first. All right, and Dr. Johnson, have you spoken on this topic yet? Okay,
thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. I rise. First of all, I don't want us to keep saying. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. I rise. First of all, I don't want us to keep saying the mayor. With all due respect, this budget now belongs to us. It no longer belongs to the mayor's office. The mayor and her staff. I said it before, and I'll say it again. This budget now belongs to us. It no longer belongs to the mayor's office. Yes, I did the work before, and once I released it to my committee, it then became their dissertation. Yes, I did the work. We are the committee. Once I released it to my committee, it then became their dissertation. The admonishment. We are the committee. Understood, however. Let's fix it. There's a total of $32 million. The admonishment to be understood, however. There's a total of $32 million. $167,000 that's coming out of the budget stabilization fund. That's contained. I just wanted to stand, Mr. President, to remind my colleagues that in that fund is only $2.688 million. That in that fund is only $2.32 million worth of amendments are here. Again, but there are $32 million worth of amendments are here. So, but there are $2.688 million. I kind of certainly understand. I think Councilman Freeman said it best. While there are some that I talked about, anything that obstructs Councilman Freeman said it best. When he talked about we don't want to support that, but I don't want to conflate the work the University of Florida is doing to the Semiconductor Institute that's coming here, or other parts of it we're giving to the Semiconductor Institute that's coming here. I don't think you can put all parts of it and say it's all just University of Florida. I don't think you can put all take away the fact that this is an opportunity for us to ensure that and take away their lives. That this is an opportunity for us to ensure. I'm not sure where I am, but I just want to put that on the record in that admonishment. That we need to make sure. I'm not sure where I am, but I just want to put that on the record in that admonishment. That we need to make sure that we know that there is a limited amount of funds from the budget stabilization and $32 million of assets. That we know that there is a limited amount of funds. I do want to say, having worked with Councilman Boylan, before I end, I do want to say, having worked with Councilman Boylan, I was not obviously a part of CQLI. I was not on the council at the time. I certainly did work with him through the jail committee. In all of your councilmen, I certainly just wanted them. I think this is great work. I appreciate it. And again, you do such great work. This is great work. I appreciate it. And again, you do such great work. It is such an honor to see and the great integrity that you do your work with. When it is such an honor to see and the great integrity that you do your work with.
All right, thank you. I think everyone back in the queue is for the second time, so if we'll take the clock down to 2 minutes. All right, thank you. I think everyone back in the queue is for the second time, so if we'll take the clock down to 2 minutes. We'll start with the introducer, Councilmember Boylan.
Mr. President, in order to expedite the process, I'd like to suggest the following. Mr. President, in order to expedite the process, help me here. Obviously, there's an amendment on the floor. Mr. Stefopoulos, help me here. Obviously, there's an amendment on the floor, and I'm going to then follow with withdrawals of amendments number 2. I'm going to then follow that with withdrawals of amendments number 2, and keep 4 and 3. Withdraw 5 and 6. So, and keep 4 and looking to do at the very least through this process. In fact, what I'm looking to do is to secure the $729,000 for the free and charitable to secure the $729,000 and to take it from UF Health for the free and charitable. UF Health, as you know, was increased last year 40% from $40 million. UF Health, as you know, was increased last year 40% from $729,000 from UF Health. That takes if we were to take that $729,000 from UF Health, that takes them from $56 million less than it to 1.2% haircut, if you will, if we took the money out of UF Health. This is not impacting their capital dollars. If we took the money out of UF Health. This is not impacting their capital dollars. This is just a brief haircut to their Mr. Stefopoulos, if you help me get into proper posture here. I'm looking to withdraw 1, 2, 3 into proper posture here. 6. I'm looking to withdraws 1, 2, 3, number 4, 5, and 6, and move item number 4.
There is a motion pending on the floor for Boylan Amendment number 1. You haven't done anything with 2 or 3. There is a motion pending on the floor for Boylan Amendment number 1. You haven't done anything because they have not been offered. Those aren't respect to Boylan number 1 because it was made and seconded. They have not been offered. Body. With respect to Boylan number 1 because it was made and seconded, it belongs to the body. Which does not require a second. And with a simple majority vote of council, then you can withdraw that motion and second. And with a simple majority vote of council, then you can withdraw that motion and we can go to number 4. So you don't need a second. You just need to vote on it, Mr.
I withdraw the motion.
All right, we have a motion to withdraw. We're going to go around the horseshoe. All right, we have a motion to withdraw. We're going to go around the horseshoe.
So the motion is to allow Councilmember Boylan the leave to withdraw his motion on amendment number 1. Councilmember Boylan the leave to withdraw his motion on amendment number 1.
Councilman Miller.
Yes. Councilman Freeman. This motion is approved.
Councilman Salem.
Yes.
Councilman Miller.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman. Yes. Councilman Gaffney Jr.
Yes.
Councilman Gay.
Yes.
Councilman Carlucci.
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Gaffney Jr. Councilman Howland. Councilman Gay.
Yes.
Yes for Carrico.
Yes.
Raul Arias.
Yes.
Councilman Howland.
Yes.
Lenin.
Yes.
Yes for Carrico. Raul Arias. Councilman White. Councilman Lenin. Councilman Pittman.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson. Councilman White. Councilman Clark Murray. Councilman Pittman. Councilman Carlucci. Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Clark Murray.
Yes.
Councilman Carlucci. I guess I could have done that with a voice vote, but I'm surprised and everyone. I guess I could have done that with a voice vote, but I'm surprised and everyone's.
If you would like to allow Mr.
All right, that amendment is withdrawn.
So, Mr. President, if you would like to allow Mr. Boylan to offer
his amendment. That is my intent, so we will not call on you for 2 or 3, as you have no intention to. That is my intent, so we will not call on you for 2 or 3, as you have no intention to your motion on call on you, Mr.
Frankly, I wish I were more eloquent in speaking to the importance of this program. Frankly, I wish I were more eloquent in speaking to the importance of this safety program. Collaborative. Connect. It's been in operation for, as I said, 5 years. Collaborative. We've seen some tremendous success with this program. As I said, 5 years. I'm hopeful. We've seen some tremendous success with this program. Your continued support. Hopeful and the accommodation of the friends that you have helped, understanding, appreciating the value, accommodation of the friends that you have helped, understanding, appreciating the value that program even my colleagues would today be willing to support. The appropriation, my colleagues would $722,000. The appropriation of the $722,000 funding. With that, make the motion and look for a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the Boylan Amendment, mark number 4. All right, we have a motion and a second on the Boylan Amendment, mark number 4. Freeman, you're up first. Your spreadsheet, we have a full queue. Councilman Freeman, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we've all been up here long enough where we win some and we lose some. Thank you, Mr. President, and we've all been up here long enough where we win some and we lose some. And I did sit through Finance Committee, and I listened, and when I wasn't here, I watched. And there were many things that I would like to add to the conversation, but I appreciated the work. And there were many things that I would like to add. However, I do think that there were some questions that could have been asked that might not have been asked. One question would be, however, I do think that there were some questions that could have been asked that might not have been asked. One question would be when these entities come up here and they don't want to go there, they end up in their hospitals. Did anybody ever ask them how many times those individuals when they were sent to their hospitals ended up back at UF? Did anybody ever ask them how many times those individuals when they were sent to their hospitals I wish that you might have asked the question, hey, it's more than you would realize. Is how many of these hospitals I wish that you might have asked the question, hey, hospital maybe receive funds is how many of these hospitals are working together and has any hospital maybe receive funds. You might have heard an answer that to help say, okay, UF is being a great partner in this safety net. You might have heard an answer that you would say, okay, UF is being a great partner. I'm going to be a no in this safety net to anything that is taking away conversation from UF health, because I'm going to be a no as one, and I'm sure all of you away from UF health, because with every president of the hospitals in this city, and I asked met with every president, what is the president of the hospitals in this city, and I asked, and they shared with me, what is the big deal? What is your issue? In so many words, and this is a paraphrase, they shared with me that the percentage in so many words, and this is a paraphrase and not a quote, would end up making them close their doors. The percentage of that they get, that basically they're in this would end up making them close their doors. But when I go and visit basically they're in this for profit. They don't tell people. But when I go and visit UF Health, and they're not in the business. They don't tell people no, and they don't. So here we are. We have an entity that is capturing those that are in their most troubling times. So here we are. We have an entity. And as I said, I was capturing those that are in their most troubling times in my year of presidency. And as I said, I was looking for equal access. So if I could have had the time to come to finance, I might have started questioning maybe some of these other incentives. Could have had the time to come to finance, I might have started questioning maybe some of these other incentives. Because there's some other organizations out there that are receiving funding. What he was talking about. That they're not necessarily taking care of the organizations out there that are receiving funding. They're adding a value. They're not necessarily taking care of the least. There's no doubt about that. But they're not taking care of the least. They're adding a value. I'm going to be a no. I would strongly encourage you all. But they're not taking care of the least. I'm going to be a no. Representatives here. I would strongly encourage you all. If have that conversation, because it's going to be representatives here. Easy to say I want to take money away. Have that conversation because it's going to be easy. Easy to say I want to take money away from them because you don't really. And these other groups that are helping, which are great at identifying, once we do this. But I promise you, and these other groups that are helping, which are great at identifying. Thank you. But I promise you, when they get to capacity, they end up back at UF. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did support the last amendment. Money coming out of UF. Thank you, Mr. President. I did support the last amendment. Money coming out of UF. I don't want to take money out of UF. Because I don't really know. I don't know if I could support this one. I thought it made perfect sense. I don't want to take money out of UF. The council. I don't know if I could support this one. I thought it made perfect sense. I mean, as the year goes on, as we don't spend money that we appropriate. My understanding. I mean, as the year goes on, into the fund. As the year went on, spend money that we appropriate. So even though it's 2.5, some of those dollars right now into the fund, we might as a body decide. Hey, so even though it's got money that we didn't spend right now, let's put the money. We might as a body decide. Hey, we've got money that we didn't spend. Let's put the money. There's a lot of things we can use it for stabilization in that way. In these amendments that come out of stabilization fund, there's a lot of things. I don't support it coming out of UF. In these amendments that come out of stabilization fund, I'm going to support. I don't support it coming out of UF. I'm afraid to say I'm going to vote no on this.
People from UF Health are here. Please come forward. People from UF Health are here. Please come forward. Precedent we're undergoing right here. Very, very dangerous precedent we're UF Health right here. very, and I know a little bit about this, used to work there. UF Health was on the verge of collapse. And I know a little bit about this, used to work there, where we had was on the verge of $27 million for many years. Where we had their funding through the Curry administration, we got it up for many years. Credit the Deeg administration. Through the Curry administration, we got it up. And we did an audit last year. Credit the Deeg administration for getting it up to $56 million. We did an audit last year under my president 2 years ago. And I think to start taking money away fairly well from UF Health, and I think to start taking money away from UF Dean, Health, would you like to introduce yourself and would you address this, please? Dean, would you like to introduce yourself
Dean
and
Kochi,
would you address this, please?
CFO of UF Health Jacksonville.
Yes,
Dean Kochi,
through the chair,
CFO of UF Health Jacksonville.
Yes, that audit
through the that you're chair referring to is the council auditors. Yes, that special report that you're referring to here, is the which showed council auditors uncompensated special care report that was presented here, which showed uncompensated care. Subsequent to there, we are at our high mark at $56 million, but we're still subsequent to there, we are at our high mark cost at $56 million, but we're still not covering the cost of also. I'd like to say we just got our Moody's rating last week, which is a BA1, just got our consecutive Moody's rating. That is a non-investment grade, BA1, and it shows consecutive year. So that is a non-investment grade, right? And then it shows with the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, right? And then potential expiration of the Affordable Care Act, One Big Beautiful Bill Act, we risk and the potential expiration of the Medicaid and Affordable Care Act, we risk reimbursement, a loss in Medicaid and Affordable Care Act increases in reimbursement, and that would just switch over to increases in charity care.
In my opinion, this is not the time to take money away from UF Health. In my opinion, this is not the time to take money away from UF Health. I just think this is a terrible idea. The president we need to move forward with UF Health. I just think this is a terrible idea. We need to move forward with UF care of the indigent. Keep in mind, something happens to them. That's the hospital that takes care of the indigent in this community. Something happens to them, and it was almost there not long in this community. And they're still and it was almost there not long ago. But we finally got the funding up, not doing as well as we would hope. But we finally got the funding up. We need to keep it that, and hopefully 56 last year, over a period of time increase it even more. We need to keep it that, and hopefully please over a period of time increase it even more. Keep UF Health the way it is. So please vote against this. I think the clinics have been funded appropriately. Keep UF Health the way it is through the Finance Committee. I think the clinics have been funded appropriately. Thank you. Through the Finance Committee. And if there are other questions, they're up here. We need to move forward.
All right, thank you, Councilman Arias.
If there are other questions, they're up here.
All right, thank you, Councilman Arias.
I rise to just ask my colleague, Councilman Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I rise to.
You stated earlier that
the only way you'll support this budget is if we. You stated earlier that the only way I'll support you is if all three are included. Support you, right? It's one for all. Well, the only way I'll support you is if all three. The way I see it is. You know, you brought up great points, right? On how the way I see it is, the healthcare industry to be. You brought up great points going here in our city of Jacksonville. We've heard from the audience today, and the only way I see it is like, why are we now choosing who? We've heard from the audience today. They all need to get this. The only way I see it is like, why are we now choosing who? I'm not in favor of the UF. They all need to get this, but we. That's where we're at right now. I'm not in favor of the UF portion of it, but we. That's where we're at right now. So I will just tell you this. If you don't enter the motion for your amendments, I'll enter myself as the Arias amendment. So Jacksonville Connect I will support you. Telehealth Safety Net. I'll enter myself as the Arias amendment. So I will support you.
Councilmember Carlucci.
You move forward on that part. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlucci. Matt Carlucci.
Okay.
Sorry. Matt Carlucci.
Mr. President, I appreciate. Mr. President, Mr. President, I appreciate your efforts. Okay, Mr. President. I appreciate. I want to speak to number 4 that Councilman Boylan was. I want to speak to. Ask him, do you plan on number 4 taking up 5 and 6? But I do want to ask him, do you plan on taking up 5 and 6? If you get 4 done. Well, through the as well. It's a real dilemma now. If you get 4 done. Well, in the process, it's a real dilemma now. I was going to be content with 1, but I'd be more than happy to have all 3. In the process, I think I'm going to defer to Councilman Arias, but I'd be more than happy to have all 3. If he chooses. I think I'm going to defer to Councilman Arias right now. Principally, is to get the council or the clinics. My focus right now, principally, is they've been out of funding or the year. The clinics funded because they've been out of funding for a year. Better than a year.
But this is the problem we've got.
I think all 3
we have self-imposed this problem upon ourselves
We have self-imposed. We've rolled the millage back. This problem upon ourselves. That's the problem. Because if we had not rolled the millage back, that's the problem in full. If we had not rolled the millage back, that's too late now. They were funded in full. Now we're trying to find our way out of the pickle. That's too late now. Now we're trying to find our way out of the pickle. Said from Shands, and what the folks that doesn't look like a great way to go. Shands so might have to go back to. That doesn't look like a great way to go. I want to support it anyway. So you might have to go back to helping people. I want to support it. I want to support it anyway. That's what I'm for. Because I'm for helping a year and a half or so left. Budget. I want to help all the people I can. I got time. I got a year and a half or so left. That's what I want to do. I want to help all the people I can. I'm tired of pinching pennies. What time I got left. That's what I want to see the city move. And I'm tired of pinching pennies. That's what I've worked for. I want to see the city move. That's what I've worked for. And that's why I didn't want to save $13 million. $13 million could have gone a long way. And that's why I didn't want to save $13 million out of these little jams. $13 million could have gone a long ways towards helping us out of these little jams. We'll get to consider that again or not. But I don't know if we'll get to consider that again. I'm going to follow your lead, Councilmember Borland. But the Finance Committee Chairman. I'm going to follow your lead, Councilmember Borland. But I want to see these three Finance Committee Chairman because I know they help people. But I want to see these three. They helped a personal friend of mine because I know they help people. To my wife and I. They helped a personal friend of mine, and it made a heck of a difference because to my wife and I. They had no health insurance. They couldn't get it, and it made a heck of a difference because think about real people in real trouble. Somebody you know. Think about real people in real trouble. Somebody you know. And if they have access to this kind of health care, think about it. Primary, and if they have access to this kind of health solution, and it's like my friend did, and it's not at Shands, and they get a solution like my friend did. Think on that. It makes a heck of a difference in somebody's life.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Clark Murray.
Think on that.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Clark Murray.
Thank you, President. Through the President to Dr. Joshi. Thank you, President. And just give us your take and perhaps the mayor's administration take on this particular your take and perhaps the mayor's administration take on this particular
through the council president, Councilwoman Clark Murray. I think through the council president, the mayor presented a budget Clark Murray back in July that fully funded each of these programs. The mayor presented a budget that's basically what we like to see that fully funded each of these programs. And that's basically what we like to see is each of these programs fully funded.
In regards to the change in funding source coming from the any angst in regards to the change in funding source coming from the UF?
Councilwoman Clark Murray.
Absolutely,
that's part of why we fully funded UF Health at $56 million. As well absolutely, that's part of why we fully funded UF Health at $56 million, as well as fully funding free and charitable clinics as well. So yeah, there's definitely angst because we don't want our partners at UF Health to feel. I'm like, definitely angst because we don't want our partners at UF Health to feel. I'm like, they're not getting.
All right, thank you, Councilman Amaro.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Amaro.
Forgot what I was going to ask. I had a question for UF Health, and forgot what I was going to ask. Just some context. I had a question for UF Health, seems to have presented some very plausible just some context. You know, everyone seems to have presented some very plausible arguments. Since UF on all Health has been historically the indigent care provider, Health has been when it was University Hospital. The indigent care provider has it ever operated back to when it was University Hospital? As far as providing indigent in the black. As far as providing indigent care. I'm just trying to get some historical context. You were speaking about the deficit. I'm just trying to get some historical context. Of the 56 million. You were speaking about the deficit, how it's gone down. Of the 56 million. Providing. So I'm just curious, has it ever operated in the black?
Through the chair,
providing
Councilman Amaro, it has not.
Through the chair,
and $56 million is our high point. It has not. And 2025, and it's still $56 million is our high point. Indigent care, and 2025, and it's still. If you look back on the trend, you talk about the history. Still not covering that. Back, if you look 21 years on the trend, you when it was down to 23.5. Back, and then it went up to 21 years when it was down to 23.5, and then it went up to 26.5. There was a cumulative deficit for that was 13-year period, multiple millions. There was a cumulative deficit over $600 million in that multiple time. So millions. It was almost. We were very appreciative of since 19 the increases that we've gotten in the partnership. We were very appreciative of since 19 the increases that we've gotten in the partnership. But we're still not quite there. And once again with the increase, but we're still year over year quite there. And once again with the increase, population, the indigent care, even year over year, population has increased. And now with these other laws that I just spoke of, that population has increased. And now with these other laws that I just spoke of, better than we've seen, we could be on another convergence of an increase better than we've seen.
All right, I have two on the bill sponsor. Do you want to go last? All right, Councilmember. All right, Freeman. I have two on the bill sponsor. Do you want to go last? All right, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for the last time, I just want to go back to maybe 2015. Thank you, Mr. President. When this council was debating, just want to go back to maybe 2015. Should they fund UF Health? When this council and at that time UF held should they fund UF Health? Said, you know what, we're going to give you the keys. And at that time UF, if you're not going to help us with deferred maintenance, said, you know what, we're going to give you the keys. Trust, if you're not going to help us with deferred maintenance, we're going to give you the keys. Again, do not quote. We're going to just go back to Gainesville. Trust, but verify. We're going to give you the keys. And that was when I was fortunate enough to go back to ECA, got to go with my council member. And that was when I was fortunate enough at times in ECA, got to go with my council member. What happens to the various hospitals around town and ask them? And this is a quote. If UF they said there will be triage in the street. And this is a quote. They said there will be triage as a novice asks. That's what are you meaning? What are you referring to? And I simply said that you're building a $400 million garage. What are you meaning? What are you referring to? And I simply said that you're building a $400 million garage. 40 cents on the dollar. What are you referring to being triage? They said we can't make money serving that population. We're in business to make money. So the question that I was going to ask is if there are any representatives from Baptist here, Ascension, St. Vincent. So the question that I was going to ask is if there are any representatives from Baptist here, Ascension, their journey in treating indigent care. We've had UF. I would love to hear from any of the other members that are their journey in treating indigent care. What is the sacrifice? I would love to hear from any of the other members that are treating them. What is it costing you? What and could you incur that you're making as an organization? What is it costing you? And would you be willing to incur those losses the same keep your doors open still that they are? And I'm pretty sure the answer is incur those losses and keep your doors open. Probably not. So as Councilmember Salem said to the leadership, I appreciate the effort. So as Councilmember Salem said, I see a lot of other things. Leadership, I appreciate the effort, and we're going to be saying no to a lot of other things that are going to come through here. I don't think, and we're going to be saying no to a lot. I do not agree with it, and I'm okay with it. I don't think that this is not. I know we're trying to find a compromise, and I'm okay with it. People, but this is not. This is really going to impact those that are in most need. People. We're talking about feeding seniors. This is really going to impact those that are in most need. We're talking about feeding seniors.
Councilmember Peluso came in late to the party. All right. 2 minutes, sir. And Councilmember Peluso came in late to the party.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to be a little bit quick. Based on what we just heard from UF Health. Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to be a little bit quick. Based on what we just heard from UF Health, this is yet another future police and fire resurfacing, collective bargaining. A lot of different things that we don't know what's going to happen. The federal government's not going to fund UF a lot of different things that we don't know what's going to happen. The federal government's not just going to fund UF to the level they have in the past. Who are they going to come to? Right? We just heard that. Us. We need to make sure that we have the funds available to make sure. Going to come to us. What Council? We need to make sure that we have the funds available to make sure. When it comes to life and death, we may have to step in and help. Former Council President Freeman just said, I don't want us to be in a hole. When it comes to life and death, we may have to step in and help. We should be going back. I don't want us to bring in the millage up to the same level that it is going back. We should be doing that and bringing the millage up to the same level. I'm going to vote this down, this amendment down. I'm very concerned. I don't want to take money away from UF. I'm going to vote this down, this amendment down. But this, I'm very concerned. Just heard it. I don't want to take money away from UF. There are more things that are going to come on our plate as the year goes on. Just heard it. We need to make sure we're ready. There are more things that are going to come on our plate as the year goes on. We need to make sure we're ready. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to refer to the sheet that we handed out. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to refer to the sheet that we handed out. You know, we talk about when we hosted at the federal level as well. Notice meeting on this. You know, we talked about the change in the paradigm. Notice meeting on this. The definition of insanity. We talked about the change in the paradigm over and over and expect different results. You know, the definition of insanity. We need these clinics over and over and expect different results. Where they are, doing what they're doing. We need these clinics. We need the coordination of where they are. Doing what they're doing. Get these people out of the hospital. We need the coordination. Take a look at the numbers on that sheet. So that we can get these people out of the hospital. 76% of the uninsured clients on that sheet did not return to the ER 76% of the uninsured clients found them a medical did not return to the ER. A place where they can go to get service. We found them a medical home. care, a place where they can go to get service. And we're helping them. They're not indigent. I guess I'm at a loss as to how to say this, but I don't think a 1.2% at a loss as to how to say this. With all due respect to my colleague, my friends at UF Health, that's going to, with all due respect to my colleagues, my friends that rely on those programs, that's going to, there's got to be other ways to do this the way we've been doing it for the last decades. There's got to be other ways to do this. It's time to take a look at the opportunity. We've been doing it for the last decades. And that's really what we are trying to do today. It's time to take a look at the opportunity. I agree. And that's really what dollars would have been there if we hadn't cut the, and that's why I didn't support the millage reduction. Would have been there if we hadn't cut the, and that's why I didn't support the millage reduction, because I wanted to come from programs like this. It made clear to me by Councilman Salem and others, it has to come from somewhere. Budget stabilization. It made clear to me by Councilman Salem and others, recourse available to us to want to take out a budget stabilization. Allows us the only other recourse available to us to work with the clinics. Doing so allows us to take advantage of the resources they can provide them. Work with the clinics with We Care and take advantage of the resources they can provide them.
All right, thank you for the third time. 1 minute.
Again, I appreciate your support.
Council
All
President.
right, thank you for the third time. 1 minute,
Councilmember
Boylan.
Council President, Council President, Councilmember Boylan, would you accept another amendment to take money out of reserves instead for this item?
I'm not going to do that.
Operating reserves.
Mr. President, I don't know what to say to that. At this point in time, I almost have to go back to my original amendment if I have to do that. I suspect that's why I'm going to go back to my original amendment if I have to do that. I suspect that's what I'm going to have to do. I have ruined this our posture here right now. I think we're looking to say that the UF path. I'm just trying to find a path. I think we're looking to say that the UF path. I'm just trying to find a path. Pure and simple, trying to find a path. Yeah, we could do that. We can vote on this just to see where we are. And if it doesn't, I might. We can do that. We can vote on this just to see where we are. And if it doesn't,
all right, there's no one else in the queue. We are going to go around the dais. All right, there's no one else in the queue. We are going to go Boylan number 4 amendment, Councilman Diamond.
No.
On the Councilman Salem. Boylan number 4 amendment, Councilman Diamond.
No.
Councilman Miller. Councilman Salem.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman.
No.
Councilman Gaffney Jr. Councilman Miller.
Yes.
Councilman Freeman.
No.
Councilman Gaffney Jr. Just yes or no, please.
Councilman Boyle, I want to do it, but right now I'm going to just say...
Just yes or no, please. This isn't a debate. Yes or no?
I understand. I'm thinking. No.
This isn't a debate. Yes or no?
I understand. I'm thinking.
Councilman Carlucci.
No.
Councilman Boylan.
No.
Councilman Howland. Carlucci. Yes for Councilman Carrico. Councilman Boylan. Councilman Arias. Councilman Howland. Councilman Lanin. Yes for Councilman Carrico.
Yes.
Councilman Arias. Councilman White.
Yes.
Councilman Lanin. Councilman Pittman. Councilman Amaro.
Yes.
Councilmember White. Johnson.
Yes.
No.
Councilman Pittman. Councilmember Clark Murray. Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Carlucci. Nope. Councilman Peluso.
No.
Mr. Secretary.
Nope.
Councilman Peluso.
No.
Mr. Secretary.
9 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion fails.
9 yeas, 10 nays.
All right, so you said you're not going to bring up 5, Councilman Arias. You're going to bring up 5. All right, so
I'm going to go back to one.
You're not going to bring up 5, Councilman Arias. You're going to bring up 5.
I'm going to go back to one if I could, Mr. President. I'm not going to bring. I'll just offer again amendment number 1.
Recognized.
For a second. I'm not going to bring. I'll just offer again.
Second on number 1. I have no one in the queue. We all know what this is. Let's go second on number 1. I have no one in the queue. We all know what this is. Let's go around the dice. Councilman Salem. Councilman Miller.
No.
Councilman Freeman.
No.
Councilman Gaffney.
Yes.
Councilman Gay.
No.
Councilman Freeman. Carlucci. Councilman Gaffney.
Yes.
Councilman Gay.
Yes.
No.
Councilmember Boylan. Carlucci. Councilmember Howland. No for Councilmember Carrico. Councilman Arias. Councilmember Howland. Councilman Leanin. No for Councilmember Carrico. Councilman Arias.
Yes.
Councilman Leanin. White.
Yes.
Councilman Amaro. Councilwoman Pittman.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
No.
White.
Yes.
Councilwoman Clark Murray. Pittman.
Yes.
No.
Councilman Carlucci.
No.
Yes.
Councilwoman Clark Murray. Peluso.
Yes.
No.
Councilman Carlucci. Jason. Councilmember Peluso.
Yes.
Jason.
9 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion fails.
9 yeas,
All right.
10 nays.
Motion fails. All right. All right, so I'm going to go to number 7, Diamond Amendment. All right, so I'm going to go to number 7, Diamond Amendment. Councilman Diamond, you're recognized. Not on the prevailing side. You're not on the prevailing side. The motion failed. Someone who voted no must move to reconsider. Did you vote no? The motion failed. Someone who voted no must move to reconsider. You don't know when you voted? Did you vote no? Councilman? We did vote no. You don't know why you voted? One of the members of the prevailing side who voted no, Councilwoman Clark Murray, has asked for a motion to reconsider. One of the members of the prevailing side who voted no, Councilwoman Clark Murray, has asked for a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second? We can raise our hands. Raise your hand if you want to reconsider. Let's see if we can raise our hands. Raise your hand if you want to reconsider. All right, the amendment has been reconsidered. So we are on Boylan number 1. The amendment has been reconsidered. So we are on Boylan number 1. I have a motion, a second on Boylan number 1. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Ayers, are you on this, or are you just lingering? A motion, a second on Boylan number 1. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Ayers, are you on this, or are you just lingering in the queue?
Thank you through the chair. I just need some clarification.
All right, Councilmember Gaffney Jr.
We vote on amendment number 1. Thank you through the chair. I just need some clarification what we're voting on. So if we vote on amendment number 1, it's coming out. All right, thank you.
All right. No one else is in the queue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Diamond, how do you vote, sir? All right. No one else is in the queue. Councilmember Diamond, how do you vote, sir? Salem.
No.
Miller.
Nope.
Salem.
No.
Miller. No, his mic wasn't on. Freeman.
No.
Gaffney Jr.
Yes.
He was a no. His mic wasn't on. Freeman. Carlucci.
No.
Gaffney Jr. Boylan.
Yes.
Gay. Allen.
No.
Carlucci. No for Carrico.
Yes.
Arias.
Yes.
Boylan.
Yes.
Leanan. Allen.
No.
No for Carrico.
Yes.
Arias. White.
Yes.
Leanan.
No.
Yes.
Morrow.
Pittman. Yes.
White. Johnson.
No.
Yes.
Clark Murray. Pittman.
Yes.
Carlucci. Johnson.
No.
Clark Murray.
Yes.
Yes.
Caluso. Carlucci. Mr. Secretary. That's a yes. Caluso.
10 yeas, 9
Mr.
nays.
Secretary. The motion
10 yeas,
passes. Congratulations,
9
we
nays.
passed an amendment. Number 1. The motion passes. Congratulations, we passed an amendment. Number 1. Anymore, Mr. Boylan? Are you going to introduce any more, Mr.
Thank you.
Boylan?
Thank you, colleagues, for your support. Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for your support. Getting those clinics back up to full force. It's going to be the right work that they do is warranted. Getting those and to that extent too, I'd also like to offer amendment number 2, which and to that extent too, I'd also like to offer amendment number 2, which takes full amount requested of $750. So we have $50,000.
We have a motion and a second on Boylan. We have a number 2. We have a motion and a second on Boylan. Being passed out, but if you see number 2, it's $250,000 from the stabilization fund to We Care Jacks Inc. It's $250,000 from the stabilization fund to We Care Jacks Inc. You're welcome. For Jacks Care Connect program. No one is in the queue. Councilman Diamond. Job. You're welcome. No one is in the queue. Councilman Diamond. Councilman Miller.
No.
Councilman Freeman.
No.
Councilman Salem. Gaffney. Councilman Miller. Gay.
No.
Councilman Freeman.
No.
Councilman Gaffney. Councilman Boylan. Councilman Gay. Councilman Howland. Councilman Carlucci. No for Carrico. Councilman Arias. Councilman Boylan.
Yes.
Councilman Howland.
No.
No for Carrico.
No.
Councilman Arias. Councilman White.
No.
Councilmember Pittman.
No.
Councilman Amaro. Councilman
No.
Johnson.
No.
Councilman White. Councilmember
No.
Clarkberry. Pittman.
No.
Councilman
No.
Johnson.
No.
Councilman Carlucci. Councilmember
Yes.
Clarkberry. Councilmember Peluso.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
Carlucci. Yes.
Councilmember Peluso.
Yes.
Mr.
5
Secretary.
yeas, 14 nays.
The amendment fails. Would you like to
5
introduce number
yeas,
3?
14 nays.
The amendment fails. Would you like to introduce
Councilman
Arias?
number 3?
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce
Councilman Arias, recognized.
Boylan number 3 to convert to areas number 3 coming out of the budget stabilization number 3 to convert to areas number 3 from coming out of the budget stabilization contingency.
All right, we have a motion and second on the floor for Boylan 3, which is now Areas 3. All right, we have a motion and second on the floor for Boylan 3, which is now Areas 3. Councilman Arias, would you like to speak on your amendment?
We heard from the audience today.
queue.
We heard from the public. At the end of the day, when I said we need a compromise today, I meant it. We lowered our millage rate. When I said we need a compromise to our community, I meant it. So I want to give back to our millage rate what I told them I would do to our community. Mr. Boylan brought up those 2 amendments. I want to just finish up what he started. And so that's where I'm at right now. And I will 2 amendments. I want to just finish up what he started. And so that's where I'm at right now. And I will just urge my colleagues to support this. Once again, this is coming from the budget stabilization fund, not the UF fund. Nothing will even be touched from that. If this passes,
all right, Councilmember Salem.
$56 million, nothing will even be touched from that. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Salem.
President. UF Health. Thank you, Mr. President. I've gotten into telehealth, and I support a telehealth program. I've gotten into telehealth, and I support a telehealth program. My issue is who pays for it. and there have been significant claims, and I have an amendment coming up about. There have been significant claims, and I have an amendment coming up about 20% of the impact on UF health admissions with telehealth. We're diverted from UF health with significant cost savings. I'd like Dr. Patel, from UF health, in the emergency room to address savings. I'd like Dr. Patel, who works in the emergency room, to address those issues.
So I'm the Chief Medical Officer at UF Health Jacksonville. I'm a hospitalist, which means if you come to the hospital, I'm the Chief Medical Officer at UF Health Jacksonville. I'm a hospitalist, which means if you come to the hospital, I'll start by saying, chances are, I'll reiterate, we're faced with a growing population. I'll start by saying, I'll reiterate, we're faced with a growing population. Jacksonville's an amazing city and people want to move here. Councilman Arias, that means that we have more people to take care of. Jacksonville's an amazing city and people want to move here. Rising healthcare costs. That means that we have more people to take care of. The headwinds that healthcare providers are facing are immense. We have rising uninsured and the headwinds that healthcare providers are facing are immense. Get from this council and the city at UF Health into our mission dollar, regardless of your ability from this council and the city, back into our mission to heal any of those patients in ability to pay or not. Access to care along the entire continuum is important to keeping this community healthy. Access to care along the entire continuum right now is we're being pitted against community health. That should not be happening. And what's happening right now is we're being pitted against cannot extrapolate should not cost savings created by a program or initiative. UF Health cannot extrapolate cost savings created by a program or initiative volumes that we don't have direct line of sight in. What I will say, direct cost of care of every discharge that we have for an indigent patient has increased direct cost of care of every discharge that we have for an indigent patient has increased 5.1%. I cannot extrapolate any sort of savings 24 to fiscal year 25. What I can say is access across the continuum of care is extremely important. What I can say is access across the continuum of care is extremely important.
Just through the chair, you're not seeing an impact from telehealth. Just in your chair, in your particular you're not seeing an impact from telehealth.
I will reiterate my position that I cannot extrapolate any type of. I will reiterate my position that I cannot extrapolate any type of. All I can tell you programs that UF Health does not have direct line of sight population is all I can tell you is that the number of ED visits that we're seeing in indigent population, there's a lot of factors that weigh into that. The number of ED visits that we're seeing are going up.
Since my comments of 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was contacted by a telehealth provider. Of 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was contacted by a telehealth provider. And it's an outcome-based program, and I believe they have what I've been screaming about. And it's an outcome-based program. I don't believe, which is what I've been paying for this service quite some time. I don't believe we should be paying for this service. I think there's some aspects to a significant level as we are today.
All right, Councilmember Peluso.
I'll get back.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Peluso.
Support this. I think I'd rather see Mr. President. I don't want to take too much out of support this contingency right now. I think I'd rather see other amendments that I don't want to take too much out of budget contingency right now because we've got other amendments. I want to look at some of those money out of the as well. Budget. I know we've got stabilization. Libraries. I want to look at some of those items. We've got I know we've got Northeast Florida Regional Council. Libraries. Obviously, we talked about that ad nauseum, but I still want to talk about that. And we got Urban Regional Council. Obviously, we talked about that ad nauseum, but I still want to talk about that. And we got Urban League. I forgot what happened. My bad. 12 hours. We got Urban League. I'm sorry. Look, there's other items in here that I kind of want to look at. So I'm going to vote no on this right now. Unless there's other items in here that I kind of want to look at. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Councilman Boylan, you recognize
reserves instead.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman Boylan, you recognize.
Dr. Patel, if you wouldn't mind, come back up, Mr. President. We spoke the other day about the telehealth program. You said when we spoke the other day about. Can you tell me how effective that is and how it works? You said you had a similar program. Can you tell me how effective that is and how it works?
So I think what you're referring to is the transitions of care aspect of what UF Health has been doing. So I think what you're referring to is the transitions of care aspect of what UF Health has been doing in any of our settings. Need to have a medical home. We understand that our patients, when they're seen in any of our settings, to try to have a medical home, need to have a safety net in city contract. We do our whether it's trying to try to ensure that they have it, whether it's enrolling them in city contract.
The question really was about the telehealth component. You said you got a similar program. The question really was about the telehealth component. You said you got a similar program. It's not individuals, but JFRD could reach out to you for some. I understand it's not individuals, but JFRD could reach out to you for some.
I think you're referring to our mobile stroke treatment unit.
Yes, assistance. Is that?
I think you're referring to our mobile stroke treatment unit.
Yes.
That is a different type of program. UF Health does use telehealth. What we're discussing here, that is a different type of program. UF Health does use telehealth, whether it's primary care, whether it's specialty care, whether it's on our mobile stroke services. whether it's primary care, whether it's specialty care, whether it's our mobile stroke unit, is nationally done and internationally done. In the practice of what we're talking about is a specific program nationally done that utilizes telehealth. I think that what we're talking about is a specific program that utilizes telehealth.
All right. I think we did hear. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I got another minute.
All right.
I did hear again. Time again today. We did hear again time again today. My colleagues to go ahead and continue to support it at the level that and I would encourage my colleagues to go ahead and continue to support it.
All right, Councilman White for the first time.
Recommends. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Councilman
Dr.
White
Thompson
for the first
to come
time.
up, I think you next. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes,
Would you
sir.
allow Dr. Thompson to come up, I think. Thank you, Mr. President. Answer some of these questions.
Yes, sir.
Telehealth. Come on up, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello, Council. Thank you. My name is Dr. Matthew Thompson. Hello, Council. Thank you. And I'm the CEO and my name is Dr. Matthew Thompson. Answer any questions you have. And I'm the CEO.
Dr. Thompson, just tell them where you are and what this money will do for you, and I think you could answer some questions. Dr. Thompson, just tell them where you are and what this money will do for you, and I think you could answer some questions that you have was trying to answer.
Sure thing. So I want to start by saying I'm an emergency physician who's practiced and taking care of patients here in the ER. I want to start by saying I'm an emergency physician who's practiced and taken care of patients here in the ER. And this program was founded in response to the CQLI committee. And this program was founded in response as an emergency physician. We most definitely need understanding that absolutely as an emergency physician we most definitely need inpatient care. But we also have as need ER care. We need here a rising problem, which is that the deficit is growing. Everyone has said here a rising problem, which is needed. The deficit of care is growing and growing. There are going to be more uninsured care that's needed. There's going to be a higher strain on EMS. There are going to be more uninsured care. There's going to be a higher strain on EMS. A higher strain on innovation and ways to attack that. And so UF Health. That's what this program was. And I want to challenge that this is not a telehealth program. That's what this program was, and I want to challenge that this is not a telehealth care navigation that's been labeled as that, but this program provides 24/7 fire care navigation that's nursing led. With the path that works with the fire JFRD. We work with talking with Chief Blanton as well as Dr. Elias, the medical director, talking with Chief Blanton. As well as Dr. Elias, the medical director for JFRD, proactively outreach those patients. Data on patients that are high EMS last year, we've had over 7,000 calls to this program. Since starting this program last year, we've had additional outreach calls to this program. To patients who we know who are uninsured. We've had over 1,500 additional outreach calls. Where are we sending those patients who we know who are uninsured to the safety net clinics to provide care for them? We're sending those patients to the total care clinic. We're sending those patients to the Department of Health. We're sending those patients to the total care clinic that are not going to drain taxpayer dollars. We're sending them to through resources or unnecessary that are not going to drain taxpayer dollars. Regardless of the amount or unnecessary ER visits and UF or regardless of the amount that we've saved or haven't saved, we are asking all of these patients when they call us, where would you have gone if you would have not used this service? We are asking all of these patients when they call us, where would you have gone if you would have not used this service? Number of patients we've seen in each area that provided that map to you guys as well. The total number of patients we've seen in each area amazing impact provided that program to you guys as well. And just by looking at the average cost of care and the charges from this program, hospitals, and just by looking at the average and avoided over $10 million care at those hospitals, we've diverted and avoided over $10 million in full by the Duval County Medical Society as well. This program is supported in full by the Duval County Medical Society. For the first time, Councilmember Freeman. At your time, sir. Thank you. We appreciate it. For the first time, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson, and appreciate you coming forward. Thank you. You said you're in the ER. Can you please share with us? Appreciate you coming forward.
Yeah, I work
at Baptist Health. You said you're in the ER. Can you please share with us? You work at one of the hospitals that you all refer patients to? Yeah, I work at Baptist Health. So you work at one of the hospitals that you all refer patients to? That's just simple yes or no. Do you work at one of the hospitals that you refer patients to? So we don't refer patients. We refer patients to the safety net clinics, not to the hospitals. Okay, because I keep hearing you have and they are safety net clinics, not to the hospitals. Okay, because I keep hearing you have no patients get referred there. So Baptist, we refer patients to the outpatient resources, not to inpatient. So that's Agape. We refer patients to the outpatient resources, not to inpatient. That's Agape. That's the other ones here. That's exactly right. So you do not, and I'm asking for any other patients. My sources have told me, or that there have been patients that I'm asking for UF because my sources have told me tag on that there have been patients that have shown up at UF to make sure I understand. One, I don't think there's a conflict here. Right. And so I will say that it makes sure I understand when I don't think there's a little bit of discomfort. But I will say that the next question that I would ask is how did you come up with a price of $2 million discomfort for your product? Is that the next question that I would ask is how did you come up with a price of $2 million? What it should cost for you? Is that proprietary? Is that how you all came for that number of what it should
I'll
cost
answer
for you
the first
to
question first.
save money for
in
the
no
city?
way are we I'll answer the first question first. A patient in no way are we Baptist band showing up at an alternative a patient with like UF or Baptist band showing up at our program very specifically like UF works with the outpatient safety net clinics. Our program very specifically outpatient works with the outpatient safety net clinics and the Department of Health going back to the outpatient resources. And secondly,
no, I understand that. I only have one.
Yes, going back to
okay, and then the next thing I heard when I was listening was
no,
I understand that. I only have one was quoted of okay, and then the next thing I heard when I was listening, where did y'all draw your dollar amount that come up with that dollar? What you were actually saying? My research, where did y'all draw your reference number to come up with that dollar? So can you cite where you my research is not getting that same
absolutely.
Number? So can you cite where you got that dollar amount from?
Agency for Healthcare Administration, and that is Florida AHCA's data. So Florida Health Finder Agency for Healthcare is publicly available data, and we're looking specifically at.
And what was
publicly available data for patients we're looking specifically at, otherwise known as uninsured patients care for go to the ER in our discharge, and that is otherwise known as uninsured publicly available data who go to the ER in our discharge.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I would ask is through your research, you all have discovered. Okay, thank you. And then the last question I would ask is through your research that you are saving through whatever hospitals visits sourcing agency you have that you are saving and what I heard hospitals visits to the ER.
The purpose of this program, which we have achieved, is to provide an alternative purpose of this program, which we have achieved, instead of going to the ER calling 911.
So I'll ask my question again because I think I heard in finance that there was actually a so I'll ask my question again because I think I heard in finance that there was actually a number given to UF Health. I want to know where visits cite that information and to UF Health. So I would like I want to know where you cite that information with my colleagues.
You can answer the question.
You to share that verified information.
So
with my colleagues.
Like I said before,
you can answer the question.
We survey patients. Absolutely. Where would you have gone if you had not? Like I said before, we survey patients. And so where would you have gone if you would have not used this service? That's the percentage or the number that we are allocating. We would have gone to UF Health. We have diverted
that worked for your answer.
We are allocating.
So that's not verified. You're just saying you took that worked for your answer.
Verbal survey.
So that's not verified. You're just saying you took
so you have no verification that that's where they ended as that you sending someone out your door. So you have no verification that's where they ended. Is that fair?
He would say, all right, we're going to cut it off.
I would say it is
all right, Member Clark Murray, you're next, and then he would say, all right, we're going to cut it off. Councilmember Clark Murray, you're next, and then Councilman Salem for the second time.
Through the President to Ms. Taylor, would you talk about the funding source? Through the President to Ms. Taylor, would you talk about the funding source and the amount is and what the balance is minus the previous amendment that we just passed. The amount is and what the balance is minus the previous amendment that we just passed.
Murray. So you started with a balance of $2,688,800. Your action on item number 1, that was approved. Your action on item down to $1,959,243. That was approved. Brought it down to $1 million. This action, if it's approved, $685,000 would bring it down to $1,274,243. If it's approved, $685,000 would bring it down to $1,274,243.
Can we? Thank you for that. To Ms. Taylor, use this funding source at any other time during the fiscal year, or use this funding source at any other time during the fiscal year to fund, or is this our only one time to pull
through the chair to Councilwoman Clark
fund
Murray? You can leave this balance here, and you can utilize it at any point now. You can leave this balance here, and you can utilize it available until 9/30 or during the fiscal year.
Thank you for that.
It will be there available until 9/30
All right, thank you for the second time, Councilman Salem.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the second time, Councilman Salem.
President, as I have stated, I like telehealth. Thank you, Mr. President. As I have stated, we're paying. I like telehealth. A lot of money for a service that should be outcome based. If we're saving a lot of money, and I've said this from the very beginning, outcome based. If we're saving admissions to Baptist Hospital, why isn't Baptist Hospital? If we're saving admissions to Baptist Hospital, why isn't Baptist Hospital Ascension Health St. Vincent's? If we're saving admissions into the problem is we're paying for it. They have no incentive to pay for this. The problem is. And that's a real problem to me. They have no incentive to pay for this. I have an amendment, and that's coming up was to put the 1.5 below the line. I have an amendment investigate some of this. Coming up was to put the 1.5 below the line so we could investigate some of this Wednesday morning and wouldn't be rushed at 12:30. It's a lot Wednesday morning and to be voting service and why is it this service serving our employees and Why is it this service, Florida Blue, serving our right now to provide a similar service? We're paying Florida Blue. Why isn't this right now to provide a similar service? Why are we paying Florida Blue? Why isn't this entity doing that? So those are just some of the questions. Why are we paying Florida Blue? So those are real concern about this that I have. I may be on the losing end of this, and I have real concern about this. I would urge you to vote no on this. Thank you. I may be on the losing end of this.
All right, thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Just a reminder, we're on Boylan number 3, which is now Arias. All right, thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Just a reminder, we're on Boylan number 3, which is now Arias number 3. Diamond. Salem.
No.
Miller.
No.
Freeman. Salem.
No.
Miller.
No.
Gaffney Jr. Freeman. Gay.
No.
No.
Gaffney Jr.
Yes.
No. Boylan.
Yes.
Gay. Allen.
No.
No. Carrico. Arias.
Yes.
Boylan.
Yes.
Lane.
No.
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 Morrow.
Carrico. Arias.
Yes.
White. Lane.
Yes.
No.
Pittman. Morrow.
No.
No.
Johnson.
No.
White. Clark
Yes.
Murray. Pittman.
No.
Carlucci. Johnson.
No.
Yes.
Clark Murray. Peluso.
No.
Peluso. Sorry.
Yes.
Peluso.
No.
Secretary. Peluso. Sorry.
5 yeas, 14 nays.
Secretary. Motion fails.
5 yeas, 14
So we are
nays.
now on motion fails. Number 7. Mr. Diamond, you're recognized. We are now on number 7.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Diamond,
I'd like
you're
to
recognized.
move my 3 amendments if I can get a second and briefly speak. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd
Second,
like to
you're recognized.
move my 3 amendments
Thank you,
if I can get a second. So, look, it's a late night. These have
Second,
been
you're
debated
recognized.
3 times
Thank
you, Mr. President. So, look, it's a late night. These have been discussed everywhere. 3 times now. So I'm not sure there's that much more to say about it. I will just correct heavily discussed everywhere that I've heard. So I'm not sure there's that much more to say about it. First of all, on the DEI misstatements that I've heard. I literally defined it in here. First of all, on the DEI, I did that on purpose so that it could never be a mistake. I literally defined it. So I'm going to read it. I did that on purpose so that because it's so obvious and easy to understand. I'm going to read it. For purposes of this provision, it's so obvious and diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, for purposes of this provision, policy that classifies diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, is any program, origin, gender identity, or sexual orientation on the basis of race, color, and here's the key piece: national origin, gender identity, or sexual orientation, which promotes differential or preferential treatment of individuals on the basis of those. Which promotes differential or preferential treatment. We're going to be individuals on the basis of those. It literally just says we are going to treat everybody, no matter what their race, it literally just says, or their gender, we're going to treat everybody, their family, what situation, race, exactly the same, or their gender. That is a principle I will stand for every single day of the week. Exactly the same. I absolutely support that. Is a principle I will stand for every single day of the week. Illegals amendment, I absolutely support this amendment. I don't think there's anything. The illegals amendment has been discussed ad nauseum. Quickly, I don't think there's anything new to change. The discussions about the disabled were quickly on DEI and really the discussions about the disabled. As somebody who's defended a lot of disabled veterans and really the ADA covers disability. So as somebody who's defended a lot of disabled veterans, my definition has nothing to do covers disability. To bring that 100% was really kind of disturbing. And my definition has nothing to do with down that road. To bring that in. And finally, the one that's the most important to me, and I feel like please don't be dragged down that lesser discussed. And finally, the one that's the most important to me, I want in law prohibition against lesser discussed and understood is simply to say I want in law prohibition. The reason why it's relevant, and I've been asking every single year, it's not new. Of council auditors. The reason why it's relevant, and I've been asking every single year, it's not new. And then Planned Parenthood was defunded. They come back, and we have a very, very and then Planned Parenthood is very pro-choice, and we have a very liberal mayor that behind our backs, just very pro-choice. A year ago, and I am very our money is going to slip down that road. Behind our backs, just like with DEI, it is the one thing that our money is going to slip down that road. As someone who believes very strongly, it is the one thing that I personally would never forgive myself. As someone who believes very strongly in life. And that's why I want to never forgive myself if one penny of our dollars, and then we can sue on that road. And that's why I want it in law. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Peluso.
There you go. Thank
you, Mr. President. We have spoke about this
Councilmember Peluso.
And in the past, we voted on it. Thank you, Mr. President. We have spoke about this. This is a disgusting amendment. And in the past, we voted on it. To be in our budget. We know that. This is a disgusting amendment. This has no right to be in our budget. We know that. We heard it from this is a travesty to how the budget process should be going. And it certainly doesn't just say, oh, how the budget process should be going. It's and it certainly doesn't just say, oh, and I'm sure there's going to be at a later time movements by explicitly, and I'm sure there's going to be at a later time go after movements by whomever from District 13 for supposedly go after someone. Whomever who might be in one of these categories. Supposedly maybe helping someone. I imagine that this is going to ruin the budget for some people. Categories. If you want to have fun with it, and I imagine that this is going to night go longer. Ruin the budget for some people. Let's vote it up. If you want to have fun with it, and have at it, guys. Make this night go longer. Sure. I don't think we should do that. Go for it. I think we should kill this now. Have at it, guys. I also think we should go back and change millage. Frankly, kill this now. You might be destined to do that. I was thinking we should go back and change the millage. Buckle up, everybody. Frankly, it's going to be a really long night. You might be destined to do that. This amendment is buckle up, everybody. It's going to be a really long night. This amendment is garbage. This amendment, it is painful. It is sick. I can't curse. And it's a waste of time. I'm sorry we even have to talk about it. It is sick. Vote it down. And it's a waste of time. I'm sorry we even have to talk about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I also stand against this amendment. I will not be voting. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I also stand against this amendment. I will not be voting of these to affirm big batch of bull is attached to the amendment. Shape, or form. If any of these, since we want to have alliteration, bull is attached to the amendment. This is a big batch of bull. Since we want to have alliteration, let's so eloquently said, this is a big batch of bull. To have these amendments, as Councilman Peluso so eloquently said, now the state law says, as well as our charter, that we are now supposed to legislate well from the budget. Our charter, and that's exactly what's going on. We are not supposed to legislate about following the budget, and that's exactly what's going on here. For someone to say that they're treating people differently based on race, that shows someone to say that they're lack of understanding of what the words diversity, equity, or inclusion mean. Lack of understanding. They are not the words diversity, equity, or inclusion mean. They are not so confused about how someone who does have I'm so confused about how someone doesn't understand what words mean. And so I think in this place, in this case, doesn't understand what words mean. Colleagues, and so I think in this place, in this it is certainly amongst all of us. Colleagues are to support that we choose to. It is certainly amongst all of us. We as the elected representative of people that we choose to. But if we support this. As the elected representative, telling our community that we don't want to see everyone. There's people, for someone to say telling our community that we don't want to see everyone based on race. That is not what this is saying. For someone to say that this says we're going to treat you better based on race, but I think what's most important. We heard people talking about it earlier, but I think what's most important. We don't have to follow. We don't have to who wants to sow divisiveness. We don't have to follow someone who wants to say we can divide this community. We don't have to follow someone who wants to say we can divide this community. We are not going to support divisiveness in this community. The majority of us, if we do, we are not going to support divisiveness. I, for one, will be here all night debating this. If we do, big batch of bull amendments will be here all night debating this. But these big batch of bull amendments are something that I just cannot support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pittman.
Well, first of all, I want to just say to my finance. I remember what our chairman said, team, that please do not bring any amendments chairman said at the last day. That please do not. And at the last hour when we had a wonderful day. And at the last hour when we had a wonderful council member brought these three amendments. Which does not belong these three amendments. In our budget, let's call a spade a spade. Which does not belong. This is a bamboozle let's call a spade amendment that should not. This is be in our bamboozle and I think all of y'all know how I not be in our budget. And I think all of y'all know how I feel. We should be not trying to police what a woman. We should be not trying to police what a woman does with her body. And the other two has nothing to do with what we do. We don't spend money. Yes, you've been trying to get this in our budget for some time. We don't spend money. This is the first year you ever got any traction in our budget for some time. And it is unacceptable. This is the first year you ever got any traction. And I feel some kind of way about it. And it is unacceptable. And you all know I don't really. And I feel some kind of way about it. And you all know. And just I don't really you all how I feel. Stand. This is horrible. Like this and just. Y'all saw all the people, this is some are still here. Y'all saw all the people, and some are still here in this space. Look, y'all, because those three amendments we're here in this space, and our finance budget at the last amendments got put of our our finance budget at the last. Let's call a spade. And if you don't understand what people want, let's call a spade a spade. And if you don't understand what people want, you got a problem.
Call the question.
Councilman Salem. Question's been called.
Call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand and hold it high. Question's been called. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand and hold it high. Question been called and fails. Councilman Diamond. Question been called and fails. Councilman
Again, I'm only trying to correct misstatements tonight because we're all very tired. But again, I'm only trying to correct misstatements tonight because we're all very tired. But I introduced my amendments on the second day. I announced them 2 weeks before the finance. The language was in front of every member of the finance on the second day. I announced them 2 weeks before then. Then I was not given the opportunity to bring these up on the second day. Last day. So the fact that this notion of lack of transparency is just false. Right. So the fact that this notion of lack of transparency is just false. Secondly. You've had general counsel don't usually agree with him. He did say that it's absolutely legal. General counsel don't usually agree with him. He did say that it's absolutely legal under our charter that we take up spending. We can do a budget however we want. Like this because that's the prohibition on spending. We can do a budget however we want.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Amaro and apologize that I let him speak for the second time before I let you speak for the first time. All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Amaro and apologize that I let him speak for the second time before I let you speak for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm okay. You don't have to apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm okay. You don't have to apologize. Councilmember Rory Diamond, you know I have tremendous respect for you, sir.
Councilmember through the chair, sir.
Rory Diamond, through the chair. You know I have tremendous respect for you, sir.
You can speak through the chair,
but
sir.
I have to be honest in my thoughts as well. But I have to be honest in my thoughts as well. A few days ago, I was reading Never Given. You've heard the expression before. It's a story of Never Given. You've heard the expression before. It's a story of and in his text, he's speaking about politics. In his text, he's speaking about. Some people change their party he said that for the sake of principles. Some people change their party for the sake of principles, and others change their principles for the sake of party. To do either. But I rise to speak against this amendment for the same reason. But I rise to speak against this amendment for the same reason I did 2 weeks ago. The merits of the amendment, but for the simple fact that it does not. The demerits belong of the amendment, but for the simple fact that it does not. There's no empirical evidence, belong none in the budget. That tax dollars, evidence, sir. None. My tax dollars, your tax dollars. That tax dollars are now being allocated. My tax dollars, your tax dollars in the budget are now being allocated in general fund, grants, capital NGOs, none. General fund, so grants, the amendment in effect NGOs, is meaningless. None. So the beyond that, in effect, would be unenforceable. And beyond that, would be unenforceable. Poison pill. And for those who question my politics, well, I've said it before. I'm a Micah. And for those who question my politics, what is that? Well, I've said it before. I'm doing what the Lord requires of me to choose what is right. What is that? Doing what the Lord requires of me to choose what is right with God. To love mercy. I want my character to speak with God. Clearly, that I want my character to speak, that I discern what I'm hearing, that I listen, that I have the courage to stand, discern what I'm hearing to be fair, that I have the courage to stand, what I believe to be just, what I believe to be fair, and what I believe. So this proposed amendment, as it is now, is clearly unnecessary, as it is. We all know, it's clearly unnecessary. Because we all know state laws in place, DEI is initiatives, state laws in place, DEI using taxpayers' money. Initiatives are illegal immigrants is illegal. Using taxpayers' money for using taxpayers' money is illegal. Abortion is illegal in the state. Using taxpayers' money for abortion is illegal in the state.
Thanks, sir.
So
Councilman Arias.
It's redundant.
And then Mr. Miller, he's the last one in the queue, so hurry back now. Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And then Mr. Miller, he's the last one in the queue, so hurry back now.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to bring something back to reality for all of us. Right. You've heard me today say talk about like how we need to be fair with each other and just compromise. You've heard me today say Mr. Diamond how we need to be fair with each other and just compromise. To Finance Committee, Mr. Diamond did bring that amendment up to council hearings. To Finance Committee, as a finance chair, if any of you guys were on my committee, as a finance chair, right. If any of you guys were on my committee, I'm not a dictatorship here. I would give you that same right. I'm no one to deny anybody to bring up an amendment. So by me allowing him to bring up an amendment, I deny anybody to bring up an amendment. Obviously, we all knew. By me allowing him to bring up an amendment, I had my job to say no to people. Obviously, we all knew. Today, we have 4 pages worth of amendments. It's not my job to say no to people. Had I not let him bring it up, today we have 4 pages worth of amendments, 20 amendments. Had I not let him bring it up, brought it up to so regardless of what happened on finance over the course of those 6 days, so regardless of what happened, it's irrelevant finance because it would have been brought up today. Over the course of those 6 days, I did my part to be fair and just with everybody. It would have been brought up today. Kanemaru just mentioned. I did my part to be fair and just with everybody. Had anybody in the finance committee brought up any amendments, being fair and just with people, you would have been treated the same way. So that's all I just want to make sure that you all know that you would have been treated the same way. So that's all I just want to make sure that you all know that I was just being fair with my colleagues, just like I would with you. Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. Mr. Miller is on his way back. So very slowly. Mr. Miller is on his way back to call very slow vote. We are going starting to call with cast a vote. Council member starting with Council member Diamond.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Yes.
Freeman. Salem.
Yes.
Gaffney. Miller. Gay.
Yes.
Freeman. Carlucci.
Yes.
Gaffney. Boyland.
No.
Gay. Howland.
Yes.
Carlucci. Yes for Carrico. Arias. Boyland.
Yes.
No.
Lanin. Howland. Amaro. Yes for Carrico. White. Arias.
Yes.
Lanin.
Yes.
Amaro. Pittman. White.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Pittman. Clark Murray.
No.
Carlucci. Johnson. Beluso. Clark Murray. Mr. Secretary. Carlucci.
10 yeas,
Beluso.
9 nays.
Amendment Secretary.
10 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment passes. 8 is not available. Correct, because we did not. 8 is not available. We reduced the millage because we did not.
That is correct. Mr. White's number 8.
We reduced the millage.
Item number 8, White Amendment number 1 was only if you did not do a millage reduction. So item number 8, White Amendment number 1 was only on your list, which is a millage reduction. So we're going to be passing out the next item on your list, which is Peluso number 9.
All right, Mr. Peluso, you're recognized for item number 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and to everyone else. This is a gift. Thank you, Mr. President, and to everyone else. This is a gift admit to all of us. Right over the past several years, as I looked at the road resurfacing budget, I will admit, CIP. Right over the past several years, as I looked at the road resurfacing million. That's based on 2014. Provided a recommendation number. It said about 18.5 this year. I mean, that's based on my district is quite old. I think we all know that. And there are several this year. I mean, core districts that are also my district is quite old. I think we all know that. So there are several. As we're putting this money in a road resurfacing for the past couple of years, I thought, okay, good. This should be awesome. As we're putting this money in a road resurfacing for the past couple of years, I thought, okay, good. We had a lot of rainstorms in the past couple of years. If you know my district, irrigation on our roads, we had a lot of obviously that forced us to kind of move forward a lot of irrigation on our roads. Projects. Obviously, that forced us. But the point is, I then realized this year that the number that we've been shooting projects. But the point is, I then realized this year that the number that we've been shooting for, 18.5 million, we should be at, is vastly below where we should go. I've noticed that because so many should be individuals have reached out saying. My road hasn't been. I've noticed that because so many individuals have reached out. We drive on these roads. My road hasn't been see how poor they are. And so when I spoke, we drive on these roads. The auditors, we see how poor they are. Folks, and so when I spoke with back in the auditors, when I spoke with our public works folks, they said, we're supposed to be putting about $45 to $55 million into our roads, based on audit report. So it really dawned on me, oh my God, we're way behind. So yes, the mayor's budget does have about really dawned on me, oh my God, we're way behind. Yes, it's above what the mayor's budget does have about $22.5 million this year. 2014 ordinance, it's above, but it is woefully below where we need to be. Based on the list that I have here, but it is woefully below. If we add an extra $20 million to road based on the list that I have here, not only does it impact every single one of our districts, $20 million to road resurfacing this year, but it provides not only does it impact every single one of our districts of repaved road throughout our city, but it provides 147 miles of repaved road and 113 roads and over more to get done. And right now, 113 roads, a page and a half more to get done. 22.5 million. Right now, this is the kind of stuff that is unsexy. At 22.5 million. It's what people want. This is the kind of stuff that is beyond unsexy. It's our job. But it's what people want. I understand that it's beyond a tough ask. I'm asking to go out of the reserves. This was not my initial intention. I understand that it's a tough ask. I'm asking to go out of the reserves. But this is really something where if we don't fund this this year, I apologize. It's a lot of roads. But this is really something where if we don't fund this year, and right now, it's a lot of roads that are now going to only a rating of another year. And right now, I think the roads that get fixed are only a rating of 60. I think 60. 2 or above. Yeah. No, yeah, 60 or above. So you're not. We've got a lot of roads that are really bad condition.
60 or above.
Touched this year.
So you're not.
We've got a lot of roads that are really bad condition. I
apologize for doing this evening, and my next amendment's going to be equally as crazy.
Maybe some of you
please support this.
And my next amendment's going to be equally as crazy.
This is the unsexy stuff that we have to
please
do to make sure
this.
that we're providing a good quality of life.
This is the unsexy stuff that we have to do to make sure that we're providing a good quality of life and making sure people
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not support this or the next one for three reasons. Thank you, Mr. President. I will not support this or the next one for three reasons that are budget for. The first one is roadway resurfacing and new sidewalks. Second, you could have done this a month ago. You could have gone to MBRC and gone to Public Works. Second, you could have done this 6 months ago. A month ago, you could have gone to MBRC and gone to Public Works and had this discussion 6 months ago. Reasons, but the most important one is if we pass these, it comes out of operating reserves. The most important one is then means that if we pass these, it comes out of operating reserves. It then means that the budget as amended would probably not going to be achievable at this point. So these are both no for me, and I hope everyone else votes. That's probably not going to be achievable at this point. So these are both no for me, and I hope everyone else votes.
And to the committee, just a couple things on this. I'm going to be a no for a number of reasons. And to the committee, just a couple things on this. I'm going to be a no. Let's just talk about our CIP for a minute. So it was submitted to us as $687 million. Let's just talk about our CIP for a minute. It actually came out as submitted to us as $687 million. To the best of my knowledge, we did not touch a single proposed line item. We had a few tactical changes. Touch a single proposed line item. Everything that we had a few tactical changes that council members. That's $693 million. Everything needs to be our high water mark. We actually appreciate that the administration. That $693 million needs to be our high water mark. I actually appreciate that the administration within that $693 million looks like the next few years of new projects. Very few that needs to be what the reality looks like the next few years. Because of the generational projects going on right now. Everyone talks about the stadium. We're also the generational projects going on right now. Everyone talks about the stadium. Once every 50-year project. $100 million plus. I think it's a $90 million medical examiner building. Every 50-year project. There's downtown $90 million medical examiner building on at the same time. There's downtown parks that we were told during the debt affordability at the same time we got from the administration. And then one of the things that right now we got about $155 million all in debt expense. That's projected right now we got about $155 million all in debt expense. That's debt expense and that growth is a very concern of mine. So again, each year going forward, debt expense and that growth is a very concern of mine. So again, each year going forward, the managed debt portion of the CIP starts $300 million lower, not the $400 million plus debt is started in 2021. $300 million stayed there. $400 million. Again, a little off topic, I'm a no on this, but just want to point out that we approved the CIP. Again, a little off topic, I'm a no on this, but just want to point out that we approved the CIP forward as well as far as the managed to us, and that's going to be a concern forward as well as far as the managed debt portion.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. My question, real quickly to Councilman Peluso. Thank you, Mr. President. My question, real quickly to Councilman Peluso. Does she have the capability to get this work done? And does she have the capability,
the President,
to get this work done?
Yes, I have. In fact, she helped me produce this list. This is provided by a consultant group. Yes, I have. In fact, she helped me produce this list. This is provided by a consultant group who does all the rating with all the other ones in the road resurfacing budget. This would just go out to their to bid just like they have with all the other ones in the road resurfacing budget.
Handle that? Okay.
I don't think I'm going to speak. They can handle it. Yes. Okay. I think they'd be happy with whatever number we get. I don't think I'm going to share. They can handle it. Yes. Okay. I think they'd be happy with whatever number we get.
Is what effect would that have on our reserves? Would it put us in a red zone? Would that have on our reserves? Would it be a red flag? Red zone in a financials? Would it be a red flag to any of our agencies and so forth? Financial
through the chair to Councilmember Carlucci.
Agencies and so forth.
As far as the balance as of June 30, it was about $370 million. So you're talking as far as the balance as of June 30, it was about $370 million off of that. So you're talking about. I can't speak to whether that would affect. I don't believe it would impact credit rating. I can't speak to whether that would affect. I don't believe it would impact credit rating. It would still be within the target ranges. Things like that in the code. But you would still be within the target ranges.
You know what? I think this would be a great balance to our budget. Thank you. I think the people would like to see. I think this would be a great balance to our budget. I think the people would like to see. They're already talking about stadium. Well, wouldn't it be nice to see? They're already talking about our stadium. Well, I support it. I'm all for it, and I commend Councilman Peluso. I don't care whether he brought it up tonight. I'm all for it, and I commend a month ago. Councilman Peluso. I don't care whether he brought it up tonight or 2 weeks ago or a month ago. Doesn't matter. And I urge you to support it too. We can make a decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Salem.
I urge you to support it too.
Thank you, Councilmember
Mr. President.
Salem.
Let me add one more thing to Councilman Thank you, Mr. President. Let me add one more thing to this or the next one. Councilman Howland's list of reasons not to support this or the next one. Salary increases. Talked about. I've been harping on safety. I'm coveting the reserves. I've been harping to make sure we've got dollars. I'm coveting the reserves. I will be off the council when this hits. Dollars to cover all those things. I will be off the council and many others here, but I am trying to prepare the next group of leaders. But I am to be in a good position. Prepare the next group of leaders. We're not sure what's going to hit us. We don't know how many position for what we're not sure what's going to hit us. We don't know how many versus staying in the 401k. We don't know what those raises are going to be in a couple of years. We don't know what those raises are going to be in a couple of years. Those reserves, I want to make sure we covet them. Come very handy. I will be voting no. Thank you. And I want to make sure we covet them. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Over to Council President Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm not going to support these. And the main reason is thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm not going to support these. Anything that's coming on operating reserves, we have to pass a budget 13 votes. If we pass right now with 2 abstentions, we have to get 10. We have to get. We just passed the Diamond Amendment. Right now with 2 abstentions, we have to get 10. Where all these no's are. Just passed the Diamond Amendment. So we're not going to pass this budget on the first try. Where all these no's are. We're going to have to go through. So the reality is all over again every single amendment. The whole process. We're going to have to go through. Try to get to some kind of compromise. All over again every single amendment. The whole process. Anything to try to get to some. That has to come out of the reserve. So there's no way file a bill next week for anything to come out of the reserve. That has to come out of the reserve. We can file a bill next week for anything to come out of the reserve, and we can pass it in finance and pass it in the full council. It's not going to happen with 13 votes when everyone can vote and we're not abstaining. But tonight, it's just not going to happen, brother. Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your candor.
Councilmember Peluso.
Ms. Taylor, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your candor. In our reserves. We still have the 120 Ms. Taylor did want to ask a question. So it's 370 million in our reserves. We still have the 120 or 125 million in the super secret reserves.
Right? Yes, in the emergency reserves, you have about another 125 million.
Okay, so we're looking at about 495 million in our reserves total, correct?
Through the chair, that's
so we're looking at about under 495 million in our reserves total, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And under GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Under GAAP. They don't consider that there's a difference between the two. Generally accepted accounting principles. 495 million in their eyes. They don't consider that there's a difference between the two ratio of what? 495 million in their eyes, correct?
Through the chair.
Which gets us to a ratio of what? Or gets us to a percentage of what?
Through the chair to Councilmember Peluso. There are some counties that have different, and some counties that have one reserve. Some counties that have different perspectives. Some counties that have one.
Point is that we created 2 special reserve funds.
Different perspectives on that.
Point is, again, we look at 2 special reserve funds. For one, I must say, I think I'm hearing some council again when we look at their mouths, right? For one, I must say, the ability to do a cut. But also everything's right. We have the ability to do a cut. Strict with our budget. But also, we need to make sure that as we have FRIs, we have to really be strict with our budget. We need to be really strict. Sure that as we have FRIs and these other things coming up, tonight we need to be really strict. Cut the millage. I mean, it's just bizarre to me. And we shouldn't. Tonight we cut the millage. And as I look at this, we didn't have to. I'm sorry that shouldn't. I did bring it up, by the way, a month ago. I had 2 and as I look at this list, I'm sorry that I did bring it up, by the way, a month ago. I had 2 notice meetings. It is 1 in the morning. To the council vice president. I'm sorry if I'm seeming agitated, but it is almost 1 in the morning. I brought this up this evening so that we could actually talk about it, because I didn't have enough of you come to my notice. I brought this up this evening so that we could actually talk about it. Now you get to see the roads that we have neglected. So I apologize. And the ones that we will not. Now you get to see the roads that we have neglected. Your constituents will be driving several years, and the ones that we will not be paving. My next item, your constituents will be driving on these roads. Something also near and dear to myself. My next item, we'll be talking about sidewalks.
Thank you. I'm going to Mr. Joe Carlucci.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to Mr. Joe Carlucci.
Love this. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Love me some road resurfacing and love me some sidewalks. Love this. Just love me some road resurfacing and love me some sidewalks. Out of operating reserves. Just obviously, Councilmember, not going to support it tonight because it's coming out of operating reserves. But I was at the notice meeting. It is a very long list. Shaking your head over there. In fact, I was at the notice meeting. It is a very long list. In fact, I would definitely like to the administration offer the hey, if y'all want to put road resurfacing next year at $40 million to the administration, that would be great. Hey, if y'all want to put road resurfacing next year at $40 million, and if not, we will go through the process. I would love to support that. I will be targeting that. And if not, we will go through the process. Thank you. I will be targeting that as a personal priority. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Amaro. Question's been called. Raise your hand. Hold it high. Question's been called. Raise your hand. Hold it high. The question has been called. So the question has been
Councilman Diamond.
called. So
Nope.
Salem.
We're going to vote.
Miller.
Councilman Diamond.
No.
Raymond.
Nope.
Salem.
No.
Miller.
No.
Raymond.
No.
Gaffney.
No.
Gay.
No.
Carlucci.
Nope.
Gaffney.
Orland.
No.
Gay. Howland.
No.
No for
Carlucci.
Carrico. Arias.
Negative.
Orland.
No.
Howland.
Lands a
no.
no.
No for Carrico. Arias.
No.
Pittman.
No.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Yes.
Clark Murray.
No.
Pittman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Carlucci.
Yes.
Clark Murray. Paluso.
Absolutely yes.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
Carlucci.
Yep.
5
Paluso.
in favor,
Absolutely
14
yes.
opposed.
Mr. Secretary. Motion fails. Mr. Paluso on item number
5 in
10.
favor, 14 opposed.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion
President.
fails. Mr.
This is
Paluso
a
on item
$5
number
million
10.
ask coming out of the reserves.
Thank
For
you, Mr.
new
President.
sidewalk
This is a $5 million ask coming out
I think
of
in
the
the budget's got
reserves.
3.5
For
million
new
for sidewalks. However,
sidewalk
there are multiple
construction.
projects that have been in the
I think in
hopper
the
for
budget's
several
got
years. Those are
3.5
actual
million
CIP
for
projects.
sidewalks.
So I
However,
think there's
there are
only about
multiple projects that have been in the
500,000
hopper for several
for
years.
new
Those are actual
sidewalks
CIP
that are not
projects.
listed in the CIP.
So I think there's only
about 500,000 is for new sidewalks that are not listed in the CIP. Which we desperately need a lot of sidewalks, especially in our older neighborhoods. There are parts of my district, a lot of sidewalks, especially in our older neighborhoods, and then there are parts of my district more sidewalks where it just even though the easement is there, like a block or two later, we have a lot of kids walking to school, even though the easement is there. We have a lot of kids many of you walking to school. They have to go on the road, well, especially the older ones. I envision many of you have seen this problem. I mean, 20 million I understand is a lot, but 5 million I think is near and dear to me. I mean, 20 million I understand is a lot, but 5 million I think we can squeeze this one through.
Diamond.
Appreciate your support.
I'm sorry, No we one don't else in have the a queue. second. We have a Diamond. second. No speakers in the queue. I'm sorry, we Diamond. don't have a second.
No.
We have Miller. a second.
No.
Freeman. No speakers in the queue. Diamond.
No.
Yes, I need
Salem.
sidewalks.
No.
Miller.
Gay. No.
Freeman. Carlucci.
Yes, I need sidewalks.
Gay.
No.
If he comes back before the end of the vote, we'll call him. Boylan.
Only if it's for a man.
Comes back before the end of the vote, we'll call
No.
him. Boylan. Howland's a no. No
Only
for
if it's for a
Carrico.
man
Arias.
sidewalk. No.
Lanin.
No.
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 White. Howland's a no. No for Carrico. Arias.
No.
Lanin.
No.
Morrow.
No.
White. Pittman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Clark Murray.
Yes.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Carlucci.
Yep.
Clark Murray. Paluso.
Yes.
Yes.
There's White. Carlucci.
Yep.
White, you're on sidewalks.
Yes.
There's White. White, you're on All right. sidewalks. Mr. Secretary. All right. Mr. Secretary. Oh. Carlucci. Where's he at? Oh. Carlucci. Carlucci.
No.
Mr. Secretary. Carlucci.
6 in
No.
favor,
Mr.
13
Secretary.
opposed.
Motion fails.
6 in
We
favor,
are on number 13,
opposed.
Pittman. Motion fails. We already. I'm sorry. I'll clarify. We already took up 11. That was first. That was technical. We already. I'm sorry. I'll clarify. We already took up 11. Was already first. That was technical. Fully funding. And then number 12, Matt Carlucci 1 was already settled. So we are on fully funding the Northeast Florida Regional Council. You're recognized. So we are on Pittman, number 13. You're recognized.
To the chair, I am asking my colleagues to reconsider. To the chair, I am asking my colleagues to reconsider vote for this. It's such a small amount, and they do great work. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Such a small amount, and they do great work.
Councilperson. I was just
All
going
right,
to
we
say
have a
this
motion
moving
and a second.
$1,900 from
Councilman
below the line to above the line.
Councilperson. I was just
And I
going to
hope
say
there are
this
no other
moving
speakers,
$1,900
from below the line to
All
above the
right,
line.
Diamond.
And I hope there are no other
Salem.
speakers. I'll vote yes.
All He said right, yes. Miller. Diamond.
Yes.
Freeman. Salem. Gaffney.
Yes.
He said yes. Miller.
Yes. Yes.
Carlucci.
Freeman. Yes.
Borland. Gaffney.
Yes.
Howland. Yay.
Yes.
Yes. Carrico.
Carlucci.
Arias.
Yes.
Borland. Lanin.
Yes.
Howland.
Yes.
White. Yes.
Yes.
Carrico. Arias.
Yes.
Johnson. Lanin.
Yes.
Yes.
Morrow.
Clark
Murray.
Yes.
White. Carlucci.
Yes.
Pittman.
Yes.
Paluso.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary. Carlucci.
18 in favor,
Paluso.
1
Yes.
opposed.
Mr. All right, Secretary. the motion carries. We are
favor,
now on
1
number
opposed.
14, Councilmember Salem.
All right, the
You're
motion
recognized. Carries. We are now on number 14, Councilmember
Thank you,
Salem.
Mr.
You're
President.
recognized.
As I have stated, I have. Thank you, Mr. President. As I in telehealth have stated from my comments 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was contacted by a company. From my comments that 2 or 3 weeks ago, to you, I was contacted by a company performs this task that I have on an outcome-based basis. Health that do not charge performs this task on an outcome-based basis. The admissions do not charge anyone anything. The keep out of the admissions they there's a formula that's determined, and that's how they're paid. And if it's an insured patient, they determine, and that's how they're paid. Company. And if it's an insured patient, I'm not trying to reject insurance company. Our own telehealth. I want to put it below the line. I'm not trying to reject. We can gather more information. Our own telehealth. I want to put it below some of the questions I've had, and some of the questions raised by Councilmember Freeman as well I've had, and some of the questions raised by my commitment is I'll Freeman as well answered, and others, and try to resolve this as quickly as we can. Matt and see where we go with our telehealth. Try to resolve this as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
Where we go with our telehealth program.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
we had a big
Councilmember
meeting
Matt
on
Carlucci.
this, and the money was all taken out. We had a big meeting on this. Compromise, we put the money back in, and the money was all taken out. And we're whipsawing these compromise, we put the money back in, and so I appreciate the offer to meet, but we've already met. So I appreciate the offer to meet, but we've already met. And good friends, Ron, I don't want you picking out my toppings on my pizza. I'm not sure I'd get the cheese on it. Ron, I don't want you picking out my toppings on my pizza. We compromised to put this money back in. Now you're taking it away. Look, I just think that's bad faith. We compromised to put this money back in. Now you're taking it away. I just think that's bad faith. That's a great program. I don't know if the doctor's here still. It had to do with telehealth, but that's a great program. After we fund it, but I'm not going to support this. No pun intended. After we funded it, but I'm not going to back. Then we're going to take it away. I think that's unfair. We took it away, then we gave it back. Then we're going to take it away.
All right, thank you. Before we move on, Dr. Salem, I don't know if you actually moved and got a second on that, so I'll recognize you if you'd like to do so. Dr. Salem, I don't know if you actually moved and got a second on that, so I'll recognize you if you'd like to do so. We have a motion and a second on the Salem Amendment. We'll go to Dr. Johnson now. We have a motion and a second on the Salem Amendment.
I have a question for Dr. Salem. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for Dr. Salem. We are moving it a little bit more below the line. Don't understand, so does that mean the program stops until below the line? The council is satisfied. So does that mean the program stops until Dr. Salem? The council is satisfied. Can you help me understand the rationale for that, Dr. Salem?
I have just a number of questions whether
to the President. Thank you.
How the city should be funding this. Questions how other institutions should be supporting this. How the city should be funding this, and how other institutions should be supporting answered. Before we move forward, want to get a chance to get those questions answered.
So, thank you, Dr. Salem. What happens then, and maybe Dr. Joshi or someone from the administration can speak to this. What happens then, and maybe Dr. Joshi or someone from the administration can speak to this. Technically, from my understanding, this will not be funded come October 1. Technically, from my understanding, this will not be funded come October 1. This body comes and decides and blesses this particular action. This body comes and decides and blesses this particular action. Could you give me some feedback?
Yes, that's what that means, and let's not forget that it's not just diverting people from the ERs. Yes, that's what that means, and let's not forget that it's not just diverting people from the ERs, connecting them. Also, want to remind you all that they want this was a competitively bid process. Also, want to remind you all that they want this was a competitively bid process. They want an RFP. Telescope Health was chosen for this particular. So that's how
through the President, Dr. Joshi, is there a contract that we have with Telescope Health?
Absolutely, there is a contract.
Dr. Joshi, is there a contract that we have with Telescope?
Absolutely, it was a one-year contract with renewable years up to 3 renewable. It was a one-year contract with renewable years.
When does that contract come up for the renewal? Sorry to get
so it was an off-cycle contract.
When does that contract come up for the renewal?
Well, so it was an off-cycle contract, so it actually was, and so then we had that gap funding, if you guys remember, that took us through October, and so then we had that gap funding, if you guys remember, that took us through
because of the back-end technology used to create
it'll come up again.
Is there some kind of back-end technology that we would create this? If we shut it down and kind of wait to get something that we would questions answered that we don't even know what the questions are? Shut it down and then would we be in some kind of breach? Questions answered that we don't even know what the questions are? Would we be in some kind of breach?
Yeah, through the contract does state that it is dependent on city funding. So the contract does state that it is dependent on city funding.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi.
All right, Councilmember Puso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, the way I see it, if we were to put this below the line, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, the way I see it, if we were to put this below the line, if we're doing the normal cycle, at the quickest pace possible, and pass it until if we're doing the normal cycle. So it's going to be we're not going to see this or pass it until the very end of November. That is, it's going to be almost 2 months has gone through the process and should be starting on October 1. Again, the time in which has gone through the process and should be starting on October 1. Again, we should have programs like this available and ready cuts from the federal government and state. I just don't. We should have programs like this available and ready for people below the line. I just don't see why we would put it.
All right, Councilmember White.
I don't. But I would be happy to get a pizza with you.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, the only
Councilmember White.
problem I have is telehealth people just left. Yes, sir. Through the chair, the only problem I have is amendments. I don't know what we can do. Just left. They just left half them back in front of this. See these amendments. I don't know what we can do to. That's why I couldn't support them back in front of this. Doing this right now, even though I agree that that's why I couldn't support questions answered. But doing this right now, even though I agree that they just left the room, him getting some questions happy, and then maybe they should have had a copy that they just left the room. So I can't support happy, and then thank you. They should have had a copy.
Right, there are no
so I
others.
can't support this right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman?
No.
Right, there no other speakers in the queue. Councilman Diamond? No. No other speakers in the queue. Salem? So, Councilman Diamond? Miller?
No.
Yes. Freeman? Salem? Yes. Gaffney? Miller?
Yes. No.
Gay? Freeman?
Yes.
Yes. Carlucci? Gaffney?
No.
Yes. Boylan?
No.
Gay?
Yes.
Allen? Carlucci? Yes.
No.
Carrico? Arias? Boylan?
No. No.
Allen?
No.
Yes.
Morrow.
Carrico?
No.
Arias? White? Pittman?
Nope.
Johnson?
Morrow.
No. Clark Murray? White? Carlucci? Pittman?
No.
Peluso?
No.
Clark Murray? We only count one on his nose, Mr. Secretary.
No.
What is the verdict?
No.
We only count one on his
8
nose,
yeas,
Mr.
11
Secretary.
nays.
What is motion
the
fails?
verdict? 8 yeas, 11 nays.
The motion fails. All right, so the next item on your spreadsheet also was the Northeast Florida Regional Council, which the next item on your spreadsheet also was the Northeast Florida Regional Council, Johnson number item number 16, Johnson number 2. Brings us up to Johnson number item number 16, Johnson number 2.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move to
introduce your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move to budget stabilization contingency. Appropriate $1 million. The Jacksonville Urban Stabilization Contingency, you'll see it coming around. Thank you. The Jacksonville Urban, Mr. President.
All right, start clock.
First. This is for the Jacksonville Urban League, Mr. President. And I want to thank the members of the Urban League for being here up into the wee hours of the morning. And I want to thank the members of the Urban League for being here up into the wee hours of the morning. Empowerment Center that they're looking been a wonderful part of this community. The community empowerment near downtown, the northwest quadrant of Jacksonville, near Durkeeville, is something that can empower this community. But I think what's most important is something that urban empower this community. But I think what's most important, more than $2.5 million urban league federal government in funding they're already holding on to. More than $2.5 as a part of the terms of this community empowerment center, they're already holding on to. But as a part of the terms of this community empowerment center, the federal government wanted the city to have some skin in the game. Funds already got the center. The federal government wanted the city to have some skin in the game. $1 million. They've already got the center. Urban League going on in the process. Cities only raised $1 million right now. The money, the Urban League have the money in the process. They've already raised $2.5 million of the money by the federal government. Over half of the money they need. So if we put this in, the economic incentive that comes from the federal government is again something the economic incentive that comes from this out. It is a multi-million dollar opportunity for us out. It is a multi-$1 million opportunity. The Urban League has continued to do things in not only community development, but housing. The Urban League has continued to do job and workforce training, development, so many other programs. Housing they continue to do for this community. Job and workforce training, so many other programs. The city was they continue to do for this community. And I will fiduciary that the city Urban League's building on Union Street. I was there when it was fiduciary when it was open. For the Urban League's building on Union Street. Urban League fulfilled its commitment to the city before the Urban League fulfilled its commitment to the city partners. And they've already, like I said, secured this federal money. And so, colleagues, I hope you will support this $1 million so that we can make this dream a reality. Colleagues, I hope you will support this $1 million so that Urban League has done in this community since 1947. Continue the great work of the Jacksonville Urban League has done in this community since 1947.
All right, yes, sir. Councilman Leanin.
I'll take any questions.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr.
To the
President.
committee.
All right,
so going
yes,
back
sir.
to Finance
Councilman
Committee
Leanin.
again, this is one of many
Thank you,
items
President.
that we
To
really
the
got
committee.
back
So going back to
Finance
Committee again,
this is one of many items
and
that
this one
we really got
specifically,
back
and again, there were a number of
information
items
on
like that,
until
like
it
the Edward
came up.
Waters $9 million.
And this one specifically,
and again, there were a number of
items
significant
the Edward Waters $9 million
that we just
the Florida Theater,
a couple other
ahead of time.
This specific item, it was marketed as a Veterans Resource Center. Then the day of, there's confusion. This specific item, it was marketed as a Veterans Resource Center. I'm going to know tonight, I'm willing to there's confusion. Well, it's not really a Veterans Resource Center. I'm going to know tonight, I'm willing to meet with the vision of this is, and learn more about tonight. I can't get to a place where I can support the vision of this is. But tonight, I can't get to a place where I can support $1 million for this without understanding.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've met with the Urban League a number of times about this project. Thank you, Mr. President. I've met with the Urban League and I believe it's also going to be a veteran project. They do have federal funds exclusively veteran them, and I believe it's also going to be a veteran on certain federal dollars. Not exclusively veteran focus, but contingent on certain federal dollars. Especially given but it is designs that I've seen. I am in support of this, especially given that I am grateful to hear that designs that I've seen. I am in support of this, but I am grateful to hear that Councilmember Landon and others, if it doesn't get through tonight, we can talk about how we can get this through in another method.
I'm rising to just let you guys know where I stand on this. Mr. President, when it came to Finance Committee, let you guys know where I stand on this. Center. When it came to Finance Committee, Finance Committee was labeled we already have one. This will be a duplicative effort, and that's what we when we addressed the budget, we already have one. This will be a duplicative effort, and that's what we when we addressed the budget, we were talking about the reason why they had a Veteran Center under the name was things, and they stated the reason why they had a Veteran Center under the name was that's how they were able to tap into this was because they were. You just mentioned that they received I don't know how many millions of dollars of federal dollars by using that. You just mentioned that they received I don't know how many Veteran Center name. However, now they're back over here, and the Veteran Center part is removed. Center name. I don't like that. However, now they're back over here, so Veteran Center part is removed. And there's still a lot of questions to be answered. I'm not supporting this tonight, especially the fact that the name was still a lot of questions to be answered. The Veteran Center name. I'm not supporting this tonight, especially the fact that the name was changed and they used the Veteran Center name to get federal dollars.
Councilmember Freeman.
That just doesn't look good at all. So I'm not supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yet again, in politics, we know timing is everything.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This project, yet again, is politics. We know timing is last budget cycle. This project conversation has come to fruition in this last budget cycle
years ago.
And this conversation is happening that this group, similar to others that have come before us,
unfortunate
when they were coming at the last minute, similar to others that have come before us, a completion of their contract at the last minute. In my opinion, we're operating in good faith on their contract. That in my opinion, we're operating in good faith. I want to play the blame game. I know where that leads us, so that is not my goal here. I want to play the blame game. I personally see this more so that is not my goal here. Opportunity. I personally see this more so as a workforce. Look at an executive director. Opportunity that served his country faithfully. An executive director that has come back, and I do appreciate his affinity for veterans, and his appreciation for wanting to appreciate his affinity for veterans, city and our community, and his appreciation for wanting to ensure that in certain parts of our city and our community, just having access to it, but also having job skills and training, not along that I know my just having access to it, but also having job skills. And so I'll just close with this: I know my organization has done work in my opinion, and so I'll just close with this: is that it was very, not working with all the information, in my opinion, frustrating to see you all pondering over why working with all the information I knew before you. And in reality, what you saw on paper was true, but the process getting up to that, and in reality, what you saw on paper was true. Again, like I said, I've been on the losing end of more things tonight than I have been in the last 7 years. Again, like I said, I've been on the losing end of more things tonight than I have been in the last 7 years. But when I believe in something, I truly do stand for it. As we say, we don't listen, and we're listening to community. Supporting this is an opportunity to invest. As we say, part of our city, we're listening to community. This is an opportunity to invest, consider doing a part of our city. So thank you. That oftentimes
Councilwoman Pittman
consider doing infrastructure deals in. So thank you.
Councilwoman Chair, I'll just be brief. When Councilman Freeman was president, we actually asked the organization to go back and raise money. We actually asked the organization to go back actually before they raised money because they did come to us before they before they actually got the grant. Unfortunately, however you want to look at it. Unfortunately, they were successful getting however you want to look at it. But in the grant, they were successful. Could also serve the community. But in the grant, I think and I mentioned that when we were in finance. That this organization has a track record. We were in finance in a community. This organization has a track record. Services in a community. They have done what the city council has asked them to do. And they have done what the city council has asked them to do. There's a time limit. They're now back. I think, is that right? The funding. There's a time limit. I think, is that right? Sure, who's speaking? Can someone come up? Ms. Danford, who I'm not sure who's speaking. Can someone come up? Share with them your efforts and share with them what you all have been trying to do to make this successful. And what you all have been trying to do to make this successful.
To the chair, Dennis Stone, Jacksonville Urban League, General Counsel. To the chair, Dennis Stone.
So can you just share, either you or Ms. Danford, in terms of how long this project has been going on, you or Ms. Danford, when the money was received, how long this project has been going on, and have been trying to do what City Council has asked you to do, and you still kind of seem like we're trying to do what City Council have asked you to do, and it kind of seem like we're back to square one again.
And then we started the project in got funding a couple of years ago, and then been working to get the additional funding we need. And then we have been able to begin design. Get the additional funding we want it to be. We have been able to begin design to attract more funding, and that's where we are. So to speak, shovel ready to attract more.
And so I just want you all to consider. We find money for everything else. And so I just want you all to consider where this neighborhood, where they're potentially putting this neighborhood, which is in this neighborhood, where they're potentially putting this neighborhood, which is in historical community area. They need the support. The residents historical community, social services as well. So please consider social services as well. So please consider.
Thank you through the chair.
Councilman Gaffney Jr.
I forgot the gentleman's name. Thank you. Is this a veteran center or a workforce development? I forgot the gentleman's name. Center. Is this a veteran center or a workforce development
Community and Veterans Empowerment Center? It is actually called the Community and Veterans Empowerment Center. Entrepreneurship development, to provide services, everything from as well as entrepreneurship, given the number of veterans in the services, as well as services they might given the number of veterans along with others in the community. For instance, services they might need along with others in the community. So, for instance, again, mental health community center that will also Again, it's a community center.
Through the chair, two more questions. Is the federal funds contingent upon this $1 million? And through the chair, two more questions. Is the federal funds contingent upon this $1 million? Based off this $1 million. Is the federal funds contingent?
No, we already have
based off this $1 million.
$2 million from the feds.
Okay. My last question is, if you guys don't get this $1 million, I guess where do that leave you guys? My last question is, if you guys don't get this $1 million, I guess where do that leave you guys?
We'll need one more million after that.
So I guess you won't start.
Yeah, but we'll need one more million after that.
So okay, so you have time.
That would be in year 3.
All right, thank you. Okay, so you have
all right, Councilmember Howland, the Vice President.
All right, thanks, Mr. President. One thing that came up during finance hearings is that this is a 3-minute bike ride along the S line from workforce development, et cetera. Which also when it was noted that there is a dearth of veteran services in the area, and when it was noted that there is a dearth of veteran services in the area, do military and veteran affairs on a rotating basis. They do it at several libraries. They agreed to do it at Emory too. So on a rotating basis, if I had my druthers, I would invest in increasing services at Emmett Reed. If I had my druthers, I would invest in increasing services at Emmett Reed rather than down the S line. The S line meant to connect a new location, just 3 minutes. This one's very close. Down the S line. The S line meant to connect neighborhoods to each other. This one's very close. Thanks.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to go along the same lines as what
Thank you, Mr. President.
Was talking about.
I was going to go along the same
lines
with what the other
Councilman Howland was talking about. I just wanted to see how this
very close to
with
there and
the other
military
affairs and veterans department. Very close to there.
I don't see anyone here from
military
affairs and veterans department.
That would be my concern.
I don't see anyone here for that
for their department, but
that would be my concern, and I'd want to
explore that further before.
Just wanted to ask.
I would agree.
The federal dollars you got.
You received.
Just wanted to ask.
The federal dollars you all received,
you received through the chair.
What federal dollars you all received?
Those dollars? Were those associated with? How did you get those dollars? Were those
veterans center
associated with?
What was the stipulation to have a veterans center?
Or
what was the stipulation to receive those dollars from the federal level?
It was a congressional authorization. We did propose to have a community and. We did propose to have a community and to provide veterans workforce development, business development, to provide other services. Workforce development useful not only for the local community that would be non-veterans, not only veterans as well. The local community.
But was that part of the stipulation that it be?
Was that part of the stipulation
facility to receive those federal funds?
A veteran?
No, I wouldn't say that. It was
facility to receive those federal funds.
No, I wouldn't say that. It was what if we had. We were asked what we would want to do with a facility.
Okay, thank you. I still would want to hear more from MABD.
Okay, thank you.
And others.
I still would want to hear more from
MABD
and others associated before I could go with this. Thank you.
Next up, Council President Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Through the Vice President to the auditors, this is asking for $1 million. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Through the Vice President to the auditors, this is asking for $1 million out of the Budget Stabilization Fund.
To the President right now, $1,959,000.
is left to the president right now. $1,959,059.
I did meet with the Urban League.
$1,959,000.
Yes, sir.
What's today? Tuesday. Yesterday, I did meet with the Urban League. Finally got to learn about this project. I'm still a little confused, and I like the spirit of it. I like the idea of it, but I did tell the gentleman, confused, the board member that I met with, the spirit of it. I like the idea of it, but I did tell the gentleman that we could board member that I met with that bring it back to another forum, get it through to council another way, work on it, which I would bring it back in another forum, get it in front of this council another way. 1:30 in the morning now, which I would. I just don't know. I would love to see because for my support. 1:30 in the morning now. At the $1 million price tag, which we barely have baked enough for my support. Especially at the $1 million price tag, which we barely have. I think I'm going to be a no for now. That in the welcome you to come back and let's get this funding in front of us later on in the year. But I would welcome you to come back and let's get this funding in front of us later on in the year. And Councilmember Johnson for the second time.
Thank you. I'll be brief, Mr. President. Kim,
Councilmember Johnson
through the President to Ms. Taylor. Thank you. I'll be brief, Mr. President. Kim, through the President to Ms. Taylor. I have 1.958. Am I right in that number?
Specifically, through the chair to Councilmember Johnson, no, sir, we have $1,959,243.17.
Thank you. Quickly, and I'm sorry to take up a little of my time. I know we spent some time talking about a number, Mr. President, a name. A little of my time. I know we spent some time talking about a number, Mr. President, a name center just for veterans. This is my first hearing, and I've done a lot of research, and I've been at Emmett Reed for veterans. This is my first hearing, and I've done a lot of research, and I've been at Emmett Reed. I didn't know there was a veterans center. With all due respect, I'm there. The president to Councilman all the time. I didn't know there was a veterans center something for that community. I'm there. You brought it up about something all the time. But again, let's make sure that we're talking apples. You brought it up, not apples and oranges, persimmons or whatever you want to come up with. We need to make sure that we are having apples and oranges, persimmons or whatever you want to come up with. We need to make sure that we are having the same discussion about the same thing. I don't think it's not fully baked. I think it's important. I don't think it's. I would not have sponsored it. I don't think it's not fully baked. But the other thing that's important here, I would not have sponsored it. Why it's named, but the other thing, community and veterans empowerment center, and I've been one of the reasons why the Urban League and the president and veterans empowerment center. I've been Richard Danford for a long time. President, who's a brilliant man, but the reason he put it in is for a long time. Dr. Danford is who's a brilliant man, but the reason he put it in is because time in Vietnam and saw what happened when these veterans came back to the United States from Vietnam. Were treated so very poorly. Came back to the United States from Vietnam and were treated so very poorly. He wanted those veterans to be seen. But for us to come and flex that by saying, oh, well, the center is called this, and now for us to come and complicate that by saying, oh, well, the center is called this, let's look at the fact that the Urban League case, I think we just want to find something given to this community. Let's look at the fact that the Urban League has back to the Urban League. Thank you, gentlemen. Given to this community.
All right, thank you. No one else is in the queue.
Let's give back to the Urban League. Thank you, gentlemen.
Councilman Diamond. All right, thank you. No one else is in the queue. Salem. Let's vote. Miller. Councilman Diamond.
No for now.
Freeman. Salem.
Yes.
No.
Miller. Gaffney.
No for now.
Freeman. Yay.
Lose again. Yes.
No. Gaffney. Carlucci. One of those Italian names. Carlucci. No. So sorry. Carlucci. One of those Italian names. No for Carlucci. Arias.
No.
Lanin.
Boylan. No.
Allen.
No.
No for Carrico. Arias.
Wait. No.
Lanin.
No.
Pittman. Morrow.
No.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
No.
Clark.
Pittman.
Murray.
Yes.
Johnson. She said yes.
Yes.
Carlucci. Clark. Murray.
Peluso. Yes.
She said yes. Mr. Secretary.
Carlucci. Yep.
Peluso.
Yes.
7 yeas, 12 nays.
Mr. Secretary. Motion fails. Johnson, you're back up with item 17. Motion fails. Johnson, you're back up with item 17.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I want to say thank you as well, too, as they leave for staying. Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I want to say thank you as well, too, as they leave for staying. Mr. Stone and Ms. Stanford, thanks for staying for that. Moving on to amendments. My next amendment is for the Jacksonville Public Library for appointing liaison and liaison. Thank you so much, I don't want to say understudy, but the other person that is joining me on the library board this time. I don't want to say understudy, but the other person that is joining me on the library board this time. For the first time, Councilman Miller, in some of one of the things I think is important, as you'll see here from the budget stabilization contingency. Some of the funding, I want to make sure that our libraries from the budget stabilization contingency. But I want to make sure that our libraries have what they need. They did. We only gave them $250. I did say I would bring it forward if we can find a way to do that for the. I did say I would bring it forward if we can find a way to do that for the things. I think we do a lot with what we have. Materials. We must also understand, Mr. President, I think we do a lot system is one of the largest in the country. In fact, we just won an award for one of the largest in the country. In fact, we just won an award for our this gives an opportunity for one of the most things that we have in the library to expand. This gives an opportunity for us things that we have in the library to expand. Not just that list. I think it's a way to provide our community with the best access and resources not just that list. So I hope you'll join me in supporting this with the best so that we can make sure that our library has those additional resources. So that we can make sure that our library has those additional resources.
Thank you, sir. He's got a second. Councilman Lanin.
I don't know if that causes our meeting to end right then. If the floor leader's mic loses,
no,
I don't know if that
causes
our meeting to end right then. If the floor leader's mic loses,
so if you were here this morning at 12, you know that no one's allowed to leave.
The word cut again. So just so we're clear, through the president to the committee, I heard the word cut again. The library's book budget year over year by $250,000. Again, I said in finance there are only 4 line items that were cut from the budget. Again, I said in finance there are only 4 line items that were cut. It doesn't exist. So year over year there were 4 line items cut. Never budgeted and one of those has already been restored tonight. So I just want to make sure we understand where we're starting from. And one of those year over year been restored tonight. So just want to make sure we understand where we're starting from. Already increased year over year $250,000, and that's what the budget as substituted already increased it by $250,000.
Thank you, Councilman Harris.
The Finance Committee did.
I think, Mr. President, I was actually
had that on my notes. The
second part that I have on my notes is very simple. I was actually had that on my notes. And the second part that I have on my notes, we talked about numerous action items. Mr. Rogers, one of which came up with finance. We talked about the second was your rental facilities, one of which was and how you guys are talked about. But the second was your rental, but really it's not and how you guys are literally losing money. I know you guys are trying to provide a good service at a very low cost, but the fact of the matter is you haven't raised your rates since prior to COVID cost. And the fact of the matter is you haven't raised your rates since prior to COVID. Venue hall has raised the rates across the board across the city. I think this goes back to my point. Event venue hall has raised the rates. So I think this goes back to my point. Something respectable. If you bring them up, you'll have money there. I don't even want to call it market rate, but at least I know that if you don't mind coming up, sir, you'll have money there for these because I think there's a lot of money left on the table. If you don't mind coming up, sir, I'll call you up for those books because I think there's a lot of money left on the table, and this is where the money can come for those books.
Through the president to Mr. Arias. Tim Rogers, Jacksonville Public Absolutely, Library. And as we had that conversation, I totally agree with you. Absolutely, and as we had that conversation, I totally agree with you. In the conference center has to be used in the conference center. The funding cannot transfer that money in the conference center has to be used in the conference center. So I cannot transfer that money to use for materials.
And through the chair, through the president,
is very explicit.
Thank you, sir. And through the chair, through the president. The other part is. The way you fund the conference centers, we can change that. But the other part is doesn't have to be just through the way you fund the conference centers rental, right? Could it come from any other pocket? The source doesn't have to be just through conference centers rental, right? Could it come from any other pocket, like the employees or supplies from any other fund the conference centers budget item on your like the employees or supplies from any other revenue budget item on your entire budget, or does it have to come only from revenue
through the president through Mr. Arias? The way the conference center is supposed to work is to be self-funded. The way the conference center is supposed to work through the conference center is to be self-funded. All of the staff, all of the dollars that are taken in through the conference center are supposed to fund all of the staff, all of the materials, all of that.
All this budget passes come October, we'll work on legislation to change that for you. Once all this budget passes come October, we'll work on legislation to change that. Thank you. But just
Councilman Freeman,
do your part. Bump up those rates. All right.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly because 40-ish now. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly because I have been members. I am a huge supporter of the librarians. So this is not an indictment on the members, and I think all of our. I'm not a math major, so this is not an indictment. I'm trying to do math, and I'm trying to make sure when I see where this funding source was looking like it was coming from. Trying to make sure when I see that number was dwindling, where this funding source was looking like it was coming from, just a smidgen of that number for Urban League, and I think that if it came back in a different format, smidgen of support for Urban League format, if it came back just a glimmer of hope format and in a more polished format, and if there's just all a glimmer of hope on this council for a while, but yet again, think about it, the time on your council, all of us have been on medical examiner's office. Just think about it. Just in your tenure here, in my tenure here, medical examiner's office, Success Zone. I remember us doing some things just there. In your tenure here, in my tenure, when is the last Newtown Success Zone? I remember us doing some things there in the community. When is the last time we hear oftentimes up here saying that we don't? We have a chance to do it. We have potential. That we hear oftentimes up here saying if it gets to your liking. We have a chance to do it. So before I go to the library, which I think we can address maybe later in the budget. So before I go to the library, which I think we can address maybe later in the budget. I'm going to vote no on everything to make sure that you all had. They still have an opportunity to do something that I think is going to be very powerful that you all had. And I'm just basing that off of what I saw a little STEM center do powerful in the community. And I'm just basing that off of what I saw a little STEM center do off and looking at these dashboards on the city that you all look at that were done by kids that you all, and looking at these dashboards on the city that you all imagine what they would do kids that you in the community as well voted on and improved. I can only imagine.
All right, thank you. No one else
in the community as well.
Queue. So. All right, thank you. No one else in the queue. Salem. So.
No.
Miller.
Yes.
Diamond. Raymond.
No.
Forgot, but I think I'm supposed to be
Miller.
No.
Yes.
Raymond. Gaffney.
Yes. Forgot, but I think I'm supposed to be no.
Carlucci.
No.
Gaffney. Borland.
Yes.
No.
Gay. Allen. Carlucci.
No. No.
No for Carrico. Arias.
No.
Allen.
No.
Lanin.
No.
Morrow. No for Carrico.
Yes.
Arias. White.
No.
Lanin.
No.
Pittman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Clark
No.
Murray. Pittman.
Yes.
Carlucci. Johnson. Paluzzo.
Yes.
Yes.
Clark Murray. Mr. Secretary. Carlucci.
Yep.
Paluzzo.
Yes.
8
Mr.
yeas,
Secretary.
11 nays.
Motion fails.
8
We're on
yeas,
number
11 nays.
18.
Motion fails.
Councilmember White. We're on
You're
number
recognized.
18. Councilmember White.
Yes,
You're
sir, through the
recognized.
president, this is my amendment that.
Yes, sir, through the
with
president,
This is my amendment that, with the rollback of money, take it out of operating reserves. What I would like to do is put it in a contingency money, take it out of operating reserves. Put it in a contingency. With the reserves, it'll just create another reserve within the three reserves instead of two. With the reserves, it'll just create another reserve within the three reserves instead of two. Where people really control that, where they feel safe. That'll put our public safety places where they don't do anything that takes 13 votes to feel safe. I think I heard you understand that. I think that's probably where Mr. Howland and 2 or 3 others are. But if I understand that, I think that's probably where Mr. Howland and 2 or 3 others are. But if I could just get do it in 2 weeks, if we could pull it out of reserves, if you'd speak to that, Mr. Howland, or the finance chair, pull it out of reserves, if you'd speak to that, Mr. Howland, know where we are, chair, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Howland, you're recognized.
Can go home.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
know where we
President.
are. I would appreciate it.
Mr.
I think it's
Howland,
government
recognized.
access, not
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
tax relief,
President.
which threatens public safety.
I
I think it's government access, not tax relief, which threatens public safety. That said, I absolutely understand White's floor amendment would bring level of comfort and as Councilman White stated, this would come from the operating reserves requiring 2/3. And as Councilman White stated, this would come from the operating reserves requiring 2/3. I have already prepared an emergency in and out budget as amended. So I have already prepared an emergency in and out 47133 from general fund operating reserves. Exactly what you're proposing. To the special council reserve 47133 from general fund operating reserves, which would be voted on special council reserve police and fire October 14th account. So which would be voted on an emergency in and out. It would just October 14th. So while it's not ideal, unprotected for 3 weeks, it would just leave in then that account that you wanted to create unprotected for 3 weeks. Thank you. And then that account that you wanted to create would be created.
Thank you, Mr. Howland.
All right, Councilman White, still the floor. Are you moving your amendment? Did you get a second? Are you keeping that, or are you asking for a withdrawal? Are you moving your amendment? Did you get a second? Are you keeping that, or are you asking for a withdrawal?
Explanation, I got a motion and second. Withdraw it, but with that explanation, commitment, I think I will withdraw it. If somebody else wants to get on the queue, if it comes from you, give me a commitment. If somebody else wants to get on the queue and tell me, make them feel a bit better. Commitment, I can't ask for that, but could we do a straw poll? Make them feel a bit better.
I will ask the question to OGC. Can we do a straw poll? I will ask the question to OGC. Can we do a straw poll on how we feel about that?
Consideration of an item that's not before the council. So to the extent that you want to poll the council, of an item that's not before the council. So to the extent that you want to poll the council as the presiding officer, if there's no objection,
the entire queue is full. So as the presiding officer, I'm going to go around the horseshoe. The entire queue is full. Take 30 seconds to say as the presiding officer, I'm going to go around the horseshoe. And you can take 30 seconds to say I wouldn't support this at a later date. Diamond, at this amount.
Yes, Mr. President, I would support it.
Wouldn't support it tonight. Diamond.
Mr. Randy, I hope you vote
yes,
for the
Mr.
budget
President,
tonight
I would
because
support
we're
it.
all committed to do this for you.
All right, Salem.
Randy, I hope you vote for the budget tonight because we're all committed to do this for you.
I'm fully committed to police and fire. I think I've said that. I'm trying to protect the reserves for them. To police and fire. I think I've said that. I'm trying to protect the reserves for them. Separate account is gives them comfort level beyond what I have said, separate account, so be it. Gives
Councilman
them
Miller.
comfort level beyond what I have said,
I'm
so
happy
be
to
it.
support
Councilman Miller.
either way, actually. I'm happy to support, happy to do that. Either
as I've always
way,
supported
actually,
the men and women
happy to do that.
as I've always supported
the
men
public
and women
safety folks.
of
I'm comfortable either way.
public
actually.
safety
Thank
Raymond.
folks. So
Yes, thank you. I rise
I'm
in support of
comfortable
it.
either
And
way,
I was going to
actually.
say,
Thank
if anybody has an appetite yes, to thank do you. I more, rise in support of it, and I was going to say,
pledge that we
if
made to
anybody
them
has an
in front of
appetite
a
to do more, I
room
would.
filled with them, that we are committed, and this is the
pledge
body
that we
that
made to them in front
has
of
proven itself to be supportive of it,
that we are committed,
through
and
the
this is the
president,
body
to
that
Councilmember White, has proven itself to be supportive of it, which is 1 year.
through the
If it
president
needs
to
to
go
go
up
up
more,
more,
I
I
think
think
this is the time
13.4,
that we have
those
which is
1 year.
conversations.
If it needs to go up
and
more,
we back
I
up our
think
talk
this is the
that
time
we've
that
been
we have
talking
those
when we did when we talked about
conversations.
millage.
And we back
Through
up
the
our
chair,
talk
thank
that
you,
we've been
Mr. President.
talking when
Yeah,
we
the junior.
talked about the millage.
Through the chair, I'm happy to support.
And
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, the junior. Councilmember Gay.
Support. I mean, either way,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
next
I'm
week,
all
2
in
weeks from now.
support of the.
Councilmember Gay.
As Councilman Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm all recommended, and I also would support Councilman Howland increasing that amount as recommended.
Thank
and
you,
I also
Carlucci.
would support.
Thank you,
increasing
Mr. President.
that
Yeah, I'll
amount as
support
well.
and adding as a
Thank you,
co-introducer.
Carlucci. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll
Boylan.
support and
I
adding
like
as
the
a
idea of
co-introducer.
perhaps
Thank you.
increasing if
All
necessary.
right.
Let's take a look what the
Boylan.
numbers say. What's
I
going to
like
make
the idea of
make us all
perhaps
feel good about increasing if
All right,
necessary.
Howland.
Let's take a look what
Clear
the numbers
support.
say. What's going to make
All
us
right,
all
I'll
feel
speak
good
from
about
the
that.
seat since this All right, isn't Howland. a matter
Clear
that's
support.
before us. So I would All right, I'll obviously speak support it at a later date.
This
I will
isn't
not
a
support it tonight
matter
just
that's
because
before us.
so I would obviously get out of here,
at a
which
later
we're not
date.
going
I
to
will
get out
not
of here
support it
anyway
tonight
until
just
the
because
sun comes
of
up.
the
So
triggering of the
not going to do it
13
tonight, but I will support
we're not
more.
gonna get out of here
20
anyway
million if you
until
want, and
the
I'm just
sun
throwing a
comes
number
up.
out
So
there. I'll also
not gonna do it
co-introduce.
tonight,
But I will support more. 20 million if you want, and I'm just throwing a number out there. I'll also
Thank you, Mr.
co-introduce.
President, I was actually going to suggest the same number.
Darius.
$20 million is what I'll propose. Thank you, Mr. President. I was actually going to suggest the same number. $20 million is what I'll propose. Reserves, so the fact that we're doing this on October 14th, it's not easy to pull from the reserves. So the fact that we're doing this on October 14th, we get this one shot. Let's make it
fully
count.
support the
$20 million
legislation as well.
is what I'll
Tomorrow,
propose as well.
Lena.
And I'll fully support the legislation as well.
Tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I was going to support it as well. In fact, I was prepared to amend it tonight and increase it as well. In fact, to see how far you guys would go. I was prepared to amend it tonight and increase it on the 14th to see how far you guys would go. And hopefully it's 20 or 25 million. On the 14th, instead of I'll be there, and hopefully it's 20 or 25 million instead of money we amount 13.
All right.
See where
White.
I'm speechless right now, thank you.
Pittman. All right. White.
I'm
Kobe, you have
speechless
anything?
right now, thank you.
Pittman. Still support. Johnson. Kobe, you have anything?
You said 30 seconds, so I will support, but this is, I want to remind us, this is performative. You said 30 seconds, so I will support, but this is, I want to remind us, this is performative and does not address, Mr. President, the growing need that we have to ensure the public safety is taken care of. Because the men and women that are coming to make sure I'm taken care of, I don't want my house to burn down. We need to make sure the men and women that are coming to make sure I'm taken care of. We're just bandaging a bullet wound, which means eventually we're going to bleed out. And now we're just bandaging a bullet wound, which means eventually we're going to bleed out. Thank you.
I intend to support my friend Councilmember White, but I will talk to the FOP and to the firefighters first to see what they may suggest. The FOP because this was not the firefighters first, but I will see what they may suggest. Because this was not their first choice, but I will certainly consider it. And
I think, Mr. President, I would support it. I do have to say, I mean, to the point that I made a bunch of times. I would support it. I do have to say, I mean, to the point that I made a massive delta as the year has gone on. So it's 13 million that we're not going to get a massive delta as the years go on. Over the course of 5 years. 13 million that we're not going to get. It's just a drop in the bucket. 75 million over the course of 5 years. By doing this, it's just a drop in the bucket. Budget to put into this fund. Every year for the next couple of years and take money. Why would we not set ourselves up to ensure that we're not just supporting police and fire, but the whole city? Why would we not set ourselves up to ensure that we're not just supporting police and fire, growing this fund naturally? And make sure that we would support it. I also got to say we still haven't even talked about affordable housing or any other big items. I would support it. I also got to say we still haven't even talked about affordable housing or any other big items. There needs to be
30 seconds. You're going to support the.
Yeah, I'll support it. But there needs to be
30 seconds.
Still,
you're going to support.
Go back to the initial millage. Yeah, I'll support it. But I'm telling you now, we should still.
All right, thank you. I think everyone in the back and everyone on the dais heard we have overwhelming support for In-N-Out emergency. Everyone in the back circulate that heard we have co-introducers. In-N-Out emergency. OGC is going to circulate that no doubt for co-introducers. With that being said, Mr. We close White, on that. Would you like to move? So. With that being said, Mr. White, would you like to back as a separate piece of legislation and avoid a 2/3 vote
vote. We can bring that back as a separate piece of legislation and avoid a two-thirds vote necessary.
Mr. President,
All right, motion and a second on the withdrawal.
Number 13.
All in favor of the withdrawal, raise your hand and hold it high. Motion and a second on the withdrawal. All in favor of the withdrawal, raise your hand and hold it high. All right, item 18, white number 2 has been withdrawn. All right, item 18, white number 2 has been withdrawn. Mr. Carlucci. Brings us Matt Carlucci, you're recognized for item number 19. Mr.
I'll make this
Carlucci.
very quick.
Matt Carlucci, you're recognized for item number 19.
Affordable housing. This is an
I'll make this very
opportunity.
quick. This will not go to the cultural council.
Housing.
Some
This is
people
an
have
opportunity.
some reason.
This will not go to the cultural council.
I know some people have,
but this will
some
just
reason
help
to-
builders
to
make
not like that
building
particular
home projects
method,
more affordable.
but this will just help
And
builders
this is a
make
big issue in our city,
building
and I
home
would
projects
propose
more
taking this
affordable.
from
budget
And this is a
stabilization.
big issue in our city,
And I hope
and
that
I
you will
would
support it.
propose
Thank
taking
you.
this from budget stabilization.
He's got a second, so
And
it's
I
on the
hope
floor
that
for
you will
discussion.
support it.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Paluso.
Thank you, Mr.
He's got
President.
a
I would love
second,
to
so
see
it's
what
on
we
the floor
just
for
did
discussion. Councilmember
for
Paluso.
The last item. Thank you, Mr. President. I would love to see what we just did. $5 million that we could do in an emergency for affordable housing. $5 million. We've heard about it that we could do time again in an emergency individuals this evening. Affordable housing. We hear about it. We've heard about it time and time again. It's clearly a major issue for hear about it all the time. City. It's clearly a major issue for those who are in uniform. City. Make sure we have a commitment for those who are trying to in uniform. We find a place to live in our great city. Sure, we have a commitment. Going to make it easier on police and fire as well. Find a place to live in our great city. Affordable place to live. Going to make it easier on police and fire.
All right,
as well.
Councilman
Make
Salem.
sure that people have a safe, affordable place to live.
All right, Councilman Salem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of all the things that revolve around housing, the one. Thank you, Mr. President. Of all the things I prefer around down payment assistance, one that it just breaks my heart that is down payment assistance is renting an apartment. It just breaks my heart. Similar to is renting an payment on a house, but they lack similar to $5,000 or $10,000 payment on a house, like they lack down payment on a house, $5,000 or $10,000. That's where my heart is like in terms for a down payment on a house. And I would prefer that's where my heart is in terms of this in this. And I would prefer
Thank you.
That.
All right, Councilmember Joe Carlucci.
In this arena. Thank you.
All right,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Joe
Through the Chair
Carlucci.
to Councilmember Matt Carlucci, are there any matching dollars associated? Through the Chair to Councilmember Matt Carlucci, are there any matching dollars?
Well, there could have been if I went through the cultural council, but there's some council members that have a real problem with that. Well, there could have been if I went through the cultural council. So I didn't go that route. This goes through the mayor's office have a real problem with that. And what it does, I didn't go that route. This goes through the mayor's office and neighborhoods. Home builders. And what it does to help them reduce the price of affordable housing for home builders, to help them $3 million in the budget, price of affordable housing in advance. And I had $3 million in the budget through my leadership housing in on the garbage fee. I brought $55 million to your daggum my leadership on the garbage fee. I brought $55 million to your daggum budget. I've been trying to get affordable housing for $1 million bucks. Come on, and that's what I've been trying to get affordable housing for to help me on something that I'd like to get. That's what it would plead with you. There you have it. To help me on something that I'd like to get.
Thank you for answering my question with additional commentary. All right, and appreciate that. thank you for answering my question with additional and I was going to mention what you mentioned anyways, which was there was and I was going to mention what you mentioned anyways, which was there was a dollars in desire initial you like 45 million and 30 and 15 or whatever. So initial, I'm happy to support this. 45 million today and 15 or whatever. My preference would be I'm happy to support this today. And last, my preference would be one more question through the chair to Mr. Carlucci. And last, is this going to go towards one more question through the chair to Mr. Carlucci? Is this going to go towards home builders building homes? Is it going to be for home ownership, or is it just like anybody? You said home builders building homes. Is it going to be for home ownership, or is it just like anybody?
Home ownership.
All right, you sold me.
Councilmember Boylan, the first time.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember Boylan, the first time.
I'd like to consider an amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. To increase that to $1,959,243. I'd like to consider an amendment to increase that to $1,959,243. The balance of the stabilization fund takes the balance of the
two-thirds to where you want to be,
Councilman Carlucci. So I'm going to offer that as two-thirds to where you want to be, Councilman Carlucci. So I'm going to offer that as an amendment, and I've heard a second over here somewhere.
All right. Shall we clear the queue and get back on to now the Boylan amendment to the amendment? Shall we clear the queue and get back on to now the Boylan amendment to the amendment?
I was no on $1 million. I'm a no on $2 million. Wiping out the stabilization fund. I was no entirely. I'm a no on incredibly $2 million. Wiping out the stabilization fund entirely is incredibly irresponsible. A year ago, it's half-baked because it was a half-baked. If you're going to spend $1 million a year ago, it's half-baked now. 5 better plans. If you're going to spend $1 million on affordable housing, I can give you 5 better plans than this one. There's way better ideas. Keep it below the line. If we really want to go do some housing stuff, there's way better ideas than this one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually
Councilman
in the
Harris.
bathroom, but I concur with my colleague, Councilman Mr. President. I actually down payment assistance in the bathroom, but I concur with my colleague, Councilman right now. So if anything, I would actually like to reallocate the money. At least the very least, I want to. So if anything, I would actually like to reallocate the money. At least the very least, I think our budget stabilization $250,000 to that. But at the end of the day, I think our budget stabilization fund come in. So I just ask my colleagues to just leave it as it is. Clearly, there's no support for $1 million. There's definitely no support for 1.9 as it is. However, there are clearly there's no support for $1 million. There's definitely not down payment assistance is really. However, there are other because it will keep people off the streets. Down payment assistance is really the most important part because it will keep people off the streets from their homes right now as it is.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I'm very much in support of
this.
Councilmember
Peluso.
The dollar number. Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I'm very much to the point. Very much in support of expanding the dollar number from the president to the point. I mean, not to the point. Not only are you on the finance committee, but you just said, oh, you got 5 other options that you could do. Not only are you on the finance committee, earlier this evening about how people you got 5 other need to be finding more affordable housing. Literally spoke earlier this evening about how people need to be finding more affordable housing.
Through the president, I would love to. If we had a building department that's halfway decently managed, you'd actually be able to build housing in Jacksonville. Through the president, I would love to. If we had a building department that's halfway decently managed, we have a housing be able to build housing in Jacksonville. It's a supply problem. This administration is held up. We have a housing able to get houses built in Jacksonville. Much worse than when Lenny Curry was here. Being able to get houses built in Jacksonville. Much worse than when Lenny Curry was here. And now we have and we can use the $1 million to do that. So I would start there.
Through the president.
And we can use the $1 million to do that.
Do you not want to expand through the president's building permit department or something? Did you not during finance committee budget hearings? Building permit department? That would solve this problem during your finance committee budget hearings?
Mr. Peluso.
That would solve this problem.
The mayor through the president budget, and we looked at this budget. And it was grossly, disgustingly overspending. And we looked at this by over $100 million. And it was grossly, adding even more to it, overspending. I think by over $100 million taxpayers. So adding even more to it would do nothing but hurt the Jacksonville taxpayers. So if we just halfway decently manage the city, we'd be having a lot more housing in Jacksonville. So if we just halfway decently manage the city, we'd be having a lot more housing.
You expanded ACPS? To the president, Councilmember Diamond. You expanded ACPS. You expanded ACPS. That kind of odd. You added more FTEs there, but not in building department. You expanded ACPS. I found that kind of odd. You added more FTEs there.
Are you good?
In building department.
All right, Councilman Freeman. Are you good?
Sure.
All right, Councilman Freeman.
2 a.m. Thank you, Council President. I'm just going to rise again. All right, it's 2 a.m. Thank you, Council President. Consistent in what I've said. I'm just going to rise again to you all talk when we talked about the urban league. In what I've said. You all and listening to you all talk when we talked about the urban league. That it wasn't baked. You all and you were ready. You wanted to learn more about it, and you said that it wasn't baked. So I'm going to be a no against anything. You were ready. You wanted to learn more about it. That takes money from the hope that I'm going to be a no against anything to an organization that takes money will fill the hope that we just gave that will benefit from an organization. And now to add value to this conversation, there are some very notable, and now to add value to this conversation, there are some very notable that are doing business in our city, affordable home builders, attainable home builders, take a portion of the rent that are doing business in our city, that percentage of AMI, and I can't speak all of that portion of the rent, and they are take a percentage of AMI, and I can't speak all of that towards down payment assistance, but they take a portion. You all are not aware of that, and I would strongly encourage you to talk to groups like VESCOR. I think I just read JWB was doing it. I would strongly encourage you to talk to groups like VESCOR. I think I just read JWB was doing it. And maybe what you're considering trying to do between, and let's try to look for some solutions where we can really get out and help people, and we can stop kind of, and let's try to look for some solutions where we can really get out and help people, and we can stop.
All right, we got 2 members on the queue for the second time. I'd like to speak, Mr. Vice President. If you can recognize. All right, we got 2 members on the queue for the second time. I'd like to speak, Mr. Vice President.
You are recognized, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since this is the last amendment, and after this goes through, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since this is the last amendment, and after this goes through, Diamond amendments are in there. Voting on the full budget with all these amendments. Budget with the Diamond amendments. Diamond amendments. I'd be willing to put all this 1.9 to affordable housing, Mr. Carlucci. If I'd be willing to put all this 1.9 to affordable housing, Mr. Carlucci. If you would vote for the full budget, I'm telling you, I can count amendments in it. I'll come with you.
Mr. President,
And it's
I
a
don't
swing
make deals
vote.
on
I'm
the
telling
floor.
you, I can count. Sounds good. I'll come
I
with
don't
you.
make,
No,
Mr.
you're
President,
good.
I don't make deals on the floor.
All right, sounds good.
No, I don't make.
No, you're.
I
was recognized. Mr. Joe Carlucci. I was recognized.
All right, so on the
Mr. Joe
Boylan
Carlucci.
amendment, I'm not going to support the Boylan amendment.
Vote it down.
I'm good with just 1 million.
All right, so on the Boylan
amendment, I'm not going to support the Boylan amendment. I'm good with just 1
pot.
million. So anyways, that's where I'm at, and that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Macalucci.
Anyways, that's where I'm at, and that's all I had. Thank you, Mr.
Look,
Chair.
All right,
I have
Mr.
never
Macalucci
seen
for the
a
second
council that
time.
can find more reasons to not support. Look, I have never seen
Anytime
a
I
council
bring
that
up
can find more
affordable housing.
reasons to not
It's
support.
because of this. It's because of that. Anytime
Look, I was
bring up
over at
affordable
permitting
housing
the other day.
It's
I gotta
because
tell
of
you,
this. It's because of that.
Tony
Look, I was
Slayman's been
over at
working on
permitting
that
the other
permitting
day.
over there.
I got to tell you,
and they got something good
Tony
going
Slayman's
on.
been working on that permitting
I had to get a
over there,
permit.
and they got something
I'm
good
gonna
going
tell you,
on.
I was in and out of there in no
I had
time.
to get a permit. And I'm going to tell you,
permitting
I
is
was in
going
and out
well.
of there in no time. I'm trying to help
permitting is
more
going well.
affordable housing get built
I'm
in
trying to
Jacksonville.
help more affordable
And
housing.
I don't want to
get
go
built
for the
in
1.9
Jacksonville.
million. If that'll make my friends
And
over there feel
I don't want to
better.
go for the 1.9
I was just going for $1
million.
million. If that'll make my friends over there feel
Now,
better.
I helped the budget
I
through
was
my
just going
leadership.
for $1 million.
I've never heard
Now, I
anybody
helped the
thank
budget
me for
through
it, but
my
I went
leadership.
out and I worked my tail off.
I've never heard anybody thank me
With
for
the
it,
garbage
but I
fee,
went
I put
out
my neck out on
and
the
I worked
line.
my tail off. And y'all
With the
use
garbage
that,
fee, and I
some
put
of
my
that
neck
money
out
that
on
was
the
left
line.
over from last year for a
y'all
South Bank
use that-
project.
some of that money
Came in
that
real
was left
handy,
over
didn't
from
it?
last year for a South Bank project.
I'm asking for $1
Came in
million
real handy, didn't
for
it?
affordable housing for something that we talk about all
I'm
the
asking
time.
for $1 million
I had
for
$3 million
affordable
in the
housing
budget
for
and it
something
got
that we
taken
talk
out
about all the time.
I didn't walk out.
I had
in a-
$3 million
in a
in the
fury.
budget,
and it
took
got
my
taken
lumps,
out, and I
left.
didn't walk out in a fury. I took. I've been
my
around here
lumps,
more than you guys
and I left.
have, and I know what the people want. I've
And
been
they
around
want
here
some
more
help
than you
with
guys
affordable
have,
housing.
and I know what
You
the
can
people
vote
want.
yes,
or you can vote.
and
You
they
can
want
vote
some
no.
help with affordable housing.
You
I'm
can
gonna
vote
let the
yes,
people know how you
or you
feel
can
about
vote.
it.
You can vote no. And I'll know who the votes are.
I'm gonna let the
for,
people know
and
how
I'll
you
know
feel
who they're
about it.
against. And I'll know
Please
who the votes
support
are
it.
for, and I'll know who they're against. Please support affordable housing.
support it.
It's one of the most important issues.
Please support
to the
affordable
people of
housing.
this city.
It's the
I hear
most-
it
one of
all
the
the
most
time. Important issues to the
You
people
guys
of
do
this
too,
city.
and
I hear it
ladies.
all the time.
Thank you.
And you guys do too.
Councilman
and
Johnson.
ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes,
Councilman
affordable
Johnson.
and workforce housing is something that's very important.
Thank
and
you,
I am
Mr. President.
appreciative
Yes,
for
affordable
Councilman
and
Carlucci
workforce
for putting this
housing
forward.
is
something that's very important, and I am appreciative for Councilman Carlucci for putting this forward.
think to negotiate down 100,000, it seems a little silly to me, but if that's what it takes to get your vote,
I got the floor.
Freeman,
Yes, sir.
I'll do it.
And thank you so much. And I really wish we get to a point where we start having short memories, because we could go down. I heard revision history, and I could go back to the very first budget with homelessness and $3 million, and the mayor was entitled to her budget. I let that go a long time ago. And I would really encourage us to try to do that as quickly as we can here. It's $900,000 I can go to affordable housing. I want to support it. I'm going to support it. The group out here with Urban League's got a chance to, and I want to move forward. I'm tired. I'm done. So if it goes beyond that, I will no longer support it.
Mr. President, do I need to withdraw my motion and change it to 900,000?
I don't think it's a withdrawal of a motion. I think it would just be an amendment to the amendment, because we have already withdrawn the other one.
To the amendment to change it to 900,000.
And you have a second, and we are on discussion for that amendment now. I'll go with the people who have already waved at me. That's Howland and then Salem until they fix the queue. We're just kind of winging it. Microphones are
Mr.
dying.
President, I'll be real fast. I'm going to neither support the amendment to the amendment nor the amendment.
For affordable housing. Carlucci.
Yes.
Paluzzo.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
11 in favor, 8 opposed.
Motion pass, or the amendment passes. I'm sorry. So we need a motion on the amendment as amended.
Second.
A motion on the amendment as amendment. I don't have a queue, so I guess no one's in it. We're going to vote. Diamond.
No.
Salem.
No.
Miller.
No.
Freeman.
Yes.
Gaffney.
Yes.
Gay.
No.
Carlucci.
Yes.
Portland.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
No for Carrico. Arias.
No.
Lanin.
No.
Morrow. White.
Yes.
Pittman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Clark Murray. Carlucci.
Yep.
Paluzzo.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Secretary.
11 in favor, 8 opposed.
All right, the motion as amended passes. All right, the other one on the page was received after the deadline at 12 o'clock, so I'm not going to address that. So we are on the substitute as amended how many times? OGC?
I move the substitute as 5 times amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as substituted as 5 times amended. I still don't have a queue. This is a voice vote on the substitute, and I have a point of order from Mr. Carlucci. What is your point of order?
Don't we have the Arias number 20 to take
Oh,
up?
no, that didn't get in on the deadline was 12 o'clock. It states on there that was received after the deadline. I don't know why they put it on here. It didn't make it in, so it's going to have to just come up below the line in a separate piece of legislation. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. So we're on the substitute as 5 times amended, which is a voice vote. I can't have a queue, so just wave at me. Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know where the issue happened here, but definitely some lack of communication on this part. I will be working with OGC to draft up a in and out emergency, similar to Mr. Howland, to come bring it up on October 14th. at the meeting, and we'll address it to bring it from below the line to above the line if that's the case, if that's the will of the council. Thank you.
Yeah, I know it was like 6 hours ago, but you already abstained. So OGC says you're good. All right. You waived, Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not be supporting this substitute. Anything that has this awful diamond amendment does not deserve to move forward. Again, this entire budget process, if we are seeking a 10 or an 11 vote majority to move forward our budget when there's 19 of us, that is a sad state of affairs for our city. I think that the process has been pretty bastardized, so much so that we're here at 2 in the morning still debating this, and I feel like we're going to be here for a little bit longer. I'm voting no on this substitute. Anyone who's against the Diamond Amendment should absolutely vote no on this substitute as well.
All right, and we can stay concise as well. The queue is up. All right, so get in the queue. Councilman Salem, you're actually in there, so push your button. We already know where you're going to vote. We already know what's going to happen, but so please be concise. Mr. Salem, you're recognized.
Through the chair to Councilmember Arias, the emergency you're going to enter into with the chamber, will that include the other chambers as well, or just the big chamber?
If I may, Mr. President, we're still working on things with the other chambers from OGC regarding municipal dues and all that kind of stuff. So no, I'm only working on the Jax chamber. And just through OGC, I have a question. If I do bring them up as a in and out emergency on the 14th, are they going to be heard on Finance Committee on the 7th?
Through the President to Councilmember Arias, so no, you would have the filing deadline to make the October 14th meeting is October 8th, which would be after the Finance Committee meeting. So it would just come to council as an in and out. It would not go to committees. If you file it as a one cycle for introduction on October 14th, it would go to committees the following week and then would come back to council at the end of October at the second meeting for consideration.
Okay. No, I'll do a in and out. I wanted it to be addressed tonight. We're already here, but now we have to do this all over again. So I'll be doing it in and out for the 14th. Thank you.
All right. Good. Councilmember Boylan.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I just want to quickly note that I, on the record, is saying that I can't support a budget with policy amendments included in it, so I will not be supporting this with the DEI or the Diamond Amendment still in the bid.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
This is the first time that I could ever remember not supporting a budget, but not this one, not with such foolishness in it as the DEI, abortion and immigration. It has no place in a budget. It's just silly theater, posturing, whatever you want to call it. This is a budget, folks. This is serious business. This is not the time to make a political statement. It's time to balance the budget that has to do with dollars and cents, and not try to make a stand on cultural war stuff. We need to get away from that. I'll be a vote. I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I believe for the first time.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. President. I will be a no on the substitute. I cannot support the big batch of bull. I think it's important that we not only reject this divisive amendment. This is the poison pill that has killed this budget, and what we need to do is reject the introducer of these amendments as opposed to rejecting the budget. And we can do that, but the question is, will we do that? Do we have the courage to stand up to a bully who has called names and said things that are unconscionable on this very dais? Do we have the courage as members of this council and members of this community to reject the divisive rhetoric from just one of our members? I believe we can and we should, but until we do that, I'm a no on this budget. Like Councilman Carlucci, this is the first time I've voted no on a budget. I might not have had as many budgets as you, but this is the first time, Mr. President, I voted no, and I'm very sad that I have to do that, but I cannot vote for something that will kill me if I vote for it. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Peluso, honor system. Have you talked already on this?
Yeah, I did once.
You did? Okay. Councilwoman Pittman for the first time.
I think you already know where I stand, so I'm not going to continue to say what I said before, but this is definitely a bamboozle amendments.
Thank you. Councilmember Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought we'd go right to a vote, but since, again, this divisive rhetoric from the other side has come up, 10 days ago we saw that it is important to stand up for your convictions, that you need to stand up and say what you believe. These amendments, I support all of them all day long. And a majority of this council, who are elected by the people, voted for them. 10 members voted yes. So holding up this budget and driving our city into a ditch financially is on you. The tyranny of the minority who refuse to accept that you lost the vote. You lost. Lose the vote with some grace. Don't hold up the entire city budget. Don't drive us into a ditch. You are doing this to the city because you refuse to lose with grace. 10 votes yes for every single amendment. That is the majority.
All right, Councilmember Nick Howland, you're recognized, and please don't talk across the table. This ain't spades.
Through the President, I have a question for Mr. Diamond as the introducer of Diamond 1 floor amendment. I fully support each element of your amendment. I voted yes in the budget hearings. I voted yes in council. I voted yes again tonight. I'll vote yes again tonight as many times as it takes. And I would even vote yes if it was not part of this budget and it became something in the new fiscal year. Which brings up my question. My number one goal is to get a budget out tonight with a property tax reduction. I would also love it if your amendment was part of it. But would you reconsider doing it as not as part of this budget, but as part of the new fiscal year in one or many parts?
Thank you, Mr. Through the chair to Councilman Howland. Absolutely not, because this is about spending money. These 3 budget amendments are about spending money. This is exactly what they do in Tallahassee and in D.C., and it's entirely appropriate, as said by OGC, that we can do this.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Amaro.
Do we have Uber sleep? This. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm just laughing within myself as to where we are, and it's not funny. It's really an embarrassment to this community as to the people that have been elected and designated to be the voices of are not doing their jobs. Every day that we get up, God gives us a new day, new choices. Unfortunately, many of us get up and we fall into the same old broken paradigm. We're not looking for new opportunities. I wrestle within myself because I did not come here to carry anyone's partisan political bucket. I came here to do what's right. I believe that I was elected to serve this community as a whole and to serve my district, and I intend to do that by doing what is just and what is fair. The language that's there's nothing just or fair, and I'll stand on my position. It does not belong in the budget. It does not address any of the line items. I'm not even going to get into the merits or demerits of each of them. It just doesn't belong there. So I'm going to be a no.
All right, thank you, Councilman Peluso, for the second time. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to ask the auditors a quick question based on this, so through the President to the auditors, because I feel like this might impact some votes. I just want to verify, if we do this fund like Councilmember Howland's going to try to do with the emergency that's going to help support police and fire, those dollars I imagine are going to go to FRS or whatever else. That's a recurring payment. Is the money is money from the reserves allowed to go to something like that? I just want to make sure, because I don't want police and fire to feel a certain way now, and then 2 weeks we find something else out?
Through the chair to Councilmember Peluso, it depends on how it's going to be used. If it's used for equipment or something like that, that's a one-time use. We always encourage a one-time source to be used for one-time items so that you're not left with that deficit in the next year for recurring dollars trying to come up with a funding source.
Understood. Through the President, Councilmember White, do you intend for these dollars to go to FRS? It's kind of the assumption that I had. That made the most sense to prepare ourselves for it.
Through the chair, through the president, there is a way to get where we need to get them their comfort, and we will work on that next week. But there's a way to get where we need to get.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I still think that we vote this substitute down. I think we get millage to where it needs to be. That way, it absolutely makes them comfortable, makes all of us comfortable, gets the city in the right place. Thank you.
All right, there's no one else in the queue, so here's what I'm going to do. Because I know where this vote's going, and if it votes, we don't get the 10, if substitute passes, and then the whole bill doesn't get to 10 votes, then we're going to have to end up reconsidering that and going through the entire amendment sheet again. We still have, 30 items left in the budget, so I'm going to table this. When we come back, the substitute is still open with all the amendments. If anyone has thought of any brilliant, creative ideas for this body to work together, you're more than welcome to share them at that point. So I'm going to table this and move on, and we'll come back. Councilman Gaffney has a brilliant solution, I'm sure. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. You brought it right up. I'll be willing to maybe support it if we remove the millage. At least bring the millage down some more. I mean, it's up for discussion. I mean, I know my colleague Aries, he cut it down a little bit more. I'm not sure. I don't know what the numbers look like, but it got to be a happy medium.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I know somebody have to reconsider, but that's just up for discussion.
Yeah, right. Just a comment because that bill's already passed, so someone will have to move to reconsider that. Right now, we're on item number 92. I haven't tabled it yet because people are in the queue. So, Councilman Johnson.
I also want to see if we could possibly, on the first budget vote in finance, there was a Pittman amendment that vote that came up, floor amendment, a Pittman floor amendment. Can we bring that forward? This is just a question. This is probably information. Can we bring that forward to add?
That's a question for OGC.
Yeah.
Through the President to Councilmember Johnson, so you wouldn't bring the Pittman amendment forward. You would reconsider the Diamond amendment this evening and then take another vote on that to see if it changes. Because it's not in the budget until you take this final vote to add it.
We would just move to reconsider the Diamond amendment.
Somebody on the prevailing side of the Diamond amendment, one of the 10 who voted yes, would have to move to reconsider that item. It could be seconded by anyone, and then you would take up a vote on the Diamond amendment again, and you could see if that changes anything.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, Councilmember Peluso, we're still on 504.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a solution, if you'd like to hear it. I suggest we reconsider our millage. I suggest that when we do reconsider it and put it back to the right place, which is over $13 million, we pass all the Boylan amendments, and then we put the rest of the money in the contingency like Councilmember White suggested. That's what I would consider doing, as well as removing the Diamond amendment. And then we pass this thing tonight.
Okay, thank you for your suggestion. No one else in the queue, so we're going to table 504. We are on, Mr. Floor Leader, I think we're on number 95, third reading ordinances.
That is correct.
I do want to check with OGC. Can we move forward on all the rest of the budget bills? Are we in the clear to vote on the rest of the budget bills?
Yes, you can. Again, you would have to eventually get 504 out tonight. So
I got you, but there's no apprehension of us moving in order and going through the rest of the agenda without having 504 passed?
Yes, I mean, to the extent, the main one it's tethered to, obviously, is, well, it's tethered to all of them because for the conflict bills, you're establishing contingencies, which you're then appropriating through the conflict bills, but you have to establish them in 504. The CIP is funded through 504, so everything is tethered back to 504, but to the extent the council understands they have to get 504 passed this evening, then yes, you can take up the other bills. But if any action occurs on 504 through the pendency of that matter that would otherwise affect one of the other bills, then we may be discussing additional amendments on those other bills when they you would have to reconsider and come back up.
All right, Mr. Floor Leader.
All right, so we're on page 44, item 95, 2025-0472. I move the amendment.
Have a motion second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
A motion and a second on the bill as amended. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote.
(18 yeas, 0 nays).
By your action, you have approved 2025-0472.
A unanimous vote. Ms. Mary, I believe I should skip 505 for now, since that could have implications from 504. The auditors are saying yes, so I'm going to skip 505.
Mary said different, so let's pause and let everyone behind us work that out. Can you use the microphone? You guys can talk to each other. It's okay.
Through the chair or to the chair, I'm just suggesting you may have to come back and forth to those, so it may be cleaner to just pause on these, but I will always defer to OGC on if they are recommending legally that we do it a different way. I'm just trying to avoid a back and forth.
So, to Ms. Stefopoulos, through the president, I believe 506 we would be safe with because we did not pass any of the amendments that impacted Shan's funding, correct?
Through the chair, correct. You didn't pass any amendments that would affect 506, but again, they're all budget-related bills. My point at the end was, to the extent you take these bills up, these related bills up, and then you go back to 504 and take some action that would then affect any of these other related bills, you might be in a position that you would have to reopen those through a reconsideration to take up any changes that might have been effectuated through the final budget adoption. So if you don't want to run that risk, Mr. President, you can just skip
Mr. Floor Leader, just go to 105.
Okay. We are on item 105, 2025-0645. I move the finance amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the finance amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
(18 yeas, 1 nay).
By your action, you have approved 2025-0645.
Item 106, 2025-0647. I move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. I have no one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
(19 yeas, 0 nays).
By your action, you have approved 2025-0647.
Item 107, 2025-0648. Move the amendment.
Got a motion second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion second on the bill as amended. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote.
(19 yeas, 0 nays).
By your action, you have approved 2025-0648.
Item 108, 2025-0651. Move the amendment.
A motion second on the amendment. Of no one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
A motion and second on the bill as amended. Of no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote. It's that thing where it's yeah. Turn your monitor vertical. He unplugged it. Can you just affirm that you're a yay or a nay? Salem is a yay. Clerk Murray is a yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0651.
Item 109, 2025-0652. I move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. No one in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. There's no one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0652.
Item 110, 2025-0656. I'll note this has been discharged from neighborhoods per your direction, Council President. I move
Welcome.
the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote.
That enthusiasm.
16 yeas, 3 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0656.
Item 111, 2025-0657. This has also been discharged from neighborhoods at your direction. I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote. Can we also have someone over to assist Ms. Clark Murray with her machine?
17 yeas, 2 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0657. Congratulations, Jams.
Item 112, 2025-0659. I move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Of no in the queue. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Of no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you approve 2025-0659.
113, 2025-0664. This has also been discharged from neighborhoods. I move the bill.
We've got a motion second in the bill. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot. Record your vote.
$16 yeas, 3 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0664.
On page 54, it's time for second reading. Mr. Teal, may you please read these second reading resolutions and ordinances?
2025-693, 694, 695, 707, 708, 709, 710, 673, 674, and 675.
And I have no public participation cards. We're going to go to item 120, 2025-0710. I move the emergency.
All right, I've got a motion and a second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency, signify by saying aye. Aye. It was pretty clear. Any opposed? Say nay. Emergency passes.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. No one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0710 as an emergency.
Colleagues, we're going to go to page 58 and take up item 132, 2025-0747. I move the emergency.
I've got a motion second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The emergency passes.
No public participation cards. I move the bill as an emergency.
I've got a motion second on the bill as an emergency. Mr. Gaffney.
Add me as a co-sponsor, please.
Please add Mr. Gaffney as a co-sponsor. No one else is in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you have approved 2025-0747.
Moving on, page 61, item 142, 2025-0729. Move the emergency.
I've got a motion and second on the emergency. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The emergency passes.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I've got a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please.
Council President, I'm supposed to note we had no public participation cards.
We have no public participation cards. Thank you for that confirmation. No one in the queue. Open the ballot and record your vote.
$18 yeas, 1 nay.
By your action, you have approved, I think it was 2025-0729 as emergency.
That is correct. Item 143, 2025-0730, I move the emergency.
Motion second on the emergency. No one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
No public participation cards. I move the bill as an emergency.
We've got a motion and second on the bill as an emergency. Please open the ballot, record your vote.
$19 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0730.
Item 145, 2025-0732, move the emergency.
I have a motion second on the emergency. No one in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
No public participation cards. I move the bill as an emergency.
We've got a motion second on the bill as an emergency. No one's in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$17 yeas, 2 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0732.
Item 146, 2025-0733, move the emergency.
We've got a motion and second on the emergency. No one's in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I have no public participation cards. I move the emergency.
I have a motion and second on the bill as an emergency. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$18 yeas, 1 nay.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0733.
Item 147, 2025-0734, I move the emergency.
I've got a motion second on the emergency. No one's in the queue. All in favor of the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The emergency carries.
I have no public participation cards. I move the bill as an emergency.
We have a motion second on the bill as an emergency. There's no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
$17 yeas, 2 nay.
By your action, you've approved 2025-0734.
We're now going to go to page 65 and take up the addendum. I move the addendum.
Got a motion second on the addendum. Is that a voice vote? Yes. All in favor of moving the addendum signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The addendum is moved.
Council President, there are no action items on the addendum, so with that, that takes us complete with all business except for the budget bills starting with 0504.
All right, we are back on page 42, item 92, 2025-0504. We are untabling it. We are on the substitute. We have already done all the work on the amendments. Once we vote on the substitute and then vote on the bill, if it does not pass, we have to go back through all the amendments. But we have time right now if there's any things to reconsider, any things to do differently that might change someone's mind. This is the time. If not, we're not going to stall forever. We'll just vote, and then we'll do it all over again if we don't pass it. So I will recognize Councilmember Peluso. I see you guys. You're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we try to get this done tonight. Do have an offer. I think that it will deliver votes, and I ask that we do a straw poll to see where people's heads are at. And it's to reconsider millage, to pass the Boylan and Carlucci amendments, as with the $13 million that we're bringing in, and then the rest of the money goes into a Councilmember White account. It keeps the contingency whole, the contingency that we've been wanting to keep whole for the rest of the year. It makes sure that police and fire has peace of mind for the rest of the year. It ensures that they know that there's funding in the next several years, and of course there's going to be money in this fund. It ensures that we also get the health programs done that Councilmember Boylan has been shepherding, and it sets us up for success in the event that the state does cut property taxes this next year, something else that we haven't talked about. So if the state were to get rid of property taxes entirely, or if they were to do a massive homestead exemption, something I think would be good, we at least now would be better prepared. So that's what I think if we do a straw poll on that, right now, we can see where people are at. I think we can get to 10 votes. I do. I know it's not ideal for a lot of people, but it gets us out of here right now, because right now the substitute's not going to pass, I believe.
That wasn't an offer, that was a ransom. Councilman Carlucci, you're recognized. It's an idea, not a motion. It doesn't need a second. It was just a thought. He can't reconsider anything because he wasn't on the prevailing side. So we're going to go ahead and recognize you, Mr. Carlucci. You have 3 minutes.
As I said, I wasn't seconding the motion. I just second the idea. I think it's worth doing. I know you have to be on the prevailing side, and I would urge somebody on the prevailing side to take that up as a consideration. And this is really what public safety wants. And this is really what's in the best interest of our city. And I know that. And I think a lot of us here know that. If we want to solve the problem, I got to tell you, this is what the people want. I have heard it. I've had emails to the effect. We know it. The people of Jacksonville know it. They're paying attention. I mean, my phones, my emails, talk about Walmart. Well, I can tell you I've been to every store everywhere, and I'm getting it right up until 2:30 today. I just think, folks, if we want to do the right thing, let's swallow our pride. Those of you who want to support this DEI thing and support the millage cut, swallow your pride, step over the line, and do the right thing by your city that we all love. So somebody on the prevailing side, step up, step over the line, and make the motion that reflects what Councilman Peluso wants to do.
All right, thank you. Councilman Leanon, you're recognized.
Yeah, first, thank you, Council President. First of all, to the council, going back to the millage rate is an absolute non-starter for me. I will not entertain going back from what we changed it to earlier this evening. I also want to point out there have been a number of concessions made tonight. We have, I don't know the amount, but we have greatly reduced, especially on a percentage basis, our budget stabilization fund. Not to mention, we have added more health care. We added more to what was originally appropriated to health care. And then finally, Councilmember Howland, you asked the sponsor of the Diamond Amendments if he was willing to withdraw. I want to go one step further and seeing if you're willing to consider any amendments to that. And then if you are, I don't have any ideas for them, but if you are open to the amendments, hear from those that voted no to see if there is some sort of compromise we can have within the Diamond Amendments. And I'll point out that if Councilmember Diamond is not open to amendments, and if he is, and if you're not open to changing anything, we have a very narrow path to get out of here with an approved budget tonight. So I just want to help start that conversation on if you're open to amendments and what are some possible things we could see to come to some sort of compromise here. Because no one wants to go home more than the floor leader.
Through the President's, Councilman Lano, I understand what you're saying. I have no idea what amendments would be offered. I feel like we're just being held ransom. And so I'm not going to offer anything. And I'll listen to what my colleagues say because I have great respect. But 10 people have voted for this, and we're being held hostage. And so my answer is no, but I'll listen to what you all have to say.
Through the President to Councilmember Diamond, thank you. And what I heard is that to those that voted against them, he is willing to listen to your input at this time.
All right. Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. All I heard was literally, like you said, a ransom. It's take. You know, we've compromised during the finance hearings. Mr. Matt Carlucci came up and he advocated for telehealth, for Meals on Wheels. We literally, we funded them. We were about to not fund them. We heard his concerns. We heard the audience, and we said, you know what, let's fund them. We compromised on that part. We went above and beyond. One of the things that we will not compromise on tonight will be the millage rate and the reserves. We've been pretty adamant about that. The fact that you guys are wanting, yet you don't see the facts that we've actually given to you guys this entire time, and now you're coming back saying we want more. That's the problem that we have right now. So I ask that you look into your heart, and Mr. Matt Carlucci, you know, because you commended me during the Finance Committee meeting saying how, you know, we fully funded, not fully funded, but we funded Meals on Wheels for 1.7 and also telehealth for 1.5. You were happy about that. And now, and on top of that, tonight, we were about to fund affordable housing as well. Like, we literally compromised on that part. So the narrative that we're not compromising is false, and I think that, Mr. Peluso, you're asking for more than what we're willing to do, just because at the end of the day, we've gone above and beyond. Mr. Matt Carlucci, I did ask, reference you, so if you want to chime in, you can.
Yeah, I did appreciate that, but there were a couple of times, Mr. Chairman, when I wanted somebody to come up and speak, you rebuffed me. There's another time I wanted to talk about the $3 billion on the affordable housing. You wouldn't even entertain it. I mean, I got a stiff arm. And that's not how you weigh your chair a finance committee. And I got to tell you, I left, and I was like, wow. I would have never treated you that way as a finance committee chair. And,
thank you, sir. I actually have the floor right now. It's not your time.
Don't interrupt me. I was responding to you.
It's not your time right now. Get on the queue if you want to speak to me. All right?
I am responding.
Stop you. All right.
All right, Councilmember Carlucci, he asked you a question, and he said he's done. So he does have the floor for 52 more seconds.
Thank you, sir. Very simple for the audience out there. I stopped him because I knew I was bringing the journey forward to our meeting. And that time, we were just going overboard on our time. So I said, you know what, we'll table this until when they come up. And sure enough, that's what I did. The same thing when Mr. Hicks came up, too. So thank you.
Councilmember Joe Carlucci.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to move to reconsider the Diamond Amendment, see if we can get anywhere with this, because right now we're just kind of talking in circles. So if anyone's feeling the urge to change it up, that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion and second to reconsider the Diamond Amendment. We'll do what we've been doing. Councilman Diamond.
Nope.
Councilman Salem. Miller.
No.
Freeman. This is the vote to reconsider. Yes. Sorry, this is to clarify. We are going around the days to see if you would like to reconsider for discussion the Diamond Amendment. Councilman Diamond, I know your answer is no, but can you say it for the record?
No, for the record.
Salem on the reconsider. No. Miller.
No.
Freeman.
The definition of insanity. No.
Gaffney.
Yes.
Gay.
No.
Carlucci.
Yes.
Borland.
Yes.
Howland.
Yes.
Carrico is no. Arias.
No.
Lanin.
Yes.
Amaro.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Pittman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Clerk Murray. Carlucci. Peluso.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Teal.
12 yeas, 7 nays.
The motion has been reconsidered. Clear the queue out, and we'll start over. If anyone has anything to offer to this discussion, get back in the queue. All right. I have a motion and second on the Diamond Amendment. Councilmember Lanin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing's really changed versus what I said a few minutes ago. Councilmember Diamond said he was willing to listen, and I would just like to hear from those that voted no to see if there's any line of sight on any sort of compromise with the language as it's written now to get that conversation going.
All right, Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to comment initially on the fact that this is not being held hostage. We made it very clear 2 weeks ago that many of us were very firm in our stance in saying that we couldn't support a policy amendment in a budget bill. So I'm not looking for a compromise in this process. I just want to make certain people are aware that many of us made that very clear 2 weeks ago.
Councilman Gaffney, Jr.
Thank you through the chair. I say it again. I said it before. I say it again. I am open to changing my vote for a change for the millage. It's on the table. I'm open to it. I said it again. I might change my vote. I don't know, but it's open.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to ditto Councilmember Boylan's words. We just need to pull this out of the budget. I mean, it's a non-starter, I think, for many of us. So if this gets pulled out, it may help loosen things up. But overall, I must also repeat what he said. To me, this isn't hostage negotiation. This is the process. 2 individuals were removed from committees. The Finance Committee did things differently than it has before, and it was stacked in a certain way. This is what you get for doing that. I'm not trying to be mean or rude about it, but we didn't need to be here like this. Let's pull this amendment out, and I do want to reconsider millage. I understand that might be a non-starter for others, but at the very least, if we really want to do this, let's do it properly. But let's kill this amendment.
Councilman Amaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to say ditto to what Councilman Boylan said, and he succinctly drew that line of demarcation, if you will. One thing is policy, one thing is financial. And that's been the argument for me all along. I read a lot of history characters, and Abe Lincoln, one of the great Republicans, when he died, they found in the lining of his jacket these words that were stitched there by Brooks Brothers: "One country, one destiny." One country, one destiny. We sit here tonight and we're basically casting sides, stones over here, stones over there. When are we here for one city, one destiny? Perhaps for some of you, your city ends in your block. Mine doesn't. Even though I represent Arlington, I go to the west side, as far as Maxville, go to the north side, as far as going up to Callahan. And so our action should be for what's in the best interest of this city. And I'm afraid that we're at that place where we're not considering the best interests of this city. Years ago, as a reporter, I used to tell my friend, Mr. Freeman, that the problem with city council is that many go in and say they're there for public service, but when you look around, it's self-service. There's no real help for the public. And I'm afraid that's what is being projected tonight, that our characters reflecting what we shouldn't be. If we're here for one community, let's behave like that. And let's make decisions for one community.
Councilmember Matt Carlucci.
Past councils I've served on, we used to battle over ideas. When we battled over ideas, it left room for a reason. It left room for some compromise, which we've heard about tonight. But I came back on the council 2019, and I had this idealistic thing about, when Jacksonville moves best, we move together. It never happened, and it's still not happening, because it's all been about partisanship ever since I got back up here. And partisanship builds walls, and there's no room for reason. And that's why we're divided. And when you put a finance committee together, and by and large it's all like-minded Republicans, Council President, you don't get a product that reflects the whole. I'm sorry, I don't mean to criticize, but that's what leadership is about. It's about bringing people together of different ideas and different backgrounds that reflects what Jacksonville looks like. There's no wiggle room on this amendment this young man's brought together. I don't know where this stuff comes from. I think I do know where it comes from, but there's no wiggle room on this for me. There's just none. I'd like to say there's wiggle room, but it has nothing to do with with budget. It has nothing to do with parks, downtown development, roads, resurfacing, extension of water and sewer lines. It has nothing to do with the things that we know our city needs. It's just a cultural thing. And I believe everybody here knows that. And I believe there's a lot of people here that know better. And we need to vote it down. If we vote it down, see, there's this thing that you learn as you season and you grow into your council career. And it's called stepping over the line. And it means you got to step over a line that may be difficult because what will this group think or what will that group think? But then you got to figure out, what does this think in here? What was I taught when I was growing up to know better? And you know you got to step over the line from things like this.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Freeman. All righty. Thank you, Mr. President. 256. I truly believe that standing up here, I may be one of the last ones that has not lost hope in humanity. And I say that because every time I hear one of my colleagues talk, I truly believe that you're saying and you're holding true to your convictions. And I, for one, would never cast judgment on you for those convictions, and I don't have a heaven or hell to put any of you in. But one of the challenges that I'm facing right now, and as I said earlier, I won't be a revisionist, history revisionist, but I've seen councils in the past where things didn't go always the way that some wanted them to. And I've never seen the council in response hold up a process. And I could give names if you wanted me to, but I don't want to do that. But I can remember when there was a table set right across from there, and there was a chair made, and you were the co-chair, and we gave out hundreds of thousands of dollars in micro grants. And I really struggled with that. But I think that we've landed here with conviction. So my question, and I'm just going to just ask through the chair, through the president to OGC, because it's about 3 o'clock right now. My little man's going to wake up in about 3.5 hours, and I would love to be able to hug him when he wakes up. What is the process of when we come back tomorrow? Or do we just continue on throughout the rest of the evening? Because I truly sense that people have dug in, and that's fine. That is fine. We'll be the first council in the history of consolidation that will sit here in an impasse, and then we will have to figure out what happens next. Because everything I've learned now is that, and millage is important to me. And it's important to me, and I think that we have extended a huge olive branch in showing our first responders that we will put seed money to take care of them. The issues to my colleague here are important, and they passed. And so I do not see that changing. And so I just want to get an understanding procedurally of where we're at, so I can go ahead and send a text home that she doesn't need. My wife's still watching this, by the way, and I'm sure many of your spouses are watching as well. Oh, no? All right. So I can just let them know. Yeah, she texted me, hang in there. I'm like, I'm trying. I'm trying. So through the chair to Ms. Stepopoulos, what is the procedure? We can't go anywhere without passing a budget, but do we just stay continuously and we need to order breakfast? Because if so, I'm thinking Cracker Barrel is my request. Thank you.
Through the president to Councilmember Freeman, you are correct. There is no procedure, as you have to get the budget done at this meeting. So I encourage you to continue deliberations and discussions to try to see if you can get there. You can recess for minimal periods of time for bathroom breaks, as the presiding officer may call for, but there's no recessing for an extended period of time and coming back. The statute only contemplates a council not being able to approve a budget for circumstances beyond your control, such as the declaration of an emergency. So therefore, you need to get the budget approved through this meeting.
All right, thank you for that. Councilmember White.
Yes, sir. This is somewhere between a question through you and a reason where I am. I actually don't have anything against Mr. Diamond's bill. The reason I voted for it, I foreseen what it was going to do to this council, and I foreseen what it was going to do under your presidency. And I know if this wasn't under 504, that we got 2 more members that could vote, because I would support his bill, because I don't support the things that he's got in the bill. I just got hung up in 504. It puts us in a strange place. 2 gentlemen cannot vote. And I'm just trying to think, is there any way to pull this out of 504? Probably not. So 2 other people can vote. And I want this president's doing a good job not to end up the only one in history. It goes all night and all day until trying to get to a place we can land. Have you got any suggestions?
Through the president to Councilmember White. So the Diamond Amendment was originally approved. A motion to reconsider the Diamond Amendment was approved, and therefore you have before you again for consideration the Diamond Amendment. If the Diamond Amendment is voted on and is approved, it would remain as part of the substitute that was originally moved. If the Diamond Amendment fails, then it would no longer carry forward in the substitute that you would be voting on later on in the meeting.